Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and a sweep of the first place Phillies. How Brian King, how did you give up a run to this team? It was embarrassing. That's just embarrassing that you gave up a run to this team, this first place team. They actually
Don't
scored a
stop
run.
by
Lance.
Shipley's because you get nothing but donuts, or what was it from yesterday?
Yeah,
Something like that.
Well, you don't need to stop at Shipley's.
How do you like sweeping a series, winning 3 games, scoring 5 runs? How does that
5
feel?
runs, and you swept them. Wow, what a series. What a great
It's like
series. See, that's
Astros,
great
White
baseball.
Sox World Series all over again.
To me, that's great baseball right there. That is just, Hunter Brown. But Sanchez wasn't bad either. Holy crap.
Brian King. This is 4 straight appearances.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown doesn't get a W.
I know. Brian King kind of.
Brian King has
King's
not been
scuffling a little bit.
good.
No, he's been
I went back and looked. Since May 19th, he's pitched 14 innings and given up 24 base runners. It's not been good with Brian King.
No, Brian King had
21 hits during that time, by the way.
Yeah, he's Brian King for a reason. I mean,
That was a fun little story for a little bit.
Yep. But and now you still got guys. You lost Dubin because for probably 3 or 4 years because of forearm tightness. But that bullpen, the Astros in June, by far the best team in baseball. It isn't even close. Their stats this month been fabulous. Especially pitching wise. It has been they're just so good. This has been a great month. And Hunter Brown, did you see the Cy Young candidates? Skubal, Fried, Brown, DeGrom, and Crochet.
Right.
Hunter he's got a 1.74, which is the best of all of them. He's thrown 98 innings, which is, a fourth most. He gives up 10.8. He's got he has 10.8 strikeouts per 9. Fried only has 8.7. Skubal 11 and Crochet 11.1. DeGrom 8.9. DeGrom he's got a 208 and 8.9, and Hunter is better. And DeGrom is one of the great pitchers when healthy. One of the great. He looks like he's throwing a wiffle ball, DeGrom. But Hunter Brown, what he was dealing, that strikeout. Some of his strikeouts were just ridiculous. Schwarber, that pitch that he flailed at was just like, oh, go sit down, son. You got no chance against this. That was fun. Hunter is. I think he should start the All-Star game. We'll see, but it's probably Skubal. You think?
I would think so, yeah.
But he's got a better ERA than Skubal.
Well, who's going to be the manager? Well, no, that's actually it's from last year. But, yeah, no, I think it's Skubal. Skubal's been dominant forever. Hunter Brown has like 2 wins because he's got 15 no decisions because they can't score and they don't hold leads for him.
Here's going into yesterday's game. The Astros in June, best record in baseball, 16-6, 2.69 ERA, first in the league, 10.6 strikeouts per 9, first in the league, 21.6 strikeouts to walk percentage, first in the league, 1.07 WHIP, first in the league. The bullpen ranks first with a 2.15 ERA and 11.9 strikeouts per 9.
Holy crap! I didn't realize. Hunter Brown should have about 11 wins.
Yeah.
He should have about 11 wins. He's 8-3. Skubal's 9-2. The ERA for Hunter Brown is lower than Skubal. The WHIP is 87 for Skubal and 89 for Hunter Brown. Skubal's got 7 more strikeouts, but I just feel bad for. I can't wait for that game. And this is how weird I am sometimes. The Astros get a sweep. They do it with incredible pitching, really, and some timely hits. Another game-winning hit, not a walk-off, but a game-winning hit for Cam Smith. Another one. I think he's got like 4 this year. And I'm just pissed off because Hunter Brown, like I was unusually mad at Brian King. I was just pissed off yesterday that Hunter Brown got screwed because Brian King couldn't do his job. Now you're asking him to do it 2, games in a row, but he wasn't so sporty previously. So I was kind of surprised he got in the game again, but I don't know. I'm just pissed off that Hunter Brown didn't get the win yesterday.
I know.
I just really was. I walked out, yeah, it's a win, but stupid Brian King screwed everything all up.
Yeah, this is very.
Also had a run in with Gilbert, so I'll tell you about that later.
Well, you can, yeah. I didn't.
It got uncomfortable, but I
didn't get to finish the story. I talked with Lance and I talked. I was on the golf.
Oh, I
course,
tried to FaceTime you. Gilbert's got requests.
Oh yeah, you did.
I was going to let him make the request to you directly.
Well, I turn my phone off while I'm saving my life. I do. I added 18 minutes to my life yesterday. You probably lost money.
I
You
easily lost time on my life.
How was okay?
My patio almost flooded. We had like flash flood rain for a while.
We didn't have that here.
We're getting rain like when the hurricane came for about an hour.
Really?
I'm like, holy crap. Yeah, the street got real high. My backyard, I'm out there taking a broom and pushing it out of the patio. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
How was the facility where Gilbert stayed?
Oh, just fantastic. The guy staying with Gilbert needed a diaper change, and the nurses refused to come in. They would hit the buttons. I told nurses twice. I told one nurse, she goes, oh, okay, I'll come back in a second. Then my wife said, hey, you better go find a different nurse. I said, why? One nurse said, no, she had her backpack on and was leaving. She lied to you. I'm like, this place is the worst.
The worst. Ooh,
it was the worst. So yeah,
so that was very nice
it's not good.
It was very nice of you to go see Gilbert. Very, very
well,
nice.
I brought him an Astros beach towel, but I'll tell you about I'll tell you the whole story later because, like I said, there's layers to this story. I'll tell it at 7:30.
Yeah. Yep. All right, 7:30. We'll hear the Gilbert story. But as of right now, man,
but he was in there listening. He was watching the Astros. I went in there. The Astros
was it quiet.
On,
he had the TV on real quiet.
I don't know what number it was. I can only guess it was about 76. It was so loud. Poor Alan, his roommate, had no chance. And there's a dividing line between. There's a little one of those dividing curtains that go between them. And
yeah, that's going to stop that sound.
Oh, there's nothing to do. And Gilbert is listening, but he's asleep in his chair in his recliner, and it is pumped up as loud as it can go. And I'm watching Hunter Brown punch people out, and paying attention to it. And while we were there, Brian King gave up the lead, and I'm just, let's just get out of here. This is the worst. Got Gilbert, got these nurses won't even pay attention to anybody. They don't even care. You got Brian King can't get people out and get Hunter Brown a win. Because Hunter Brown should legitimately be 10-3 this year.
Yeah.
And I'm being conservative. 10-3.
That's making you a little bit angry right now.
Yeah, because this is happening way too much to him.
So we're at the halfway point right now.
Mm-hmm.
81 games, 15 games over 500. On pace for 96 wins. What was their
86.5.
Wow.
Was the Vegas total. They're on pace for 96 wins. It's been just an unusual, and my dad called. I just want to let the record reflect that I have never said anything bad about Jake Myers, and that's the mainstream media who has put that out there, and you are the mainstream media. I said, yeah, just keep on lying. Keep lying out loud, and it'll work.
Wow.
Keep lying out loud, and it'll eventually people will say, maybe the mainstream media is out to get Larry Zerline.
It just might be.
He just said what he said. He said what he said. Say it with your chest.
All of these injuries halfway through the season, the Astros are second in all of baseball in WHIP, third in all of baseball in ERA. With these injuries, how in the hell are they doing this? It is incredible, and they're doing it against good teams, too. Listen, they've got the easiest schedule. Of course, they do play in an easy division because everybody's got a losing record, but they played the majority of their really, really tough series already halfway through the season, and yet they are up there at the top. And look at the teams that are that. Well, the Mets are a good team, but the Rangers have a great ERA and a great WHIP. They're ahead of the Astros in both of those, and they suck. They just can't hit it all. The Astros are the Astros, like we said, the Astros scored 5 runs and swept.
Basically, what you're saying is this division's over. The Astros have won it.
I didn't say no. See, yeah, that's a bad person.
Is that what you're saying?
No, you're halfway through the season.
Okay.
Enjoy the ride. All right, enjoy the ride. Go. I mean, if you can't hear, just go near Gilbert's building, and you'll be able to hear Astros baseball. And maybe you should watch with. Did you? Oh, so you saw them score? Cam Smith get the winning hit then at Gilbert.
No, Gilbert turned the TV off.
What?
Gilbert turned the TV off.
Why? Because Nicole was there.
Yeah, bringing Nicole was a problem. As I said, you know what? I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you what happened now. This really made me rethink everything. So I brought Gilbert his Astros beach towel. He said, somebody stole his beach towel. Right? Somebody stole my beach towel. And can you give me a beach towel? Can you give me a beach towel? I said, what color was a white beach towel? I look online. The only white beach towel there is a City Connect beach towel, which costs like $32 from Fanatics. I'm like, all right, I'll get you a beach towel. So I get it, and I've had it, and I'm like, okay, Nicole, you have to go. He's demanded that you come. Okay. And she goes, all right, well, I've got a lot of stuff to do. So I said, okay, we'll get in, we'll get out, we'll be fine. And I take Gilbert, his first thing I come in, I have to wake him up. He's like, and I got this little gray little beard I've got on right now. He woke up, his eyes are all bleary and red. He goes, who are you? I said, I'm Lance. He goes, oh, hey, Lance. Hey, where's Nicole? And like she goes, hi, Gilbert, from behind. I said, what's up, Gilbert? I brought you this beach towel. He goes, yeah, I already got 2 beach towels already anyway. I said, what do you mean? He goes, back there. I said, where'd you get those beach towels? He goes, yeah, my cousin gave them to me anyway. Got 2 beach towels anyway. I said, okay. Well, here's number 3 for when you go to the beach.
Well, hold on.
And he ain't going to any beaches.
He ain't going. Where's Gilbert going to a beach?
He ain't going anywhere but Sharpview.
All right. Well, let's continue the story on the other side so we don't get too far behind. We got Lance and Nicole visiting Gilbert. It's on the other side.
I don't think I'm going
Do
back.
not go anywhere.
I may not go
cannot
back.
miss this. Can't miss this. All right. It's Friday. It's a holiday show. Okay. But you got to think about your business. You are in your car right now, headed to whatever business it is. If you're the CEO, the CFO, or you're whatever, you're the GM, whatever you are, you're thinking about your business. Business isn't okay. Business is good, but there's for some reason you're not making as much money as you possibly can. Maybe it's the way that you're doing things. Maybe you're trying to do your payroll. Maybe you're trying to do your taxes, and it's costly. And maybe you're doing your own HR and you're making mistakes, whatever the case may be. Your 401k isn't great. Your employees are leaving because you don't have a good 401k or medical or insurance or all of the other things that your employees, that attract employees to your business. All of these things. Or you've got an admin company that you're like, man, this is expensive. What are we doing? This has really turned out to be a lot more expensive than we thought it was going to be. Well, HRP is here for you. Let them give you a free evaluation of what's going on at your business, okay? And see if they can help you. They might be able to save you money and that goes right to the bottom line. The bottom line is the bottom line. Are you successful? Are you doing it right? Are you doing it well? Because HRP is. So if you're looking for a great way to maybe restart your business and say, wow, let's take a look at it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When last we left you, Lance Zerline and Nicole Zerline went to visit Gilbert yesterday at his facility, and I put facility in quotation marks. It's not good. Woke him up. Gilbert said, "Oh,
He really didn't care that I came, honestly. He wanted me to bring something and bring him his towel and to bring him my wife.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted. Yeah. I'm not even lying. Here's the first picture. So I sent you and Dell the first picture. I got to send him in a series of pictures, and Dell's always good at describing things. So I'm going to let Dell describe the first picture. So Gilbert, it turns out, had two other beach towels waiting for me to see. I'm like, oh, he's already got beach towels. I just spent damn near $40 on this beach towel.
Seems like the beach towel was simply a convention to get you in the building.
Well,
your wife in the building, at least.
So he's like, hey, how many kids do you have, Nicole? And she said, how old are they? And he's like, conversational. I'm like, okay, Gilbert knows how to, ask
small talk
questions and get the small talk going. And like, oh yeah. And we're, and then he tells me, she said, do you want us to help you get into your bed? He goes, no, I don't sleep there anymore anyway. She said, why not? And I couldn't really understand his reasoning. It stops right there. I don't know if he meant the bed wouldn't elevate higher so he could watch his games or what. She said, do you just sleep in this chair? He goes, yeah, I sleep in this recliner. Hey, you get a hold of Mattress Mac, you get me a recliner anyway, get a free recliner anyway. And I said, well, let's call John. I said, John's got his number, I think. Let's give him a call. So I FaceTimed you, and he was going to hit you with his request right off the bat.
Yeah.
And then you didn't answer, so the recliner talk kind of cooled down for now. It cooled down a little bit, Gilbert getting a free recliner. And then he's like, then he goes, you bring me I need to get an Astros hat with a star on it. I said, okay. I mean, it's just immediate onslaught of requests. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. I know Tiger brought you that hat. He had his Texans AFC South hat on. And I'm like, oh yeah, Tiger brought you that. One of the listeners brought you that free hat previously. He goes, yeah, now Gilbert right now has a big container full of chips and just a lot of chips. Let me just put it this way. Gilbert's got a lot of chips in that room and a whole peanut butter crackers that were all empty. But and then the guy next to him is saying, excuse me, but I believe I could really use a diaper change. And I'm like, okay, well, and my wife said, okay, sir, we're going to really try to help you. And my wife was like, if she was dying, she was really upset that the nurses weren't coming in. And so Gilbert he goes, yeah, I'll call him. So, and she said, how do you call him? He goes, yeah, you just push this button. So instead of Gilbert pushing a button, just pushing a button and letting go. I've been in a hospital before. You push a button, it goes beep and alerts them, and they call back to you. Gilbert holds it for about 30 seconds. And all I could think of was, well, this one ain't coming. They're mad at Gilbert.
You think that's the first time he's done that?
No. And I said, you only have to push it once, Gilbert, right? Do you have to hold it? He goes, yeah, I hold it to make sure they know. I'm like, okay. So all I could think of was it's just not a great trip. But it got worse. So then we were finally getting ready to get, and Alan, keep trying to get his roommate, attention because he needs help. And I'm getting kind of pissed at the nurses. And then Gilbert goes, hey. I said, well, we got to get going, Gilbert. We got a plumber coming because I had to have Aqueduct come over for one of the bathrooms. And he goes, hey, what do you think? You get a recliner from Mattress Mac. I said, I'll see, Gilbert. I don't know Mattress Mac, but John knows him really well. And I said, let's just see if John can call him and see what he can do. But I can't really guarantee anything on that one. And he goes, yeah, I bet you and John buy me a recliner then. And my wife, and now that's my wife's money now he's messing with. And she goes, oh, Gilbert, those are really expensive. Recliners are really expensive. Yeah. Maybe you just buy me a recliner then. Like,
Yeah, Gilbert said, "Don't tell me how big the waves are."
That's what
Yeah,
he
bring
did.
the
And he
ship
went to the card again. And I just
Bring
looked at my
the
wife
ship
like, this is
in.
what, and she was amazed at all the pictures. She said, Gilbert, how did you get a picture with Muhammad Ali? And he goes, yeah, just ask him anyway. I'm like, okay. She said, but where did you see him? Card show. Then she said, who's this? He goes, that's Caitlin Smith. That's Kate. Was Kate Smith?
Kate?
No, that's Jacqueline Smith. Charlie's
Oh.
Angels anyway. You don't know that show? She goes, oh, I didn't even realize that was from, and then he goes, that's Johnny Mathis. That's Mary Lou Retton. He's showing pictures. I said, where's your other pictures? You got a lot of pictures of other people too. He goes, yeah, I tore them all up. And I just said, I don't want to go down that road. I don't really care what happened. And then it happened. Then Gilbert, I said, well, Gilbert, we got to get running. And so I reached out to shake his hand, shook his hand. I said, you mind if we take a picture? He goes, yeah, go ahead. So I sat behind him. I stood behind his chair. We took a picture. There's the towel right there. And that was it. He goes, yeah. Well, I get a picture with Nicole. Get a picture with Nicole anyway. And I said, okay.
Oh,
so I got my camera out to get the picture. And I said, go ahead and take the picture. So I've sent you guys the first picture.
Yep.
Okay. You see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
That's the same as my picture. Same as my picture. Then Gilbert said, that's not good enough.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
That's not good enough. So he demanded this picture that I just sent you guys. Now, Dell, you can describe the next picture.
So the first picture, as you say, is Gilbert in his famed recliner, and Nicole's behind him, smiling and just leaning over so her face can be in the photo because Gilbert's not standing up. To your point, that wasn't good enough for Gilbert. So now Nicole
asked for another picture,
Nicole
but decided to change. He said, yeah, you need to come over here by me.
Nicole is now not behind the recliner. She's to the side with Gilbert while Gilbert still sits in his chair, and he puts his arm around her.
Right.
And look, he's making moves. And if you're just going to honor requests, he's just going to keep asking.
Well, and quite frankly, you're just sitting there watching.
I didn't want to I didn't want to do this thing that you're doing.
Nervous. I got very nervous during this whole encounter.
What do you mean by nervous?
Then he goes, let me get a hug.
Oh.
And I'm like,
oh no. Oh wow.
So
There's an
she
escalation.
gave him a quick hug. He goes, no, let me get another hug. Come in here. Get in here. And I'm like, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to watch his hands.
This was the inevitable conclusion to you.
I just sent
him
you guys,
requesting your wife.
Yeah, I know. I sent you the second picture. Now,
there's a third.
Picture, there's a hug, and I sent you another picture. Now, it's one of those live
photos.
Joints.
Okay.
Now, Dell, I don't know. Oh, yeah, you got iPhone.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hold it and watch how now you can hear him. He goes. He
makes a noise.
He says something like, come in closer. Like he keeps trying to get it real. And watch how his head starts trying to go towards the chest.
Oh.
If you hold it, you see the actual video itself.
I've seen. Yeah, it's he's making a move.
Yeah, he's making a move. Gilbert made a move on my wife 100%. And she's like, oh, that's enough. And she goes, let me get one more. She goes, no, that's enough, Gilbert. That's enough hugs. Because she knew. And I was already to the point like, am I going to have to step in? Like, am I going to have to confront Gilbert? I don't want to have to do that here.
Either that or just watch.
And all I could think of was when Gilbert used to tell us in the 80s he had to go to Austin. It was a dark time. He didn't want to talk about it. And I'm like, oh, no. I left Sharpview just not feeling good. I felt violated.
You brought that man a towel that he didn't need, clearly.
I brought him a towel that he didn't need.
But what he needed.
Because it was a ruse to get my wife into
the room. Get your wife into the room. He was like, because he couldn't just say.
Yeah. Can I get a picture? Yeah. Nicole, let me get a picture. No, not back there. Come over here closer. And then he puts his arm around her. Oh, you can see in the picture.
Yeah, I did see that. And then he got a hug.
And that hug wasn't good enough. He goes, no, come in here closer to here. She goes, oh, Gilbert, that should be good enough. He goes, well, I need one more hug. She goes, okay. Reluctantly, the second hug. And then he tried to get even friendlier. And then he asked for a third hug. And she's like, nah, we got to get going.
You're going to have to draw a line at some point.
She asked me, she said, how does Gilbert? I said, Nicole, you don't. She said, how does Gilbert get all those pictures? I said, because he's the big relentless. I said, John took him to it wasn't even, it was Minute Maid by then. I said, John took him to Minute Maid Park to meet. He got his own tour and met Roger Clemens. I said, the listeners gave him $1,000. it's literally, I don't know how this happens. I said, he made it into a PGA event. He rode his bike to a PGA event or rode his bike on a bus. I don't know how he did it, but he has his bike with him. And John, you remember this. We were at the PGA Championship or whatever it was. We were in some event and we were on the patio of the.
It was the Tour Championship.
It was a Tour Championship. We're on the patio of the actual country club locker room where they eat breakfast. Golfers, professional golfers, and Gilbert just rolls up into the set. I don't know. He never got caught. I don't know how
Never
security
got
didn't
stopped.
stop. Like, this is a second checkpoint. The security somehow missed him.
Yeah.
And Gilbert's just rolling around the course wherever he wants. I said, I don't know how it happens, Nicole. He gets what he wants. And if he doesn't, I said, I got a picture.
I can tell you this right now. He ain't getting no recliner. Okay.
Well,
he ain't
wait a
getting
minute
no
now.
recliner. The answer, Gilbert, is no.
Well, wait a minute. Mattress Mac needs to give him one.
See, no, he wants me and you to buy it for him.
Well, that ain't happening.
Yeah,
If Mattress Mac wants to give him one, that's fine. It's not stopping there, but
while you were continuing your conversation, I was contemplating the pictures you sent. I mean,
they're just concerned. My wife said, "Don't post those."
Yeah, well, of course. In the thread that for us, it's whatever. But if you put these on a site, they belong in a category.
What category?
Wife loses man to, husband loses wife to whatever you want to describe Gilbert as.
You think Gilbert's got that game?
Well, from the photos,
my wife was incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, but you can't tell from the photos.
She'll never go back.
Yeah, well,
but she felt very bad, and she's always liked Gilbert. She listens. She's not always happy with some of the things John and you say to Gilbert.
Me?
Yeah. You two specifically.
Okay.
But she I think she realized that, as DMX once said, this is not a game.
No. This ain't no game.
It's not a game.
It ain't a game.
If you walk into once you step into the world,
you're
of
in his
money,
lair.
You are in. Let me tell you something. It is not a game, and you've seen it. We've seen enough movies and shows to recognize when you have all of a sudden like, oh my God, why does this guy have a lampshade made of human skin?
Gilbert is not.
He's not Buffalo Bill. I'm just giving you an example of this is not a.
You are in his. There's
when
no
you
question.
have crossed over and you realize, oh man, I'm not comfortable right now.
All right, we got a break. That was Gilbert yesterday.
Yeah.
If you guys want to give him a recliner, give us a call 713-780.
No, seriously. If somebody wants to buy him a recliner, that would be an incredible move.
You're more than
you
welcome
could write
to.
it off.
Yeah. It's
it
a
doesn't have to be
charitable donation.
It does look like a rather comfortable recliner he has right now.
He's
not. And if you give him one that you think you're going to get away with giving him some cheapskate recliner, it's not going to go well for you.
And if he
randomly said that too,
and if he randomly asks you if you have a wife, say no.
Just say no.
Yeah.
Just say, she's ugly. You wouldn't like her.
Just
say she's ugly. You wouldn't like her.
Yeah.
He just wants a pretty girl to come visit him and give him hugs.
Yeah.
Multiple hugs.
Yeah.
Get in here closer. I'm like,
Get in
I'm
here
right,
closer.
I'm right here, Gilbert.
He didn't care.
He didn't care.
You already honored all the requests. He just assumed you just sit there and let whatever he wanted to happen.
At this point, he doesn't care. Like, he's like, what is he going to do to me?
You could say, listen, Gilbert, I'm gay, but I don't have any idea how Gilbert would react to that, okay? Because he's reacted to other things not well.
He's not always
culturally
sensitive,
correct.
Yes.
No, he's not sensitive to other people's needs. We got a break right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about Champion Energy. I got to talk about your electricity bill. It's up because of all the hot weather. I mean, you got to have your air conditioner on all day, every day. Doesn't stop. So what's your bill like? It's incredible. It's outrageous. Well, guess what? It can be lowered. It can be less. Yeah, mine is less. I don't know how much money I've saved over the years because of Champion Energy, but I have. I've been with them 17, 18 years now. It's just so good. So good to have Champion Energy on your side. If you're somebody that is sick of your electricity bill, champion.energy/1560. Let's go. I mean, I'm serious. Check it out. Get champion.energy/1560, and you're going to see savings. Champion.energy/1560.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Sean on YouTube chat said, Gilbert's like Forrest Gump if he only wanted free stuff.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of accurate. He has met a lot of people. I did have to tell my wife, I said, hey, just so you know, and it makes more sense now, Gilbert did have a protective order put on him by Janet Shamblin.
Yeah.
Newscaster in Houston, even though she called for his birthday and wished him happy birthday and was really nice. But that was from far away.
Yeah. Give me another hug. Whoa, that's enough.
Hey, didn't Wendy get a lot of phone calls from him too?
Oh my God, every day he called Wendy. Every day he called Wendy.
So my wife said, how did he get her number? I said, Nicole, I don't know how he does half the stuff.
He at the work number. That's,
Yeah. And I did ask, I said, Gilbert, what's the longest you've ever ridden your bicycle? He goes, I don't bicycle anymore. My legs don't work so good anymore anyway. I said, not now, ever. San Jacinto Monument. I said, you rode your bicycle to the San Jacinto Monument? He goes, yeah. And I had to go back anyway. And I said, well, yeah. He goes, that was a long way.
No wonder his legs don't work too well anymore.
No, I bet at one point he had like thighs like Earl Campbell.
How about what? Okay, Utah, Danny Ainge. What did you expect? Ace Bailey has not reported yet. So I mean, he wouldn't talk to any other teams. He wanted to go to Washington. He showed up in that outfit with boots on. So Jonathan Givony is on ESPN, and he's explaining the
NBA draft, one of the NBA draft guys.
Yeah. He's an NBA draft guy. But did you not see? I mean, I know you. Hey, I don't care what the kid says. Okay, I know the agent saying, you know what the agent's saying. The kid wouldn't come visit. We don't care. We're going to draft him. Mm-hmm. Utah, of all places, to draft Ace Bailey. I don't want to say malcontent, but I'm going to do what I want to do guy.
He feels like
I'm going to play where I want to play.
He's a kind of an NIL.
Okay, where would Utah rate? Where does Utah rate in places Ace Bailey wants to play?
30th? That would be last.
It has to be dead last. Has to be. Yes. Here is Jonathan Givony on the situation.
As many of our viewers might be aware, Ace Bailey did not conduct a single known visit or workout with an NBA team. He was clearly determined to steer himself to a team outside the top five. Many around the NBA believe that to be the Washington Wizards. I was told that his agent, Omar Cooper, told at least one team in the top five before the draft that his client will not report if they decide to draft him. Now, the Utah Jazz selected him regardless of all this. And now the big question is, are we going to see him in Utah anytime soon? I asked Omar Cooper his thoughts on his client's future in Utah, and he declined to answer those questions. He told me there's nothing uncommon about Ace Bailey's pre-draft process. 18 teams interviewed him. They all saw him work out at the NBA draft combine. They all have his medicals, his measurements. He's not the first player to decline or cancel workouts, which is absolutely true. Now, a press conference is scheduled in the near future for Ace Bailey, and Walter Clayton. We're all going to see what comes of that if we get any more answers from Ace Bailey about what happened the past few months.
I really appreciate that.
Me too. It actually is extremely unusual.
Yeah.
Declining to work out for a certain team is one thing. Declining to work out for any of the 5 teams, meeting with the team, he declined a lot of stuff. He basically tried to manipulate the draft. I'm telling you now, you are going to see pushback from NBA and NFL teams on guys who stop doing stuff. You're going to start seeing some. You're going to start seeing some pushback.
It's not unprecedented. I mean,
well, how
in
he
the
handled
NFL, I'm not going to this team. I'm not going to that.
No,
team.
it's a little unprecedented to say, all right, this top 5, none of y'all can have me. I'm going to make sure I don't go. Like, he pushed it further than I've ever seen it push.
Yeah.
And actually, NFL teams these players do meet with every team that asks for him at the
Well,
combine
let's face
and things
it,
like that.
He wasn't
this is
going
only
to be
NBA
one
where this happens.
He wasn't going to be 1 or 2, right? He wasn't going to be 1 or 2. He probably falls into 5. I don't know that the Sixers. I don't know. Did the Sixers want? We don't know. We don't know that. He probably fell where he was supposed to. Unfortunately, it was Utah, and
There's a lot of talk.
Walter Clayton showed up. He did, and Ace Bailey hasn't.
Yeah, Utah has, because they don't want it out there that their top pick isn't going to show up. So they said, well, we expect them here by Monday because that's when practice starts for Summer League. Normally, the guys fly in the next day because you do the presser, you hold up the jersey. Hey, look, first round pick. You answer questions. He did not show up. He's not there, at least as of last night, for that particular press conference. So now hey, he'll be here by Monday when we start the practice. But when you're the top 5 pick, you're supposed to be there to do the photos and all those things.
This is a strange. This is not necessarily unusual. It does happen, it's a little unusual. It doesn't happen a lot, but there are some players who will just go from team to team in high school. Like the high school stuff is not. They're going from team to team to team to team. Then in college now, if you play college, even for that year, you can play one, and if you want to be a free agent every year, you can be a free agent every year. And now they're trying to push it into the league where you're just a free agent. You get to go wherever you want, really whenever you want. So it's your own choice where you want to play in high school, in college, and now in the pros. And it's just not going to work, as it's bad for the business model of trying to have the continuity and the parity in the league. The parity is what drives basketball and football. It's a good thing to have all the teams have a chance to win. Potentially, there's obviously a disadvantage once you get to first free agency. There's going to be a disadvantage if they don't want to live there, and that's how it works. But it's not for all of eternity that you have to play in a place, and it's a good thing for their model. Or it turns into baseball where, realistically, there's teams with just gigantic advantages, just like we see in college football now, where that advantage is becoming more pronounced.
But I know it shouldn't be this way, but if you're Utah, shouldn't you have some self-awareness? I mean, honestly, okay, we're not going to let this kid dictate, but man, oh man, what a pain in the ass he's going to be. And listen, it's not for everybody. It's just not for everybody. And maybe they don't want to admit that they have to take a decline in talent. Okay, we're going to take the best player that we think, the guy who's the best player. But man, it's got to be a fit too. I mean, you got to have a locker room that is going to be, cohesive. And Ace Bailey seems to me like a guy. He's shown you who he is. Why would you, if you're Danny Ainge? I don't care. I'm going to take that guy. Well, guess what? Now you're getting this, and you're probably going to get this for the next 4 years.
Yeah. Does Ace Bailey have the Steve Francis gene, where you think I'm playing? Yeah. Because everyone just assumes he'll show up because of his contract that's laid out for him, and if he doesn't do it, then he has to re-enter the draft next year.
There's gonna be some listeners who maybe weren't watching, maybe too young. Tell them what happened with Steve in Vancouver.
Well, let me explain to you.
First of all, tell them about there used to be a team in Vancouver.
Let me explain to you that at one point the Grizzlies resided in Vancouver. There were actually 2 Canada teams. That has since changed, of course, with the Grizzlies being in Memphis. But Steve Francis, the Rocket legend that he is, wasn't supposed to be a Rocket. He was supposed to be a Grizzly. He made it clear, I'm not interested in playing in Vancouver. I don't want anything to do with that franchise. I don't care that Big Country was there. I think that big country might have been there. I want to play in America. I don't want to play in Canada. And the Grizzlies like, oh well, you're the best prospect at that spot for us. We're taking you. And Steve Francis's face when he was drafted showed he wanted nothing to do with Vancouver.
Sad face. He had Eli face.
It was clear from the jump, and it was a problem from the jump. And he never played a game for Vancouver because he told him, "You think I'm playing? I'm not playing. I'm not playing for you guys." And they eventually traded him to the Rockets. We have not seen that since in the NBA, where a team went expressly against a guy's wishes and the guy followed through on being a problem for that team. So that's why I said, does Ace Bailey have that Steve Francis in him where he's like, look, Utah, you think I'm playing, but what is he, like 18, 19? I will sit out a year before I play for you.
Everybody in basketball would love it if the Jazz hold firm and they sit out, but the Jazz are losing their pick. Like, unless the NBA gave them another compensatory pick at the same exact spot, the Jazz are just losing. Like, the Jazz would probably Danny Ainge would love to say, you know what, we're not going to let players push us around like this. This is the way this is collectively bargained forever. It's best for our league. We're going to pay him well, blah, blah, blah. We're going to sit tight and we're not going to let you win. The problem is you give up your 5th pick of the draft if he goes into, and at this age, he might decide to. He can't go to college now. No, he already played in college. He can't go back to college.
He could go to like Europe or something.
He can go to Europe and
for a year.
Yeah, no, this is him sitting out is, I think, a very likely, because he has Europe as an option.
He'll have
really
options
anywhere. It's a very likely scenario that he never plays for the Jazz.
Again, I mean, on Twitch and YouTube, it's like, ain't no black guy wants to go to Utah. Well, yeah, no duh. I mean, Donovan Mitchell left for Cleveland. Cleveland is a better option for guys than Utah.
Cody says, such an idiot. Salt Lake is 10 times better than Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, okay, depends on your perspective. It's very clean. The people are very friendly. There's some good hiking in and around the area. But if you want to get your things off, it's not going to be in Salt Lake.
No,
you got
Salt Lake ain't for everybody, brother.
You can get those things going in Cleveland way easier. And for a 19-year-old basketball player, I don't know that Salt Lake really slaps as hard.
No. Ain't about that life, that Salt Lake life.
No, it's a nice place.
It is beautiful.
Park City's a really beautiful place. Yeah, and the people are really nice. You know, unless you're an opposing basketball player who comes in.
A-holes.
Yeah, then there can be some really terrible. The terrible side comes out, but living there for a young person, that likes to drink and party. It's not a place really for you.
I'll tell you, it wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. I went there when the Rockets were playing the Jazz, and I was like, oh, this is really pretty. I can't wait to get out of here.
Well, you were only there for a couple of days.
Yeah, I know. And
imagine being there for 4 years.
No, thank you. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Come on in, hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. Our Astros swept the Phillies yesterday. 2-1 was your final. Hunter Brown was awesome, but so was Sanchez. Holy crap, what a pitching performance by both of those guys. 11 strikeouts, 9 strikeouts. And it just looked like they were throwing wiffle balls up there. It was just a good baseball game. That was just a good series. Not if you're Philadelphia. They finally scored after how many innings did they go? They went 18, 25. They went at least 25 innings without scoring a run. And I don't know how many it was before.
No. Yeah, 7:25. Yeah, they didn't score till the 8th.
Yeah, they didn't score till the 8th. And I don't know the game before how many innings it was before they scored. But
5-1, and that's not a slappy Philly lineup either.
No, it's not a slappy Philly lineup.
It's a tough
That's
team.
a first-place team you just swept.
This was a World Series revenge game. And you had all the World Series components there in place. You had Isaac
we
Paredes,
won the World
Cam
Series, though.
Smith. All the most famous 22 World Series players were all in one place at one time for the Astros.
Right. Now you got the Cubs coming in, and they're playing good baseball. You're going to get a tribute videos to both Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley. You'll see that as we go. We had how about yesterday? A day game at 37,000 out there on a Thursday afternoon. That's nice. Good on us. I mean, that's nice. And you got the Cubs with 2 night games, and then a 7:10, 6:15, and then a 1:10 Sunday game. And you got Walter, Gusto, and Valdez, Horton, Ray, and Tylon. And Tylon has been a pain in the ass, so that'll be Valdez and Tylon will be a good game.
So I gotta play this for you. I pulled it yesterday. I saw it yesterday. It's from Baseball Baddies, something like that. It's some kind of.
It's an Instagram account, Baseball Baddies.
Yeah,
I think
it's an Insta account, and this girl, it turns out she's a Yankees fan. And this was done just yesterday. I think it was before the Astros got their 2-1 win, but it may have been after. But I think it was before, when the Astros would shut out the Phillies for 2 straight games, and the Astros are sitting there in first place, just doing what they do. And I want you to listen to this. This is.
But hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. It is from the account Baseball for Baddies. The woman in question.
Yeah.
Would you classify her as a baddie?
No.
Okay.
And if I'm being honest, that's why I'm not sure about
what is this about now?
It's about the Astros.
It's an Instagram. It's a girl, woman.
It's a baseball account for women.
Okay.
For baddies.
And
that's why I asked: is the woman in question a baddie?
I didn't when I saw it, and I watched
describe her,
I watched other videos.
No, I don't want to describe
like
it.
plain, very plain.
No, John. Oh well, there it is. Very plain is what he said.
Like it's not terrible. Just is Dell's not gonna risk it all for her.
Give me a weight estimate.
Well, she's not. No, she's not a big girl, as you would say.
She's just a plain Jane.
I would just say, well,
she's just a baseball fan.
What do the kids say? Got big back?
No,
she's not a big back. No, she doesn't have big back energy or whatever the kids say.
Why are you coming after? What's her weight? Give me a guess.
It's John.
Why do you think?
I'm just saying.
You said she's not a baddie.
John, I'm just saying, if you were, in HEB and she walked by, you wouldn't go, "Oh, that's a baddie." Is what Lance
you
is
just
saying.
keep on walking.
Would she be innocent or guilty in my court?
I don't know. Well, you would say eat a sandwich, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay,
no,
okay.
he would.
No.
She would do time.
I'm gonna
100%.
Would it be hard time?
Nah, not a long-term deal, but she would have to go for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, John. Maybe you give her probation. I don't know.
You might. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But here is the baddie in question on the Astros.
I am just here to remind everyone that the Houston Astros are inevitable. Someone explained to me how this offseason we all said the dynasty is over, right? Texas Rangers, they have an easy shot at the AL West. maybe the Seattle Mariners if they have their offense figured out. But somehow Espada has gotten this team to first place in the AL West with a 5-game lead in the division. 5 games. Mind you, this was after they lost Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker this offseason, and their best power hitter, Yordan Alvarez, is still injured. They are 13-5 in the month of June. Obviously, Jeremy Pena has been playing like an all-star. Cam Smith has been one of the more underrated rookies this season. And you know what it is? I think I figured it out. I don't know what they do in Houston, but it's like they have an endless supply of pitching. It's like it doesn't matter if somebody goes on the IL or somebody gets Tommy John. Any person they call up, I'm like, oh no, they're a great pitcher. Oh no, it doesn't matter. They have the second best record in the American League, only behind the Detroit Tigers. And I am sitting here as a Yankees fan going, I will never be able to escape this team. Like for was the year I said, I don't even think they're going to make the postseason. Like there's no way. I think we're good, guys. I don't have to be traumatized in the ALCS. No, it's like they field these players and they lose their big stars and they're still somehow always okay. Will it ever end? Please tell me.
Apparently it won't.
It won't.
I mean,
Sorry.
nothing makes me happier than when a
Yankee
fan from another team, but especially Yankees, admit that this is like a national nightmare for them, like a nightmare that will never stop.
Yeah,
I got so happy with those videos 2 years ago when Altuve was bombing away in the 9th inning, where it was the videos of John Boy and somebody else, and they're watching like, oh God, it's Altuve. And it's the 9th inning, and Altuve goes yard on him. I think it was right before the All-Star game when the remember that when the Yankees had won 2 of the first 3, and then
that was
the
a couple
last
years
game.
ago, I think.
Yeah, that was at least 20. I think it was 22. Yeah, I think it was a 22 season when we were in the World Series, and and watching everyone melt down because Altuve wrecked them again, the Yankees. It's like a great feeling because I've been on the other side of that. Like, oh no, it's Ron Gant, or oh no, it's Luis Pujols, and they are like, oh no, it's Jose Altuve. It's a great feeling, and listening to a Yankee fan like that just say, the Astros are inevitable. I thought this was the year. Well, we all did, but I'm happy to say that it does not at this particular juncture appear to be that year where they just go bye-bye. You know, maybe they will in the playoffs and maybe they fall apart in the second half. But for right now, they look like just the same old garden variety Astros problem that you usually have.
Same old. Only better. So she mentioned Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman gone. Do you know after 81 games, we were at the halfway point of the season. Do you know what the record was last year with Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman on this team?
Worse.
How
a lot worse. A lot worse because we were talking trade deadline moves potentially sending a player.
Yeah, what was their record?
I mean, I would guess they were like 2 games under 500.
They were 1 game under 500.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. With an odd number, it's an uneven number. So an odd
that's
number
right,
of games. Yeah. They are 15 games over 500 right now. 15 games over 500. They were 1 game under 500. Okay. That is, and that's with, and look, I mean, she mentioned Cam. Cam is, I mean, it might be Jacob Wilson's award already. Did you see what Jason, we're
going to need an injury.
What Jacob Wilson credits his success, baseball success to?
Video games?
Fortnite.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
How's that connection? I thought he was going to say MLB The Show or something.
No, Fortnite. He says with the quick reaction that you have to have playing Fortnite, that's brought. You have to have the quick reaction at the plate.
So the guys from S2, one of the guys, Brandon Alley, who created the S2, he told me that video games actually can have a positive impact on some players. Certain video games.
Tyler Murray just said thank you.
I know.
Thank you. He's gonna be the next Jacob Wilson. Kyler Murray is, because of his great Fortnite abilities. Yeah. No. He's playing Fortnite. Forget studying film. I am going to react better to safeties and linebackers because of Fortnite. Yeah.
Okay.
Jacob Wilson said so. So, bingo, rookie of the year. Boom. Watch Kyler Murray just explode this year. Watch him. Watch and learn. All right.
He's already had his chances.
713-780-3776.
They had to tell him he can't keep playing games. He's gotten as good as he can be off video games. Now they need him to do real football.
Well, he wouldn't be as good as he is if he didn't play video games. Okay, so
is there
and
another
maybe he-
quarterback in the league that is less like in fantasy football? Yeah, he's fine in fantasy. In real football, he's okay. It's like Kyler Murray's just the purgatory of quarterbacks. You got to pay him way more than you want to. Doesn't have a huge impact on winning. Makes some cool plays here and there. Does some has some decent fantasy football value from, but not always. He misses some games. It's like Kyler's just like, if I'm in Arizona and I'm just, oh man. I mean, it's fine, but I wish it were better.
Mm-hmm. Could be Clayton Tune.
Well, that's a
there's
choice.
that. It could be Zadok Jewelers that you go to.
Yeah, it could be Zadok Jewelers. If you're lucky, you do go to Zadok Jewelers. And when you go to the website, you see everything that you need to see from the Zadok collection. They've got a separate section that says Zadok collection, and you can check out the necklaces, paperclip, pendant, tennis necklaces. The earrings are climbers and cuffs, the drop, the hoops, the huggies, the studs. You don't even know what all that means. I just know this. I don't either. I know what some of them mean, but not all of them. And I know that when I go into Zadok, I can have one of the people who works there tell me everything because they're experts in every single field. They have someone who can help you. For example, with those luxury watches on the women's side or the men's side, they buy, they sell, and they trade luxury watches. So for people who are in that game, who love luxury watches, maybe they have one, maybe they have two. You know, they're very smart people. They're sharp in that sense, and so they'll go in and they recognize, hey, I want to move to this type of watch. And some of these watches are also purchased because they appreciate and value, and so they're investments. And Zadok Jeweler said, yeah, let's come on in and let's talk. Let's talk and let's see if we can't find you a unique piece that is going to really appreciate in value. Maybe you just want to wear it. You just want to flex your awesome watch. Well, Zadok Jewelers can help make it a reality for you. The experts there can help you find something that's in your price range and that is going to look awesome. And they can, and they can educate you on the watch and the history of the watch. They have certified technicians in there for every type of watch where they can fix your timepieces for you and get them rolling again. Make sure that you head in for anything and everything you need jewelry wise. It's the coolest store you're going to find in Houston. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard with over 28,000 square feet at Zadok Jewelers. 808 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jump on in. John will be with us in a second when he puts his headphones back on.
I put my headphones on.
Oh, he's frozen on the video. He was just frozen.
Not anymore.
No. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
Many people were wondering when you were going to put your headphones on.
Many people wondering about headphones.
Who's a better GM right now? Sam Presti. I got into a little squabble yesterday. Sam Presti or Brad Stevens in terms of team builder. Brad Stevens of the Celtics, Sam Presti of Oklahoma City. Obviously, you could consider
Rafael
recency.
Stone.
Okay, or Rafael. Well, Rafael hadn't won a championship. Those two guys have won championships. I can't put Rafael.
Oh,
in there.
I didn't know we were in a
I think
category.
Rafael wanted James to come back. That always lurks. Like, I like a lot of the moves Rafael has made. I think he wanted James back. Like, that hurts my heart. I can't get that. I can't wash that feeling out of my life that he made. No, it was. Ime had to stop it.
I honestly don't know how much
Rafael is a noted James Harden lover. He was from the school of Daryl Morey.
Yeah. He was there those years under Daryl. Yeah.
I mean, he did move, James, but he also had to. There was really no choice.
I'm telling you, they still like James. James's number. They're going to retire James's number when he retires.
That's fine.
The organization likes James.
James is the greatest Rocket that's ever played. That's what many people are saying.
James is one of the greatest Rockets that's ever played.
I know that's. I'm saying that as a joke. It's obviously Olajuwon, but
he's up there.
If you're just being completely objective, James is 2. Moses Malone didn't play here long enough. Mo was great, did not play here long enough. Definitely in Ralph Sampson. No. You have. I mean, Olajuwon's teammates were somewhat transient, and they weren't all-time greats. Elvin Hayes didn't play here long enough. Tracy McGrady and Yao didn't play long enough. They didn't have enough success.
So this is a thing going on.
It's easily James Harden.
With Dwayne Wade, where he made comments, I'm the greatest Heat player ever, but I'm not the greatest player to ever play for the Heat. He says LeBron is that guy, but I'm the greatest Heat player. Is James the second greatest Rocket?
Yeah.
But is he the second greatest player to play for the Rockets?
Probably.
Where do you rank Barkley?
Well, Barkley and Drexler and Pippen. I mean, they have 3, but just such short-term runs.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. Yeah. James is the second greatest Rocket, but is he the second greatest player to ever play for the Rockets?
I'm trying to be objective because I don't like James the person. I'm not a big fan, but James the basketball player, if you're objective, is really, really talented.
Is he better than Drexler or Pippen?
I think he might be. You know, Clyde, and I love Clyde from the time I watched him at Phi Slamma Jamma as a freshman when he was there. I followed Clyde his whole career. He was my guy. But the reality is Clyde was not and everything can't be about today's stats. Like, you can't just say his 3-point shooting percentage. It cannot. You got to work within the construct of how the game was played then. And that Clyde was great at getting steals. He was not a great defender. He's still better than James was as a defender. As a passer, Clyde was a pretty good passer. James was a playmaker who set other people up.
Well, I would put Pippen ahead of Clyde.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I might argue it, but I think that's really, really fair. Clyde had to be a number 1 in Portland. Scotty never had to be a number 1, but Scotty could do a lot.
I wouldn't put if I was ranking NBA players, and I guess I do have a bias because I'm not a big James fan.
You do, but James.
But I would still put Scottie Pippen ahead of him.
Would you put Barkley ahead of him?
You have to. Barkley was better than Pippen. Barkley was a number 1. There's always more pressure on a true 1. He was an MVP. Like, Barkley had to carry a team.
Yeah.
And there's always, Scottie Pippen kind of collapsed and crumbled when there was no Mike.
Not really. He took him to the Eastern Conference Finals.
And then he bailed.
And then
mad at you.
He did take him there.
Well, along with Tony Kukoc.
Yeah.
That he didn't like, at least for that one play. So Barkley's, you mentioned MVP, led his team to a finals against those Bulls. 11-time All-Star. I feel like Barkley's ahead of Drexler and Pippen.
I do too.
As a player.
Yeah, I do too.
So I think he is the second greatest player to ever play for the Rockets. Once again, that's different from second greatest Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, I do think I mean, there are probably a lot of basketball people that would say you guys are nuts. James Harden is a top 15 ever player.
James Harden is a top 5 ever offensive player, more than likely.
Yeah.
If you really get down to it now, and that's when you have to start working on statistics and, to try to normalize. But
don't forget how good he is in the low post.
As the defender, yeah.
But James can get to the basket and finish. James had some 3-point range. James was a phenomenal free throw shooter who could get to the line a ton. James had turnovers, but had a ton of assists. I mean, James, when you take out your personal bias and you're just objective, James Harden is definitely the second best Rocket. And some would argue he's the second best to ever play with the Rockets, ahead of Charles Barkley, Pippen, and Drexler.
I don't remember I wasn't watching basketball because I was barely conscious. Barkley when he's with the Sixers. So I don't know his playoff numbers, but Barkley's run with Phoenix to make the finals.
Phenomenal.
I don't know how you rank James ahead of that guy, considering what he did to get them there as a player overall.
Charles was we're talking about a 6'6" power forward. Yeah, I know he's listed at 6'8" or whatever. He's 6'6" power forward who's on pure heart and gall led the league. Like people see jovial Chuck. They don't realize unless you watch his highlight reels or you actually watch Charles, you don't know how explosive he was. Yeah. He's that Zion. He was the first Zion Williamson.
Somebody said no one is ranking James as a top 50. Listen, people, James Harden as a scorer is one of the best ever. And that puts him in rarefied air in the NBA. I mean, he is a machine offensively.
Do you know Charles?
You have to take the whole package into account, and you have to take the postseason lack of success into account.
Charles Barkley's field goal percentages were stupid. As a rookie, 54%. Next year, 57, 59, 58, 58.
Yeah, but what was his true
60,
shooting?
57. I'll have to find
it.
57,
58, 50.
Well, he shot 26% from 3.
Oh,
but he didn't shoot
a ton. He did take threes?
Yeah, not a ton, though. Like 2.1 per game in 88, 89.
He actually took 2 a game? That's a lot for him.
When one year he took 3.9, he almost took 4 a game with Houston, with the Rockets. His first year with the Rockets. He shot 28% from the field.
And every time he took one, I said, don't.
Yeah, because he shot 28% from 3. He had 1 year where he shot 30. That's a classic example of what are you doing? Like, don't shoot 4 threes a game when you shoot 28%.
So to answer your question, Charles Barkley's true shooting percentage over his career is 61.2. James is 60.8.
Yeah.
So Barkley leads there as well.
He does, but then when you take free throw percentage into account and 3 free throws made, points created, like PER, you can get to that. I don't know. I'd be interested. Barkley may be a little higher,
but
I think on PER.
Let's face it. Barkley was a winner, and Barkley played more defense and rebounds.
He was kind of a winner.
Well, he made the finals.
I know, but people don't. They only call you a winner if you win a championship, and you never won a championship.
Oh, no, he was a winner. He carried teams.
How many championships did he get to?
He made 1 finals, right?
One finals. That's a winner. I'm a little bit. I'm being a little bit.
How many?
Of a devil's advocate here, but he made the finals 1 time.
Well, he played in.
Never won a championship.
He played in the '80s for a bulk of his career. In the East, where you had the Celtics when they were dominant,
really tough,
and the Bulls are rising, and the Pistons were there as well. And then he got to the West, and of course he made the 1 finals. And the West in the '90s.
Portland then.
Yeah, and the West in the '90s was a little more spread out. You didn't have a dominant team in the '90s, but.
Seattle, Portland,
yeah, the good teams.
Seattle,
but I'm talking about
San Antonio.
You didn't have a Bulls version in the West.
No.
You didn't just have a team who was always making finals. So
Houston,
you had different
Seattle,
teams.
San
Houston made it a couple times.
San Antonio wasn't there yet.
No, yes, they were. David
they
Robinson,
were good, but
they were really good.
They were good. Yeah.
No, they were really good. They were supposed to beat the Rockets. They were a 60 some odd win. Were they a 1 seed that year?
I don't remember that
year. Phoenix? So I think Phoenix may have been the 1 seed, but the Spurs were really good. They got David. They actually had a pretty decent team. Then they got David Robinson. I mean, they pulled that crap. They've gotten lucky 3 times.
Tim Duncan. Robinson, Duncan, and then
yeah, they had Robinson, and they got the number 1 seed.
Well,
tanked for Tim Duncan.
So they were a pretty good team.
Yep.
They were a pretty good team in the 90s, too.
You know who's pretty good? Kent Jones. He's pretty good. You know, that conversation was supposed to be about Oklahoma City and Boston, and it devolved into
Oh, yeah.
Remember? Dream rate. This conversation is about Kent Jones, about being a broker. Okay, and I said this a bunch of times. If you're a broker, it's not great, right? Because you're gonna take money. It's gonna be more costly. Well, it couldn't be more opposite when you're talking about a broker for your mortgage. Okay, because Kent Jones doesn't take money out of your pocket. He puts money into your pocket. That broker is probably a bad word because broker has a bad connotation in the world. But brokers are better in this business. 3 out of 10 people are doing it right. They're using a broker. You don't know anything about surveys or titles, or you don't know about agents, and you don't know about their commissions and all of this stuff. You walk in, you sign. Don't do that. All right. Let Kent Jones shop your loan, shop your mortgage, and he's going to get you the best mortgage you possibly can. And then he's got all the hacks for all the surveys and title companies and everything else. He's been doing this for 30 years. Dude knows the game. Okay. He loves helping first-time homeowners and everyone understand how to navigate the process. You probably, listen, this is your third home. You still don't know the process like Kent Jones does. The industry is tricky. He'll show you how to shop. He loves the ESPN 97.5 listeners as well. So if you're in the market for a home, there's one guy you got to call. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm sure this can't be correct, but okay, there is a call. And we're being a little disrespectful to Moses Malone, a 3-time MVP.
He's not the greatest rock. Can't be the second greatest rock because he just didn't stick around long enough. But yeah, as far as Dell's question, though, yeah,
he won 2 MVPs here, though.
Yeah,
2.
How many years did Mo play here? 5?
He played from 1977 to 1982.
Yeah, 5 years.
Yeah, 6. Is that
6 years? 6 years.
6 seasons.
6 seasons.
And one.
I mean, it's worth discussing. It's worth 6 years is kind of to me.
But would he be the second greatest Rocket to play?
Well, now
is he better than Charles Barkley?
By the way, 82 games.
He played all the time.
81 games.
No question.
He reminds me a little Angel Reese, though, with the rebound.
Lance said that during the break.
Yeah,
I said today's NBA fan
would have
called him a
that's what he said.
glorified.
Yeah,
would have called him a glorified Angel Reese because today's basketball fan is really pissy and they're always looking to down players. So I mean, Moses Malone played 41.3 minutes when he won the MVP in 78-79. He averaged 17.6 rebounds a game at 24.8 points, which is actually from a percentage standpoint, it's a really high percentage. He averaged 31 and 31.1 and 14.7 and 81-82.
At 42 minutes per game.
MVP. Oh my God, yeah, 42 minutes.
Played 81 games.
Wow.
I mean, he was a monster. His field goal percentage was 51%. Like, he was famous for. Now, his career field goal percentage, once he hit the age of 27, he came right out of high school and started playing in the ABL. And there's a really great book called Loose Balls by Terry Pluto that talks about the ABL. It was ABA. It was wild in the ABA. Like, guys were pulling guns. It was before Javaris Crittenden and Gilbert Arenas were pulling guns on each other. They've been had that in the ABA. Don't worry about that. Guys came in with mink coats and like they were showing out in the ABA way before the stuff you see now with these pregame fits that they've got to have. Like, the ABA was already doing that. And the St. Louis Spirits, or the Spirit of St. Louis, with Marvin Barnes, and like, read this book and it's pretty wild. But Moses Malone led the league in rebounding 2, 4, 6 different times. But his career field goal percentage, John, was 49%. Very Alperin Şengün. He never hit the 50% mark again after the age of 27. He was just a high volume shooter who would miss a lot. He led the league in offensive rebounds 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 times during his career. He was the first one to grab those me-bounds.
Yeah. Let's get, what is it? Okay, Del.
It's spelled LAS, Las Tragas, TRAYGAS. And I said that to the intern. She did not say that's how. She said that's how you pronounce it. So I'm not sure what's going on here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Las Tragas. ¿Qué pasó?
Oh, well, definitely no poquito español, guys. Long-time listener, third-time caller, but the first few times I was drunk, but, not drunk anymore, so the Lord's blessed me. But I'm definitely a numbers guy, Lance. I
Quitter.
got, deep in the tournament. So I have a question for you. You were right about the Astros. Dana Brown's a good GM, but could we find a better hitting GM? And do you guys know the options we have? Maybe it's trade deadline?
A better hitting GM, a GM to help with finding hitters. Christian Walker, you're not that guy, buddy. You're not that guy. They almost are going to have to look at the trade deadline, unfortunately. I don't want them to have to make moves. But what are you going to do when Christian Walker just can't hit and you're paying him that money? I mean, at some point, you're going to have to potentially find somebody who can step in and start getting at bats. Is this just going to be Christian Walker's just going to be sitting below the 700 mark in OPS all year? Is this just what it is? You're not going to get any help?
I like I said,
I know you keep thinking this magical breakout's going to come.
Yeah.
I mean, historically, you would think there would be that. He is 34 though. He's 34. Yeah. He's got 37 RBIs and 10 home runs right now. His OPS, as we sit here today, is I take it. No, it's 641. It's the lowest it's ever been in his entire career. Is there a regression to the mean? I mean, he did have an 800 OPS last year in Arizona. 830 the year before, 804 the year before that. He was off. He just had a bad year the year before that when he was 30 years old. He had a 696 OPS. He has some years where it's not been great, but for the most part, he's been an 800 OPS player for most of his career. And right now, we're getting the worst of Christian Walker, the worst of his on-base percentage, the worst of his slugging, the worst of his batting average.
Reason, when first basemen
worst.
Come here, I mean, after Yuli, since Yuli, it's been ridiculous. What the hell's happened to the? And he's a good hitter. I think he's going to come around in the second half. I think you're going to get him. You're going to get Jordan. You're going to get better offensively.
His strikeout percentage is the highest it's been since 2018. Basically 18, he had a bad year, but that was only 53 plate appearances. Like, as a pro, this is the worst year he's ever had. And it's really not even close. I mean, I guess the closest you get is 2021. And his strikeout percentage there was 23.8%. Right now, last year is 24.1%, which isn't great that he's back-to-back years. Could this be one of those things where and his walk percentage is the lowest it's been? Like, are we looking at the decline? There's a chance when you look at the small sample size that we're in the midst of the decline. That he last year he showed some signs of maybe. I mean, when you look at the numbers, there were signs potentially that it was coming down a little bit, but not terribly though. Not terribly. Like, nothing that would have said you can't take a chance on him with a contract. I mean, it was his OPS was 803 last year. That's not the worst. Frankly, it's not a lot of signs. I mean, there's some signs in here that potentially he could be going side, but is this one of those things where he's just falling off, just like Abreu is just completely falling off the hill? There's a chance.
There is a chance, but no. No.
So if there's a chance, do you want to
hit? He's going to hit in the second.
If he doesn't, do you just roll with him for the whole year, or do you have a replacement for him ready?
You just roll with it.
Well,
he's not. Listen.
Why do you just roll with it when you've got Yiner and Caratini? I wouldn't just.
Well, Caratini might pick up some more at bats. Yeah.
Yeah, I would play Caratini there.
Yeah, Caratini might pick up some more at bats. Absolutely.
Because Jordan's going to come back, and then he'll be DH. I guess Altuve will still. What happens when Brendan Rodgers comes back?
Second base.
He can't. Where's Altuve play? Full-time left. I guess we're just going full-time left field.
No, Brendan Rodgers is not a starter. Brendan Rodgers is a.
Well, they were giving him ABs.
Go look at his. He didn't play for like 2 weeks over one stretch. He's a guy, and then he came in, hit a homer, and then he was Brendan.
Dubon is gonna. Well, I don't want him.
Well, Dubon is the guy. Dubon is the guy. That's the guy you got to figure out how you're getting him in the lineup. And you know what? You might want to get him in the lineup every day, because Dubon comes up with some big hits, and he's the best fielder on the team. He's the best. I don't know that that's arguable. He's the best fielder on the team.
I mean,
Christian Walker hasn't been a Gold Glove first baseman.
Listen, he played 43 games. He started 32 of the games. Brendan Rodgers did. He had 32 starts in the 43 games he played. He had over 130, plate appearances before he got hurt. And it seems like he's been out for a while, 41 of them at second base. I'm just, too bad, so sad. You've been out too long. We'll use you as a pinch hitter.
Guys, I'm glad we got back to baseball because, you ask me sometimes, what did we miss, Del, on the show? What we did miss was the birthday of one of baseball's greats. Derek Jeter had a birthday yesterday, and it led to people talking about his best teammates. We did the whole best Rockets thing. So I want you guys to Derek Jeter's best teammates. Starting in left field, Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Center field, Jessica Alba.
Ooh,
Right field, Jessica Biel.
Mm-hmm.
he's got
Third
to-
base, Vanessa Manillo. Shortstop, Scarlett Johansson. Second base,
he had Scarlett Johansson.
yes.
Oh, Colin
Second base,
Jost.
Adriana Lima. First base, Jordana Brewster. Minka Kelly at catcher. DH, Tyra Banks. And, of course,
Up the middle is strong.
the pitcher, because he married her, Hannah Davis.
Probably the
His
worst.
best
good.
teammates.
That's a great lineup.
And we're talking about
that may beat the Astros 22 or
Yeah.
19 lineup.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm looking at what did Hannah Davis do?
She's a model. Sports
She's a model.
Illustrated. Back when Sports Illustrated was Sports Illustrated.
Dude, how old is Jeter right now? She's only 35.
He's 51. Turned 51 yesterday.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Minka Kelly. And that was Minka Kelly and her
When he was a Yankee, yeah. So we're talking Minka Kelly in her 20s, probably.
and Jessica Alba.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Up the middle is just incredible.
Yeah. Wow.
Kelly, Hannah
That was-
Davis, Scarlett
That was
Johansson,
Jetter's nickname.
Lima, and Alba.
Well, okay.
up the middle.
Alba and Derek Jeter rumored to have briefly dated in 2004.
So briefly dated counts.
I guess.
It should
I don't
get-
want to say it could really go sideways here if we started putting what counts. Like, okay, well, let's say it only counts if, then it could really get bad.
The question is, did she get a gift bag on her way out? If
Yeah,
she,
that's the
If
question.
she did, then it counts.
Now you're being subtle. That works.
Well.
Yeah, I would agree. She was 25. Was Jordana Brewster? Who's the sexy superhero? Is that Alba or Jordana Brewster? That'd be
That's
Alba, right?
Johansson. She was in Marvel stuff.
ESPN page 2 had the women of Derek Jeter. This is way back in the day. There she is. There's Scarlett
Yeah.
Johansson, age 22. Jessica Biel, age 25.
Oh, and
Vanessa Manillo,
Jessica
age
Alba?
26.
Did she play a superhero? I don't
Yeah, I
remember.
think she did, right?
She might have.
The sexy superhero. Yeah, she was.
What was she?
She was 25 when she was.
She was in that
She was in Sin City. She was
Sin
in
City. Yeah,
she was in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's,
She was a superhero.
Oh yeah, she was in Fantastic Four.
yeah.
She played Sue Storm.
No, Sin City is one of the all-time great scenes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, let's just go to a break so I can look at it on YouTube.
All right.
Okay.
Breaking now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, talking about while Lance is perving out, I'm going to talk about Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is, to me, is the best dealership in this city of Houston. I love the way that they do things at Chastang Ford. Not every dealership has got the same philosophy, not that the same integrity, the same transparency, the same care factor, the same service that they have, the same ability to customize the vehicle however you want, not the way that they want, especially for businesses. You know, there's all kinds of trucks out there that need special customization. Well, Chastang Ford provides that. If you're a business and you're not getting your vehicles from Chastang Ford, I just think you're doing it wrong. And if you're not a business, if you're just getting it for your own personal use, well, Chastang Ford is perfect. That's where I get my vehicles, and I highly suggest that you get your vehicles there too. I just love the way that they do business. It is right now employee pricing continues, but more important, transparency continues. No markups, no add-ons, just caring about you getting that vehicle at the best price, the price you can afford every single month. That's kind of a big deal. So if you're in the market for a Ford SUV or pickup or any kind of truck, it's Chastang Ford. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Del, it's time to break already, but we are going to forge forward, probably without Lance since he's watching Sin City. So we will forge through.
The connection sucks in here on the Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
It keeps breaking up, and it keeps.
Well, thanks to the
buffering.
Wi-Fi, he can take part in the segment.
It keeps
Yeah,
buffering.
thank you, Wi-Fi, for actually keeping him.
Well, we're
Now-
up against the break. We got to break it now anyway. so.
Well, no, but let's get back to this Boston versus Oklahoma City. What was
All
your
right.
point? What was your point on that?
Well, so who's the better GM? Now you got to remember, Brad Stevens. He's only been GM for 4 years, but he was a head coach from 13 to 21. So, and they say he was incredibly instrumental in shaping the roster. So Brown, Tatum, this was under his watch as head coach. We know Ime has, a big impact on the roster right now as well. Tatum, Brown, Derek White was the guy he brought in as a GM. Who's done a better now? The year before he was executive of the year in 2024. I'm assuming, I don't know, has the award already been given out for executive of the year? It probably has, right? Sam Presti. I'm sure it's been awarded. For one, I think Rafael is on a great path. I think Rafael Stone is on a great path right now. There's not a lot of negative things you can say. The only thing I can think of is that he may have potentially wanted James back, but that never happened. So I can't really hold that against him. Everything he's done has been good. This contract for Fred VanVleet, smart contract, good contract. Getting Steven Adams back. I think some of this, I don't know how much of this is these are veteran players who want to play on an Ime team because they know they have a chance to win. I don't really care. Ultimately, the guy who gets the blame should also get the credit, and that's the guy who negotiates the contracts and signs the deals, and that's Rafael Stone. So when you look at Rafael, none of us are going to argue that he hasn't been terrific. He's been terrific here with the Rockets, and he's the guy with no experience as a GM. He's done great. I think Brad Stevens has done an incredible job. I mean, they brought in Porzingis. They've brought in Derek White, Brown, Williams has been a good big for them over the years. He was a good big and a valuable rim runner. Of course, Tatum's one of the top players in the league. Sam Presti, I think there's been a better collection of talent, maybe over in, I think there has been Boston under the watch of Brad Stevens. But when you look at Oklahoma City and some of the young players and how he really, truly just put the roster together, and he's done these kind of things over years. Like he's had little runs, little ups and downs. But Sam Presti, to me, is probably the best general manager in basketball. He's got a long history. He's made some mistakes. The Harden trade obviously was a terrible trade in terms of what he got back for it. But Sam Presti has really been pretty impressive. And the way he pieced this particular roster together, that this is a GM thing all the way. Like this is a Sam Presti championship.
Speaking of general managers, Masai Ujiri out in Toronto. Out. They parted ways. And so Dell, that leads everyone to believe no Giannis in Toronto.
Well, who knows if that would have ever come to fruition, but people pointed to Masai's connection with Giannis as a reason Toronto might be in the game. They're apparently very close, but Giannis hasn't really given any indication that he wants out. We just hear from Shams. Shams popped up again over the draft saying Giannis is locked in on what the Bucks are doing in the draft and free agency. So till Giannis asks out, it's pretty much a non-story. But we can probably take the Raptors off the list if they were even on a list at this point.
He ends up with a job somewhere.
I think so.
Well, probably, yeah.
But there's going to be a team who fires their GM, and he will be one of the candidates.
I mean, anytime you win a championship, that's a
hell. Joe Dumars was out of that position for years, and the Pelicans hired him.
Well,
and
yikes.
and his first big move was trading an unprotected first, just so he can get his hands on Derek Queen.
Yikes!
So we'll see.
Yeah, he did not do anything for his legacy in that draft the other night. Holy crap! If that turns out to be it turns out to be a top 3 pick. Wow, you moved up 10 spots to get to 13 for the number 3 pick the following year, or a top 3 pick, and which it most likely will be. There was a picture of Derek Queen and Zion Williamson after the two get together in New Orleans, and it was 2 really heavy guys. Real heavy.
Yeah, Derek Queen, we talked about it yesterday. Derek Queen is one of those guys who wears like the long sleeve undershirt.
Yeah.
Now, Malik Wilson does it too. He did it for the Cougs, but he's a slim dude. But normally, when you see that from a basketball player, it's like, oh. Because, a basketball jersey isn't flattering if you don't have the shape for it.
Right.
See, isn't that something that you should know, too, especially in New Orleans? We've got a history of guys, overeating a little in New Orleans. It's not the healthiest food in the world. And when you got a guy who's got proclivity to maybe gain a little weight, it probably is not going to work out. We'll see. Certainly it hasn't worked out so far for Zion.
What about Utah?
Utah, you go to get skinny.
Okay.
Well, because you're not drinking.
Nope.
All right. I don't know if they even deliver pizza there. I don't know.
You don't think they allow for delivery of pizza?
Just covered dish.
No one knows. It's impossible to know that. So
Utah can't. You would suspect Utah
the
can't
pizza's
have.
Probably not good.
Can't have they have their chains like every city, but you can't think that Utah has good pizza from like the local places, right?
No.
Yeah, I bet they do.
You think so?
Yeah, I bet they have because you can move anywhere. You can bring your business anywhere
true.
if you're good at it. So I'll bet
who would move it to Utah?
Well, people who want to make money.
You think there's an Italian grandma's recipe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Serving some
Victor's
local
Pizza.
pizzeria.
Victor's Pizza. This looks good. This pizza I'm looking at right here looks good. It's got a 4.8.
But it's the
good.
palate of a Utah person.
That's relatively speaking.
To Papa John's, yes,
right.
It's a 4.8. But what about a actually good pizza place?
No, this looks pretty good.
You have to taste it, though.
I'll bet you they have. Listen, Whitey's like pizza.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So you're gonna. I say that as a white person.
Are you sure that Mormons can eat pizza?
I don't think that's a rule.
Have you ever been to Brabo's Pizza, which got a 4.9?
Have you ever been to Brabo's?
4.9, but again, it's relatively speaking.
Well, these
are 4.9 in Utah.
No, this looks like
that's like a woman at a sporting event.
Oh boy,
I don't know.
A woman in a sports talk forum.
Okay. Yes, in a sports talk. Oh, she's hot for there, but wait a minute.
Now you wouldn't like this pizza because it's more of the old school Italian style. A lot of crust, and it's not a tiny crust like a tiny baby's pinky toe.
I like a thin crust.
You like baby pizza as well?
He likes baby thin crust pizza, like that falls apart when you pick it up.
Oh my God! Where are you going to get Italian sausage in Utah? Stop already! Stop!
I got news for you. They have airplanes now.
Although,
do you think this is the early 1900s?
Although I will say this, in Park City, at the airport, there's a Granado's restaurant right there.
Did you eat there?
I have not, but everybody sends me a picture every time they go to Park City, Utah.
Park City, that's where the Richies fly in. They don't have a real airport there, do they? They've only got the jet. Only got a jet airport.
The PJ airport?
Yeah, I think it's a Granado. I think it's Park City. Yeah,
it probably is, and it's probably a private jet. I think it may be the jet place.
Anyway, I'm just sorry, but that's why Ace Bailey's not going there. Can't get good pizza.
I think you can. I think there's other things you can't get good there.
Well,
name them, list them, Lance. What are the good things Ace Bailey can't get his hands on in Utah? Top 5 things he can't get his hands on.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna say German chocolate cake.
Okay. You think that would prevent him from going?
I don't know. I think German chocolate.
You don't think they
lemon
can bake
pepper
that?
Wings?
I don't think they probably do a good lemon pepper wing.
They probably don't do good lemon pepper wings.
Are Mormons allowed to eat dessert?
What do you think they're allowed not to do?
What do you are really,
or not allowed to do? What's going on? They can't even eat.
Why are you so
they can't eat regular food?
I'm not anti-Mormon.
Yeah, you are. You're like, are they allowed to have desserts? They're already not.
Can they have caffeine? Is that out?
They're not allowed caffeine.
Caffeine's out, right?
Caffeine is out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they churn their own butter.
No,
Those are the Amish.
he always conflates the Amish and the
That's different.
Mormons.
I've seen Mormon wives. They do a lot of stuff.
I wonder what Wendy would do right here.
I don't know. You can talk about the Mormons and get away with it, I
What would
think.
Wendy want right here?
Mormons are all right.
I think you can talk about Mormons and get away with
Can
it.
you talk about Top Dog?
You should want to talk about Top
You
Dog,
should
Lance.
want to.
Well, so one of our listeners got the $250 package. Top Dog Fireworks right now has a really cool setup. So Top Dog Fireworks, the top fireworks place in the entire city of Houston. They got 14 different locations around the Houston area. So you're going to find your fireworks. 4th of July is coming up. If you spend $250, you're going to receive your reward. They have a special reward while supplies last. And one of the listeners showed me, it was really cool. Like, he showed me a setup of what he purchased. It's kind of your choice what you want to get. They have a buy one, get one wall with 100 different items on it. But, you need to get in there because once they're gone, they're gone. And 4th of July is coming up. So right now we're sitting on June 27th. So if you're big into the fireworks, go to a Top Dog Fireworks location. You got 100 items on the buy one, get one wall. Go buy a bunch of stuff and then get all of that for free. You'll be using your fireworks, all night long. And a portion of every sales goes towards supporting local youth organizations as well. So they want to give back to the community. They've got a giveaway contest. Each of their 14 locations will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. And everyone who stops into the shop and enters their name in the contest has a chance to win the grand prize of the Top Dog Beast assortment. That's at over $1,100 value. To enter, just visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, Utah has weighed in, John.
Utah has weighed in.
Somebody who once lived in Utah, who you would know, says Pie Pizzeria in Salt Lake is excellent. He said also Granados is at Salt Lake Airport.
It's actually in Park City.
Is there more than one?
In Salt. There must be more than one because I just Googled it and it said, yeah, Park
So
City.
I'm looking at Granados Gourmet Market. That's in Salt Lake City. I don't know if that's the restaurant you're talking about.
It's
Granados
a 2.3
is a
Yelp
restaurant
review.
in Park City.
Yeah, so they're two different spots.
Well, actually, they have multiple.
Oh, it's a franchise?
There's one in Halliday, Utah.
Oh, no, Granados, in Salt Lake.
Yeah, Granados Gourmet Market.
So where is it in Park City?
Actually.
Are you sure it's in Park City?
No, at this point,
doesn't look like.
At this point, we don't know.
That doesn't seem like it.
Why are you trying to argue with somebody who lived in Salt Lake City?
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't trust him.
You can, actually.
No,
that guy doesn't lie. Let's see why your garbage ass gourmet market got a 2.3.
He doesn't actually own it.
I don't know that.
And it's not related to me.
It's got a lot of ones. Huh. Here's what Tommy Ciesla says. Sandwich was $13 and not worth the money. Totally lacks flavor and very few thin pieces of lunch meat. Tried to purchase one of their half-pound pasta salads, and it was $8. Told them they could keep it. Sam's grandkids are running this place into the ground. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Do you know Sam's grandkids, John?
Said leeches.
I don't know Sam's grandkids. No.
The lady who ran this place was rude and disrespectful, says Mike. Would make it 0 stars if I could. Let's just assume John's running this and see if this works.
That's why I said it tracks.
That man running this place was rude and disrespectful. Would give it 0 stars if I could. I asked for my sandwich on a bagel instead of a croissant. He charged me full price for a sandwich and the bagel. Why? I ask why, and he just said that's what you have to pay. Also, the food is terrible. Not fresh. Bagel was cold even after it had been toasted. How's that possible to toast a bagel
and still be cold? I don't know.
Well,
she's a terrible person. So let's just say it's John.
Well,
he's a terrible person.
If we remember the one time we know about him actually running a business, the service was terrible, and and the work was terrible as well.
You're talking about Odd Jobs Incorporated?
Yes. So, I mean, if he was running Gourmet Market, it feels like that review could be attributed to John.
Once they went from an LLC to an INC, it really went downhill. Mm-hmm. Odd Jobs.
I would run it into the ground. I don't think there's any question. I'd be too busy. I mean, like
drinking, playing golf.
I don't care about your sandwich. I'm going to play golf.
People hate this place.
Yeah.
Now the other ones they like, but the one in the airport, they can't hate it enough. Granados was always good in Salt Lake City, and it had been a while, so I was excited to enjoy a sandwich. This Godfather was quite possibly the worst sandwich I've ever eaten. The hair I found in my sandwich must have been international because there was a lot of other fixings on the stale bread they gave me. I hope the Granados in the cities are not as bad as the airport Granados. That would be a sad downfall for a once great sandwich place. Do yourself a favor and buy a pre-made 3-day-old gas station sandwich, and you'll likely enjoy it more than today's Godfather at Granados. At least they could not screw up the chips and Diet Coke. Way to go, John. Your people are ruining everything in Salt Lake. They just need to close that place down.
It's not my people.
Granados, if they were good, you would claim it. Why do you claim Tony and Cammie Granado?
These are
I believe he's
Granados.
actually related to them.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask AI.
These are probably Granados from Peru.
The Granados
Peru
in Salt
or somewhere.
Lake City.
Yeah. They're not from Italy.
Related to John.
I don't know where they're from.
What's AI gonna give you an answer? How's that gonna give you an answer to that query? You heard what he wrote?
It didn't show me.
Yeah, of course not. Are the Salt Lake Granados related to John Granado?
Doesn't say. No, but in February 23, 14 Houston power couples spill secrets and spread all of the love on Valentine's Day. And you know who's in here? We got Reagan and Alex Bregman. We've got Bun B and Queenie. We've got Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Aaron Bludorn, the chef from Bludorn's, and his wife, Victoria Pappas from the Pappas family. That's a power couple right there.
What talk about?
We
Talk about some food.
And then, well, that's a really weird picture. And we got a couple of guys there. Then we got some people I've never heard of. And then John and Wendy Granado.
Power couple.
Power couple. Yep.
Noted power couple.
Noted power couple.
Oh, yeah. Nothing says power like me. Got all kinds of power.
I mean, you're the man behind the power.
You're running a crap sandwich shop.
He's a crappy restaurateur, and she runs ABC in LA.
Yeah. Which one of these does not belong?
That's how power. That's a power couple. She does all the work. He does nothing. That's a power couple right there. They should just say, here's a power woman. All right?
Why are you involved?
I don't have.
Just because she's married to you doesn't mean it's a power couple.
Yeah, right. That's
let's see why Culture Map. Now this is
there's a connection there.
There's
Culture
a hometown
Map
magazine, yeah. But I'm curious what Culture Map.
What do they say about John? We get why Wendy would be involved.
Yeah, that's an easy one. About John, they say
Hall of Famer.
First impression. This is what John said about Wendy. She hated me. I was on the TV set her first day at the station,
and I yelled at her.
She had to run the teleprompter. That's right. Which she messed up, so I was lost in my highlights and had a really bad sportscast. When it was over, I had a few choice words for whoever screwed it up. It was her, and she thought I was the biggest jerk. And then she married me, and her suspicions were confirmed. That sounds exactly like something John would say. Why do they think John is favorite Houston? She didn't answer any of the questions. It was just all you.
Yeah, no, she didn't do it anyway.
She's powerful. She was too busy.
She was too busy working, being powerful.
Yeah.
No, they asked me about her shopping.
They did?
Yeah.
I said pass on that one?
No, I said she's the Michael Jordan of shopping. I don't know how she does it. She works all day, and yet there's packages at our house.
And when he asks her about it, she just shrugs.
Favorite thing
like
about
Jordan against Portland. She just.
I don't know how I did it again.
I don't know.
Favorite thing about your partner. Here's what John said. She's so easygoing. We lead totally different lives. She works hard. Me, not so much. I like to play golf and play poker. This was done in 23. Has anything changed?
Nothing.
Which is not very productive, but she wants me to be happy, and that's all I want for her. She says she loves my sense of humor. I make her laugh, and that's important in a relationship.
John, relationship advice guy.
Get to the one about you playing poker and golf all day and not working hard. I like that you're self-aware.
I am self-aware. You think I've told you this multiple times.
Something you lovingly overlook about your partner. There's literally not a day that goes by that we don't have a truck delivering a package. Packages to our house. She's amazing. I don't know how she works as hard as she does, and her ability to purchase things is unaffected. She's the Michael Jordan of shopping. There it is. It's impossible for Wendy to answer to this because she doesn't overlook any of my shortcomings. Oh, wow.
Right.
John's just got a comedy bit going the entire time.
This is just you talking to probably Ken Hoffman.
I don't know. Who
no, Steve Devendam, who used to be here.
Yeah. I had to fill out.
They sent an email. You filled it out.
Yeah, Stevie boy. All right, we got a break. That's it. We're way beyond. We're so far.
Congratulations once again.
Yeah, to Lance for reading that bio. Congratulations. Right now, we're talking about Game Day Men's Health. Okay. I'm talking about being healthy. I'm talking about looking good. I'm talking about feeling good. I'm talking about performing well in all areas of your life. I'm talking about you being as good as you can possibly be. Look, there are 11 locations around the city. It's fantastic, okay? I think all the facilities are great. Doesn't matter which one you go to. It doesn't matter. They have labs on site. And they have professionals there to get you where you want and need to be. They care. They're different. Free evaluation when you go there. It's not just get in here, get your shot, get out. Okay, because there's a lot of testosterone places that are like that. Sit there, wait, get your appointment, and you know what? Plan your appointment and plan your strategy with the professional that's going to get you where you want to be. Do you want to be stronger? Do you want to be thinner? Do you want to be better? Do you want more focused? Do you want to be better sexually? All of the things that may keep you young. You need testosterone. And Game Day Men's Health is here for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's just different. All right, welcome back. Our final hour of the week. The next week we got a shortened week with the 4th of July, right? So this is we're in prime summer right now, and we got Astros baseball. Cubs in town, and the Astros just swept the Philadelphia Phillies up first place in the East.
Scored 5 runs in 3 games and swept them.
Philly
scored 1 run in 3 games.
1 run, and it took till the last game, 8th inning. Took Brian King to be on the mound.
Well, Brian did his best to give up runs a game before too,
but he didn't.
Nope. He had Brian Abreu coming in to get the save. Unfortunately, Hunter Brown got screwed out of a win, which is disappointing. But all he did was lower his ERA down to 1.79 now. Is he having the year that we kind of felt like he was headed towards.
So the game before, Victor Caratini bats 4th. Yiner comes in. He puts Jake Myers 4th in the lineup, and Yiner bats 7th. I mean, what is he saying?
The coin has spoken.
No, it's not.
That's coin boys.
Every time Yiner's in the lineup, he's down the order, and Caratini's up in the order. And you won a game with Jake Myers batting cleanup again. Jake Myers batting cleanup. Who would have thunk this year that we would be seeing? If I told you Jake Myers was batting 4th in some games for the Astros, I mean, honestly.
Well, it's not like he's a power hitter either. Like, he really doesn't belong in a 4-hole ever. Even with him having his little 300 hitting year, he's not delivering with power numbers. So it is kind of curious that he's in a a spot typically reserved for power.
I think it says something about Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz more than it says anything about Jake Myers.
Well, it does, but I'd still rather have somebody who has home run power in there. I mean, Christian Walker still has more home runs than Jake Myers.
Yeah.
How many home runs do you think Jake has?
Jake probably has
in the greatest year of his existence.
4.
In the greatest year of his existence, he has 3 home runs and 20 RBIs. And we act like he's literally on an MVP pace. He's got 3 home runs. Christian Walker has 10. What's he doing ahead of Christian Walker in any lineup? That doesn't make any sense.
Jake's hitting 306 and Christian Walker's hitting 214.
Well, okay. The OPS is where you really need to look though.
And
762 versus 641. So that's where you look. Although I would say a lot of that is your on-base percentage more than your slugging. Jake's slugging is 399. He's not a killer.
No, Walker's is 361.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah. Yainer's is 379.
Well, I would have Yainer ahead of Jake personally. Unless you're just trying to, Jake gets on base more.
For whatever reason, you
need to get on base and score. And
he does not like Yainer near at the top of the lineup.
Well, you're going to thank him later.
How about, I mean, when Yainer was batting second, he looked promising. How about putting Paredes fourth?
Putting who?
Paredes fourth.
No problem with that.
Moving Yainer up to second, or even Jake up to second, or Cam up to second, and Paredes in the cleanup.
I don't get worked up about lineups like I used to until somebody comes up in a spot where they shouldn't be and the game's on the line. Then I'm like, what the are we doing?
Yeah. Well, and he's slow to pinch hit for guys. He pinch hit Caratini for Hummel yesterday, but he's slow to pinch hit even young guys in situations that they've never been in before. And you know what? It's working. Dude's 15 games over 500 with all of these pitching injuries and no Jordan, basically no Christian Walker offensively. Yainer Diaz has not come through. He's 15 games over 500 with Jake Myers in the cleanup.
The Astros have, well, not on a full-time basis, but the Astros have moved to 17-7 in one-run games. By far the leader in the league.
Yeah.
Still 5-1 in extras and 17-7 now in one-run games.
Okay, what is the percentage of two? Do you got that? 2 out runs. 2 out runs again yesterday.
I'll have to see if StatMuse has it.
I mean, it just is amazing. That's amazing how many 2 out runs this team has. And I'm going to say it's by far the best in the league. The percentage of runs that they've scored with 2 outs. By far number 1 in the league.
Well, Seiya Suzuki, lead of the Chicago Cubs, leads Major League Baseball with 29 2-out RBIs. That seems impossible. He's followed by Isaac Paredes. Well, this is last year of Tampa Bay with 26. So this is last year's team total. I don't know where to find. Oh, well, maybe actually I can find it here in team rankings. I think they do have this. This is last year. Let me see if I can find this year.
I mean, their percent, they were at near 50% of their runs scored with 2 outs.
Yeah, Isaac Paredes has 26.
26 2-out RBIs this year.
And Christian Walker has 21. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, 21. That's not true. This has got to be. It says 25.
Well, I'm telling you, their 2-out run percentage is incredible.
Is that possible? How many RBIs does Christian Walker have?
No one knows. It's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. It's very possible. I'll just click this link and tell you. I was just hoping you had him pulled up for some reason. Continue without supporting this. There we go. He's got 37 RBIs. So, yeah, 21 of his 37 have come with 2 outs. So you have the Houston Astros have number 2 and Isaac Paredes with 26. You've got the Cubs have number 1 and tied for number 3 in PCA. But the Astros have Christian Walker at 15. They have, it's funny. The next guy up is Yainer Diaz with 18. And he's tied for 30th. And then you keep going down and down and down. And it's Cam Smith has 15. Yeah, as a team, I mean, I'd like to see this instead of player rankings, team rankings, but yeah, that's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. It's the way that how do you come up with an unexpected outcome in Major League Baseball, and it's unexpected due to circumstances beyond your control in terms of injury? You do it with winning close games. You do it with 2 out. You do it with small margin of error, a high number of wins and small margin of error opportunities. And that's what they've done. That's what they've done. And there, by the grace of God, go the Yankees. They're one of the worst one-run teams. Or worse, I should say, they're not good in one-run games, and they're really not good in extra inning games. Yet the Astros, better in both. And whose lineup is better? Not close. It's not close. But who's got the better record? Houston Astros.
Houston Astros. Houston Astros do.
I mean, a guy like Christian Walker having a disappointing year, and there he is, tied for 16th in 2-run. There's a value for him. 2-run RBIs, and he's sitting there in the top 20 in the league. There's obviously value in that. Isaac Paredes is number 2 in the league. There's tremendous value in that. Yainer Diaz is, as you just mentioned, kind of having he's come back. His season is kind of rounding into shape, but it's not where it needs to be. He's got 18 2-run RBIs. Just really impressive numbers for your Astros. Cam Smith, a guy who will be in the Rookie of the Year voting. Jeremy Pena is sitting there tied for 57th at 15. Yeah, it pops up.
It pops. It pops. All right, let's break. Let's catch up. Why don't we talk a little Allstate windows and siding?
We can do that. Allstatewindowsandsiding.com. So those of you who need to get windows, you need new windows, act now before hurricane season really cranks up. And I'll tell you why. The window strength against the wind that you're going to face, they've got hurricane strength windows that are that type of grade that they install down, along the coast. But for many of us here in Houston, we understand that wind. I mean, if your window breaks, you got a single pane window, major issues. You need a double pane window. If you get flying debris, it can help protect you against that. These windows are made high quality. They're made here in Texas for the weather we face. Get your windows installed, lower your energy bills, improve the looks of your house on the exterior, and get yourself wind-proofed against, the derechos. I didn't even know what that was until we had one, and I certainly know what it is now. Against any of the hurricane strength windows or wind that we have. Allstate Windows and Siding, they do a great job. They're giving you $300 off of each window when you purchase 10 or more. So get the job done with no payments or no interest for the first, or no interest, I should say, for the first year. You decide when and how you want to make the payments, but you can pay it off in 1 year with no interest and kind of do it at your pace. That's what Allstate Windows will allow you to do. They also have discounts for military personnel and senior citizens. Ask about it when you get to Allstate Windows and Siding. For siding jobs, for windows, make sure you tell them you're an ESPN 97.5 listener. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Not much time left in this week for us to be talking about sports. There was something here that bothered me a little bit. There was a depth chart of all offensive players, and it didn't bother me, but I got a question. So with all the teams, it's the quarterback, it's the running back, quarterback 1, quarterback 2, running back 1, 2, wide receiver 1, 2, 3, and tight end 1, 2. And for the Texans, they have the usual suspects, right? Hey, Higgins is their third wide receiver with Nico, Kirk, and then Jaden Higgins. They got Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan as their tight ends 1 and 2. Is Cade Stover? Are they missing it, or am I overestimating what Cade Stover is going to do this year?
I think they're missing it, but it's hard to see it unless you project it because it's not really on. It's not really on tape. It's not really in the statistics, so you kind of have to project it.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan's nice, right? Coming off an injury.
Yeah,
Brevin Jordan's nice. Dalton Schultz is okay.
That's fine.
Dalton Schultz projected receptions for Dalton Schultz this year.
Projected probably about 52.
That many?
Do you have an answer?
I would have thought less, because you do have Stover. I think Stover is going to take over. I think he's going to get some of those balls.
Fantasy football projections 2025.
Well, I don't care about projections because
but that's what you just asked. How many?
Well, I know, but I think they're off.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious what the projections are for tight ends. I don't know. Let me see what Brock, McBride, Kittle, Laporta, Hawkinson. We got some good tight ends right now.
I mean, Schultz isn't even in the top 20 of tight ends.
No, they've got Tyler Warren, Tucker Kraft ahead of him, Goddard, Freiermuth. There's a lot of pretty good tight ends right now. Isaiah Likely is 18th. Hunter Henry, wow. Maybe they're not projecting him with him. Maybe they are kind of thinking what we're thinking. They got him 26th. They've got his 25 projections at 51 catches. Last year, he had 53 catches on 85 targets. That's not great. 85 targets, but only 53 catches is not as high a percentage for a tight end as you'd like. They got his yards about the same, 557. His touchdowns the same, 2. They're considering that a rebound, like he's eyeing a rebound year in 2025. I don't see it happening. And I think his catches end up at about 52, but I think Stover, D'Amico may get a little pissed off at him. Nick Caley they may say, hey, you're not doing what we need you to do. You're not swarming. You're not swarm right now. So Cade Stover, who is CJ's guy anyway from Ohio State, and a guy who will attempt to block some, and who's a pretty good athlete, we're going to get him more involved. This would make sense for him to get involved in Dalton Schultz to be gone after next year.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a bigger role. I think he's going to have Cade Stover's going to play a bigger role this year. And it's going to be because of that blocking thing. That's going to be the start of it, but Cade is also going to be catching some balls.
Mm-hmm. No, that's right.
Yep. I like Cade Stover this year. I'm not going to say almost as many catches as Schultz. I'm not going to say as many catches as Schultz, but I think he's going to move. He's moving up the charts, and he is next year. Next year he'll be tight end 1
for the team.
Huh?
Yeah, for the team.
Yeah. Right.
I would agree unless they draft one or bring one in via free agency, which is also possible.
Right. I am looking at. Well, this is ridiculous because it's overall stats for the whole season. But through 81 games, Christian Walker is actually worse. He's actually worse than Jose Abreu was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, even just slugging.
It doesn't. I don't
OPS.
know why it doesn't feel like it for me. Maybe because of the home run total at this time. Because Abreu could not hit a home run forever.
Yeah.
And then he got a little bit, hot, quote unquote hot.
Yeah. But to be compared to Jose Abreu offensively, that's a little disrespectful.
Wait a minute. Jeez. Jose, I forgot he was 2 years with Houston. Yeah. So he ended up with 18. He ended up with 90 RBIs his first season. He had a 237 batting average. His OPS was 680. He still ended up with 90 RBIs.
That's
incredible. And 18 home runs.
At the halfway point now, Christian Walker has 37.
Well, it took 120 plate appearances, 2 home runs, and 124 batting average and a 361 OPS for the Astros to get rid of him. Man, one of the worst, maybe the worst signing. That's just a killer for Jeff Bagwell. To have that on his ticket is terrible.
Yeah, it's right there. Worst signings, him and Montero.
And that was a crane joint, according to Michael Connor.
Yep. And I mean, that was with the collaboration of Bagwell and Reggie Jackson. That
trio wasn't making very good moves.
No, they weren't.
Until Dana Brown came in, and you say what you want about Dana, but things kind of ran normally once Dana got in. And with James Click, they were normal. I kind of like normal from my GMs. Granted, take some shots or whatever, but I don't like to do things that other teams would never do. Like make a trade for Laramie Tunsil without having a deal in place where he has all the leverage.
Right.
No other GMs would have done that. And who was our GM? Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. It's not a good sign when a real life general manager
Jack Easterby. He's a busy bee.
I can't listen to that. When you don't have a real life GM, you do stuff like give out weird contracts that no one else follows your lead. When you do things that nobody copies, they're like, wait, we're not doing that. That's never a good sign.
No, and when you do things that the rest of the league is like, what the?
Wait, Montero's not a closer. What did you guys give him?
Yeah,
how many years? We're not doing that.
How much money?
Yeah, we're not going to do that. The left tackle position for like 4 straight years, no one went ahead of Laramie Tunsil's left tackle money. They're like, we're not resetting a market like that.
Well, is Nick catching that for the Jaden Higgins deal?
I got to see how many remain unsigned.
Yeah. I mean, if Jaden had given Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract, that could bite him. That could absolutely bite him.
As of June 27th, 30 of the 36, how are there 36 players in the second round? That doesn't make any sense. It says, see, this is where AI is stupid. It says most second round NFL draft picks remain unsigned with 30 out of 36 unsigned players. Oh, I'm sorry. 30 of the 36 unsigned players in pro football are from the second round. There still is only 2 players Nick. Signed in the second round. Still only 2.
Thanks, Nick.
Only 2 second rounders, Carson Schwessinger and Jaden Higgins, have signed their rookie contracts. That's it. Nick there's going to be people who want to fight him. Second rounders are starters and sometimes early starters.
Yeah.
There's going to be some GMs and owners that want to swing on Nick.
That's not nice to say.
No, I'm being serious. 30 players are unsigned from the second round. Only 2 are signed. That's crazy. We're coming up on July. Camp is going to start in like 2.5 weeks.
And that's all because of Nick.
That's all because of Nick. Because Nick did a guaranteed deal in the second round.
And all the other agents
and everyone's like, what did you just do? That's not how this game is played.
You're making us look bad.
Guaranteed money usually comes with free agents who are, well, it very rarely happens, but it's usually really good players who have all the leverage. If they don't get all of it guaranteed, they get a good chunk of it. This is unheard of.
Yeah.
to guarantee an entire 4 years for a second rounder is unheard of.
Well, and if I'm a first rounder, I'm going, wait a minute, that second rounder got guaranteed money?
Yeah.
What about me?
Yeah. And now what's
Next
really
year?
happened now is next year everyone's going to be like, hey.
Right.
What about last year? And God forbid you're a second rounder for the Texans. Nick cannot not give someone guaranteed money.
Right?
I wonder if he had it to do all over again, if he would do it differently, and why that came up that he would just do. I really am curious why he would just yell at us or browbeat us if we ask it in public. But I really am curious about what would make him do that.
Can we ask him if there's the GMs have called him and what they think about it?
No, you can't ask him anything.
No, he doesn't. He'll look at you with those eyes. I think he could put you in a trance. I do.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
He's got those eyes. Who was the head coach? The Jets head coach?
Adam Gase. Where people thought he was on that yayo at the at his press conference.
Hey Nick, if you had to do all over again, would you give Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract?
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Hey, fair enough.
I
had some concerns, but if you're not concerned about it, I can't be concerned about it.
Fair enough.
Oh, I'm concerned that you're not selling your car to John Clay Wolf. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com Big Cash giveaway. Excuse me. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website GiveMeTheVin.com. So they want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic, whatever it is. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships, private sale, tire kickers, and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com, entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You get an offer for your car in minutes, well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. Easy, fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. If they buy your car, okay, you get 1,000 chances to win the $25,000 in cash every month at GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final segment before News of the Weird. So, Hunter Brown has the fourth lowest ERA through 16 starts of a season in Astros history. Nolan Ryan had a 1.29 in 81. Clemens 1.50 in 2005. Verlander 1.60 in 18. He won the Cy that year, right? I'm pretty sure he won the Cy that year. Hunter Brown 1.74 in 2025. Clemens, they didn't hit for him. They didn't hit for Nolan Ryan. Verlander, I think they hit, of all of those, they hit for. But Hunter Brown's not getting any. Del, you got that sound of that stat of where of Hunter Brown getting love for in the Cy Young race. Hunter Brown deserves to be. Listen, Skubal having a great year. His ERA is over 2. Hunter Brown's is 1.74. Hunter Brown has got the strikeout. He's doing it all. I think Skubal probably starts the All-Star game, but Hunter Brown actually should be in the running for starting that game. I mean, it's going to be Hunter Brown. Who are the candidates? Hunter Brown, DeGrom, Skubal.
Boom. That's it.
Yeah.
Those are your candidates.
That should be it. Max Fried is having
he's having a really good year.
Yeah, 192.
And look who he pitches for.
Yeah, the Yankees. So
yeah, that's actually a problem.
Yeah, and Crochet, he's up there too. Hunter Brown's got double-digit strikeouts per 9. The lowest ERA among those guys.
In terms of WAR, it's Brown, Crochet, Fried, Skubal, and then Ryan. Those are the top 5 in the AL.
It's who?
Hunter Brown, in terms of WAR, went above replacement. Brown, Crochet, Fried, and then Skubal.
Huh. Yeah.
ERA, it's Brown, Fried, Crochet, DeGrom. Win-loss, it's Fried, Skubal, DeGrom, Mize, Hoffman, Baz, and Hunter Brown. I mean, hits per 9 innings, it's Hunter Brown, Rodon, Ryan, DeGrom, and then actually Crochet is 6th and Skubal is 7th. Strikeouts per 9, Crochet, Skubal, Brown, it's the same dudes. Yeah, you're right. Crochet belongs on the list too.
He does. Here they are yesterday watching Hunter Brown talking about his Cy Young candidacy.
But for Cy Young, I'm actually, after today, a little bit Hunter Brown, leaning towards Hunter Brown. And really? I can't believe I'm picking anybody over Tarek Skubal because I think he's got the best pure arsenal of pitches in the game. But, yeah, I would go Hunter Brown by a hair right now.
Well, if you love strikeouts, it's probably Garrett Crochet. He's the strikeout machine. Hunter Brown seems like he's a total package, though.
He is.
He is managing games flawlessly.
Yeah, he is. And he's kind of what you think of with the Astros, having these dominant pitchers, J.R. Richard, Mike Scott, Roger Clemens. These flame-throwing guys, big, strong, tough guys. He's developed into a dude.
Why did the first guy sound like Jesse Pinkman?
That was Verducci.
It was Verducci?
Yeah.
I was waiting for him to say, Hunter Brown is the best pitcher, bitch. That's what I thought he was going to say. I thought it was Jesse Pinkman talking to Walter White. That's what he sounded like to me.
The Rockets had their legends. They had a legends deal going on. I heard Rudy T talking about the KD.
Where was this?
I don't know, but they had Calvin Murphy and Rudy there. They had legend shirts on, and Calvin Murphy. Calvin Murphy talked about the acquisition of Kevin Durant, and it's the same. It's about the same stuff that we've all been talking about. But this is a Hall of Famer talking about the acquisition of KD, and especially losing Dylan and losing Jalen, but especially what it means to the Rockets at the end of games.
Big for the Rockets. Big. They finally got a player that they can go to, the go-to man in the last 4 minutes. You know, somebody that's been there, done that. I'm surprised they were able to get him. I'm glad they got him. But, Dylan the villain was my man. Hate to see him go. But it's all about business. I had a chance to say goodbye to him. And, of course, with Jalen, fourth year, I kind of suspected something was going to happen after that playoff series. But both of them are very talented, and they're going to do well. But to go back to your question, having KD here, it don't get no bigger than that. Right now, the expectations of getting to the finals are very, very, very high. I'm talking about with me now, not the fan. This is my 57th year with the Rockets. And when you can get something into the organization to excite me, you've done something well.
Dang,
Yeah.
57 years with the Rockets.
Wow.
Crab Calvin, still strong as pound for pound, one of the strongest, toughest people that have ever lived.
Yeah. Right. We didn't even mention him in greatest Rockets ever.
Well, I should have fear of getting slapped in the face.
You could have got punched right there. Shams said this. The goal right now for Kevin Durant and the Rockets is for him to retire in Houston. They're going to eventually this offseason discuss a contract extension, figure out where that lands. But throughout the process became finals between blah, 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 blah. It's a perfect fit in a lot of ways. We know he's a number one option. He can be a number one option on any given night. The Rockets made this move. It's a win-now trajectory type move. Let me ask you a question. Is it a little scary to be talking about contract extension now as opposed to next offseason?
So I had this I don't know that it matters. Like,
I do. I'd like to see him healthy. I'd like to see what he does in the post. I'd like to see how he fit all of the things.
So it's going to change.
And then you give him that.
You're going to give it away for free? How's it going to change? Are you
again, you might if it doesn't work out, you could just let him go.
If that was their approach, he wouldn't be here. We heard that extension. He was willing to sign an extension with these three teams: Spurs, Rockets, Heat. If the Rockets let it be known we'd like to see things and how they play out, he wouldn't be here.
Plus, I think they like to know moving forward what the salary cap's going to look like over the next year to 2 years. I mean, when you look at the 3-year deal, the 2-year deal for Fred, right? The last year's an option on that one? Team option, or is it a guaranteed 2?
No, it's 1+1.
It is 1+1.
It's a player option on Fred.
So I think they like a little certainty. You got uncertainty if you don't. I mean, you'd hate to see him play 62 games, you lose in the first round, and now you're saying, I guess Dylan and Jalen are just gone for nothing. Go ahead and walk, KD. Like, that's just not going to happen. He's going to get a deal done. The more important question to me, and I hate to take it off the sport, but I had this conversation with the friend Jason at my daughter's swim meet that lasted a long time. We were talking about both Boris being, both Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena are Boris clients. You cannot. Is Fromber walking? Jim Crane can't possibly sign anyone that gets to the open market. He just doesn't do it. Not a true open market. I don't want to hear about Altuve being a Boris client. Altuve is a one-off outlier unicorn where he just wants to be in Houston. So Boris has no power over him. He's just negotiating the best possible deal for the city of Houston, for Jose to stay in the city of Houston. I've never seen Jim Crane. We have never seen Jim Crane sign a guy who gets to market, who is a top flight player. He's never signed those players. He doesn't like playing the game. What would you do? You got 2 Scott Boras guys. I'm assuming Fromber's gone and he'll walk with no compensation.
But he's not
in terms of a trade.
Boras guy.
He's not a Boras guy. But the reason I bring it up is once Fromber's gone, you're just, because Boras is Hunter Brown's guy, is he just going to walk? You're going to lose Hunter Brown too? Like, the fans will turn on Jim Brown, like Jim Crane, like you have never seen before.
Well, we keep saying that over and over and over again. And guess what? They are way better this year without Alex Bregman, and I don't even think it's arguable.
Okay,
they're
what happens
better
when they're
this
not?
year? Better team without Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman.
Why is that?
Because they're winning more games.
Why is that?
With fewer pitchers than they had last year.
Fewer runs scored, yeah, because Fromber and Hunter Brown have been incredible.
Well, they were incredible last year too.
Yeah, you need those guys. So when Fromber goes, how can you possibly live in a world where you don't re-up Hunter Brown? I would right now give him a $30+ million deal.
Well, they're not doing it now, though.
Well, then you're not going to have him.
Well, that's a problem. Is Hunter Brown's not doing it? He's pulling a Kyle Tucker. I ain't signing.
If you give him market value,
I'm getting a free agent. I'm getting to be a free agent.
If you get, well, you don't know that. I mean, have they tried to give him a deal? I don't know.
But that's Boris. Boris ain't.
Well, I know,
no
but Boris has done early deals before.
Well, with Altuve,
well, you got to give him market value. Yeah. So, are you willing to give Hunter Brown market value? I would try to buy 3 years and start paying him market value early. And I know that's not what Jim Crane wants to do. But, I mean, at what point are you going to hang on to – this is Justin Verlander. You have 26-year-old Justin Verlander on your roster right now. I think he's 26. You've got a young – is he 26? Yeah. You got a 26-year-old Justin Verlander right now. You're the Detroit Tigers. And now is your chance to lock him up for as long as you possibly can. Don't let Justin Verlander walk. Look how good this guy is. It's real. This is not like you've got to, at some point, you have to keep your best players. You just have to. And especially where they are elite talents at the top of the food chain. You have to pay Hunter Brown. You have to. There's no choice because Fromber's probably going to walk. You're going to be left with Arrighetti and whoever else comes up in the minors. Like you can't keep piecemealing because when it does fall apart, the city is going to turn on them. They are because all these guys walk. Like you can't let Hunter Brown walk. And I'm doing an early deal with Pena. You know, I'm trying.
He's not.
At least I'm trying.
He tried to give him $105 million. And they said no. Well, and he hired Boris.
Well, he had a year that says no. My value now exceeds 21 per year.
Well,
he started that way at least because they negotiated exceeding a 105 over 5. Is Pena the way he's playing now a $21 million year shortstop?
So what you do? No, he's more than that. However, if he gets years where he's paid at the top level and not, then it changes things. It should change some things because you're getting it on the front end as opposed to the back.
Got it. But they tried, and the reporting was deep into negotiations, whatever that means. And then someone probably tapped Pena on the shoulder and go, wait a minute. You see what you're doing here? That the new price ain't the same as the old price.
It's terrible when you can't come to an agreement and then you call Scott Boras. It's the worst possible news. I mean, I don't know that I want to live in a world where the Astros let Pena and Hunter Brown walk. Just everybody walks. You get one contract and you're good. And then you hope to hang on to a Bregman a little bit longer, which you do. And you hang on to Jordan a little bit longer, which is good, provided he plays baseball. Jose Altuve's all-time Astro, without question. But you can't just keep letting everyone walk. Like Hunter Brown, we're watching a special pitcher right now.
Yeah.
It would be disgusting if he walked away. And
I think the big deal is that if it would feel like a foregone conclusion, because as far as when he would go, he still got 3 years arbitration, but you're already looking at it as a foregone conclusion 3 years down the line, which is a problem.
It feels like it based on history. He won't give deals longer than 6 years.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't
and
fit in today's marketplace.
It ain't changing, and he's going to tell you, oh, maybe we're the second best team in all of baseball or third best team in baseball.
Keep
right
doing
now.
it. And you know why? Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you'll just find another Hunter Brown. That's no problem.
But we said this last offseason with Kyle Tucker
John,
and Alex
that's
Bregman.
fine. Keep going like that and see how it works out.
Well,
keep going like that. You got your Isaac Paredes. Let's see how the season finishes out first.
Jim Crane,
before we go bleeping each other's bleeps. Before we bleep each other's bleeps, let's go ahead and see how the season finishes.
Keep winning.
Okay, then I would keep doing it this way. Hunter's got to go.
Gotta go.
Well,
Hunter's got to go and Pena's got to go.
So,
I'm tired of him right now, actually.
Get him out, trade him. We went from World Series winning.
We win no matter who's here.
2022, 23, you lost in the ALCS. 24, you lost in the AL wild card. So there is a bit of a leakage.
But Brandon Walter.
You got swept at home in the ALDS. So leakage is happening.
We just
as far as
the machine
diminishing returns.
Yeah, I like that you're trying to. He's just trolling. I'm not going to listen to him.
He took off his headset. Let's go to break.
He's just pissing me off, and I'm not going to do it. He's in L.A. doing this, acting like Brandon Walton is in the same league as Hunter Brown.
You got to stick with us. You got to dasp it.
Okay. Just enjoy
personal injury. Sue John for personal injury.
Just enjoy it while he's here. Lay back.
No, don't do that.
John
Come on.
I didn't say. I just
Lay
said.
back.
Oh, gosh.
No, I didn't see what he was saying.
I
Might as
don't
well
know what-
bookend horrible things in one show.
Mm-hmm. Started bad, ends bad. Yep.
If you feel like you have been wronged by John Granato, 713 call now. 713 call now. John Daspit. That's the number. It's the number that pays off for you, because when you're hurt, it's a very intimidating process. I've gone through it with my son. Didn't know John at the time. Made a huge mistake. Tried to just handle everything ourselves, and it's really overwhelming because the insurance company gets to you fast. They're like, "Here you go. Here's a little settlement," and we really didn't get anywhere near what we should have for pain stuff. Drake had issues moving forward. He got T-boned by a car. I did a poor job as a dad, frankly, helping to shepherd him through that issue. And I would never make that mistake again. I would call 713 call now, John Daspit's law firm, and let one of the lawyers start the process of handling everything. They're your intermediary. They're your representative, and they work directly with the insurance companies to make sure that all the hospital bills, time missed from work, everything is taken care of. Your pain and suffering is a fair settlement for you, not for the insurance company, for you. And that's all John Daspit cares about. He cares about you, not an insurance company that's trying to look out for their own bottom line, not for what's best for the person who was injured due to their client. So the phone number is simple. Call now, 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, I sent this to you guys, but not to everybody. The internet says a woman with a pharmacy-owning parents who was arrested on drug charges, is innocent. All they seen is her mugshot. She's in. Why is she innocent, guys?
Because Judge Granado was there?
It wasn't me. Now, see, I started this, right? Coming to my court of law, and this is what's going to happen. But the internet is called, it's a craze now. We are going to judge whether or not you're innocent or guilty by how hot you are. She is not guilty. What about that guy, that prisoner, the guy that women thought was, he was
blue-eyed guy.
Yeah.
He turned into a model. He actually got modeling contracts.
He got a modeling contract?
Off a mugshot.
Well, do you think she should be not guilty because of what you've seen?
I saw the picture you sent to the group chat. And of course, we just got a picture from Raheel, very wholesome, of his daughter playing volleyball, because you said some things in the group chat about his dad, his parenting. So he followed up with that.
He was a soccer mom. That's all.
He turns out, and he was insulted by that because his daughter plays volleyball.
I mean,
so
stop.
I'm looking at her. I'm looking at the woman that you're referencing in the group chat, and it's like, you know what? Whatever.
I mean, again, she's probably prison hot.
You mean mugshot hot? Is what you're saying?
Mugshot hot. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
because when we see mugshots, that's not what we expect.
No. No.
There's a.
Did you guys happen to see that Dylan Brooks is in the news?
Woo! For something he didn't do. It's something his former, well, she's still the mother of his child, but a woman he was in a relationship with. Yeah. She threatened him.
She threatened to cut off each of his little fingers.
And that's bad, obviously, but particularly for a basketball player. Like, it's my living.
Pinky.
You need all your fingers.
Not a lot of
four-finger basketball players out there on the NBA level.
Do you think you can shoot baskets without a pinky?
Yeah, and he's turned himself into a knockdown shooter. Like 3 years ago, he'd be like, take a finger. I play D. But now, he's a knockdown shooter. He can't lose a finger.
Is this something that maybe guys should try? Is if they're not shooting well from three, maybe to take off a pinky?
No, that's bad. She also wrote above his mantle back in 2022 in his home, "You suck, bitch." That's in the story.
She is, man, Dylan. Wow. Just picking. You can pick them all right.
Yeah, Sean. I was talking to Sean about this. Look, I know you got money, you have access to plenty of things, but the level of discernment for some of these guys, shockingly bad. I think he can sense crazy. And I'm not saying it's his fault he's being treated this way, but there were warning signs from the get-go.
You're blaming the victim now.
I bet there were warning signs is all I'm saying.
I don't know what he does to her that makes her so angry.
Yeah, I don't know if there's provocation or anything.
I have no idea, but she's mad at him.
Yeah, threatening to cut off his fingers one by one. She wasn't even like, you know what, I'm going to do it in one swipe. I'm going to take them off. She's talking about I'm going to torture you one at a time. What could he have done?
I mean, I just wonder if you can shoot with four fingers.
Probably not. I know
anybody out there with four fingers, if you could call in, call the Tall Del Show.
Yeah, please do. And tell me if you could knock down 40% from three with four fingers. But can you be a 40%?
The shot comes off. The shot should
no,
come
but
off
your
the first two
pinky
fingers.
definitely is a part of. Definitely touching the ball.
Can you knock it down at 40% if you only have four fingers?
Yeah. If you've got, as long as it's the pinky that's gone, it shouldn't be a problem. If she takes the pointer finger, he's
you're
cooked.
a catch and shoot guy, but you can't dribble
Or
into
the
a shot
thumb.
with four fingers.
No, the thumb. You're done without the thumb.
Yeah, well, everything's done without an opposable thumb.
Yeah.
But the pinky finger is the first two fingers are the key.
Can you hit a step back if you're missing a pinky?
Yeah, you can hit a step back.
Can you dribble into a step
without
back?
a pinky?
You think you can dribble into a step back without a pinky?
With 2 months to prepare, I can do anything.
Cut it out.
Oh my God.
With or without a finger.
2 months.
I don't think you can mimic the motion of a step back without a basketball right now, without hurting yourself. Like what Harden used to do here.
Blah blah. I'm looking at Sydney Sweeney pictures on.
Is she in bathwater?
Yeah, see, that's why he hasn't.
Yeah, I don't even care about anything you are saying now.
Nothing. He doesn't care about nothing.
All
right, we're done. I certainly hope that you care about Craig the Surf.
I do because Craig DeSurf cares about me and he cares about everyone. He cares about the people. This is a true man of the people. Craig DeSurf doesn't just say it as a joke. Craig DeSurf means it. He is a man of the, well, I say that about Craig DeSurf. He doesn't say that about himself, but Craig DeSurf really is a man of the people. He is someone who has made it his goal, as always, to make sure that the sales experience is a good one for anyone stepping in. And there's some great offers and great values. I'll give you one right now, for example. But just know this: you're always going to get the right type of shopping experience. It's a no-hassle shopping experience where they go out of their way to make sure that you are happy with the final result. Right now, the Buick Encore GX has 0.9% APR financing. And for well-qualified buyers, they have an additional $3,000 purchase allowance, and there's no monthly payments for 90 full days. So 3 months and no payments. This is a great chance for you to enjoy exactly what you're looking for in the car buying experience and a great new vehicle. Buick is exceptional by design. Experience it for yourself when you head down to Angleton or shop online at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
Welcome into the show. Sorry, I got distracted by First Take for a second, but we started yesterday's show talking Astros baseball. So about 24 hours later, we'll do it again as they sweep the Phillies. Hunter Brown on the mound, another great performance. Brian King cost them a win. Brian King narrowly avoided giving up a run in his previous outing the day before. Could not do it yesterday as Hunter Brown pitches great, doesn't get the win. The Astros don't do a lot for run support, really, and that was the whole thing over the course of the series. They score 5 runs and sweep the series. If you're a Philly fan watching it, you got to be like, what's going on? Come on. Like, you take it from Hunter Brown and Fromber, but the Colton Gordon thing had to hurt. The Colton Gordon thing, like, look, you walk into that series and you think, okay, it's Fromber and Hunter Brown. That's going to be tough. Well, we got Zach Wheeler against Colton Gordon. So we at least think we're going to get one. And they got none as the Astros sweep them and continue their run. And people are taking notice. A lot of the Astros are inevitable stuff. I don't know if that came from Ben Verlander. I know he references it all the time. The Astros are inevitable. It seems like he believes he started it because he's always using it. I don't know.
It's his brand.
Yeah.
Well, that's, I guess his brand.
His brand is being the brother of Justin, but yes.
His secondary brand.
Does it come before his love for Shohei? Which is a bigger brand for Ben Verlander?
Clicks-wise, probably Shohei.
Yes.
Because you're pandering to a different audience.
Yes. I don't know how many people want to hear that the Astros are inevitable.
Other than
us. Yeah. Like we played something on the morning show from a woman who runs an account called Baseball for Baddies. It's on Instagram. You can go to the account. I don't know if it's for us, unless we believe we're baddies, but you can make your judgments on that page if you want. But she talks about how the Astros are inevitable. So I don't know if that's Ben Verlander's thing going widespread, or is that something people have always said and he latched onto it. But at this point, what is there to say? We had to talk about who's run the best here in town. And we kind of fell with the Astros are probably third behind the Rockets and the Texans, whatever order you have them in. But their winning kind of shades their process. We kind of don't talk about the process as much as we maybe should because of all the winning they do. And that continues. Whether it be Colton Gordon outdoing Zach Wheeler or your ace and Hunter Brown getting the job done once again, they continue to win ball games. Another 1-run win for them. They're remarkable in that category. You might think there's going to be some regression at some point, but right now we'll take it. We'll take continuing to win 1-run games, topping the fact that they win a lot of extra inning games as well. They have found a way to continue to succeed, and you beat a good team. Like, yeah, you take care of the Angels, fine. You split a series against the A's because Nick Kurtz was great in terms of hitting walk-off home runs, but you come home and I won't say you dominated the Phillies because you didn't, but you kept finding ways to win ball games. You had Yiner driving in a run yesterday. You just keep getting the job done. Cam Smith had the game-winning hit the day before, over and over again. No matter it feels like how things are going, this team seems like they're going to come through, and so nothing but good things to say about Hunter Brown, and that was the case for MLB Network. We'll play that sound a little bit later because once you start pitching the way Hunter Brown has done over the course of the season, and we're this deep into the year, the Cy Young stuff starts to pop up. Postseason awards start to have more meaning and discussions about them, and he's right there, whether it be with Skubal or others. He is now firmly in contention for that award, which felt like, at least for the national media, a Skubal award, and everyone else was going to finish in second in the AL. Well, Hunter Brown continues to show that maybe you shouldn't forget. And of course, then it becomes, is he going to be available for the All-Star game to start? Look, a lot of that has to do with his turn in the rotation. Like if Skubal pitches on Sunday, then maybe Hunter Brown does start. Or if Hunter Brown pitches on Sunday, then he won't start. So I don't really care since your turn in rotation plays such a part in how that stuff goes. So just acknowledge that he's an all-star and I'm good. Like, I don't need Hunter Brown on the mound. I'm sure it's an honor for him. But you know what? If he pitches on Sundays, unavailable for Tuesday, cool. In fact, I hope for that. I hope he does go 8 strong on the Sunday before the All-Star game. And it turns out, sorry, can't pitch, but love to be there.
Yeah, I'll be in the dugout.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe do an interview if someone wants to talk to Hunter Brown. Cool, we'll take that. Tom Verducci, if you're on the show. I don't know if he does. I know he does MLB. I'm not sure if he's on Fox.
It's on Fox. So.
Yeah, I don't know if he's on Fox. I know he's on MLB Network. Okay. I'm not sure he's on Fox. But whoever's in there, you want to talk to Hunter Brown? Yeah, probably. If you're on Fox, if Ken Rosenthal wants to talk to Hunter Brown, cool. But I don't need him out on the mound.
Yeah.
I
mean, just getting named to the All-Star
is the important part.
Like, especially for pitchers. If it's a position player, you want to play. You want to see, Pena play.
Yeah. His first,
but even like the distinction between being a starter and not being a starter,
has it kind of waned? Do we care about that?
I think it's waned a little bit, and the baseball All-Star game is special in it because the starters probably only get 2 at bats and then they're out of the game, and then the game is actually decided by all the backups and the guys on the Marlins who, every team needs one All-Star representative, so here's a Rocky in the 8th inning. There's no way to actually, flip that or to have it. If everyone's gonna play, you're gonna start with your starters and then work it down the list of all-stars.
The fan favorites, who everyone voted to see, generally don't play a part in a close game late.
No, the game ends like an hour and a half after Shohei Ohtani is off my TV.
Yeah, the guy we all came to see won't even be around when the game's decided, if it's a close ball game throughout. So Hunter Brown, all-star representative, that's a lock. Jeremy Pena, that should be something he gets honored with.
Snubbed from the first
no
first ballot.
Astro made it past the first thing for fan voting, right? I think I saw that someplace.
Yeah, that basically decides the starters.
Yes, it does.
For the lineup.
Yeah, so we won't see an Astro starter in the batting order.
To be fair, Pena is probably the only one that
had a real chance, right?
Yeah, or deserved a chance, because I saw so many people do the side-by-side baseball reference comparison thing where it shades in the block of whichever stat that guy's winning. And it's like, can you believe that they picked this guy over this guy? And it's like a guy on the Dodgers and a guy on the Mets and then some shortstop for whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I actually can believe that more fans voted for the Dodger and the Met than they did for an NL Central team. Like,
it's not surprising.
Not surprising.
Not surprising at all. So he'll be there. Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena. They'll be there.
Hader, lock.
Yeah, there's the other one, Hader, and then that's probably it, right? Can you think of another name that could pop up?
Maybe a Paredes, but that's about it.
Yeah, and that's stretching it.
Fromber,
probably. Not a bad shout. Maybe Fromber gets there. We'll see. We'll see how much.
As far as the lineup,
no, how much they want to honor Astros pitching.
Jake Myers, great year, but no thanks.
What do you mean? Or you're saying no thanks, or
no?
Or
the league is saying no thanks.
No. Yeah. Who
I think they should do like the opposite Bizarro All-Star game that they play right before the All-Star game, and guys like Christian Walker can be in there.
You think that guy
just whoever sucks?
I don't think that is what he's looking for, to be honored for being awful. Like the NBA Centel All-Star game that they're talking about.
Yeah, the Hater Muse
All-Star game.
But it's like you have to be somewhat notable to be in that.
And you're just having a really bad
game.
You can't
we're not punching down.
Yeah,
we're not putting Blair Hinley in there. We're not putting in.
Yeah, you're not putting a bad player, or relatively speaking, to the rest of us.
You have to be on like your third contract.
Yeah, you're Christian Walker, who is expected to do good things, and you've underperformed. Like, if you're an underperformer, that's exactly. You make the game. What, they play on Monday to an empty building just to even enhance how bad they've been. We're not even selling tickets. We're broadcasting.
You only sell like like Marlins level tickets, where it's like we'll only sell 4,000.
Friends and family.
Yeah,
Friends and family attendance for that game.
and the real All Stars.
Yeah, poor.
They're also there.
If they want to watch and
They
point
can
and
sit
laugh.
behind the. They can sit behind the dugout and heckle.
Poor Christian Walker. It's been a rough go for him.
Yeah, I saw the side by side comparison I was talking about with the All Stars. I saw a very unfortunate one comparing him to year one of Jose Abreu.
Yeah, it's not favorable.
Was not favorable.
Yeah, people are calling it the curse of Yuli. Haven't been able to replace Yuli since he left, and unfortunately, that has continued through Christian Walker's early time with the Astros. A guy who is in a different realm is Hunter Brown. I'll give you some numbers from Hunter Brown and how he compares to some Astros greats when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to in Pasadena when you want a great vehicle. And those vehicles could be new, whether you want a new Trax or a Trailblazer or a Silverado 1500. They're there for you. And of course, they have a great pre-owned inventory as well. That lot is pretty much a campus because they have the new cars. They have the pre-owned cars. They have the cars for the commercial vehicles for your business. They have all of that. And then they have a service department and a parts department. And of course, you can go inside and talk to the great salespeople as well. So I mentioned salespeople because they do something where they honor them with Salesperson Week. And that's just not about selling cars. It's about how they interact with the people who they're talking to. And I've been out there a couple of times to talk to the people who make sure you get into the great cars. And they have a process where they're going to be friendly, but they're not going to push you to do anything. They understand you probably have an idea of what kind of car you want because maybe you've been on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. So once you identify the car that you're looking for, they'll get you in that car as quickly as possible, but at your own pace. They'll tell you and walk you through the car buying process in a way that you understand everything you need to understand. So get on out there. It's in Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225. And if you're not sure about something, check out what they have on monumentchevrolet.com. Great cars, great people. It's Monument Chevrolet. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Joe George walked in here. He is at least one of the hosts of Inside the Icebox, an Astros-centric podcast. He does that with Jeremy Branham, and I'm sure a conversation about Hunter Brown will take place because he has been great this year. And the numbers from Chandler Rome are this. Lowest ERA after the first 16 starts of a season in Astros history. Nolan Ryan in 1981, 1.29. Roger Clemens, 1.5 and 05. Justin Verlander, 1.6 and 18. And Hunter Brown coming in fourth at 1.74 in 2025. So he is among Astro greats, and not just Astro greats, just MLB greats as far as what he's done so far. And we saw that in the game yesterday where he doesn't give up a run. Unfortunately, does not get a win because of Brian King, who has scuffled the last couple of outings, and it led to giving up a run. But thanks to Cam Smith coming through, the Astros win that one 2-1 against the Phillies and sweep them. I didn't see this quote. I don't know if it's an old one that Chandler Rome brought back for an article, or is it as recent as a couple of days ago? But he asked Dubon, or at least it came up, Mauricio Dubon, about Jeremy Pena. And of course, the news broke a couple of days ago that the Astros and him and Pena were in deep negotiations. Turns out they couldn't get a deal done. Now Pena has Boris, so all that stuff about 105 over 5 is out the window. But Pena, at least Dubon has this to say about Pena. He's a $300 million player. Jim Crane's like, quiet down, cut that out. What are you doing? He's been showing it. He's always had this. The problem is it never clicked. But Dubon thinks he's a $300 million player. And if I'm Jim Crane, sometimes you got to put a gag order on your players. Hey, let's not discuss what you think the price for Jeremy Pena is if it's nearly 3 times what we were about to pay him. Knock it off.
Pena should have fired his agent, hired Mauricio Dubon.
I don't know if that's allowed, if he's accredited to be an MLB agent.
Yeah, maybe in the MLB it's different.
Yeah.
NBA.
Yeah, you have to actually have to be an agent. But it may be closer to reality than Jim Crane wants. Look, it's funny we're doing this. It's not even half a season of Pena being this good.
75 games.
Yeah, but it's enough to change the perspective of what he could make. Do we believe this will be what he is all year? We certainly hope so, because that means Jeremy Pena is fulfilling the promise that he showed in 2022 when he was an MVP of the ALCS and the World Series. But you love a hype man.
Yeah.
So Dubon's a great hype man.
He is a great hype man.
Like, I wish someone would come
on this team.
I wish someone would maybe relatively, whatever the version of radio hosts relative to $300 million, like, someone want to say that about me? Anyone? Not that it would matter, because, hey, I know the deal. But I just wish someone was like, he hadn't shown it until this year, but he's throw out a number that's unrealistic, whatever it might be. I would love that. Dubon, great hype man, great teammate, and he believes in Jeremy Pena, $300 million man. I'm sure when I'm sure when Jim Crane saw that quote, it's like, all right, man, Dubon, come into my office. We're not going to talk to the media about other people's deals, all right? We're working on it. We're trying.
Can you at least just not put a number on it?
Yeah, you say he's a great player.
We'd love to have him back.
Say he's worth whatever he can get. But don't put a number of $300 million on it.
That'd be very back end.
Yeah.
Listen, he should get signed for whatever he can negotiate.
He should get whatever is out there for him. Whatever he can possibly
whatever
get.
The
he
best
deserves
offer
it.
Is
he deserves it
right now.
Yes,
because only one team can negotiate with him.
Exactly. That's the Astros' perspective when they try to do something. It just didn't work out. So love Dubon. He's come through over the last couple weeks or so. And well, why wouldn't he? He's just like every other Astro as they continue to win ball games. Best team in June in baseball. And no signs of stopping, at least right now. Okay, let's get to Pena here. Not Jeremy. He just goes by Pena. He wants to talk. I didn't think Arizona Cardinals football would come up. But here it is. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Bill? Hey, quick update, man. Well, not a quick update, but last year I called about the DJ Screw drop. This time I found a plug, a trusted plug, family member, so I don't have to stress about getting a hat. But no, I'm not calling about the Arizona Cardinals. I'm calling about the St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay.
Yesterday, I didn't get to hear you yesterday, so I don't know if you talked about this, but I did catch the NBC and they're talking about the color commentator or somebody, whoever calls the game.
Chip
He was
Carey.
talking about Pride Night, and he had an error.
Yeah,
I don't know if you heard about that. I'm pretty sure Sean was there, obviously. So if I can get your thoughts on that was pretty hilarious. I think you have a great weekend, man.
Thank you. Yeah, the son of Harry Carey, Chip Carey, was calling the Cardinals game, and as Pena let you know, it was a celebration of Pride Night. Either he was promoting a future date or was going on at the time, and instead of saying, what were they giving out pride flags? Either way, he dropped the L in that word. He said accidentally a slur, and after he said it, there was a moment of silence that he wasn't looking for. Like no one chimed in. It was awkward silence because if you're the analyst, you're like, I ain't getting involved in this.
I have it pulled up.
All right.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with the theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
Chip Carey's like, someone save me. Hey, I don't know who his partner is. You want to talk about the game a little bit?
Leave that one.
So there was
I also cut that in half.
it was
It was originally 30 seconds.
that
was only 15.
Yeah. And, radio silence can feel like forever. So Sean does a good job there making it shorter. But even then, it felt like an eternity.
I think they skipped one pitch. That was the second pitch after he dropped the F-bomb.
And someone was like, need that one.
I think it was about
I thought it was in reference to the hat. I guess it was in reference to missing a pitch.
Yeah, it was
the
like
umpire
a 2-1 count or
messed it
something.
up or whatever. All right. So, yes, I heard about it. The Cardinals, or at least whoever, obviously the team and the broadcast partner worked together to hire those guys. So I would say the Cardinals and the broadcast partner came together and said, hey, that's just a mistake. It's not a big deal. Chip Carey will continue to call games. They did not fire him over that. They did not dive deep into, was that a Freudian slip, Chip? I don't think they got involved in that. They just said, hey, made a mistake. We stumble over words sometimes. We're gonna keep it moving. I mean, it happened at an inopportune time.
It did.
Let's say that.
It did happen at an inopportune time. It's not, I'll say, and maybe you are more the voice on this. You should be more the voice on this. As bad as the Oakland A's broadcaster last year who was talking about when they're in Kansas City, they made a trip to the Negro League Museum and he accidentally used, or maybe not accidentally, I don't know. But he used a different term that starts with an N.
Yeah, ends in a. Well, you guys can figure it out.
I think he ended it not in the acceptable way.
Well, for some people, he went hard ER, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he did.
See, that one, I don't know if you can say slip of the tongue. I'm not sure about that one.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get away with saying.
Well, now they have that the lady broadcaster, so obviously he didn't get away.
Yeah, he didn't get away with it. The lady broadcaster who can't go a day without someone saying she's ruining a great call. I wonder what that's about. I think I can figure it out. But yeah, the A's broadcaster, he's probably going to catch less grace because it's further away from Negro League to what he said than what Chip Carey said and flag.
Yes.
Even when I was,
it's one letter away.
Yeah. Even when I was just saying that sentence, I was very careful not to say what he said because it's an easy thing to do, but you have to ask yourself, and the Cardinals won't because they probably want Chip Carey to keep calling games. Yeah. Hey, how'd you get there from flag? What's that about? Considering the topic of conversation.
What's the deal there?
Yeah.
And you see, this is where the Texas Rangers go, we avoid these problems by not having Pride Night.
Hey, if you don't have Pride Night, you don't have to worry about it.
Boom. You're welcome.
You don't have to worry about what's floating
You're
through
welcome,
the head of your announcer.
Dave
Raymond. Dave Raymond never has to worry about it. If he ever was worried, the Rangers have taken away that particular chance for a disaster to happen. So Chip Caray remains the play-by-play guy. He's a legacy. I mean, we know that Harry has said some things in the past. He was known for not being. He was old.
It was back in the day.
Still. So it's Harry, then Skip, then Chip. If you're named,
wait, is this a grandson?
It's a grandson, yes.
Whoa. You know what? I think he gets less grace. The further away you get away from Harry.
So because Skip is actually, his real name is Harry. He's Harry Caray Jr., but he went by Skip.
Got it.
And then he named his son Harry Christopher Caray III, but they call him Chip.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Chip off the old block.
I understand, but I don't like it. Okay. I don't like Skip. Skip, okay, whatever. I just don't like. Then we went to Chip. Who's next? Yeah. What's Chip Caray's kid's name? Chris. So it's actually Harry. He's the fourth, but it's now
Quattro.
He's the fourth, but they call him Chris to differentiate.
Oh, they should have called Chip Trey.
Ooh, that's not cool enough.
Trey Caray.
Not true. It's not cool enough. It's a good idea, but they're not cool enough to even think of it.
Hey.
So it's Harry Caray, Skip Caray, who is just Harry II. Chip is just Harry III, and then now Chris is Harry IV. When does the name stop? Because if you're not a broadcaster, can't you just have a regular name?
So yes, you could just have a regular name, and then none of them go professionally by Harry.
Yeah,
I think by the fifth you can circle back to Harry.
Like, I get that it's a family name and you love it, but do you get the 5 or 6 of these? When you're not a king.
See,
when you're not royalty.
I go the other way. I have a hard time seeing the ball get rolling. Like to Junior, your son. I don't know. That seems harder than if I was a third. I'll be like, well, got to keep it rolling. I can't break the streak.
I get your point. There is a certain level of.
I want to see how high this goes.
There is a certain level of narcissism to name your child after yourself.
I want to get to Willful of the Fifth.
I think I agree. Like, once it begins, okay, whatever. But the first guy who names their child after them,
Junior is the biggest hurdle,
because you have. I don't know the mindset. I'm not a parent. Probably never will. Not looking for it. Sorry, Mom.
Tough way to break that.
Well, she kind of.
That'll be the social video.
She kind of knows. Sweet. It is our day. But could I ever get to the point? First of all, having my name in school was tough. Kids maybe are a little bit more friendly now, but having my full name was a little tough to navigate. I had to run to classes the first day of school. Hey, just call me this, so you don't butcher my name on the first day of school and it becomes a thing. I had to do that for like all of high school, for the most part. So I don't think I would put that on my kid.
Yeah.
Plus, what kind of legacy am I?
Yeah.
Like, do you foresee
Harry Caray really?
Do you foresee calling your kid, if you decide to have one, Sean Mapes II?
No.
Or are you a family name? Do you have a family name? Okay. You don't foresee Mapes Jr. You don't foresee that happening?
No.
You don't. Oh, and you're not a George Foreman type, or even if it's a girl. It's a variation of Sean.
No. Shauna?
Shauna, yeah. Okay. We're seeing eye to eye.
That'd be very funny, though. If I was like, Sean Jr.? No.
You name the son, the firstborn Sean Jr., the daughter Shauna, and you keep going.
Yeah.
Chantel?
There we go.
Just keep it going. Name them all. Okay. So thanks, Pena, for the call. Chip Caray remains the broadcaster for the Cardinals.
Yeah. Good for him.
Good for him. He skirted a potential disaster, and he can call Cardinals games going forward. Remember when we cared about the Cardinals? It's been a long time. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in and divert the show in any way you can, you can do that. 713-780-3776. We'll have Michael Carroll at 11:30. He'll join us to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. I mentioned Joe George earlier, who came in a Cubs jersey. Speaking of the Cardinals and the NL Central, former rivals of the Astros, he was talking about how there's not a lot to watch, and was kind of determining whether he wanted to continue playing a video game. Well, Michael maybe will give us a list of things we can watch this weekend if he has those in his bag. I know people have watched Superman. There's an embargo on that, so they can't talk about it. But Superman, brought to you by James Gunn, is out. We'll see if Michael's gotten a feel for how that movie is going to be reviewed and whether we'll enjoy it. So we'll talk about that and a lot of other stuff. But we got some time before we get to that. And I do love a standoff. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Ace Bailey versus the Jazz, and maybe Ace Bailey versus Convention. We'll get into that when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Top Dog Fireworks. I've been talking to you about them all week. They're the place you go to if you want great fireworks at a great price. You can go to Top Dog Fireworks and see all they have to offer, or you can go to one of the 14 Houston locations. So once you get into the store, you got a chance to take advantage of their buy one, get one free products. They've got over 100 of those. And of course, it's while supplies last. So you want to get in there quickly and take advantage of that. They have daily in-store promotions as well. And if you spend $250, you're going to receive a reward. So get in there, try to get that reward. And if you're not sure about what to get, maybe it's your first time buying fireworks, at least a lot of them, you can go to topdogfireworks.com and see all they have to offer. And remember this, they have a holiday giveaway contest right now. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. All you got to do is go in and enter go in and enter, and you got a chance to win the grand prize as well. The Top Dog Beast assortment, that's valued at over $1,100. So you can do it in store or at topdogfireworks.com to try to get a chance to win. Just sign up, use that entry form, and see if Top Dog will reward you with a great prize. And also, remember this. Yes, fireworks are about kids and celebrating July 4th. Every purchase that you make, a portion of that sale goes to a supporting local youth organization. So helping out the kids as well, not just a fun time had by all. So topdogfireworks.com is the website. Go into a store right now and get great fireworks from Top Dog.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the NBA draft finished up yesterday, the second round. We're not going to talk about it. The Rockets didn't have a pick, and no one of interest, at least from the area, I think got drafted that we would actually care about. Maybe you can tell me otherwise, but it's whatever. Second round over, 2-day event. How many people actually cared about yesterday? But what happened the night before and what's continuing to happen is of interest to me. So Ace Bailey, he was a prospect that, at least coming into the year, was considered maybe the second best prospect. He and Dylan Harper were probably going back and forth on that. They happened to be teammates at Rutgers. Dylan Harper turned into the consensus number 2, got drafted by the Spurs. Ace Bailey, people pointed to and say, okay, he's probably 3. But he was closer to 4 or 5 than he was to 2, according to draft experts. He winds up trying to control his own fate. He does not go to a place he wants. He did not want to be a member of the Utah Jazz. Danny Ainge said, I don't care. We thought we would have a chance to draft you because of how bad we were, but we were jumped over by the Mavs and the Spurs. So while we tanked to be in a spot where we could possibly take you or Cooper Flag, we fell below that. And hey, look, you fell to us. We're going to take you. That has turned into what we have now, where Ace Bailey did not report to Utah yesterday. The other first rounder did. Will Clayton Jr., the national champion. Cougs fans, unfortunately, we know what he's about, at least particularly late in the game. He's there. That first rounder is there. The Jazz say they expect Ace Bailey to be there by the time Summer League practice begins on Monday. But generally, when you have a first rounder, you want to get him in pretty quickly to do all that press stuff. Like, he holds up the jersey, he has a press conference, you take the photos. Could that happen today? Maybe, but I have not seen anywhere where it says Ace Bailey's on his way to Utah. That led to what could happen if he doesn't show up. Will the Jazz hold firm? Talked about it on the morning show. The last time a player I remember decided, I don't want to be a place I told you I didn't want to be here. You drafted me anyway. I'm not showing up, was Steve Francis. And the Grizzlies in Vancouver at the time acquiesced and traded him to Houston. Maybe some Rocket fans would have wished they didn't acquiesce. Or maybe you love Steve Francis' time here. I don't know how that's looked at. It depends. If you go on YouTube or TikTok, you're like, hey, Steve Francis was a problem.
Yeah.
But in a good way.
Yeah.
You watch him for the years he was here. Oh, Steve was a problem.
Helped you get both Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady.
It's true. Much like the Dylan Brooks thing, people didn't appreciate at the time. He wound up helping you get KD. So all's well that ends well. If you think the Rockets and
the way
and
the way he helped you get Yao Ming was
by not
getting the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and that was the Rockets jumping up above where they should have been, much like Utah suffered. Well, Utah suffered that because Dallas did that and got themselves Cooper Flag. So the standoff, at least currently, continues between Ace Bailey and the Jazz. Here's Jonathan Gavoni. He's ESPN's draft expert on the latest regarding that. And we'll see what he thinks about Bailey versus the Jazz.
As many of our viewers might be aware, Ace Bailey did not conduct a single known visit or workout with an NBA team. He was clearly determined to steer himself to a team outside the top 5. Many around the NBA believe that to be the Washington Wizards. I was told that his agent, Omar Cooper, told at least one team in the top 5 before the draft that his client will not report if they decide to draft him. Now, the Utah Jazz selected him regardless of all this. And now the big question is, are we going to see him in Utah anytime soon? I asked Omar Cooper his thoughts on his client's future in Utah, and he declined to answer those questions. He told me there's nothing uncommon about Ace Bailey's pre-draft process. 18 teams interviewed him. They all saw him work out at the NBA draft combine. They all have his medicals, his measurements. He's not the first player to decline or cancel workouts, which is absolutely true. Now, a press conference is scheduled in the near future for Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. We're all going to see what comes of that if we get any more answers from Ace Bailey about what happened the past few months.
I love a standoff, man, because it gets people to make real proclamations about what's going to happen. Here's the options for Ace Bailey from what I could find. If he decides, no matter what, he's not reporting to Utah, if he decides to play overseas to make money between now and next year's draft, the Jazz still control his rights. So they could trade him. They could not trade him. They could force him to come in, or at least try to force him to come in next year. If he just sits out basketball, then he can go back into the draft. I'm not sure why the NBA decided to tie playing in Europe or another place with the draft rights. I guess it's like the same way they draft and stash. So, hey, even though we didn't tell him to go over there, if he does go over there, we retain his rights. But if he decides he's just going to sit out, then we lose his rights. I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's what I read up on. Who knows? AI overview and other places might be wrong on that, but that's what I saw. I hope this goes deep into the season. Honestly, I just because I want to see if anyone can get away with this, and if Utah has the stomach to have their top 5 pick never play for them, and they don't recruit any assets for them. Like, because the Jazz would have the option of trading them and seeing what they can get for them. I'm sure, despite what's going on, someone would trade for Ace Bailey, who might have really wanted him.
Yeah, I was gonna say the team that he's trying to get to.
Yeah,
probably.
I don't know what a Ace Bailey is worth, because we've talked about this. You mentioned it earlier this week. Once the draft pick is made, then apparently for whatever reason the guy's less valuable. Like the hypothetical pick is always more valuable than the actual pick, unless the pick is like Cooper Flag or something. Yeah, when you know who the player is, the pick becomes less valuable. But when you don't, you always have the delusion that, hey, at our spot, if we have that pick, we'll pick a great player.
Yeah.
So that's where it is. Do you think if he decides I'll sit out, that the Jazz would hold his rights the entire year, or would they actually at some point believe him and trade him, or at least try to trade him?
I think they would. I think at some point, like, the discussions would be had of trading him, like where they actually would like pick up the phone and talk to Washington, or I'm trying to think who was even in that like area of the draft that Ace Bailey could have been.
Brooklyn might have taken a shot if he fell further.
Yeah. So Brooklyn, Washington.
Yeah, like New Orleans already has 2 first rounders.
Yeah,
and they traded away next year's first rounder to get Derek Queen, so they are probably off the list, even though they were 7th at the time. Yeah, can't convince Joe Dumars because he doesn't have the picks.
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't sound like it would be a robust market. I'm sure other teams would get in there eventually, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work out. I don't know if him having a agent who isn't certified and his only other client is his son.
Yeah.
Omar Cooper and Sharif Cooper.
Yeah.
The point
the
guard
Hawks
from
drafted him a couple years ago.
Auburn,
now.
I think.
It might be. I think it was SEC at least.
But I don't know if that helps or hurts in his standoff negotiations. The appetite to actually take this as a wall, or I'll say like the connections to actually make this work.
Yeah, he's not clutch.
Yeah, if this was like a CAA guy or clutch or something, it's like, they actually might like be able to play like 2 different hands at once and like talk to the GM of wherever they want to go, and like maybe they could actually work this out, or at least work it out enough to where someone sends Danny Ainge enough of a package to get this done. But if it's this guy who I'm just assuming just doesn't have that Rolodex of NBA connections, like, I don't know. I think this might just end up being pretty boring at the end of it, where it's like, oh, he actually
just winds up
shows up for summer league and like plays and is kind of upset.
It's very awkward.
Yeah.
He'll
And then
he'll be asked about it and not really give an answer because now he's stuck, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, there was the rumor that Utah was calling the Celtics about Jaylen Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Celtics, want Ace Bailey?
What else do you have?
Yeah,
Laurie Markkinen.
Well, I also it's tough because like, do you just want expiring contracts, or do you want
because
my best stuff?
Yeah, what do you want?
Do you want Jordan Clarkson?
And the problem for Utah
is I can get you Jordan Clarkson today.
Yeah, the issue for Utah is because of where they stand. Unless you're getting a superstar back, you're not gonna just trade for a regular old good NBA player. You're not in a position where that guy's gonna help you be good.
Yeah.
You can't just take competent veterans for Ace Bailey in a pick.
Yeah. You can't go like, would love, I don't know, KCP for
Yeah, hey
Ace
Memphis,
Baylor.
all those picks you just got from Orlando, we'll take those and KCP and Cole Anthony. That's not what they want. The picks from Orlando, who are expected to be a good team that Memphis has, that's not all that helpful. And then the veterans that they have, who they would just try to trade anyway, isn't going to be helpful either. So it's an awkward spot for all. I am interested to see if Ace Bailey and his representation are willing to take this to the end.
Yeah.
I got a feeling they're not.
I was going to say, I'm interested as well, but I do not have high hopes that
this last pass
something will, actually happen.
Maybe he holds out a summer league. I could see that happening just because I don't want to play in Vegas for the Jazz anyway.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first guy.
Yeah, but
not playing summer league. Yeah.
But does he wind up
like once we get to like
September, October
training camp?
Yeah.
Like then what?
Yeah, what are we doing there? Particularly if the Jazz are going to hold firm. According to Brian Windhorst, the Jazz are saying we're not going to be bullied. He's going to show up.
Oh, Daryl Morey. I'm comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah. The problem for the Jazz is
they're the Jazz.
You need talent.
Oh.
And are you going to really waste a year of this of the potential of seeing how a talented player would play? And by that I mean maybe you have to trade him to just got to get picks, because if he's willing to sit out, then you lose out on a top 5 pick, and that year you spent tanking, wasted.
Ace Bailey to Phoenix for Jalen Green. Maybe
but those.
Hey, we'll also give you Sexton.
But Jalen Green is one of those guys who fits into that mold of what's that going to do for us? He's better than Cole Anthony and KCP.
Yeah. It's just at least like he's young.
But do the Jazz want to pay?
Probably not.
Let's say top 15 shooting guard the money they're gonna have to pay him? Top 10, top 12 shooting guard? Yeah. I don't know.
Because you're not getting cheaper.
No, you're getting more expensive, and you lost out on the cheap contract.
And you're still blocking the guards that you've drafted the last 3 years with George,
Deontay George, and others.
Collier, and then now Walter Clayton.
Yeah. So, like I said, I love a staring contest, and we'll see who blinks in that one. Okay, we'll go to break. We'll get to hour 2. I did see a caller. If you want to get back in, you can. 713-780-3776. And speaking of Steve Francis, it was a 3-team, 11-player deal that involved, of course, the Rockets. The Grizzlies did get first and second round picks in the trade, so they tried to get a haul. They got one. I don't know how those picks worked out. Hell, they moved to Memphis, so they couldn't work that great. So either way,
they moved to Memphis and weren't good for a decade.
Yeah, so it couldn't work. So the Steve Francis trade did not work out for the Grizzlies, but we'll see if the Jazz can avoid a similar fate. I don't think they're moving, but maybe they have to trade their top pick because he just refuses to show up. We'll begin hour 2 when we get back, and Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. But we got some time to get in, or at least get you in if you want to do that. We got a couple things to get to before we talk to Michael. We will be back. Did not acquiring Kevin Durant lead to Masai Ujiri getting fired? Because the Raptors were a team, not fired, they're parting ways. I don't know exactly how that will be put out there, but Masai Ujiri and the Raptors parting ways. Masai Ujiri built a team that won the title back in 19, traded for Kawhi, took the risk, knowing that Kawhi likely would not re-sign with them. Kawhi didn't. He went to LA, but they got the title, so he'll be remembered for that. Since that point, well, the Raptors have been relatively anonymous. We haven't really thought about Raptors basketball for a while. They've collected a lot of guys who don't shoot threes, who are living in the mid-range, like RJ Barrett, Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes. So they have some recognizable names. I don't know how you're going to put that team together. And Masai Ujiri is done building the Raptors. If he gets Kevin Durant, is he gone? Like, if he finds a way to convince Kevin Durant to come in, or he just overwhelms the Suns with an offer, and they say, "I don't care. We don't care what you want, Kevin," which feels like an unlikely alternative to what actually happened. We're sending you to Toronto, or they just convince Kevin that he wants to be there. Kevin Durant wants to be there.
Yeah. Hey, you like Drake, right?
Yeah, right. Not over the last year or so.
Kevin no,
Durant.
he.
No, I know he has,
yeah.
but in an instance where he is going with how the rest of the world is going. Yeah, actually. I'm a big Kendrick Lamar fan now.
That pitch is more selective than it was.
Yes, it used to be.
Whatever.
Of course. Now it's like
10 years ago.
Well, not so much. I don't know. I don't know what's going on inside the Raptors organization, but I feel like if he had secured Kevin Durant, he may have gotten more time.
Or was this already kind of in the works, and that was
someone else was running the
That's
show?
what the new guy was
trying to do.
Was like, hey, watch this.
Well, he was also supposed to be
Durant.
the guy that got Giannis there because of their connection. So
yeah, Masai, great GM. Like had a really good run in Denver. Obviously, a good run in Toronto that he then topped off by winning a title. Was a good team for a couple years after that as well. But he does get thrown in. Masai would get thrown in with a lot of like, well, he really could have some inroads into getting Giannis and getting this guy and that guy. And they never really did it. The best thing they did was drafting Pascal Siakam, drafting OG Anunoby. Like he was just a good GM.
Mm-hmm.
Like trading for Kyle Lowry at the time they traded for Kyle Lowry, and then not trading Kyle Lowry once they traded away Rudy Gay and immediately became a Eastern Conference contender. Like the moves that he made were all the like not sexy. The best moves he made were all the not sexy good GM moves.
Like, for example, what the Pacers did in trading for his guy.
Yeah, trading for Siakam. Yeah. But the talk around him was always like, what if he made this big, sexy move? And it's like, he really only did that once. And that was trading for Kawhi Leonard. That's the only time.
Opportunity presented itself.
Only time he actually ever did that.
Yeah. He was more about team building. And the Raptors were known as a team who was very unwilling to part with anybody that someone wanted unless you met their steep asking price.
Yeah.
And generally, like the Raptors were always involved as far as trade deadline discussions. And then it just turns out they were asking for far too much. And they eventually finally made a deal for Siakam where they probably didn't get enough. Of course, they traded away Anunoby for Quickly and Barrett, whatever you think of those two. But the Giannis connection was he helped his family. And of course, I like the whole thing about he really wanted to draft Giannis at the time. So what? I'm sure plenty of other GMs did. Giannis wasn't a high lottery pick, but people weren't interested in him. So I'm not sure you should be using that as a reason why Giannis might be a Raptor. But the bigger thing is he worked with Giannis's family later on, and that's why those two have remained close. And maybe the Raptors kept him around until they kind of figured out Giannis is likely not leaving. So the appeal of Masai lessened. I don't know, because could he get Giannis in? Now that seems out of the realm of possibility. All right, we say goodbye and we start the new version of the Raptors. So Masai Ujiri, one of the more accomplished GMs of basketball, out the door. The GM here, who actually got the Kevin Durant deal done, is Rafael Stone, and we now have some reporting about what Kevin Durant may actually want to do for the future. Because I think I talked about it yesterday. I was like, I don't know where this is all coming from, that Kevin Durant is willing to take less to stay here. But this is according to Shams. The goal right now for Kevin Durant and the Rockets is for him to retire in Houston. They're going to eventually this offseason discuss a contract extension, figure out where that lands. But throughout the process, it became the finals between Miami and Houston. But the Rockets really excited Kevin Durant. I'm told players like Alperen, Amin Thompson, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, and Reece Shepard, and Kevin Durant really views himself here. Well, he was really excited about those guys. It's a perfect fit in a lot of ways, and that's just a lot of Shams doing his thing, but whatever. So Kevin Durant wants to retire in Houston. What does that mean? Just at the end of your extension, you decide you're done. I mean, he's not 32, so I could imagine if they give, or when they give him the extension and he's 40 years old, he may say that's enough after he's done. That seems like a reasonable approach. Not everyone wants to be LeBron and keep playing after they're 40. So while I appreciate the report, and it's good to know that Kevin Durant won't be asking out after this upcoming season, it seems like the inevitable conclusion that he retires a Rocket. And I guess that's just laying the foundation up. Don't trade me again. I'm not going to request a trade. Don't put me in a deal and let me retire. I don't want to be in another trade. I guess he's done with that.
I don't want to be in another trade fiasco.
Yeah.
Because the last two with Kevin Durant were also like, they weren't just he was unhappy, demands a trade, gets traded. Like, he demanded a trade from Brooklyn in the offseason. And then they said, we're not trading Kevin Durant. And he goes, okay, I'll play. And then by the trade deadline, they're like, you know what? Actually, we are.
Well,
we are trading Kevin Durant. And then the same thing happened this offseason, or this past season.
This one was different.
Where the team wants to trade him. And then, so they've both been this like extended 6-month-long like trade saga where for maybe not the entire 6 months, but for like 4 months, people were like, well, they're going to have to trade Kevin Durant at some point. And obviously Brooklyn ended up getting way more than Phoenix did by trading him away. But yeah, I think just by the teams on his list, it was pretty clear that it was places that Kevin Durant just wanted to go, or teams he just wanted to play on. I'm not actually sure how much, like, you know, I think I can get one more ring out of, like, I'm not sure how much these were ring chase destinations versus destinations that, like, yeah, I would want to play here on this team located in Houston, Texas, or located in Miami, Florida. Like that seemed like it was part of it as well, with some consideration to, like, these teams are actually good. And maybe that was like a tiebreaker, is that the Rockets were the 2 seed last year and they have all these young pieces. But ultimately, I do think that this is more of just Kevin Durant being like, yep, I'll write it out here and then see you later. See you on Twitter in 3 years. You also see me in between then, but still. Then I'll only be tweeting 3 years from now.
Does Kevin Durant have a future as a analyst on TV?
He'll be. Do
you think he wants to do that?
I'm thinking new media. I'm thinking
he'll have a podcast.
I'm thinking he's rivaling Gilbert Arenas in the podcast, NBA player podcast game.
I see that. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be a contributor to a network. I feel like he's gonna have his own thing.
I can't really see him like on the NBC sports desk, just being like, well, Mike Tirico, let me tell you, like, it's about ball movement, like doing all the like nonsense, like they got to come out and play with toughness talking points that they have in pregame shows.
I don't think he'd have the patience for particular talk about
he would want to just do a podcast.
Yeah, just have
if anything
his good friends and other players he likes on it and talk ball that way, as opposed to sitting through 2 minutes of Kendrick Perkins threatening Bill Simmons, like what's happening on social media.
Hopefully when he does start the podcast, he does have an opening for the obligatory white guy on the NBA player podcast. Yeah, and I would like to slide my resume.
So you want to do with that dude who helps Patrick Beverly do his podcast?
Yeah, and the guy who does the podcast P podcast. And the guy who does the Old Man and the Three.
Yeah, the guy who
does, like, every single one of them has. Yeah, really, Gilbert Arenas is the only one that
Jeff Teague doesn't have one either.
Oh,
he's got his boys. He doesn't have the obligatory white guy who's the host of the podcast, who offers up questions. So
Jeff Teague, would you like would you like me to take you to the next level?
I don't think he needs
like when
it.
like when your Hawks add Kyle Korver. That could be me.
I would love to see you interact with Jeff Teague and his friends. Just to see your particular brand versus their particular brand and see how that goes for everyone involved. In fact, now I'm for it. I was like, yeah, you know what? That's never going to happen. If I don't have any power, but if I had any, I'd make it happen.
Yeah.
If I was the Rich Paul of podcast formations, I'd make sure that gets done.
That's your fantasy booking of
get you as a permanent member of the Jeff Teague podcast. I forgot what it's actually called. It's
Club
520.
520.
What it's called.
Yeah.
Is that a reference to where he's from, an area code or something? It might be.
I'll do my research when it's on LinkedIn later.
Just type in 520 area code. That's Arizona, so it can't be that. I don't know what 520 is in reference to that show. Kelly Iko, local reporter for The Athletic, is telling us something we kind of expected or certainly thought could happen. Cam Whitmore has been the subject of a number of trade discussions in recent days. Situation is best described as fluid right now. So the Rockets aren't against trading him. Hell, if they'll trade Jalen Green, they'll certainly trade Cam Whitmore. Of course, Kevin Durant was a prize there. I'm not sure what you're getting back from Cam Whitmore. Maybe you get back a back of the end rotation player. Maybe you get a couple second round picks. Don't think you're getting a first rounder for him. Maybe you get a pick back because you're taking on salary from someone else's problem as far as contract wise. But Cam Whitmore will be in trade discussions until he's gone here. I think he'll be a permanent member of the trade discussion banter until he's no longer a Rocket.
Until he's no longer or a star. There's really only two ways out of this for him. Just with where he's at the rotation, there is an opportunity for that kind of bench scorer, bench shooter. Like that could be Cam Whitmore.
Definitely.
But it also could be Cam Whitmore by way of him getting traded and them getting a more veteran guy in that spot who is more okay with maybe he's 28 29 30 and he's more okay with the like, hey, you know what, there's gonna be some games where I only play 6 minutes, there's gonna be some games where I DMP'd, and I'm okay with that because I'm so and so and I'm used to this being part of my career, but when I'm in, I'll knock down some threes and play acceptable defense for Ime Udoka's liking. Where Cam Whitmore, and this is really no fault to him, it's what every player is like. He's still like, well, I'm 21. I was supposed to be a top 5 pick. I can be a star in this league. He's not going to be okay. We've already seen this with the DMPs.
No, he let to be known that he's not thrilled. He's not a sit and grin and bear it guy.
Yeah, there's the concept that I don't really believe. It's the name is too broad for what it actually is, but it's the too many guys theory on a team where you have just too many guys that think they should be 20 minutes a game.
It's a product of drafting young guys.
Yeah. And to me, it's too many.
Well, as many as they've drafted over the last 4 years.
Yeah, to me, it's too many young guys. That's the thing. Yes. Having too many good basketball players, not actually a problem. Having too many good players that all think that they should, be playing 30 minutes a game in the Jalen Green role. That's where you have a problem.
Yeah, I think people underestimate that. Sure, this guy gets drafted by the Rockets. He's on your team. You want him to conform and just do his part to make sure you win. That guy's got dreams too. He didn't enter the league thinking he would be a complimentary piece for the better part of 2 seasons.
Or if yes. And if he does eventually turn into that, it's years of being like, well, I guess being the next Kawhi Leonard won't work out, of being a guy outside the lottery who I don't turns into a superstar.
I don't think Cam Whitmore's at the point where he's accepted his fate of being a 7th, 8th man.
You know what? Maybe I could be DeMarre Carroll. He's not there.
Yeah, he's not there yet. And maybe rightfully so, just thinks he needs an opportunity. Right now, although Jalen Green is now gone, it still seems like that path is blocked with him for the Rockets.
Yeah, a little bit.
But we'll see if he remains on the team. As you said, there's a spot there for a bench scorer that can get 25 minutes and score 20 points in those 25 minutes. It just remains to be seen if he can find a place to, or at least find a way to have the Rockets staff trust him to be able to do that.
I will say though that this Calico report the day after the draft, like, I wouldn't say it's a good sign that it would be on the team next year. Like, I think if we have all the same and just like this report doesn't happen, I think it's more likely that he returns to the Rockets than I do now after this report where I'm like, oh, this is actual, like, he's actually in trade discussions.
Yeah.
Like, this seems more of an active choice that the Rockets are making.
Yeah. So while he's young, he's got promise. Sometimes those guys just don't find it in their original spots. We'll see if he remains Rocket or he finds a way and a path to play a lot more someplace else. Found out that it's Indiana State Road 520. So that would explain why the Jeff Teague podcast has that name after doing a little Googling.
Okay.
All right, Keith, you want to talk NBA draft? We'll get to that when we come back. I can't even imagine what player he wants to talk about. It's always a crapshoot, but it is the NBA. So maybe he'll stay more in line with the topics of the day. Sean shaking his head. I'm sure it'll be about Nimhard from Creighton or Gonzaga. I don't know.
He played at both.
He played
Gonzaga.
both. Played at both. Didn't the other one play at both? Or is it?
I thought this one played at both.
I think you're right. I don't know where Andrew played. Maybe he only played at one of them. Who knows? They're just Nimhards. I just assume they played at Creighton and Gonzaga. All right, Keith, we'll get to you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We will be joined by Michael Carroll in the next segment, but Keith joins us now. He wants to talk NBA draft. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, it's Keith here. Love the show. Normal, regular caller here. I know you're a Miami Heat fan. They missed out on the KD sweepstakes. It seems like their entire roster is 6'6", 6'7" wings. Bam's an undersized center. Jovic is kind of playing undersized. I think he's their tallest guy. What's the deal with your Heat? Are they going to make a big splash? Is the window closing on them? I know they had 2 finals appearances that came up short here in the last 5 years, but it feels like, they drafted their whole roster is the same type of guy, like Highsmith, Hawkins Jr., and they got their player from Illinois, and Pell Larson and Hero. Like, what's Wiggins? What's the identity of the Miami Heat, you think?
Well, they do have Khalil Ware, which is one of the reasons why, well, at least maybe one of the reasons why the Rockets have KD, because they didn't want to give up Khalil Ware, and he's the center. He is the 7-footer for them. As far as what they want to be, that's a question a lot of people are asking. They may be leaning into youth. They kept their pick again this year. That is something in the past they didn't do. Pat Riley famously known for saying he doesn't even like having draft picks. That has changed over the last 4 or 5 years, and they're good drafters. They've been in spots where they can't draft superstar, but you hit on Bam, as you mentioned. Hero's a all-star. They drafted him late in the lottery. Hawkins had a down year, but he was down in the draft. Khalil Ware, 15, I think, was his pick. So they're never in a spot to draft a star, which is their problem. And that's why they're always searching for one. As far as what they'll do, they may add a player who thinks he's a star, but his current situation suggests they don't want to give him the opportunity. Kuminga, Shams, who's on my television right now, well, he has consistently said over the last couple of days that Kuminga could be a Heat target. He's 22 years old. I know he's been around forever. It feels like he's only 22.
Same draft class as Jalen Green.
Yeah, so he's another guy who could be on the move, and that's a guy they'll have some interest in, it looks like. So their identity is one that they're not exactly sure. There's a New York Post article that says they're interested in Giannis, along with the Knicks, and there's another team. Big surprise. There's a team that's interested in Giannis.
3 teams are interested in Giannis?
Giant shock, I know. Giant surprising turn of events. So
Why?
I don't think the Heat have a clear direction. If Giannis wanted to be there and they could finally get the assets together to get him, that would be their first move. But in the absence of that, I think they will try to lean into youth. Right now, they have like 7 guys under the age of 25 or 25 and below. Kuminga would be the 8th. They're known for being a veteran-led team. So this could be a change in direction, but the identity isn't set. I think this offseason will play a huge part in that.
Do you think there's some sort of, Triple J thing that they can do with Jovic, Hawkins, and Yakashonis? Or does it not work because 2/3 of them pronounce it Yak?
You're talking about branding opportunities?
Yes. Yeah. Branding wise. Like, is there a poster they can maybe make?
Well, there's certainly questions about
media day pictures.
Yakashonis Kasparis, the Illinois guard, is their newest draft pick. There's some questions about what anyone in Miami will call him. It turns out he speaks Spanish, which helps his profile down there. But are they going to call him Kasparis, Casper, Jaku, which is apparently something you can call him?
Kasparis Yakashonis. I mean,
it's very difficult for people. They don't even want to try. Trust me, I know with a name like mine, sometimes people just don't want to try.
Come on.
So I don't know how that's going to go. Much like plenty of teams in the NBA, their identity isn't set yet, and we're just starting the offseason, so who knows?
I'm sorry, I'm caught up with the name thing.
No problem.
That's like us being like, can we just do Al Shingun?
Never like if you're in the market, you're gonna just revert to calling him KJ the whole time, which is what I've heard some people just want to do. You can learn his name. It just takes some practice. We all learn Antetokounmpo.
I think this is more of a Twitter thing of.
No, I've heard even people who cover the team say,
just like because I think this happens a lot where I feel like there's an over abbreviation happening online.
Sure.
Where everything's an abbreviation to the point where it's like actually confusing what you're even talking about when you're like abbreviating a movie that has four words in it, and you're just like, what is this collection of letters I've never seen before? Is this a government agency? Or no, it's Killers of the Flower Moon. Okay, that's what you're talking about.
Like what was one that always killed me? How to Get Away with Murder. That show, and they
Yeah.
just they acronym that thing. I was like, all right, that's too many letters.
Yeah.
Just it's easier for you to say how to get away with murder.
Yeah, then
But
like
you
you
have- but-
stare at this, wondering what
but
you're
you live
talking
on Twitter, so you need the characters, so you just write it like that, an acronym for. Eric wants to talk to Michael, so we'll let you stay on hold, Eric. I'm sure you saw the Toxic Avenger trailer. I don't know if you want to talk about that, but I'm sure you've seen that. So we'll get Michael Carroll in here when we come back. He's host of Comic Cast. He does that with Jong Lee. Michael Carroll was at Comic Palooza here in town. That's why he couldn't join us on Friday last week. So we'll talk to him about his time there. And what were his impressions? I think, did we speak to him about 28 weeks later? I think we did, or 28 years later.
I don't think we did.
Or did he say, I don't know if we got to it. Either way.
Or he's embargoed?
I don't remember. That movie's out, so I don't know if he was at the time because we talked to him last week. But either way, as I said when I mentioned it in the first hour, I'm sure he's seen people say they've seen the new Superman. I wonder what he thinks the impression of the new Superman is, because DC needs a hit. They need one. So we'll talk to Michael about that. If you want to get in, like Eric, you can. 713-780-3776 is the number. But before we talk to Michael Carroll, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Talked about them earlier. Love to talk about them again. So I focus on the cars themselves because certainly that's what you're there for. But what about service? Car dealerships can be a tricky place. I haven't bought a car recently, but we've all been to those places, and you just want to get a car. You want to get a car you like. That's all you're looking for. But you're hit with the pushy salespeople. Monument Chevrolet and I did a video pointing out some of the traps that they try to get customers into when they're out there selling the hard sell. Monument Chevrolet does not do that. They understand once you get there on the lot, you may have a car that you're focusing on. All they'll do is walk you to it and tell you what the best things about the car and let you decide. And then once you decide that's the car you want, then the process begins, and they're going to make you comfortable and get you into that car as soon as you can. So they love to get you into a new car like a Trailblazer or a Trax. They also can get you into some of their pre-owned inventory. The choice is yours once you get out there. It's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. The best part about them is they're going to treat you like a family member. And one of the family members people like. Sure, we all got family members we don't like, but they are going to treat you like ones that they want over for dinner. They want you to come back because they've been in business for 50 years and over 50 years now. And what that means is they've been selling cars to people like stretching generations, whether it be the grandpa or the dad or the daughter. They've been doing that for a long time. They want you to be part of that as well. So go to the website, check out the car you want at monumentchevrolet.com, and then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this: Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Michael Carroll is here, back at his regularly scheduled time.
Hello.
I told the people you weren't with us for an important reason. You had some really fun things to do. Tell us a little bit. We'll get into the shows and we'll get to Eric, but tell us a little bit about your time out at Comic Palooza.
Yeah, that was fun, man. Last weekend at Comic Palooza, there all 3 days, and we got a chance to podcast live from the Podcast Pavilion stage on Saturday specifically. There was some changes last minute, but we made it work and able to have a good turnout, and audience enjoyed it, seemingly enjoyed it. At least that's what they told me. Some of them told me afterwards. If they lied to me, ouch, hurtful. But for the most part,
live in the delusion that they loved it. That's all.
Hey, I'll live in that delusion.
If they're giving you that, you take it.
But yeah, no, it was a really cool experience. Got to check out some different panels and other podcasters that are locally, like the Bri-Fi podcast, Cult 45, Beyond the Galaxy, just different ones that are out there. It's always like Comic Palooza. Obviously, it's like the comic book creators and celebrities, all that, but they have a really cool podcast program that they put on each and every year, and it shines a light on like indie podcasters and things like that. So it was really cool. Sadly, Jong was unable to make it due to getting into an accident on the way to GRB. He's okay, but it was a fender bender that happened. Like literally, I'm sitting in the podcast area. We go on at 2:20. I get a text. I am so sorry. And then, getting into the rest, I was like, oh no, this is bad, but we made it work. We had a fill-in, so
I don't know, man. I saw Tyreek get arrested to go for like 180 in week 1. What's Jong up to? Come on.
I don't know. That's a good point.
Excuse me, detained. He wasn't arrested. He was detained for a bit. Let's clean
Drew
that up a little
Rosenhaus
bit.
was about to call in.
Just to be clear, Jong was not detained,
which is even more reason he should have showed up. But glad that Jong's okay.
Yeah, he's good though. But sadly, we missed him on our 600th recording. But that's the other thing, is it was our 600th, so we knocked it out.
And that, as you mentioned, issue 600 focused on the multiverse and the MCU.
Yeah, we ranked the films.
And your most recent episode that actually dropped this morning is about 28 years later. Me and Sean weren't sure. You mentioned that you saw it and talked about the things you liked and maybe some of the things you didn't like.
Well,
right?
I couldn't say anything at the time because we were under embargo until 4:00. And let me tell you, I was waiting for 4:00 to hit.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was
you
like,
did mention that.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what was said, and I was blown away.
Blown away by the difference of opinions compared to you.
Very different opinion to my opinion.
Okay, so what was the general consensus that differed from yours?
Oh, people at 4:00, it was like it lit up where it was like, oh, genre defining, one of the best movies of the year, blah 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 blah, like all this stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, did we watch the same movie? Like I had it. The title for this review that I should have put on the podcast today, and Shalise Williams, a real movie junkie, who happened to be at the screening as well, who I reviewed the movie with, spoiler review. We talked about it afterwards, and I told Jong this. It should be titled "It Had Me in the First Half," and then after that, it just lost me.
So you apparently are out on the limb. Now you know how Sean feels when he's talking about Craven.
Yeah, is this what it feels like?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm on the right side of Aaron Taylor Johnson history. You're
apparently on the wrong side.
Apparently, but
I'm typically pro Aaron Taylor Johnson, no matter what.
And it's not even that
kick ass.
That's when he got me.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first half, which is featured a lot with Aaron Taylor Johnson, and really, let me back up. This movie is more Alfie Williams, who plays Spike, the son of Aaron Taylor Johnson's Jamie. This is his movie. Aaron Taylor Johnson's in it for the first half, and then just kind of
Michael with his Aaron Taylor Johnson erasure.
I'm just saying that's what happens. It's just
okay,
and
so it gets Bryan Cranston in.
No, not like that. Okay. It's not like that. It's just he's in it, and there's reasons why Spike goes off to do his own thing, and it just kind of focuses on Spike, and that's not a bad thing. But there are elements to this movie that reminded me of Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead.
Okay. Goated movie.
I can't with you.
I'll be honest. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it.
I know you didn't see it. That's why I'm like, no, stop it. Goated.
I have seen it, and it's firmly fine. It's fine. whatever.
You know how like Zack Snyder tries to build this world of like the evolution and all that, like whatever. There's kind of elements in that with the rage virus now, and it's just I don't like where the direction that we go in, especially with where we were at tone wise and from the first trailer. Like the first trailer sold me, and I was like, oh, this is impactful, da 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 da. But then when you get about midway through, that's when things started falling off the rails for me personally. And the last 5 minutes is just a different movie entirely. Shalice compared it to like Shaun of the Dead. And it's just like, it's so absurd with where it goes. It's a baffling movie that I didn't understand.
Tell us the 90% favorable reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, Michael.
Apparently
90%.
Apparently 90%, but audiences are more like, I think 60%, somewhere in that rare.
Man of the people.
There it is.
I'm a man of the people this time.
That's how you sell it.
I'm a man of the people this time.
Not in this case, not one of those people favoring cinema. He's like, me and the people are together on this.
Here's where I'm really going to this is an insane take to me, because I'm going to say this, and I never thought I would have said this. Like if present Michael traveled into the past to talk to past Michael and tell him, you're going to like Megan 2.0 more than 28 years later, past self would have slapped me, and I would have been like, stop it. No, it's true. And it's true. Like,
is this Sean Mapes wearing a Michael Carroll mask?
It's like, what is happening? Are you Sean Mapes? Did you do the Mission Impossible thing? No, this is yank my face. No, this is really me telling you. Megan 2.0, I saw that this week. Had a ball. Had an absolute, I laughed. It's an action comedy this time around, and it works. It works so much because it knows what it wants to be. It knows the audience that it knows what it is. And it's insanely fun. Like, it's a perfect summer movie. I was blown away by that. I was just like, I'm enjoying my time with this. This is fun.
The critics, 59%.
59%. No, 100%.
Welcome to my world, Michael.
Yeah, this is
loving the.
I'm really emulating you this week.
Yeah.
But like, I have to say it because Megan, the first one, which Megan 2.0, let me back up, comes out today. It's out this weekend. It's one of the big releases of this weekend. There's really only two. But if you just want to go and have a fun time, Megan 2.0 is it. Like, there's just the absurdity of it all. It goes in insane places, especially with where the first trailer was like, oh no, what is this?
Yeah.
But it's all like they knew what they were doing with that trailer, and they know what they're doing with this movie. Doesn't make a lot of sense. The plot's convoluted, but the jokes come fast and furious. See, I did it for you. The jokes come at
one might say too fast,
maybe a little too fast, but no, it's fine.
Fast, 2.0
yeah. But like the audience I was watching it with, they were eating it up. They loved it. I mean, it's just going to be a fun movie for people to check out this weekend. The plot, whatever, it's a means to an end, but it's a means to an end that works. And especially with a lot of action comedies, they have this convoluted plot nature of it and can be forgettable. Megan makes it a memorable one, and it's just 28 years later feels like it wants to be one thing, but it's not. And that's, I think, the problem that I have with that movie. And I appreciate Megan 2.0 for knowing what it wants to be. And let me back up too. I gave both these movies 3 out of 5.
Okay,
but I like Megan 2.0 more. Insane.
What a betrayal
I know,
of your younger self.
A betrayal of younger self. Like when we did predictions with Comic Cast earlier this year, 28 years later was one I was super excited for. And I'm it's okay technically wise. And, again, that first half is strong, but it goes in directions that I was not expecting.
Allison Williams 1, Aaron Taylor Johnson 0.
Also, is it bad that I don't think Allison Williams is that good
as an actress, period, or in the movie?
In both Megan movies, is that bad?
Well, I mean, the homicidal doll is a star.
Yeah,
and
no,
throwing the little girl as well.
And I think
role player.
Yeah. She does.
Send pics.
She fits it well. So and that's partly the direction, I think, in terms of where she wants to go with the character. So I mean, it doesn't necessarily work for me at all. But
a lot of screen assists from Allison Williams.
But Megan is, she's strong.
Gobert.
But yeah, go see Megan 2.0. Surprisingly, go see it.
There it is. Well, let's get to Eric here. He's been waiting. He's got a question for Michael, and then we'll get to Michael's recommendations, or maybe he has something in the line of 28 weeks later where he's not so sure you should watch
28
it.
years later.
Yeah,
now,
that's right.
Now, come on now.
I've done that a couple times. You're like, yeah, 28 weeks later, better than 28 years later. So maybe that falls into your, take it or leave it. But Eric, what's your question?
Hey, Michael, great show on that Comic Blues. I was there as Toxic, the Toxic Avenger.
Oh, I know.
Yes, I want to ask you about Abraham Boy's Dracula trailer. Have you heard anything about that series and the new Dracula coming out in 2025? And also, anything good about Naked Gun Police Squad? I'll hang up and listen.
So Abraham Boys it's a new Dracula story set in America. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen the trailer for that. It's what's Bosch, the guy who plays Bosch. He plays Abraham Van Helsing. It's dealing with Abraham's boys fending off a vampire attack in the United States. So,
and it's a series or movie?
It's a movie.
It's a movie. Okay.
And it's Sean's perfect length. It's about 90 minutes long. So you're in and out pretty quickly. I wasn't impressed by the trailer per se. I don't like my Dracula in America. I think is my problem. I want my Dracula in Europe, in castles, not on the range,
not just hanging out.
It's set in, I don't know what you'd say this time period is. I mean, it looks like there's a Model T there and guys are right.
1915.
There it is. The
there
year pops up on screen. I don't want my Dracula in 1915.
No, you want him more like 1800s, 1700s.
The Nosferatu era stuff.
I get it.
Yeah. But either way, it is apparently Abraham Boys is a book. It's written by the guy who wrote The Black Phone. So
I don't know. I haven't really seen too much about it, so I can't really say about Abraham Boys.
How are you gonna explain to me how the Van Helsings made it to America? Why are they in America? The backstory is probably going to be convoluted and not necessary, but I kind of need to know why that family's now in the U.S.
I get that.
Abraham Helsing ain't got that dog on anymore and ran away from Dracula. Said, I can't kill this guy. I'm leaving. So we'll see how it plays out. I do like the fact that Titus Welliver's still in things besides Bosch. So that might draw me there. I'm just not sure. As far as what else did he ask about?
I got so distracted by Abraham Boys.
He mentioned Toxic Avenger, like he always
does.
that
new trailer, I don't know if you saw the trailer.
I haven't seen the trailer yet.
Yeah, I saw the trailer. It's very, very red band. Very red band trailer.
Okay. We know the movie itself, which been in the can for years. We looked it up at one point because it was filmed in 2023. For people who have seen it, the critics got it at 92%. So it comes out.
Surprisingly.
It comes out in about 2 months, August 29th. So we'll see how that goes. Abraham Boys feels like
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me.
Based off what you're showing me. Yeah. Feels like
Yeah. All right. Let's move beyond Abraham's Boys.
Hey, my bad, Eric. I forgot what else you said.
It happens all the time.
He was glazing you about your
Comic Palooza.
Hey,
that's how the
I
call
appreciate
started.
it.
Got distracted.
I appreciate it because actually, like now that you mention it, there was somebody on what was it, Threads, who said your rankings were tough to listen to at times. I was like, oh, you meant the audio quality. This is Jody on Threads. Haha. No, the sound quality was doable. The actual rankings. I was like, oh, Jody, that ouch.
That's
hurtful.
It's tough.
Quantumania head over there.
Hey, I put it last. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can judge Michael's rankings by listening to Comicast. You can listen to it, of course, in podcast form. We have that for you. And also you can hear it on Wednesday nights. At least you can normally 7 to 8 Comicast Wednesday nights. So let's get to what people can or should watch.
So this weekend, the theater, as I mentioned, Megan 2.0 is one of the big releases this weekend, as well as F1, the movie. So starring Brad Pitt, who is it?
Damson
Idris, Carrie Condon, Javier Bardem. Great reviews, 84% with critics, 97% with audiences. Done by the director Joseph Kosinski, I believe is how you say it, who did Top Gun Maverick and Only the Brave, which I really enjoyed both of those movies. Shalise Williams has it, who did the 28 Years Later spoiler review with me. She has it as one of her favorite movies of the year. And it's just, the story may be a little cliche in terms of sports movies, bringing in the older guy to teach the younger driver how to do this and do that and all that. But what it
maybe lacks in that aspect, it makes up for in just how it's shot technically. It's a technical marvel. So if you want to go check out some incredible racing, like especially if you're like into F1, if you're into that style of driving, the open wheel racing, this is a movie that you probably want to check out this weekend. Some deeper fans might be a little upset with like how they explain how Joshua Pierce, the younger driver, should do better on this adventure of his career. But like, it's for a movie about F1, it's worth a watch, especially like if you watch it in IMAX or something like that. It looks really cool. So that's really it. There's a lot of limited releases. I'm not even going to mention Ice Road Vengeance.
Well, you just did. Now we're intrigued. What is Ice Road Vengeance about, Michael? Besides a road full of ice and vengeance.
Do you remember The Ice Road, the first film of this series? Do either of you remember this?
I actually do now, looking at
Liam Neeson.
Yes, I do remember this, actually.
I remember how it was a bad movie.
Says you.
I don't remember that.
I do. You don't remember it being a bad movie?
You don't remember a lot of movies being bad movies. I'm sorry.
So they decided to make a sequel without Liam Neeson, or is he in this?
No,
one?
he's in this one.
Okay.
And it's just, it caught me off guard when I saw the trailer for the first time. I was like, oh, they made another one? And this time he's in Nepal.
By the way, that's what Eric's other question was about. It was about the new Naked Gun movie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
looks
right.
good. Looks awesome.
Yeah. The trailer, yeah.
Yeah, the trailer. We'll see once the movie comes out. I am curious about it, but, we'll see. I'm not curious about Ice Road Vengeance. It's in limited release this weekend in theaters. There is no scores currently.
Good sign.
That's
as always.
That's probably a good sign for it. But yeah, I'm gonna say skip that one. Go watch Megan 2.0 or F1 if you want to just have fun this weekend at the theaters. In terms of streaming, though, it's packed, dude. Like, there's so much. We got Squid Game season 3 on Netflix today. 89% currently with critics, 47% with audiences. So I don't know, like, if there's a review bombing situation happening that I'm not aware of, or what's happening. But Squid Game season 3 picks up right where the last one left off, and we're finding out the results there. Smoke season 1 on Apple TV Plus premieres today. The first 2 episodes are available right now, which has Taron Egerton and Journey Smollett as 2 arson Taron Egerton is a arson investigator who teams up with a police detective to solve the case of a serial arsonist. I've heard this one starts off slow, but really picks up as you get deeper into the show. So maybe give it a little bandwidth before you just maybe jump off of it or whatever. Currently 68% on Rotten Tomatoes, but I'm intrigued by this premise in this show. Of course, Ironheart premiered earlier this week, the first 3 episodes. I've seen the first 1.5 so far, and I liked it. I'm enjoying it so far. It's another one where it's getting review bombed, so take that out. Like, disregard those reviews, because some of them are very not for real, if the best way I can put it. Complaining about things that are not problems at all. So it's a good show, and it's a good Marvel series to kind of lead you in to. I mean, it doesn't have ties to Fantastic Four, but it's a good, like, Marvel series to watch ahead of Fantastic Four. And then, of course, The Bear is out on Hulu right now, season 4, and a new show called Countdown. I'm kind of mixed on that one on Prime Video.
Would you say The Bear has the greatest level of cameos from stars you've seen in a while? Like, I know Brie Larson's in this season, among others.
They get
people.
They
man.
really get people.
Yeah. What's his name? Dude who played Adam from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Poulter or whatever.
Adam Warlock.
Yeah, Will Poulter.
Will Poulter's in it this season. Yeah, so many people. Faces you'll recognize. That music means we're done. Thank you, Michael, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You can listen to Comic Cast wherever you listen to podcasts. You have 2 episodes this week to listen to. The review of 28 Years Later.
There we go.
And also, your time at Comicpalooza is featured as well.
Yeah.
Comicpalooza is featured as well, so you can listen to those as you make your way this weekend. We also have the new app. I keep forgetting to
download the new app.
Download the new app if you don't have it. For Apple users, iPhone users currently, but we're going to get it working for Android as well.
I believe Joe has a breakthrough on that.
Okay.
So we're close to, if not already coming out with Android.
So we didn't
very
forget
soon.
about you, even if you're a green bubble texter.
So-
We haven't forgotten about you. You'll have it there as well. But since we're done for the week, Sean, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
John Granado infiltrating that show one way or the other. Paul Gallant's next, followed by the Killer Bees. They're at Drift Bar, right? You can go out and join them at Drift Bar. They'll take you to 6. We're done. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Astros complete a pitching gem all 3 days against the Phillies, limiting Philadelphia to 1 run in 3 days. A 2-1 win and a 3-game sweep against one of the best teams in baseball, coming in having won 9 of 11. And it took a picture-perfect slide.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is a Friday. Got to get down on Friday, June 27th, 2025, a holiday. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live here at Drift, and at some point during the show, guess what? Listeners of the Paul Gallant Show, if you come on out here to Drift, you're going to get a raffle ticket when you arrive for a chance to win a pair of tickets for Astros Guardians on July 8th. It's coming up, well, like a week and a half or so away from now, so that ought to be a lot of fun. You want to come on out here. You want to get some drinks. You want to get your Friday started the best way you can. By the way, it is an Ask a Lot Anything Friday. That means you can ask any question. I will work it into the show, no matter how embarrassing. I did say it's June 27th. Happy June 27th mixtape by DJ Screw Day. Yes, your boy gets down. I might be pasty in complexion, but I'm cultured. Cultured, I say. Once again, our beloved Houston Astros got a victory, and we have no idea how the hell they pulled it off, right? I mean, the pitching's been really, 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 really good all season, but did you expect the Astros to sweep a Philadelphia Phillies team that's one of the best teams in baseball and hold them to 1 run over 3 games? Did you expect them to hold those Phillies scoreless for 25.2 innings over that series that they just swept? I don't think you did. I know I didn't, if I'm being realistic. But if I am believing in this Astros team the way that I have encouraged all of us to do, because they're doing this without any bats, everyone's hurt. They're doing this with a rotation that, like, they have a good starting rotation that at this moment in time is on the injured list. We just keep on saying the same old. Can I get Can I get my very enthusiastic preacher from Kingdom of Heaven, Sean Mapes, back at Mission Control?
God wills it. God wills it. God wills it.
God wills it. So you take a look at what the Astros have done now, officially halfway through the 2025 campaign. Only 6 teams in Astros history have offered better first halves than this team. 5 of them finished as division champions. Houston's 81 games away from becoming the 6th, playing at a 96 win pace while putting out lineups that, I mean, it's been difficult. I saw this funny line in The Athletic written by Chandler Rome. This is how the entire Astros fan base feels, but I gave Chandler some crap today. I sent him a text. I was like, when you wrote this, how did you feel? I know I loved reading it. Inevitability is part of the Astros aura. They now lead the American League West by 6 games. They're 2.5 games off the best record in baseball after sweeping one of the best teams in baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies. They've scored 157 two-out runs this year. Only 4 teams have had more. They've won 17 of 24 one-run games this season. They're 17-7. All of last year, they won 18 one-run games. There's a variety of different reasons that could be why the Astros keep on getting things done despite a rash of injuries and not a whole lot of offense. I've seen some theorize it's the schedule. They played the Pirates, Athletics, White Sox, Angels, and Twins this month. They have won 23 of 32. So good. They are beating up on the lesser teams. I know there is this idea that the Astros, for whatever reason, stink against baseball's worst teams. But no, I don't really buy into that. I think that they are able to expose those teams largely because of the pitching that they have, whether it's the starting rotation that's been stepping up with all those injuries, or it's the guys at the back of the bullpen. Defense might win championships, even in a little sport like baseball. Because, you take a look at what this defense has done. The Astros this year are 19 runs, they're 19 outs above average. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds really cool. And you take a look at their pitching. I mean, the statistics are ridiculous for them pitching-wise. You've known what they've been capable of, but I did not think that they would lead baseball in strikeouts the way that they do. I did not think that they would lead baseball in whiff rate the way that they do. I mean, they're number one, and they're number one by a pretty significant margin in both of those categories. You got Hunter Brown with a majors leading 1.74 ERA after 7 scoreless innings yesterday. You got Framber Valdez with a 2.88 ERA in a contract year. You got Josh Hader, who's 21 for 21 on save chances this season. And setup man Brian Abreu has a 1.72 ERA. Defense wins championships. You got a good defense. You got damn good pitching that strikes everybody the bleep out. And that's why they are where they're at. Is this something they can keep up? I'm skeptical, but now I'm starting to go back to the beginning of the year. We goofed on Joe Espada a bit for, I would say, a rather low energy speech that he gave to Astros players before the start of the year. And he talked about the defense, and he talked about fundamentals and making sure that this team is actually smart at the plate, but it actually has worked out. It's going to take all of you, said Espada eventually. And he didn't sound that great. He's not the best public speaker. But this thing that he said yesterday, quote, "We're going to fight you for 27 outs. I'll tell you that. This team is going to fight you for 27 outs." That's damn true. And you saw it again yesterday. It's late. It's 1-1. And it's Cam Smith, of all people, who's getting the RBI single that gives the Astros the lead. They hold on for the dub. All the things that they have been through, too. I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point. None of this stuff makes sense unless you just look upstairs and say, God wills it. They have used 24 total pitchers this season. They have 2 of their 5 opening day starters getting Tommy John surgery, just 80 1/3 innings into the year. And since Ronel Blanco last pitched, for some reason, the Astros starters have a 3.16 ERA. Only 3 rotations entered yesterday's game with a lower one, and they've been using Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto, Brandon Walter, and Jason Alexander. By the way, Alexander and Walter were waiver claims, and no one wanted Ryan Gusto in the Rule 5 draft, but somehow, some way, the Astros just keep on throwing out pitchers, and these pitchers keep on crushing it. And they overcome a lineup that was 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position yesterday afternoon, that doesn't have Kyle Tucker anymore, that doesn't have Alex Bregman anymore, that hasn't had Yordan Alvarez since May 2nd. They're 20th in the league in runs a game. Espada's used 76 different batting orders in 81 games, 43 players being used, 19 of them position players, the 24 pitchers. And then on top of that, if you take a look at the combination of Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, and Jose Altuve, they had a combined 9.3 wins above replacement last year. They finished the first half of the season a combined minus 0.2. Hell, you could take a look at some graphics that show that Christian Walker is worse than Jose Abreu was in his first season. They've overcome him. They've overcome the departure of Tucker with Cam Smith stepping up. Jake Myers is having a great season. Jeremy Pena is having a great season. All of this continues to seem improbable, but going into a weekend series against the Chicago Cubs team that has Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley, how do you not feel good? I mean, at bare minimum, you're expecting them to win 2 out of 3, if not looking for yet another sweep. And this was the most impressive sweep of all. Despite a complete lack of offense, the Astros took the Phillies down 1, 2, 3. The Phillies have a good rotation, and they are a whopping 6 games up on the Seattle Mariners in the AL West. And it's not like the Mariners have been playing poorly of late either. The Mariners have actually been playing pretty well, but they have been gaining the Astros ground on Seattle over these last couple. And I mean, a lead of 6 at this point, it would be an epic collapse. We're getting to that point if they blow it. Is it possible? I mean, the American League West, it's always a wacky show. And we saw the Astros a couple of years ago try to give it away. But right now, I'm feeling really confident. And I mean, at this point, aren't World Series the minimum expectation? An appearance. I think we're past AL West. It's already been won, as I joked on the show a little bit ago, but I was somewhat serious when I made that joke. You're now in, you're getting the first round bye territory. So does that mean you just go back to where you're always supposed to be? The ALCS? God wills it, in my opinion. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 is how you call it. It's how you text it. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter points out, 409. The Astros have struck out more batters than any other team. In second place is 52 less strikeouts. That's insane. Yeah, I highlighted that a little bit earlier. The statistics I had copied and pasted into the rundown. They disappeared. But they are killing everybody in the strikeout department. Killing everybody. Meanwhile, you got teams like the Texas Rangers who were hyped up going into the year complaining about their ballpark, about how that might be the reason that they're not doing so hot. A texter on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It's our friend Eric the Driver who asks question number 1. Paul, now that we're fully in the Mount Rushmore season of sports shows, who is on your Mount Rushmore of actors? Ooh, got to be Tom Cruise, number 1. 2, Denzel Washington. I would watch any movie, probably in theaters with those two, although I'm being a bit of a fraud on that front. I have yet to see the new Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movie. I think Brad Pitt's still up there. This F1 movie that's coming out this weekend looks awesome. And then as far as 4, you know what? It's early, but I'm going to put Timothy Chalamet up there. I'm going to put Timmy Chalamet in there. Timothy Chalamet? Chalamalama. I don't know how to say it. All I know is the guy's got Riz, as the kids say. You know, he's dating Kylie Jenner. She's wearing like Knicks lingerie for him and like showing it off in the suitcase. He's getting mobbed in New York when the Knicks win a game as if he is one of the New York Knicks. Like that guy's a dude. Honorable mention Glenn Powell, but yeah. I think that's the Mount Rushmore right now. More Ask Gallant Anything questions, 713-780-3776 to call to text YouTube at ESPN Houston. Richard Balskin, I'm assuming that is a play on words, asks, Charo or refried beans? Gotta go refried. But don't put cheese on it, or I will complain about it. I will be a little Karen. I'll be a little Care Bear. Unless you get me drunk enough on an El Tiempo $375 margarita. But we are hanging out here at Drift, everybody. So come on out here, having ourselves a wonderful Friday. Got to get down on Friday and Ask Gallant Anything Friday. And listeners who show up to Drift, you're going to get a raffle ticket immediately when you arrive for a chance to win a pair of tickets for Astros Guardians July 8th. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around live at Drift.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
We got some people that aren't exactly as excited about the Astros. From the 704, Astros are in the worst division in baseball. Also, nobody gives a bleep about the strikeout numbers compared to the next team. It counts the same as a ground out. Keep gargling the Astros balls, Paul. I mean, they just swept the Phillies. They held the Phillies to 1 run over 3 games. Sorry, if you're looking the other way when it comes to this team, you're dumb at this point. So if you don't want to jump on the bandwagon now, have at it. But the pitching has been great. They got an entire pitching staff on the injured list. Yordan Alvarez hasn't played since May 2nd. I mean, you think this is going to get worse? By the way, as AR Platinum brings up, the Astros could win 100 games because 57 more games are against sub-500 teams and 24 games with legit contenders. Who knew? Yeah, I mean, the rest of the first half, they have this series coming up against the Cubs, who had the same record as the Philadelphia Phillies, at least going into yesterday's game. And then they got the Dodgers, who are tied or second best in the majors behind the Tigers as far as record. Like, that's the last 2 tough series in the first half. And then the second half, yeah, they have the easiest schedule the rest of the way by far. So, yeah, the playoffs are a crapshoot, but I don't understand how anyone could be skeptical about them right now because they keep on doing everything in spite of all of the many obstacles that I laid out. So, there you go. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call the text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Yesterday was an all-timer in Houston, huh? I mean, first off, torrential downpour. I don't know how many people live in the Fountain View, Chimney Rock, San Felipe, Voss area, but holy crap, the flooding there yesterday. I had a bit of a hike back from yesterday at Cactus Jack's. Cactus Jack's was awesome because it is Mount Bellevue and it's rush hour traffic when you're driving back. But holy smokes. I mean, to see the torrential downpour on the way back, I actually had to pull off the road. That was the worst I've ever seen it. And then I get back and I see all these videos and pictures of what was taking place in the immediacy around my place. I forgot that, and you should never forget, because it happens once a year, generally around this time of year. But there's always a random flooding that surprises everyone. The amount of cars that were off to the side of the road that have been flooded out because it just dropped like 5 inches of rain in about an hour, impressive. I actually went on Reddit and I was wondering, how the hell does it get so flooded for 5 seconds? Maybe not 5 seconds, for about an hour. And then it's all gone. And it's when you drive by everything, you're like, wait a second. Why are all these cars stalled out? And I saw this on Houston Reddit. Looking at gauges in the area, they received 3 to 5 inches an hour. That floods the street every time. The system basically starts backing up when there's 3 to 4 inches in less than 2 hours. Drains pretty quickly, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're back. And, someone commented back, I guess this person's only been here for a couple of years. It took me 2.5 hours to get home tonight with I-45 shut down, thanks to a lady in a lawn chair with a gun. Every time I got out 45 to a frontage road, it was flooded, and I thought I might drown in my car or float away. If you told me this would be my afternoon commute before I moved to Houston 3 years ago, I would have thought you were crazy. Now I know it's just another Tuesday in this wild city. And someone responded like, hey, man, wait till you see the machete killer that took himself out, people driving into dump trucks. This is not surprising. Nothing's surprising anymore. But I got to say, yesterday, the lady sitting in the lawn chair in the middle of traffic, holding a pistol, and just sitting casually in the middle between 2 lanes on I-45. One of the most iconic images I've ever seen. Dude standing in front of a tank in Tiananmen Square. Monk setting himself on fire in Vietnam War. Random lady sitting in a lawn chair in the middle of I-45 with a pistol for some reason. Thankfully, no one died. Everyone's fine. I think she wasn't having the best day. As someone who was driving back from Mont Bellevue, I get it. There were times during that drive back, especially once I got off the highway and into all the flooded areas, where I was thinking to myself, you know what? I think she gets it. I think she gets it, just getting out of your car, putting down a lawn chair, and just holding up a pistol. You're in your Michael Douglas falling down moment. You've just had too much, you know? But the standoff ending was a little disappointing. I saw Abigail Dye, strong, powerful, independent reporter over at Fox 26, was on the scene and showing like there were snipers all over the place and stuff. Listen, this lady didn't need any snipers to take her down, okay? She just needed a hug. I would have given her the hug. I would have given it to her, you know? Maybe I have one of these. What's this? This is a a Coral grape juice and ginger ale. 4.5 alcohol by volume. Well, shout out to Coral. I appreciate the purple nature of this drink on this June 27th. Hell yeah, brother. Let's crack this bad boy open. Ooh, yeah. Let's go. All right, well, this Friday's already off to a rollicking start. Thursday, perhaps a little more exciting. I am a little disappointed with the way things went down and that there wasn't any extra backstory. You know, it would have been kind of funny if there was a police chase or something like that. But again, I am thankful that everyone is okay on that front. Although maybe people driving home, you weren't okay. You definitely were not okay. I was not okay personally. But hey, also, and this is just like taking a look around Houston on this June 27th, which is a holiday. Somebody actually caught video of the dude who stole the sunglasses from that store in the Galleria, who jumped off onto the ice at the very bottom floor and broke a lot of things, including his legs, I think his wrist, among others. Gotta say, the video, very disappointing. I thought he did a full send, you know, like he's Tom Cruise running down and then taking off and like launching, like a long jump style jump. No, he was trying to get crafty. He was trying to get all acrobatic. So he found this spot where you could theoretically like walk on a ledge, almost like if you're on a high rise and you're walking on the balconies or maybe one of the rims outside that's like, or I don't know what it's called. I guess a ridge that would be outside of it. He was trying to tiptoe around it. And then all of a sudden he was just hanging by his two hands from it. And then he fell. He just drops and his leg's gone. Like his legs went out to the side. Off. It looked rough. I think I saw a little blood in the jeans. Gotta say, F around, find out. I'm very annoyed by that person's existence, just given that he posted this like selfie video after he took the glasses afterwards, and he tried to speak the English, and I have no idea what he said. Like he really thought he was cool to go down like that, not even with a full send onto the Galleria ice. Nah, man. I'm taking back your cool card. I am officially cooler than that guy. That's saying something because I ain't that cool. I ain't that cool at all. Okay. So anyway, a lot of things went down in the city of Houston yesterday. Happy June 27th. We should get the day off. We should get it off. You know, that mixtape was the bomb. Back in the day when I was working at the Texans flagship, I had a bunch of Houston area rappers come into the show, hang out with me, and it included Slim Thug. We had ESG. We had Lil Flip. It was awesome. And the best part was I interviewed these guys, and I had no idea about anything. I just was asking, like, so rap music, that's a thing. Do you like the hip or the hop? Are you more hip or hop? But then, thanks to my old producer back at the flagship, Ryan Rocket, I almost became versed in music. I sent him a text last night, like, hey, man, June 27th is tomorrow. What's up? And Rocket rolled his eyes at me. And I like that because that was our dynamic. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I think we're about to get the video up and running on the YouTube side of things. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. The last question somebody asked, hey, who is your Mount Rushmore of actors? You know what? Bad job by me. Sometimes when you get these questions on the spot and you have to think of all the actors out there, you make a little mistake. I totally forgot about Leonardo DiCaprio for a second. Leonardo DiCaprio is in there ahead of Timothy Chalamet. But Timothy Chalamet knocking on the door. Glenn Powell knocking on the door. Someone texted in Jack Nicholson. I can't remember the last time Jack Nicholson did anything. Jack Nicholson's still cool as hell, but sorry, that Mount Rushmore has changed, you know? We're talking about current. We ain't talking about the past. Also, someone nominated Tom Hanks. What's the last good Tom Hanks movie? I'll wait. I actually checked this a couple of days ago. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Like maybe Sully. And that one, honestly, I wasn't that excited to go see that. It's been a while. Tom Hanks used to be at the top, but I think we're talking like 20 to 30 years since he was where he used to be on that Mount Rushmore. Anyway, it's an Ask Along Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. I am told that on the Apple side of things, we are Gucci. And that we are perhaps closer and closer on the Android side of things to getting that thing done. God wills it, just like our Houston Astros. More comments on the Ask Along Anything Friday. We will get to them. We are live here at Drift in the Heights, and we're giving away Astros tickets. Listeners of the Paul Gallant Show, you come in here between noon and 3, you will get a raffle ticket for a chance to win a pair of tickets for Astros Guardians. So make sure you're looking for that when you get on in here. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Along Anything Friday, it's the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
And we're going to be hanging out here all afternoon. By the way, I mean, we've got the Mount Rushmore of booze here. At least most of it. We got a little St. Arnold's in the house. We got Carbach in the house. We got Backpew in the house. Let's go. I think I'm going to be very drunk by the end of the show. I think this is the big problem is people see me and they're like, hey, Paul, you want a drink? And I'm like, yes. I'm not going to say no to a drink. There's sober children in Utah. You know, you gotta think about them. Okay, I guess sober people.
You're doing the Lord's work, Paul.
Thank you very much, Brian McDonald. Yeah, sober people over the age of 21. Not encouraging underage drinking because we would never do that. None of us have ever done that ever in our lives. So it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're gonna have people from every single booze company I think in the greater Houston area stopping by all day. So. It's early on, but that doesn't mean you can start your. That doesn't mean you can't start your Friday now. You know, I'm sick. I have a lot of cough syrup because it's June 27th. There was a lot of flooding yesterday, and I'm tired because of all the driving I had to do. By the way, I'm taking another sip of this coral grape juice and ginger. I don't sound drunk yet, guys. Stop. I'm being a good boy. So the Astros, they swept the Phillies. They take on the Chicago Cubs. Kyle Tucker's return to Daikin Park. I am very curious to know the kind of reception that Kyle Tucker will get. I believe that he should be cheered his first at-bat. And when he is introduced, if he is introduced, I believe there should be a tribute video. And after that, do what you will. I would ask that you don't boo him. Right? I'd ask that you don't boo him. Let's show people a little Houston hospitality. Let's show people that we're not a bunch of derelict Dodgers fans who might shank somebody if they don't like you. That we're not the Oklahoma City Thunder fans that we saw after winning the championship harassing a child. Let's be better, okay? Hashtag be better. The worst hashtag of all time that I regularly get whenever I say something that people disagree with. It happens.
Sounds like Royce White, something Royce White would say.
Royce White used to say,
it was be well?
Be well,
Yeah.
Yes. Now he's a congressman. The man has grifted to
really?
the right after fighting for mental health rights like a fraud for such a long period of time, even though the Rockets were bending over backwards to make him happy. He has now, B-Mac, moved over to the right, getting in on the grift department. And you know what? I get it. There's money there. And when you have as many hats as Royce White does, big fedora guy, for those who don't know, at least he was back in the day. There was like a Real Sports episode, and they went in his house, Royce White, who, by the way, if you don't remember, first-round pick of the Houston Rockets way back in the day, who had all sorts of potential but was afraid to get on planes. So they did a Real Sports episode on him, and they go into his house, and there's just fedoras everywhere. And I'm sorry, if I see a man in a fedora, I just can't take you seriously.
Same.
You might think to yourself, well, Paul, you wear the shortest shorts possible, and most people think you're Metro, if not gay. And that is true. But just know that if you wear a fedora, I have thoughts, okay? Cowboy hat, I can take that. Indiana Jones hat, okay, but we're starting to drift into the fedora territory. Fedora, like, I want to Oklahoma drill you. If I see you, that's what I want. Even if you're way bigger than me, I feel like it is my obligation as a man to challenge you. Took my glasses off so I could say that. So on this Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can ask any question. It's 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I want to know if that texter who was dismissing what the Astros have done, because we're getting a lot of texters that are fighting back against him. This one guy was like, keep gargling the Astros, Paul. From the 979, division games are now 33% of the entire schedule. It used to be 48%. The weak division argument has never been less relevant to the overall record. That is a great point. Truly. That's a great point. I think this person is a Dodgers fan. I think that's why he's texting it in, because here he is. The Dodgers have far more pitching injuries, have the most bullpen innings used, and still have the best record in Major League Baseball in the most difficult division. Yeah, but everyone expects that from you. You are paying more money into the payroll than anyone else in the sport. Like, that's the expectation. What the Astros are doing are exceeding expectations. And perhaps we are finally going to get our rematch of the 2017 World Series, and you guys can finally try to put up or shut up. Because, I mean, I don't recognize either of the Dodgers titles. You haven't beaten the Astros yet. Mickey Mouse title in the pandemic where Justin Turner was a super spreader. And, you beat the Yankees? Doesn't count. Now, it's the Astros' fault for not getting there, but like beating the Yankees in the playoffs, that's very easy. Anyone can do it these days, you know? Anyway, Ask on anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Texter says, as far as the lady yesterday, she has the dementia. Yeah. Honestly, a little concerning that it's as easy for older people to drive as it is. My grandmother, bless her heart, God rest her soul, she was wonderful. I lived with her in St. Petersburg, Florida, and used to take her out for lunch once a month. Wonderful woman named Sally, traveled the world. Her husband fought in World War II, was one of the first people to stumble across those camps. And she lived a full life after he passed away, which was well before I was born. Never got to meet him. Wonderful lady, but absolute terrorist as a driver. Absolute terrorist. One time I'm in the car with my grandma, my mom, and we're driving towards Checkers to go get some hamburgers, and she runs the wrong way for a good 3 blocks on a one-way street. And she doesn't notice, and me and my sister are in the back seat, and we're looking at each other, and then we say politely, Mom, you've been driving the wrong way for a quarter of a mile. And then she just laughed. She had this very funny laugh, like, ha, 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 and then like just gets back into the lane where she was supposed to go. It was early onset dementia for her. It didn't really fully develop until about 10 years later. But yeah, I constantly see like a silver alert on the side of the highway. If you're over by Lakewood Church, when you're driving around, you just see silver alert, man in Buick lost right now.
I mean, I would support. I don't know about you, Paul. Like, I mean, we have to take a test when we turn 16 to drive. Like, I think past a certain age, you should have to take a test to prove you can still drive. Like, let's call it 70 or maybe 75.
God forbid we do it for politicians, but at the very least, can we do it for driving?
Yes.
Given that,
You could kill somebody,
especially in this city where everyone drives like a maniac as it is, and we've got a million uninsured
and
drivers.
do you have a lawn chair and a handgun in your car?
Yeah.
That's one of the questions on the test.
Well, God bless Texas. You ain't gonna take my lawn chair,
That's
my handgun
true.
out of my car. How dare you even suggest such a thing? That's an infringement on my Second Amendment rights.
Right to bear arms. Lawn chairs.
Yeah, the right to sit in the middle of traffic with a pistol. From the 409, Paul, this is an Ask on Anything Friday question. You've been talking about your new girl. Did you meet her on the dating apps or in the wild? What was your pickup line? I met her on the dating apps, and my pickup line to her was, because she's from Oregon, my pickup line was, I made some comment about her profile. I was like, this profile is so Portland. And it was meant to be sarcastic and kind of demeaning.
Okay.
But she saw that I like cats, and that's where we immediately bonded. And by the way, that's where we are at right now. The best place in all of Houston when it comes to cats that just hang out on the bar. This is what I love the most about Drift, not in addition to the many TVs and the air conditioning and the views and the drinks and all of that. And there's all sorts of vendors from all sorts of alcohol places in the greater Houston area out here, is that there's like 7 to 8 cats on the patio. They're so cute. Oh my gosh. I want them to let me hug them. But every time I approach them, they like kind of drift off, you know?
They drift off?
Yeah. Oh, this Dodger fan is really upset. Good, you're an idiot. Go look at payrolls. Nah, I'm not going to. Beat the Astros in a World Series, and then we'll actually like respect you. But no. Oh, they were cheating. The Dodgers cheated too. You know that. You know it. Go back to the 2017 World Series. The amount of cross signs that there were in Game 7. Like I've talked to people behind the scenes. No, this is what pisses me off. No one goes on record about the sign stealing scandal. I'm pretty sure baseball told everyone to shut up about it, but people believe the Dodgers were doing it. Multiple people, and not just on the Astros. Like a lot of people that I've talked to. People thought the Dodgers were doing it. People thought the Yankees were doing it. People thought that the Red Sox were doing it after the memo was sent out. The Astros were the team that got caught because they went a little bit too far with it. That's for sure. But the other teams were doing it in their own elaborate ways. So this little Dodger boy, go stab someone in a parking lot like all you losers do. You want to jump in on an Ask on Anything Friday at ESPN Houston, at ESPN 975 on an Ask on Anything Friday. Coming up next on the most interactive sports talk show in town. It is June 27th. Believe it or not, Daddy, talking about me, isn't the most stupid when it comes to the Houston rap scene. So in honor of June 27th, I'm going to throw this out to you. Who is on the Mount Rushmore of Houston rappers, and who is on the Mount Rushmore of Houston rap songs? What songs are? I have my songs. As far as the rappers, I will leave that to you. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town, live at Drift. Come out here for a chance to win a pair of Astros tickets for a game against the Cleveland Guardians on the 8th. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Live at Drift. Oh, yeah. This song rolls, huh? It's a very good one. Shout out to all the fine booze providers that are out here hanging out with us. We got Coral, which I'm currently drinking, Back Pew, Carbach, St. Arnold. We're going to be here all afternoon. My guys in the corner. Don't worry. I'm finishing this. I'm going to tell them what y'all have to offer soon. Anytime. Thank you. So you want to come on out here. We're giving away a pair of Astros tickets July 8th against the Guardians. You come in here, you'll get a ticket as part of a raffle. Say hi to the cats. They're so cute. We threw out the question. It is June 27th. For those who don't know, June 27th, artificial intelligence even gave me this, holds significant cultural importance in Houston due to its connection with the late DJ Screw and the iconic June 27th mixtape. I listened to that full freestyle on the way here today. Still slaps. June 27th, 1996. Damn, almost 30 years old. DJ Screw, a.k.a. Robert Earl Davis Jr., recorded Chapter 012, June 27th. It's a 35-minute freestyle by members of the Screwed Up Clique. It became one of DJ Screw's most popular, considered an instant classic in Houston's hip-hop scene, and it gained popularity and became a soundtrack for the city. I saw someone texting in a little bit earlier that maybe Houston's rap scene is played out. Listen, I'm not the one that can make that argument. I would leave that to my guys, Figgy Fig and Ryan Rocket and Gems and Juice podcast. They know this stuff way better than me. But as far as what I do know is that I love that it does have this iconic moment in time where there was a very distinct rap style here, the chopped and screw style, which is everything's all slowed up. Perfect for, if you're into the purple drink, which is illegal now, or maybe you're firing up a little Oski-Woski, which is illegal, but, shout out to old Greg Abbott. He's not going to let it be too illegal. So this is my official Mount Rushmore of Houston rap songs. And again, I'm the whitest man alive, so just take it with a grain of salt. But every single time I hear one, want to be a baller at a Houston sporting event, or two, tops drop at a Houston sporting event, I lose my stuff. I also am a big fan of Purple Stuff by Big Mo, which isn't really like as chopped and screwed. It's a little peppy. And then Still Tipping. Honorable mention, Diamonds and Wood, and the Ghetto Boys Mind Playing Tricks on Me. Last week, Halloween fell on a weekend. Me and the Ghetto Boys were trick-or-treating. But then he ended up punching the concrete. That must have hurt, when he starts hallucinating and he beats the hell out of someone that doesn't exist and it just starts pounding the concrete. Anyway, also tonight, if you come out to Drift, I forgot that this is a competition. There's a Power Slap 13. So wait, this is like UFC these days. There's a Power Slap 13 fight at 8 p.m. on 59 TVs. You know what? It is June. Jeez, these guys are huge. There's Dumpling versus the Hawaiian Hitman, Wolverine versus Rivero, and Blackburn Rodriguez versus Van Zant Brown. So, look, that's going to be your go-to place all weekend long. Kick off your June 27th the best way. Some thoughts on the Ask Gallant Anything Friday and some people talking about the Mount Rushmore of Houston rappers and Houston rap songs. On the Twitch, I'm always going to butcher the pronunciation of this because I see it and I try to pronounce it phonetically. It's Chameleonaire, right? It's Chameleonaire, riding dirty. Someone texted in. Okay. Zero, Scarface, Slim Thug, Little Kiki, Chameleonaire says the 281. I got a lot of crap because the first time I saw Chameleonaire, I said Chameleonaire. P-Mac, whatever, dude. Okay, listen, I am what I am. I admit what I am. I do not claim to know everything. Okay. From the 832 Ghetto Boys all the way, bro. Yeah. You know what's funny though? I feel like and this could be just me, I felt like the Ghetto Boys became bigger than Houston. I think that getting Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster into the movie Office Space did a lot for them. So they almost like became bigger, in my humble opinion. But listen, I'll leave it up to the actual music experts out here. Mount Rushmore. The texter asks, stop grifting. Nah, man. Gotta pander. Mo City, Dawn, June 27th, tops drop, and front, back, side to side. That's his Mount Rushmore of Houston rap songs. I like that one. What else do we have here? Fat Pat. Oh, yeah, I got to put Fat Pat up there, too. And, of course, Paul Wall, Slim Thug. I saw this awesome video yesterday posted by Julia Morales, and she was asking players and broadcasters who knew Mike Jones' number, 281-330-8004. Guess who got it of all the people that were asked to do it? In the upset of the century. Because, you expect some of the older players to maybe know it. And you would expect some guys who are maybe really into rap music to get it. Most Astros players got it. But then when you start asking, the me's of the world, you're going to get some people that are like, huh? I was shocked and look this video up. I think Julia posted it about at the beginning of the week. Todd Callis was the one who got it right. Todd Callis. Is he on the Killer Bees today?
He is, and it's funny you should mention that. When the season started, I texted him. I was like, "Hey, man, what do you want for your bumping music?" He's like, "Anything '90s hip hop." That was his response. So that's
that is so cool.
That's how he rolls.
Oh, so Todd Callis went to Syracuse. I've only nodded my head at him before when I've been at an Astros game because I'm always like I don't want to bother people and introduce myself to them and be like, "Yo, Syracuse Mafia, what's up, dog?" But you should definitely ask him about that song today. Someone should, because it's June 27th, assuming the Killer Bees know what day it is. Okay. Does the Killer Bees have as much street cred as Paul Gallant? Even though they're both from Houston. And
I don't know if they ever said Chamillionaire, though.
Yeah, whatever. What else do we have here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I hate you, bitch, by Zero. I haven't heard that one. Mike Jones definitely got to be on there. Chunk Up the Deuce. Riff Raff. Travis Scott. I refuse to acknowledge Travis Scott. Settle with those people, dude. Settle with those people. You're a musical theater dork from the suburbs. Mexican Ganote, I'm not familiar with his game, but I know everyone's been bringing him up a lot recently. SPM. That's the Mount Rushmore of Houston rappers. So there you go, everybody. We can keep this going if you want on the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Uncle Drew says Big Mo, Mike Jones, Lil Flip, Chamillionaire, Zero, all H-Town rap legends. On the Twitch, Odesi says Mexican OD, Big X. We'll keep it going all show long. Astros just swept the Philadelphia Phillies. Goodness gracious me, oh my. How do they keep doing it? I don't 100% know, but I do believe that God wills it for them to keep it on happening. If you want to get aboard, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and live on the brand new ESPN Houston app. We are hanging out at Drift in the Heights all afternoon. Start your weekend early on this Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're giving away a pair of tickets while you listen to the Paul Gallant Show to Astros Guardians on July 8th. And don't forget, Killer Bees, for a different game, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets as well. As soon as you come in, you're going to get a raffle ticket. You could potentially win. Up next. Okay, so we're all shocked by what the Houston Astros are doing, and we're allowed to say that because we're the ones that are paying attention to this team. All the players who are on the injured list, the lack of offense, pitching's been great, but how are they doing this? It is really impressive. But the people outside of Houston aren't allowed to disrespect us, and disrespect us they have. How have they done so? You'll find out on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in town. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is definitely good to go if you're an iPhone user and might be good to go soon if you're an Android user. Keep on looking. I don't have the official yes, we are live on the green tech side of things, but we're giving away Astros tickets here at Drift for July 8th against the Guardians, and our friends from all sorts of breweries in the area are here. We got Carbach, we got St. Arnold, we got Back Pew. There are others here as well. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting their names. I have a small little squirrel brain, and sometimes I forget, but I try my best, and we've got all sorts of cool people who are going to be stopping by this afternoon, this June 27th, a Houston holiday. But you know what? It's also today a day that will live in infamy because our beloved Houston Astros have been disrespected again. Unbelievable. When it comes to all-star voting, not one Houston Astro made it past the first phase of voting for the all-star game. That means that there will be no Houston Astros positional player starting in the all-star game. And that's disappointing. The closest player to making the cut was Jose Altuve, who was edged out by Jackson Holiday of the Orioles by about 120,000 votes. But Altuve's not a deserving all-star. We respect that people like Altuve enough to vote for him the way that they did. But Jeremy Pena was edged out by Bobby Witt Jr. by over 300,000 votes, despite having a significantly better season than Bobby Witt. Is it time to take away the votes from the fans? Isaac Paredes was pretty far off the pace as far as other Astros. The fact that Christian Walker even got in fifth place with 417,000 votes, also not great, if we're being perfectly honest here. No Astros outfielders really were in the running. Cam Smith and Mauricio Dubon were the last ones in terms of numbers on said all-star ballot. But the Astros have been disrespected. And what do we say to that? Blasphemy! Whoever that guy is from the movie Kingdom of Heaven, a Ridley Scott movie starring Orlando Bloom. It's got Liam Neeson in it. It's got the guy who plays Varinus in Rome in it. It's got a bunch of people that you'll recognize. Edward Norton's in it. He wanted to be uncredited in the movie. It's an incredible movie, but the guy who steals the show every single time he comes in is this psycho, zealot, crusader. Whether he's saying, God wills it, or blasphemy, every single time he is in that movie, he just steals the show. I want to know who that guy is. I hope he's having a very successful career as an actor. I doubt it's gotten very big for him, but I want to see that guy in something else. He crushed it with those lines. An army of God cannot be defeated. God wills it. So no positional starter in the All-Star game. Hunter Brown, the hope, given that he is definitely the American League Cy Young Award favorite, is going to get the nod as starting pitcher. 7 scoreless innings yesterday. He has baseball's lowest earned run average. Baseball's 1.74. Framber Valdez probably has a chance to make the All-Star game with a 2.88 ERA. Josh Hader, 21 for 21 in save attempts. He's going to make the All-Star game as well. But it is a shame that from the voting side of things, no one got it. I do often go back to this, and I do not mean it in a disrespectful way, but Houston is a bit of a casual sports town. There aren't as many psychos online who are going to vote and vote and vote and vote and vote for Jeremy Pena. But, I mean, for all those people who were like, how dare Jeremy Pena ask for a ton of money when the Astros had a 5-year offer on the table? I mean, look at the year he's having, and then where's the voting from you? You know, where's your support? I'm not going to dump on that guy. He is all of a sudden becoming a player to be reckoned with in the sport. He's not getting his all-star voting due, but, I mean, he's putting in the work quietly, crushing it. To bring it back to Hunter Brown, Brown's ERA is the fourth lowest by an Astros pitcher in his first 16 starts. Only Nolan Ryan, 1.29 in 1981. Roger Clemens, 1.5 in 2005. God, Roger Clemens was so good. It's ridiculous that he's being left out of the Hall of Fame. I get the questions about, the PEDs, but, that guy dominated in the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s. Like, what pitcher can say that he was dominant over a period of 3 decades? My favorite pitcher ever, Pedro Martinez. It was like a 6-year blip where he was great. Justin Verlander also got the 1.60 ERA in 2018. I forget what Verlander's ERA was at the beginning of the 2022 season, where he was so good on the mound. But he had a great year.
I believe he was sub-2 that year.
He definitely was sub-2. But I guess he did not have as good of a start as he did in 2018 here with the Astros, B-Mac. So I'm frustrated that Jeremy Pena is not getting his due when it comes to the All-Star game. But even if he did, and I hope Hunter Brown feels this way, he probably won't, because this will probably be his first of many All-Star games. The first one's the sweetest. I imagine Josh Hader would think about it, but I do want the Astros to continue to say, nah, when it comes to the All-Star game. I've always enjoyed that about Jose Altuve. I like directing birds towards the league as a whole. F them. They slandered you. They made you a scapegoat for something that was a problem across the sport. Some teams were also stealing signs who sucked, like the Colorado Rockies. God-awful organization that they are. They were using an effing Theragun on the bench. They were using a Theragun. Yes. I'm sure there was some team that was perhaps using a sexual device to make sounds so that people could hear the pitches that were coming. The Astros, they get besmirched. F you. So it would be great if they got nominated or declared all-stars and said, nah, I'm not going to go, but Pena's going to go, and Hunter Brown's going to go. A question, I saw this brought up, and there's a piece written about Jeremy Pena, the year he's having, by Chandler Rome in The Athletic, and it is probably too late for the Astros to put anything on the table for both Hunter Brown and for Jeremy Pena that's actually going to get them to stay, especially now that they have hired Scott Boras as their respective agents. But I'd like to see an effort made. I don't know that the honest-to-God effort's going to be made at this point, especially now that Boras is in the mix. But as some of these Astros contracts get to their ending point, and I'm specifically pointing at Lance McCullers, I do think they have to look at least one of these two guys. Right now, I would pick Hunter Brown between the two because it looks like Hunter Brown's going to be the best pitcher in baseball. And for that guy to go to the Yankees or something like that, I wonder if he goes to the Tigers now that the Tigers are all of a sudden good again. And how long that can last. Can that last for 3 more years? I'd like to see another effort made to get both of these guys back for the long haul. I understand that the Astros have their policy 6 years or nothing, but maybe it's time to amend that. I felt that way last year, but hey, they let Kyle Tucker walk, and guess what Cam Smith is doing? So this is the question. Does this mean a Cam Smith extension should be on the table? Cam Smith's been very good. Cam Smith has exceeded expectations. We've had Jeremy Booth on, our Astros front office insider, a couple of times, and he said that you got to keep your expectations for Smith this season realistic. I did, but he's exceeded them, right? He had the RBI yesterday that ultimately got the Astros the W over the Phillies that helped them get a sweep where they shut out the Phillies for 25 2/3 innings. He's the one that's making some of the offense happen. And you take a look at the numbers that he's put up this year, put into right field, seemingly on a whim by Dana Brown. We'll get to that a little bit later because it is interesting hearing Dana Brown talking about Cam Smith and his expectations and his prognostications. But on the year, in 67 games, Cam Smith is hitting .271 with a .744 OPS. He has a 1.9 wins above replacement. And defensively, he's actually been one of the best defending right fielders in the game. Who would have thought that? He had played like 3 games in the outfield at the Cape Cod League level. But if you take a look at his numbers, only Adolis Garcia and Fernando Tatis Jr. have more defensive runs saved in right field this season over Cam Smith. Only Tatis rated more outs above average. Smith's got range. He's got speed. And it seems that Dana Brown saw all of these things. At least he is claiming that. And it really felt like he was throwing things at the wall when he put Cam Smith in right field. Because after they got him, I mean, the idea is, well, Cam Smith is going to be your third baseman, right? At some point. And in the meantime, it's going to be Isaac Paredes. But you got to figure out the outfield in some way, shape, or form. They didn't have any outfielders. But I guess this was the plan. And the plan has worked out. Somehow, some way, they are winning without Alex Bregman, without Kyle Tucker, and without Yordan Alvarez. This really has been an impressive season. And I'd argue this first half, considering the things that they have overcome, is the most impressive first half of this run. And I think it's got a very strong case, just given all the injured pitchers and given the lineup changes and the injuries and the lack of offensive production. The win total is really impressive. It's why Joe Espada deserves a Manager of the Year, at least buzz, seat at the table, vote. And hell, I'd even, if there's an Executive of the Year award for baseball, I would definitely put Dana Brown on the table. I mean, they got no farm system right now. He's trying now. They need to bolster that up, and maybe that comes by trading a Chas McCormick or something like that. You're not trading Jake Myers at this point. You want Myers? You're rolling with Myers all season long. Maybe there's somebody else at the Astros trade, but I mean, like they're bringing up guys on minor league contracts into the mix regularly, and some of them are producing. Cooper Hummel. It's been a hell of a year, truly. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Cood Blaze wants a shout out for our guys. LJ Cryer, he's a Warrior for Juwan Roberts. He is a Utah Jazz. Oh my goodness, Watermelon too. Let's go. Hell yeah. I like watermelon. I don't care if I'm eating on the air. You should come out here. You can get some watermelon. Or you can get some fine drinks. Oh, got a little brain freeze from that. Oh, that's fresh. Very fresh. Oh, you're disgusting, everyone, you slop fun. 713-780-3776 to call to text on an Ask Along Anything Friday. Do you think they didn't vote for the Astros because they held a grudge that last time our guys got voted didn't go? No, man, I think really the vote for all these players is 100% about what the fan base does. So it is kind of on us. It is kind of on everybody who watches the Astros on a regular basis. You have to be a little bit of a dork living constantly online and voting because there are some fan bases across the sport that are a little more zealous. Orioles fans are zealous. That's why you got some Orioles that are actually in the run. Hell, Royals fans, they care. That's why Bobby Witt's there. Even though, and look, a lot of people think Bobby Witt's one of the best players in the sport, but I mean, look at his numbers this year, you know? From the 281, Paulie, did you play any extreme sports? Nah, I thought about skateboarding. I got a skateboard when I was younger, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I would rollerblade a lot, but that's not an extreme sport, and I wouldn't do any cool tricks with that. I didn't really go mountain biking. Nah, I'm kind of lame on that front, you know? From the 936 on an Ask Along Anything Friday. Paul, who have been some of the worst free agent signings in Houston history? Oh, man, that could go forever. Well, right now, Christian Walker's not looking so hot. Jose Abreu was worse. Brock Osweiler. Amon Green, not very good as well. If we want to go way back in time for the Houston Texans. More bad free agent signings.
I mean, Ed Reed is the one I go to first.
Yeah.
Coach Reed played, 5 games and was done?
True. Everyone gives Coach Reed bleep for saying, like, oh, the coaches here are terrible, but honestly, he was right that year. They got very predictable, a little bit stale with Kubiak and Wade Phillips. Nothing against them. I mean, Kubiak went on to win a Super Bowl, and Wade Phillips was a key part of that Super Bowl that he won, everyone moving on to the Denver Broncos. But, Reed with the expectations. I think it is more on the Texans. I don't think they did their due diligence because the hip surgery or whatever the hell he was dealing with that offseason, like, they should have known about that. They didn't, and they basically said Ed Reed's going to be the guy who pushes us over the top after the 2012 season, right after Reed and the Ravens had won the Super Bowl. So that's a good one to put out there. I think the way that he acted while he was here definitely sours the taste. But like he went on to the Jets, and he had a couple interceptions later that year, for what it's worth. Other worst free agent signings.
Kelvin Cato.
Kelvin Cato, yeah.
He got, what was a triple-double, I think, and a in preseason game,
Right,
and then they gave him a massive contract.
Yeah, that's a good one, Sean. I mean, for God's sake, the guy made a Houston rap lyric.
I was gonna say today we have to mention him.
Yeah, on June 27th, like we have to. The thing is, like a lot of the players that they brought in were acquired via trade. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think of one.
Was Scottie Pippen a trade or a free agent?
He was a trade.
Yeah, he was a trade.
Okay.
Yeah, was Charles Barkley a trade?
He was a trade. Yeah, that was Sam and Ori.
I think like just about everyone outside of because Chris Paul was a trade.
Yeah, Dwight was a free agency.
Dwight was probably the biggest
Dwight
free
was
agent
fine,
signing
yeah.
they had, and I thought he was really good with the Rockets.
Jeremy Lin.
Yeah, I get why they did with Lin. I get why they did it.
But he was bad. Like
he wasn't good.
But I also understand
paid him off of insanity.
They were
dark throw.
It was a dark time. That was before they traded for Harden. If they didn't trade for
Correct,
Harden,
yeah.
if they didn't trade for Harden, I think it would be overlooked. It would be a little bit more on the mind. And also if they didn't just sign Patrick Beverly for pennies and he didn't just phase in. But yeah, Lin was a lot of car accidents out there. Like when Lin screwed up, it looked so bad. Like I didn't think he was unplayable, but he was unplayable at times. If that makes any sense.
No, I get what you're saying.
Like he would have his moments where you're like, okay, offensively, but dribbling, he would have some just embarrassing off your shoe moments, and on top of that, defensively, nothing.
It was a little bit like Will Levis interceptions, where like when he throws them, oh, buddy.
He just never had the 4 touchdown game against the Falcons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, he had it in New York. He had it in
New York for a week.
It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Oh, wow. I went way over the time limit. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Worst free agent signings in Houston sports history if you want to weigh in on that. Also, we've been talking about like the Mount Rushmore of Houston rap songs. And it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You ask any question, I'll work it into the show. We are live here at Drift in the Heights. Come on out here. You could win a pair of tickets to go see the Astros and Guardians on July 8th. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
Come on out here, everybody. We are going to be here all afternoon long. You can win a raffle for a pair of tickets to 2 different Astros games, thanks to our friends here at Drift. We got all sorts of breweries here, all sorts of booze here, all sorts of liquor here. Shout out to my guys from Carbach, St. Arnold, Back Pew. What? Also, I'm still nursing this coral grape juice and ginger ale. You know what? I got to finish this. Hang on. I got to finish this. I'm almost finished it. Riveting radio, huh? Riveting audio. That's why you got to watch it. That's why you got to watch the show. Paul, you wearing sunglasses on because you're already wasted? Shut up, okay? You're not my mom. You're not my dad. You're not my significant other who would approve this. Actually, I don't know if she would. I don't know if she would.
She prefers you in sunglasses?
This is going to sound really lame. Okay. I've been told I have very nice eyes. I've been told my 2 best features are my eyes and my ass. I'm not kidding. Not kidding. Okay? I'm telling what other people have told me. So I don't think she likes it when I wear glasses. But I like these glasses. They make me feel like $1 million, don't you know? Anyway, no one cares about any of that. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to ask any question, we'll work it into the show. Astros just swept the Philadelphia Phillies, and they take on Kyle Tucker and the Chicago Cubs. We have some varying opinions on how Kyle Tucker will be received. I am curious as to how you feel that will go. We also, in the last segment, we're talking about some of the worst free agents on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday in Houston sports history. Hang on a second. I got a burp. That was gross. Someone nominated Chris Brown. I forgot about Chris Brown. Chris Brown.
You talking the kicker?
Well, there was that Chris Brown.
There was also the running back who threw an interception.
But there was the Chris Brown signing, 6'3", 220 pounds. They signed him back in 2008. It wasn't a very big contract. It was 2 years, $3.6 million. I believe Chris Brown is best known for his progeny. I think that oh, wait, nope, that's the wrong. Oh, wait, that's the Chris Brown, the rapper. That's the abusive rapper. Chris Brown football player, children. And every single time I look it up, nope, never mind. Okay, you know what? I'm thinking about a different running back. I'm thinking about Travis Henry. I'm confusing. I'm confusing.
The guy that played for the Bills?
I'm confusing ex-Titans running backs. Yeah, sorry about that. Listen, Chris Brown signed a 2-year, $3.8 million contract.
Yeah, it's barely worth mentioning.
What are we talking about here? You know?
No, running backs as far as bust would, I think, start and end with Amon Green.
Yeah. Sorry for that, Chris Brown. Amon Green is definitely the of all the misses, that's the one. 2 years, $3.8 million. Even back then, that's not that much. You want to jump in? Again, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, Paul, you have a punchable face, so that's why you wear the sunglasses. And you also wear it so you can look at all the girlies. Well, at the pool, yeah. I mean, what are we talking about here? But now I only have eyes for one. You know? So there you go. What else do we have? I had something in front of us. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, on this Ask Gallant Anything Friday, as we continue to talk about our beloved Houston Astros, and as we continue to wait to see what the Houston Rockets do, if they're going to give an extension to Kevin Durant, I do think it's worth giving you, since it is a Friday, and Sean, sorry to throw you on the spot for this one, a little deep steel blue pill. If we can. Oh. Texans Swarm. Oh, you thought we weren't going to have any Texans content today? You thought wrong. So, CJ Stroud was at the Fanatics. We ruined all the jerseys, but we do this event once a year to try to make up for it thing. And a lot of legendary athletes were there as well, including my Lord and Savior, Tom Brady. Tom Brady won the whole thing. He won the whole damn thing. This thing featured wrestling entrance and basketball shooting and throwing a fastball and punching one of those punch machines and shooting a hockey puck. But Tom Brady won this entire thing in spite of not winning the football competition. Can you guess who won the football throwing competition? You guessed it. That would be your quarterback, our quarterback, the one, the only, CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud beat Tom Brady in a throwing contest. Is he on the path to divinity? Is he on the path of righteousness to follow in the footsteps of the greatest thing that's ever happened to the world? I think he might be. Also, another GOAT, in the eyes of some, not me, Peyton Manning. You remember him, right? He was kind of a bully to the Houston Texans. Did you hear what Peyton Manning had to say about CJ Stroud going into year number 3?
And CJ, I always talk about how hard it is as a rookie to play. CJ kind of goes, obviously it's not that hard because he dominated as a rookie. And what does that do? That it gives defenses more film to look at to know what they have to do to try to stop him in his second year, right? As a rookie year, they don't know what you're going to do. But guess who gets to figure out what defenses are doing? CJ does by watching film this season. Go, oh, this is what they're trying to do to me. Watch me counter this with this type of play. So, everybody wants to judge right away. Oh, great rookie year. Second year, by the way, he went to the playoffs in his second year. It was 22. Let's be careful saying it was a down year, okay? I didn't win a playoff game until my 6th year, right? And so he's 2 for 2, and that's all he's trying to do is give the Texans a chance. He's got a great leader. You have a new coordinator as well. But with D'Amico leading the charge, right, there's going to be tremendous, accountability and, talent and just leadership every single year. So there's my ESPN2 analysis on this.
Pretty crazy that Peyton Manning didn't win a playoff game until his 6th year, and yet for some reason was considered above Tom Brady as the best quarterback in the game for the first couple of years of his career. Pretty crazy, in my humble opinion. Paul, hindsight is everything. It is. It is. Now I can gaslight you into thinking that it was actually a debate back then, because I know it wasn't, but Zealot Paul, he thought it was over, that Tom Brady was better than Peyton Manning, basically, like from his second season on. Crazy a person's opinion. But I ended up being right. My blind faith in the New England Patriots paid off. But to what Peyton Manning said, he does have a point. I'm pushing back on this idea online that CJ Stroud did not have a bit of a step back last season. The idea of a sophomore slump. I think he had a sophomore slump relative to the expectations that people put on his shoulders, given the amount of wide receivers that they added in that offseason. And I think behind that offensive line, his play got worse. It was a down year, and I did think he took a step back, but I do not believe that that's something that is going to continue going forward. I am curious to know what a new offensive line coach does for the group that is completely new in front of him this year. I am curious to know what Nick Caley will do as offensive coordinator. I do not know the answer to either of those questions as far as what both of those new dynamics, those 3 new dynamics, hell, the 4 if you talk about the totally new receiver core that doesn't have Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell's out for the year. I don't know how things are going to pan out for him this coming season. I do think he will be back to closer to what he was his rookie year, though, because the eyes do not lie. Watch the guy play. If you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. But I do think he took a step back last year, and there's a lot of people that look, he didn't have a slump. There were moments where CJ Stroud looked very human, where in his rookie season there were moments where he looked like he could be at some point in the argument for best quarterback in the NFL. More deep steel blue pill for you, everybody. We've also got this, okay? So buckle up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Did you hear CJ Stroud talking about how he handles pressure? Oh, my God.
pressure maybe isn't on you this year. Do you feel that, or just as much or more pressure?
I mean, there's outside pressure and then there's internal pressure, and focusing, in my opinion, on outside pressure is really hard to match or to meet that expectation. But it's fun. Like, yeah, it's like Eli said, we play an entertaining sport. Everybody wants to be entertained. Everybody wants expectations to be on platforms, to be, the guy. And it comes with a lot. And for me, I mean, you can't accept all the good, all the great, all the fun, all the wins, and not accept any of the bad. It's part of the game. So for me, when things come up, or like last season, so to speak, not having, exactly the season I wanted, but, still going to the playoffs, still, winning another playoff game, there's still positives in that, and there's still a lot of learning. And I'm only 23 years old. I believe I'm one of the youngest quarterbacks, and that's no excuse or no like pat on my back, but I know for a fact I have a lot of learning to do.
I like that. I like that last part at the end. Also, I mean, he was under pressure right there. He's got Kay Adams, a strong, powerful, independent journalist, asking him a question. There's pressure right there to give the best possible answer you can in front of a strong, powerful, independent person. Don't worry, I'm taking everybody. I'm just saying. Yeah, I look at Stroud, and the fact that he is that young, it is pretty remarkable what he's been to this point in his career. Does that make me a CJ Stroud stan? I suppose. I just believe. I think the guy's got a lot of upside. So there you go, guys. There's your Deep Steel Blue Pill to get you going for this weekend. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. We will have an abbreviated 10-minute drill on the other side on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You ask any question, I will work it into the show. Come out, hang out with us this afternoon. We're hanging at Drift. We got Astros tickets that they're giving away. You want to come out here, stay put. 68 days away from the start of the NFL season. Best number 68 in NFL history. It's not the best number. I guess it's Kevin Mawai, Hall of Fame center for the New York Jets, for the Tennessee Titans as well. After that, there's 3 names I do not recognize. And shout out to Carbach bringing me a Love Street. Hell yeah. Big fan of light beers. Prime stuff. Also, shout out to St. Arnold's and shout out to Back Pew, everybody who's come out here on the brewery side of things. There's going to be plenty of people here all day long. You want to get here. Also, if you're looking for a sporting event to watch tonight, Power Slap 13 at 8 p.m. I've never heard of Power Slap. I did not know it had the kind of organization that the UFC has, but it does. It does. The guys who are fighting these like huge dudes, I would not want to get slapped by any of them. They would probably knock me out and break my jaw, which some people might want because then I shut the bleep up. Guys, I don't know how many people are aware of the Saints quarterback situation. It could be better, right? And it does look like there's a very good chance that Tyler Shuck will be the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season. I know, if you're a Saints fan, you could have had Shedeur Sanders. You could have had a bunch of other people. Hell, you'd probably even think about trading for Kirk Cousins at this point, though you'd have to make a trade with the Falcons, and you'd never want to do that, Saints fans. But I like the cut of Tyler Shuck's jib as he was on with the St. Brown brothers on their podcast and dropped this line.
You know, I've been carted off the field. I've been booed. I've been an MVP.
Yeah.
I've been a starter. I've been a backup to Herbert. I'm like, dude, I don't throw some at me. Like, you're not going to phase me if we start off like 0-2 or I suck. I'm like, dude, it's going to be fine, you know? So that's why I was so excited about that opportunity or any opportunity.
Good perspective. I'm a fan already. I like Saints fans. They're fun. I wish you guys well this coming season. And I'm rooting for this guy. I like his attitude. It's a good attitude to have. Justin Tucker was suspended for 10 games. I guess this suspension was a result of negotiations and not any legal ruling. It is a suspension just like that of Deshaun Watson, although I believe Watson got 11 games where Tucker got 10. I do not know what kind of fine Tucker got. Watson was fined $5 million in that 11-game suspension after being sued by more than 24 massage therapists. Gosh, 24. I think Justin Tucker's in the slightly above single dozen as far as that goes. So there you go when it comes to the 2 tidbits. I could theoretically just blow through all the fluff that we've been getting on the football side of things really, really quickly. So let's do it. There has been a lot of fluff in the NFL because it's the preseason and everything, you know, hope springs eternal, blah, 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 you know? Like, there's not a lot going on the football side of things. Football is my favorite sport. We will talk more football as we get closer and closer to football season and the All-Star break week, and we might be only talking about football. But here are all of the puff pieces. You know what? I do not know where all my puff pieces went. Alas, earwax. We might have to save it for another day. Paul, have you had too much to drink and now all of a sudden you can't find the show prep that you did? Yes. Actually, yes. I had it in one of these rundowns, and right now, this is the best filibuster of all time, ain't it? Paul, no, it's not. You're a son of a biscuit. Listen, we'll get it to you at some point. But guess what? There's fluff. There's lots of fluff on the horizon. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Also live on the ESPN Houston app, which is on Apple. And also getting to the point of being on Android. We'll work some of your questions in as the show goes on. I am merely Paul Gallant. Come out, hang out with us at Drift for a chance to win a pair of Astros tickets for a game coming up on July 8th. First, let me tell you about my friends, though, at Top Dog Fireworks. That's right, everybody. They are the top dogs when it comes to pew, pew. Baby, you're a firework. So, Top Dog Fireworks store locations are now open with 14 locations in the greater Houston area. Shop early for the best selection at the best prices. They've got a wall of buy one, get one free products, over 100 to choose from while supplies last. Come in to see their daily in-store promotions. They've got great selections at great prices. Spend $250 and receive your reward while supplies last. To find your Top Dog Fireworks locations, visit their website at topdogfireworks.com. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. And by the way, you can enter Top Dog Fireworks holiday giveaway contest at each store location. They'll have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. Everyone who enters will have an opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Boost Assortment, firework, valued at $1,100. To enter, visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form. It's Top Dog Fireworks, 14 Houston area locations, topdogfireworks.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Available also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and our brand new ESPN Houston app. If you haven't updated the app already on iPhone, you can do it right now. Friday is the target date if you have an Android to update that bad boy. If you come on out to Drift before the end of my show, 3 p.m., got out of work early. Your boss says it's okay. Trust me. I'm not a doctor, but I'll forge a doctor's note for you, even if that's a felony. But if you come on out here before the end of 3 o'clock, we are at Drift giving away a pair of tickets to their game on July 8th. And these are great seats, guys. Section 106, 16th row. Okay? These are really good tickets. So as soon as you show up here, you'll see a raffle. Someone will give you a raffle ticket, and they will announce the winner. Got to get here by 3. But don't worry, if you're not here by 3, they're giving away tickets to another game during the Killer Bees, who will also be here from 3 to 6. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. I did have a couple of fun questions. We haven't touched on the Rockets a whole lot in today's show. The Rockets just added Kevin Durant. It's technically not official at this moment in time, but once it is made official, I'm imagining that they will try to work on a contract extension for him. I think that the idea of him retiring here in town is very cool. He seems to be intrigued by the amount of young Rockets players here and the ability that they have defensively, especially. And if they're not asking him to do much more other than, hey, generate just enough offense, just get your shots up, I think it could work out pretty well. Someone asked on Ask Gallant Anything Friday, Paul, in the Rockets division, which team do you think will give them the most competition? Dallas with Anthony Davis and Kyrie, or San Antonio with the French kid, Victor Wembanyama? They got Stephon Castle, and they just added Dylan Harper. Not that Dylan Harper, this Dylan Harper, the basketball player, son of Ron Harper, Dylan Harper. Not that one. This texter says, I say none, and that they smash through the division. Well, the Grizzlies, who were the biggest threat in the division this year, they took a step back because they traded Desmond Bane. They did get a lot in return for Desmond Bane. We'll see if the Orlando Magic are actually bad enough over the next 4 to 5 years where the Memphis Grizzlies actually get a return there. I do think Memphis is like right on the verge of stripping it down, and I think the Pelicans are too. I think, honestly, this is now Houston sports. They just win a bleep ton of division championships, but I don't think it's ever been easier for Houston teams in their respective divisions. Ever. Hell, you can go to the college basketball world, like the Cougs in the Big 12. Who's a threat? Who's a threat at this moment in time? You know, Kansas took a huge step back last year, so that's from the college basketball side of things. As far as the American League West, everyone put so much hype into the Rangers this year. They can't score, and now they're writing articles about, oh, why is our ballpark so hard to hit it? we were doing a couple of years ago, by the way. Oh, no, the hitter's eye doesn't work at Minute Maid Park. You've also got the Mariners. The Mariners are hitting all of a sudden, so that does concern me a little bit, but it's a 6-game lead in the American League West after the Astros swept the Phillies yesterday. After that in the AL West, the Angels suck. The Athletics are homeless. And then the AFC South, I mean, the Colts were the closest at the end of the 2023 season, but now they've got a quarterback competition between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I mean, would you take either of those two or Gardner Minshew at this moment in time? The Jaguars have been frauds for the entirety of the Trevor Lawrence era. Oh, they got a Doug Peterson. It's going to work out so well. Oh, is it? Everyone said like Trevor Lawrence was the next great quarterback, and all I think he's great at is overthrowing players. They got a new GM. They got Liam Cohen-Duvall and James Gladstone, their GM, who's younger than me and speaks in LinkedInese and honestly is insufferable just based off of all the words that he uses. We'll see if Travis Hunter actually pans out. They traded a lot to move up to go get Travis Hunter. And the Titans suck. Like they're just horribly run. The Adams family doesn't know what they're doing. They fired Mike Vrabel. Why? Because he's flirting with a better organization. Like that'll keep him around, you know? You made him wear that Bum Phillips hat and stuck him with Will Levis and expected him to actually win on that front. And the Titans do this thing where every other year they fire the wrong guy. Like it's like someone will get 2 years with the Titans, and then after 2 years, they will move on, but they never move on from both people at the same time. So the Titans moved on from John Robinson 2 years ago. They moved on from Mike Vrabel before last year, and then they moved on from Rand Carthon this year. And I can't believe Brian Callahan's still around. Like, it's going to be tough for Cam Ward to succeed there, regardless of how good he is. And I don't know if he's going to be good or great. I don't really or bad. I don't put projections on the quarterbacks going in, you know. the answer you should usually have with a rookie quarterback is that they're probably not going to be the guy. And I would say in the case of Cam Ward, I don't know. I've watched Cam Ward play in college. He was pretty damn good against Syracuse when he played with Miami. Syracuse somehow won that game. I do not know how. But is he going to make it work in this very dysfunctional organization that's never seemed anywhere close to being on the right track? I don't know. Someone asks on an Ask on Anything Friday, we used to call Minute Maid the juice box. What do we call Dyken Park? The I can't read that. I can't read that. It's the ice box or something else that rhymes with ice. I can't. I get where you were trying to do there. It's because it's a Japanese company. I'm not going to do that. I don't think that Dyken Park deserves a nickname quite yet. Not quite yet. No, I think we got to see him win. Ask on Anything Friday. We've got another question. Oh, this is an interesting one. Paul, did you ever have a fill-in that you didn't like? Yes, I did. And the funny thing is, we have a great relationship now. Great relationship. But a couple of years ago, when I was over at the Texans flagship, hell, this might have been, you know what? This is like 10 years ago. Around 10 years ago, they hired somebody, and I listened to him once, and I was like, oh, okay, this guy's talented, but I didn't like his style very much, but he was good. He was objectively very good at what he does, and I remember this is one of those things where you've been at the station for a little bit of time. You don't feel like you have moved up the rankings as quickly as you feel you were entitled to, which that's everyone in our industry. We're all entitled little egomaniac psychos. And this guy filled in a couple of times, and I didn't like it because I was like, okay, he's objectively talented. And he also, one of the times he filled in on my show, created buzz for my show, but didn't get credit for it because he got Tillman Fertitta to call into the show and argue with him. I'm talking about Mark Ryan. Mark and I have a great relationship now, but I remember at the time I was a little bit paranoid about him taking my spot. And I felt like stylistically he was very different than me. And I didn't really like it. But Mark and I have an awesome relationship. Mark and I will randomly shoot the bleep every now and then. Mark is very good at the way that he does sports talk radio. It's not my cup of tea, but I feel like he is very good at getting people to give very emotional responses to what he says, and that's part of it. You do want people that say things that keep you listening, and he is actually very good at saying things that I do not almost ever agree with, but I'll keep listening because I kind of enjoyed listening to it. There's an interesting nature with which he does it. He's up in Detroit now. He's doing very well for himself. He's at basically one of the best sports radio stations in the country. So at the time, that was it. Outside of that, like the only other time I had an issue, there was a time where Patrick Creighton filled in for me, and he retweeted somebody who said that who said his show was, when he was filling in for me, that I was good and that I sucked, and he retweeted it. And I got pissed about that, and I called him out about it on the radio the next day because he was doing sports flashes for me and Brian Straw, and he called me a vagina. Which maybe was justified. I don't know. Patrick and I have a good relationship too. Like, I get along with everybody in town. I do think it's funny when I see radio beef between certain people because I kind of want to throw gasoline on the fire the same way that I used to throw gasoline on my dad and my sister having political arguments. My dad leans right, my sister leans left at Thanksgiving dinner. It was always fun. So there you go. It is an Ask on Anything Friday. Paul, no one cares. Shut up. You're so self-indulgent. You always talk about yourself. That is true. The Astros are about to take on the Chicago Cubs. I see our resident Cubs fan, Joe George, is here. Joe is wearing the sexiest Cub uniforms I have ever seen. Like, Joe looks like he plays for the Cubs right now. You should see this hat. You should see this jersey. So he's probably going to 2 of these 3 games. I'm going to the game on Saturday. Very excited with some of my rodeo friends. It has been a while since I've been to an Astros game as a fan and not in a work setting. So that means, 1, I can have a few and I don't have to hide it. And 2, more importantly, it means I theoretically can heckle. But it depends on where we're sitting because I do want to seem like I am somewhat classy. And if we're sitting close to the actual diamond itself, it's generally uncouth to be throwing out mean words when you're in that area. But generally, you know, the kind of trash talk that I'm going to do is like, hey, fella, there's a group chat that your friends are in and you're not. They're talking about how much you poop, stuff like that, you know? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, Kyle Tucker makes his return to Daikin Park tonight. Do the Astros miss Kyle Tucker? Come on out to Drift. I'm going to be here till 3. Killer Bees are here 3 to 6. We're giving away a pair of tickets during my show for their game July 8th against the Cleveland Guardians. The tickets are good. They're 100 level. They will also be, I'm imagining, very good for when the Killer Bees give theirs away. There's so many cute little cats here. Oh, it's the best. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show. Oof. That's the Love Street talking. In Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live at Drift in the Heights. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday live at Drift Bar in the Heights. Come on out, hang out with us. All sorts of breweries here, all sorts of liquor distributors here, and you've got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Astros take on the Guardians July 8th. We're talking 100 level seats. You can get a sampling of all sorts of booze here, too. It's a good old time. People are starting to turn up. See, Troy just showed up. What's up, brother? You can ask me any question. I'll work it into the show. Before we get back into that, it is time to talk about not an elephant in the room, a guy who we thought his absence might be an elephant in the room. Kyle Tucker with the Chicago Cubs is going to make his return to Houston tonight at Dyken Park. Kyle Tucker, look, the guy's been pretty damn good. Not great, but pretty damn good with the Chicago Cubs. You take a look at his numbers this year. And I do not know why Pro Baseball Reference makes it so difficult for you to actually pull up the statistics quickly, but on the season, he's hitting .287. He's got 16 home runs. He's got an OPS of 922. The Astros miss him. Considering that they're 20th in runs scored per game, considering that they've got no Yordan Alvarez and haven't had him since the beginning of May. We're getting close to 2 months. It's been about a Kyle Tucker-esque absence with him because it's been longer than expected, and you even had a misdiagnosed injury along the way. Very on brand for this team. So you miss him to a degree. But Dana Brown's general manager of the Houston Astros, his biggest victory thus far has been throwing Cam Smith into right field, seemingly on a last-second whim, despite just 3 games by Cam Smith ever in the outfield. Didn't do it at Florida State. He did not do it his first couple of years in the minor leagues either. First couple of moments in the minor leagues. He was barely there at all. He only did it for 3 games in the Cape Cod League, which is like a summer league for college players, if I'm not mistaken, that have high upside. But it's interesting looking at Dana Brown talking about this now and about putting Cam Smith into that right field spot and replacing Kyle Tucker. This is courtesy of a Chandler Rome piece. Dana Brown on Cam Smith, even when I saw him as an amateur, so we're talking years ago while he was with the Braves perhaps, I thought he'd probably end up in the corner outfield, right field. So that's one of the reasons that we have tried him out there in right field. So when you first heard Dana Brown talk about bringing in Cam Smith, he said Smith had a chance to play third base, first base, right field. But I think all along he was thinking about Cam Smith in right. He said this right after the trade to Astros staffers, quote, "I told my staff when we made this trade, I made this trade not for him to play third base. I made the trade for him to play right field. That's what my assessment was of him as a scout when I saw him as an amateur at the ACC tournament. So that was my whole vision for him, and he's proven that he can do it, and I think it would be wise to keep him there." Yeah, I agree at this point in time. You know, we were looking at the Astros defensively because going into the year, Joe Espada is saying defense wins championships, blah, blah, blah. You know, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, like, no, it's pitching and runs scored. But the defense has been good despite throwing seemingly on a whim Jose Altuve into left field. But Cam Smith's actually been awesome defensively, starting 66 of his 81 games in right field, entering yesterday's afternoon game against the Phillies. Only Adolis Garcia and Fernando Tatis Jr. have accrued more defensive runs saved in right. Only Fernando Tatis rates more outs above average. These are some dorky sounding stats, right? But it does prove that Cam Smith in right field's been great. He's really been great. And then you take a look at the numbers, and look, he's not doing what Kyle Tucker's doing. Kyle Tucker's got a 922 OPS. He's got 16 homers, a 287 batting average, and you would have had him for at least the last year of his contract. We'll see if the Chicago Cubs actually pony up and give him a long-term deal. I am pretty skeptical that they will, just given the way that they operate. I know our guy, Joe George, who still is at the station, could probably tell us a little bit better about whether or not he expects Kyle Tucker to stick around long term. But you look at Cam Smith's numbers for a rookie who is playing in right field and doing very well defensively. A 271 batting average with 5 home runs, the game-winning go-ahead RBI yesterday, plus a 744 OPS. Nothing to sneeze at. He's been pretty damn good, and this is his rookie season. Cam Smith is a young guy, and the upside for him, I mean, considering he just got to the major league level, he is in his 3rd month, entering his 4th month, playing at this level. He's been great. He's never going back down to the minor leagues again. At this point, you will see Cam Smith for the entirety of his time. And I remember, it's so funny. Just thinking about some of the baseball experts who were panicking when they brought him up. Oh, no, they've jump-started his service time. Oh, what are the Astros going to do? Because they started playing him early. He's not even ready to go. Oh, they're wasting at-bats for him. Like, the best at-bats he possibly could get were at the major league level. It's weird the amount of second-guessing after he actually got a couple of opportunities and did pretty well in those opportunities. You know, like that's what I look back at. And some of the dorks that think that they know baseball, I know I don't know baseball, but some of the people that gatekeep on that front in this city are effing idiots because you're not as smart as you think you are, but you carry yourself with this arrogance and this idea that because you are someone who follows the thinking man's game, that you know baseball better than anybody else. So I like seeing you wrong. I like seeing you pantsed. You know who you are. I see these people on X. Am I petty because they don't follow me back? Yes, I am. Do you not respect me because you don't follow me back? These are the things that my insecure brain goes to immediately. But I got to say this about him, about them. The people that were second-guessing the Cam Smith decision were wrong. Cam Smith has been a success for the Astros. And for the 2025 season, this is and will be Dana Brown's biggest victory. And he's had a lot of victories. He's been stacking them up this season, you know. He is a little bit goofy at the press conferences and in the interviews. I know that when Yordan Alvarez returns from injury, he is going to say it's just like we traded for the lefty bat that we have been looking for at the trade deadline. You're going to get all of that crap. You will. It's just how it goes with this guy. But he has done a really impressive job this season. And it's very surprising that it's gone so well, considering it looked like he was just throwing stuff at the wall. Some comments here. Clutch City says it's hella impressive. Cam is learning a new position at the big league level while also honing his own, while also holding his own at the plate. I'm with you there. I mean, he's also coming up big in clutch moments too. Did you expect that to happen? I doubt you did. What else do we have here? 713-780-3776 to call into text. And let's see if we got people that are weighing in the current conversation. We got some very interesting Ask on Anything questions coming up. From the 409, Tucker's shin guard looks nice when he bats. Too bad he didn't add that to his fit before the last season. 409, Josh. Fair point. I hope Tucker does well. I'm very curious to see how he is received tonight in his first game back at Dyken Park. We've got a couple of Ask on Anything questions. One of these questions I feel like I was a part of not that long ago. From the 832, Chris Cornell with Soundgarden or Audio Slave. I remember vividly having this conversation with some of my friends a couple of weeks ago after coming back from an Astros game. So I am assuming one of those friends is the one who sent this text in. I think that Cornell with Soundgarden has more bang for your buck. So I'm going to say with Soundgarden. But his Audio Slave songs are very good. And my favorite, Chris Cornell, with either of those two, is from the movie Collateral. If you've ever seen the movie Collateral starring Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx, Jada Pinkett Smith, and a bunch of other actors that you will recognize as you watch the movie, it is a delight. I think it's on Paramount Plus for free if you have that. And in that movie, they play Shadow on the Sun. I think that is my favorite Cornell song between those two. I got into a big Cornell fix right after Cornell passed away, now a while ago. His acoustic stuff on Spotify, top-notch stuff. Big Cornell fan. Then I moved to Seattle, and I got even more into all the grunge stuff. That one text from the 713, I laughed. Just know that. I don't think I could read that one on the air. Eric the driver asks from the 936, Paul, do you participate in any winter sports? Yeah, I ski. Not that kind of skiing. Not that kind of skiing. Tisk, tisk. I would never. I grew up skiing, and my parents, thank God they shaboinked and created me because they're divorced and have been for a while, met while skiing at a ski resort in Vermont. It's called Killington. I actually went there a couple of years ago. So, yeah, I ski. I have this ridiculous, 1980s looking, as it's called, fart box, which is a onesie ski suit. That's what the that's what the people that sold me my rental or that gave me my rentals the last time I got them called it. I think that's the funniest name to call it, a onesie ski suit. It is out of control, either 80s or 90s. But I love skiing. I wish I had not gone 20 years without it. It's fun to do while you've had a few to drink. I'm not bad at it. I wouldn't call myself an expert. I hate moguls and all that stuff. I went skiing in Colorado for the first time ever. I'm so jealous of the people that go skiing in Colorado because it's so much easier. In the Northeast, it's ice. You're just skiing on ice. So you're basically skiing sideways half the time trying to make sure that you don't die. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, another question. We're live here at Drift. Come out and hang out. From the 281, Paul, you ever going to dye your beard or hair? I'm going without a beard for a while. We'll see how long it goes. I have my phases, but given how much I would need to dye said beard to make it look like I have no grays, probably just going clean shaven for a while. There's a little scruff going on today. Slept in a little bit. I will never dye my hair. Never. I think it's too obvious when you do. I do have a lot of silver in my hair now. But listen, I would rather have silver in my hair than be losing it. Thanks to the power of Propecia, I actually have been able to keep it. For those who don't know, this is not me advertising anyone in particular. I'm just saying, if you have ever gotten to a point where your hairline's receding or you have a bald spot, talk to all those companies that have the opportunities to, give yourself a chance to save that stuff. It works. It really does work. It worked for me. My hairline was receding. I looked like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Look that up if you've never heard of him. When I was in Seattle, I looked like I was unwell. And I partly was, but I got a lot of it back thanks to the power of Propecia. So there you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, your weekend homework, including tomorrow, a Houston sports team is playing for their first championship. Yeah. Do you care about the H? We'll talk about it on the other side. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Paul Gallant Show live at East. Not there. We're live at Drift. This is what happens when you keep on getting drinks passed to you. So I was just passed to me a Frio vodka Astros first place punch. It's watermelon and Frio River vodka. Again, you got to come out here, guys. If you haven't been to Drift yet today, there's all sorts of fine samples of all the best drinks in town. Let's take a sip of this. Oh, my God, that's dangerous. And speaking of how dangerous, I'm going to share with the class a story of mine. So there was a time where I was at a pool party in Las Vegas, and they gave us vodka, and I wish it was Frio vodka because of the bill that we got at the end of the day, that was mixed with watermelon. And we had a great time. It was so smooth. I had never thought about watermelon juice as a mixer. And the next thing I know, without my phone and without my wallet and without a shirt, I found myself walking the Vegas Strip back to the hotel where I was staying at. I have no idea how I got to the point where that happened. That was a moment that led me to stop drinking for about a month. So watermelon plus vodka, dangerous. But this Astros first place punch, courtesy of Frio vodka, it's some good stuff. So it is your weekend homework. Sorry, I was a little late getting into the segment. It is very happening here. And my inner desire to party at all times is really struggling at this moment in time. You've obviously got Astros, Cubs this weekend. All weekend long, you get to see Kyle Tucker in right field. I am curious if people kept the crowns for Kyle Tucker. I am wondering about that side of things. Will we see Kyle Tucker crowns in right field? I think you got to bust him out one last time if you have him. But on the hill tonight, it's Brandon Walter. You get the Fox treatment tomorrow, 6:15. I will be at the game at Dyken Park with Ryan Gusto on the hill. Then Fromber gets the Sunday start. There was a possibility that Lance McCullers would potentially get the start on Saturday, but I think as far as things stand, at least right now, as of 2:21 Central Time, last I checked, there is no word about Lance McCullers perhaps getting back out on the hill. Hugh Dab says that Joe and I should do a wager. Joe, we might need to work out a wager for Astros Cubs before the end of the show. Think of something. Let's make it reasonable, okay? Financially, I'm not doing so hot. These dates add up. Good God. Big fan of the significant other, but dating someone else, holy crap, it is expensive. Just got a Venmo for something the other day. I'm like, it was that much? What? What did we order? We didn't even drink that much. So you got 3 Astros games this weekend, 7 o'clock tonight, 6:15 tomorrow, 1:10 on Sunday, all at Dyken Park. But the biggest game of the Houston sports weekend is this one. Saturday, your SaberCats, our SaberCats are in the championship of Major League Rugby playing the New England Free Jacks. So this is in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Ew. I was in Newport, Rhode Island. That's the fancy place. Pawtucket's very blue collar. For those who don't know, if you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, I'm wearing a jersey that I earned from the SaberCats. I earned this because back in 18? Was it 19? While hungover after doing a pub crawl of the Chinese food places on the southwest side of the city, I tried out for the Houston SaberCats as part of an open tryout. I got to say, I do not know how the sport of rugby works still, but I held my own at that practice. However, the SaberCats had fun with me. We used to have the SaberCats on my TV show that they used to do with John Lopez on the Cube once a week, and they laughingly gave me this jersey. On the back of this jersey, it says Waterboy, which they said was to remind me of how poorly I played. I did not know the rules, but I will have them know I was not afraid of the tussle, of the scrap, because I like to play football. You know why? Not because I was fast. I liked hurting people. What, Paul? You're like 5'11", 185 pounds. I know, and I was smaller then, but I don't know. I was a little psychopath. Cut me some slack. But anyway, our SaberCats are going for a championship. Shout out to all the SaberCats out there, okay? Holding up a glass. Go Cats. Dynamo also have a game this weekend, but no, it's all about the SaberCats right now. Also this weekend, your weekend homework. You're looking for a concert? I don't know how much these are scalping for right now, but Beyonce's Cowboy Carter thing is here. Yeah, Beyonce's here this weekend. There's probably going to be some brutal traffic in the greater Houston area this weekend. I'm not even sure where the concert's taking place. I'm assuming it's at NRG Stadium because it's Beyonce. And I'm also assuming that last-minute prices for that concert are going for like $1,000. Oof. I will say the performance at halftime of Texans-Ravens when the Texans got skull murdered by the Ravens on national TV and ruined my Christmas. I will say that Beyonce's performance was actually worth it. It was actually worth it. Thank God there was something there. I was like, I didn't go see my family to go watch the Texans lose another important game like they always do. But Beyonce's Cowboy Carter thing is here. I'm calling it a thing. I'm sorry, Beehive. I'm not the biggest Beyonce fan. I'm not. This ain't hold 'em. This is like, yeah, whatever. I mean, that gets a Grammy. Okay, whatever. Listen, don't get mad at me. Movies, as our weekend homework continues. The F1 movie opens today or last night with Brad Pitt, with the guy from Snowfall, whose name is eluding me. Apologies. The trailer for that show looks awesome. Movie. It looks great. I have not watched the Drive to Survive series yet on Netflix, but F1 is out this weekend. Also, that Megan 2.0 movie is out. It's like about a doll that's like a murderer, and now she's an assassin. It looks kind of stupid. But perhaps it's a fun movie to watch if you've, I don't know, imbibed a little bit. Already out. You've got 28 days late, years later, which was after 28 weeks later, which was after 28 years later. Wait, hang on. Days later. Shut up, B-Mac. I'm posing for a photo while doing a radio show. You can't be this talented. Come on. Listen, 28 years later, I'm excited to see. I'm told that there's a very noticeable appendage on one of the zombies. I'm told that everyone's talking about one of the zombie dongs. I don't know why.
It's in there, and it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's not only fully visible, he's in the movie a lot.
Oh, and you just keep on seeing him coming back with his big old dong.
I'm guessing popular with the ladies.
Would you let the zombie bite you and get the rage virus if you were going to shaboink this long dong zombie? I don't know. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning's out. Sinners is still out. Karate Kid Legends is out. It's got Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio. Final Destination: Bloodlines, if you're into people dying for no reason at all. The Phoenician Scheme: Materialists. And there's these kids' movies, and this is perhaps for the dads out there. Mary, Passion, Kill, How to Train Your Dragon, the remake. Lilo and Stitch, the remake. Both of those are live action. Or Elio, which is a DreamWorks production. I'm betting Elio is probably good. Lilo and Stitch, never really a thing for me. So if I had to watch one of those, it's going to be How to Train Your Dragon. I'll marry that one. I'm going to kill Lilo and Stitch. It always annoyed me. And I'll passion Elio. TV shows. Squid Game Season 3, out today. The Bear Season 4, in the midst of its season with a new episode. There's an Apple TV show called Murderbot with really good ratings. There's a Max show called Duster with really good ratings. The guy who played Sawyer from Lost is in that show. Hulu has another Welcome to Wrexham episode. I've never watched the show. Gotta say, Ryan Reynolds, I'm probably on the out with him, given some of the stuff that's been written about him and how maybe toxic the guy might be. Jersey Shore Family Vacation has a new episode. It has a 74%. And also on Apple TV, in addition to Murderbot, there's Stick, the Owen Wilson golf show. There's Your Friends and Neighbors. And I got to finish Severance. Sean and I have been thinking about documentaries to watch. There's a couple of options on the table, and we need to make a list of sports documentaries we haven't seen. So here are our options for the weekend. I have yet to see the Liver King documentary, and that might be a fun one to see given that he just got arrested in Austin for threatening to go after Joe Rogan. He was taken out of jail after a $20,000 bond with a 200-yard restraining order from Joe Rogan's family and is being forced to do a mental health evaluation in a week and has an ankle monitor where I believe he's supposed to stay indoors. But instead of abiding by the terms of his release, he has posted 16 threatening videos that are directed towards Seth Rogen, which I suppose means that it's not directed towards Joe Rogan, so he can legally get away with it. I don't know about that. I think he's doing a lot of drugs. But there's a Liver King documentary out there that theoretically we could watch. And I mean, he is, I guess, Texas-based now, so we could do that, Sean. But there's also a Poop Cruise documentary that has just come out. I believe this is on Netflix. I actually had a coworker who got trapped on the Poop Cruise. Old Holly, who used to be the receptionist over at the Texans flagship cluster. And she was actually stuck on that cruise ship for its entirety. So between those two, which should we watch, Sean? Liver King one, because you've already seen it, or the Poop Cruise doc?
I mean, Poop Cruise is. I'm in on the concept. I don't know anything about the story. Joe was actually telling me about it earlier today.
The boat, like its electricity or its water died, and basically all the cabins became just noxious fume-filled turd factories. So they were sleeping on the deck of the boat. They were bringing the mattresses out there. It sounds like it was a brutal experience. I hope the people that were on that were able to settle with some sort of lawsuit, you know? It sounded brutal.
Yeah, but this seems like, it's a version of the the Firefest.
Firefest, yes.
Or the
except for it's a cruise.
Woodstock 99. So I'm in for, I guess, people signing up for fun and ending up getting a disaster. That's my kind of doc. So yeah, we can do the poop cruise one this week.
Okay. Poop cruise. Okay. I like it. What else do we have here as our weekend homework wraps up? Wimbledon technically gets underway Monday at 5 a.m. Is that part of the weekend still? I'll still be asleep. So I'm going to say yes.
I don't think it counts.
I know but if you want to get started, it starts Monday, and then it lasts like for 3 months. Wimbledon takes forever. And I don't like that they host it around the 4th of July. I feel like we should invade them over that.
It's our holiday.
Yeah, this is the week of the 4th of July, and Wimbledon's stepping in. F England, you know? We won. We won the war. How dare you have your most important sporting event around ours? Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. That was your weekend homework. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, we take a look at everything that the Astros have done to this point. God does seem to will it, but did he will it this hard? I mean, my goodness. We talk about all the good, and you can weigh in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday with your questions next. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We're live at Drift. People keep passing me booze, double fisting. I got a beer. It's a Love Street. I got a drink. This is. I gotta go back up and look up the name again because my brain it's barely functioning at this moment in time. But in the meantime,
I believe it's a Frio Vodka Astros first place punch.
oh, look at me. I'm BMAC. I remember what Paul forgot 5 minutes ago. Thank you, BMAC. I did need to desist there. And joining me right now,
hey, buddy,
the Chicago Cubs fan of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5,
Yes.
and my old co-host
Hello.
from the Gallant and George radio program. Joe, it's great to finally have you back in here again.
It is good. It's been a while. We'll start doing more of it, I think.
We should.
Yes.
This Cubs jersey bleeps.
Oh, it's their new their City Edition jersey.
This is their City Edition? This isn't
Yeah.
a throwback?
No, this is City Edition.
If you're watching on YouTube
Yeah.
or Twitch, this is a good look.
It's,
I like it.
For Chicago Jazz. So it's like like the Bear logo has a guitar.
Oh,
yeah. So
okay.
it's like a throwback. They wear it Friday home games.
It sounds like a Grateful Dead collaboration.
I
kind
know,
of.
a little bit, yeah. But no, it's great.
Interesting.
Yeah, I got this when I was back in Chicago. When I went back for the Barrett Sports Media Summit, I also went to a Cubs game.
Yes.
Well, I had to.
You
right?
have
Like,
to.
I mean, why not? Like,
They're having a
flew out
good
early.
year.
Yeah, they have the exact same record as the Astros. Both teams on pace for 96 wins.
Is it all Kyle Tucker?
That's a lot of Kyle Tucker. It's Kyle Tucker and then this kid Pete Crow Armstrong that they got in center field. He's electric. He's got like 21 home runs this year. He's on pace for 40 home runs and 50 stolen bases.
Wow.
He's awesome. Now he swings at everything, but when he makes contact, it goes very far. And he's awesome in the outfield. He had one of the worst plays though ever the other day.
What happened?
He forgot how many outs there were.
Oh, well, that
in the inning,
happens.
and a runner scored from second. That was a tough play.
We've had a couple of rough moments over the. Oh, see now we've got another one coming
We got
over here.
seltzers coming.
What are these? This is a Carla's. Shoot. You know what? Say it for me. Carbless. Thank you very much. 0 carbs. What? 0 carbs and 0 sugar? Oh my goodness, 100 calories. Okay. It's a craft vodka cocktail. Okay, well, I mean, there's no way I'll get a headache with all 3 of these drinks. that I'm
no
now
chance
mixing.
at all.
Wow, that's very good. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna take one.
Yep, Joe, you got to take one. What were we talking about?
Baseball.
It's a sport.
It's a
yeah.
sport.
So that one guy had an error. He pooped his pants out there.
It was very bad.
He wasn't quite O'Neal Cruz forgetting where the outs that there were and jogging out a double play. But
no, that wasn't great. It's gonna be a fun weekend. I'm going tonight and Sunday. We'll see how it goes. I think Sunday the Cubs are gonna get killed. They can't hit
Fromber.
They can't hit lefties. They're terrible against lefties.
Okay.
So,
who the hell's starting for them tonight?
Cade Horton. He's
Okay.
their top pitching prospect.
Oh,
he's good.
How many starts has he made?
Like 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
So far
Okay.
this year, he came up when their best pitcher got hurt. He came up.
So he's got a little seasoning.
Yeah, he's got a little bit. He was at Oklahoma like 3 or 4 years ago. He's one of
Okay.
their first round picks. So I feel like tonight's pretty even between Walter and Horton. Honestly, I don't think it's that much of a difference between the matchup. Tomorrow, Colin Ray, he sucks.
Colin Ray.
Yeah,
Okay.
not good. And what we think it's gonna be Lance McCullers. I
So
guess.
right now it is listed as Gusto for
Yeah.
tomorrow, but we'll see because I think
Yeah.
that they made it TBD. I don't know if that's changed. I haven't checked. I haven't seen anything in the last moments or anything like that. But okay, so we got Astros and Cubs.
Yeah.
I am wondering about Kyle Tucker. I am wondering if the Cubs are actually going to pull the trigger and extend him. I'm assuming, just given our conversations that we've had, that you're skeptical about it.
I'm very skeptical. I think honestly, I'd be stunned.
Even though, I mean, the year that they're having,
Yeah.
it's the first really good season they've had in a while.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, really since like 2020 was the last time they made the playoffs, but it was garbage. They got in when they didn't deserve to, and they did that COVID expanded playoffs.
Okay.
So like they haven't really been good since like 2019. And without Kyle Tucker, they're not in first place in the division. They don't have 48 wins. Like he is carrying that team. But Jason Hayward is the biggest contract that owner has ever given out. $184 million.
Damn, that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like 2015.
Yeah, because he's not. He's
Yeah,
I think he's an Astros replacement player last year.
Like he's gonna have to times like 3 that contract to pay Kyle Tucker $500 million. Like he's one of the cheapest owners in sports. So I don't think Kyle Tucker will be there. I've already said like I think he's gonna be a Philly next year.
Okay.
But if they win this year, like maybe it's different. Like maybe they do go all in and bring him back. They should.
I feel for him. I think he deserves to be paid by a team that is good. And I think I'd want to be in Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like Wrigley's awesome. It seems like there's a great fan base there that's not a bunch of a-holes like in Philadelphia.
For sure.
You go into Philadelphia with the way that they're playing right now. I mean, the expectation is that you're going to come in, you're going to succeed right away. And we know Kyle Tucker has his stretches where he doesn't do so much.
He's had those this year. Cubs fans, I'll tell you, the one thing that hurts Kyle Tucker staying is Cubs fans there's a lot of Tucker hate for
already
for a good 3-week stretch.
You guys don't deserve him.
He was doing.
Although we didn't really either.
He was doing the whole when he's struggling, he just rolls it over all the time to first base and second base. He did that for a while. He only had 1 home run in June until the last week. So he's been struggling. He's hitting over 400 though in his last 10 games, but he should be a Cub for life.
Okay.
It's not even a question about it. And it makes the trade's fine if Tucker stays. The trade sucks if Tucker walks away.
Yeah, because Cam Smith's good.
He's awesome. So is Isaac Paredes.
Yeah,
The Astros are crushing the Cubs.
Hayden Wesneski was good too until he got hurt. Yeah.
And he'll be on the team next year. They're not going to move on from him. He'll come back from Tommy John, and they fix every pitcher. So we'll see. And Ryan Presley's been okay.
Well, that's surprising. Honestly, I thought he would be bad.
He's had he had one game where he gave up
scale of Stresley. Where's he at?
Well, he gave up 8 runs in one game.
Yes, I remember that. We remember that.
But then he didn't give up a run for a month and a half.
Okay.
And then
you need to get it out of his system.
Yeah, he's been good for a while.
Hit rock bottom.
He's changed a lot. He's very different than the pitcher he was here in Houston.
Okay.
He's throwing a lot of fastballs. His velocity's up. His breaking stuff was terrible, so he stopped throwing it as much. But it's kind of the reverse. The reverse of what happened last year, where one of the Cubs players wrote up a scouting report on Ryan Presley and told him how terrible he was.
Wow.
And Presley asked for it, and he's and then ever since that happened, he's been mostly better. His last appearance was bad against the Mariners.
That's a good friend. That's not just a good teammate. That's a good friend.
That's a good friend.
You gotta call people out from time to time.
But yeah, so I mean, this weekend's gonna be fun. I think the Cubs will win at least one game. But honestly, Jameson Taillon, who's pitching on Sunday, who's a local guy, and Colin Ray have just been giving up nukes. I mean,
gotcha.
Cal Raleigh hit 4 home runs last weekend against the Cubs.
Well, he's hitting a billion home runs.
He's got 33 on the season.
Yeah, this Astros offense, I mean, it does have its limitations as we've seen. I mean, they got a sweep with 5 runs in a series. It's insane.
Yeah, they're honestly, I think the teams are very similar. The Cubs, they swept the Rockies a month ago.
Okay.
And they only scored 6 runs in 3 games. So but then they have days where they've scored over 5 runs almost every game over the last week.
Okay.
I mean, they have the number one the second most home runs in baseball, or third most home runs in baseball this year.
Okay.
They're hot or cold. So
before I ask about what our wager is going to be for this series,
I have an idea.
Good. Just one last question. Is Junior coming to the series this weekend?
He's going. We're going Sunday.
Is he gonna throw an ice cream cone?
It was a pretzel.
Pretzel, my bad.
With cheese.
With cheese.
Which is what the problem was. Yes, we're gonna go Sunday.
No pretzels allowed.
No pretzels allowed.
Nothing throwable.
Hot dogs only. He might throw anything. I don't know.
You see all these baseball players throwing. You just want to throw something.
Yeah. We'll see how. Well, it'll be interesting. We have had the dynamic at the house where I've been teaching him to say "Go Cubs, go."
Okay.
But my wife has countered that. I don't know
how it's divided.
I don't know what he's gonna wear on Sunday.
You don't know what he's gonna wear?
I'm assuming he's gonna wear a Cubs shirt, and my wife will be in an Astros shirt.
Okay.
But and she'll be the only Astros fans. My parents are gonna come too. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. He's very obnoxious when he yells "Go Cubs, go." So,
well, good. I mean, that's all Cubs fans, right?
Yeah,
just like
sure.
you.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's true. Yeah.
That's fair. So I think we'll see how it goes on Sunday. I'm very curious.
What's the wager?
Okay, so you've got a lady in your life now.
I do,
and I'm assuming that's why you're relatively clean shaven.
Yes.
Okay. I have a mustache.
Okay.
Because my wife loves it.
Okay. I know where this is going.
So I think if the Astros win the series, you have to grow back out your beard. And if the Cubs lose the series, I'll shave my mustache.
I'll grow the mustache back out.
The mustache, that's fine.
Because that's
we'll
tough.
We'll go stash for stash.
Okay. 3 weeks, then I can get out.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
3-week deal. I like that. Let's. You know
Okay.
what? How about a week for every win?
Okay.
So if it's a 2-1 series, it's only 2 weeks.
Okay. And if it's a sweep, it's 3.
If it's a sweep, it's 3.
I like this.
Okay.
The-
Easy.
the great mustache
nice
debate.
And easy. The great
Not
mustache
bad.
debate.
Yeah.
To piss off our ladies.
Yes. Oh man, we're terrible significant others, but you're married, so like you have no excuse for it.
Yeah, but I don't have the same issues that you have. We have a joint bank account. So as you were talking about earlier with
It
Katie
feels like a
being
joint bank account all of a sudden.
expensive.
Or
It's
maybe not so joint.
I know her money's in our account when we're going to a dinner and things like that.
Ah,
so
okay, gotcha.
Feels that not as stressful. You'll get there.
It's an Ask a Lot Anything Friday. That is the great Joe George still hanging out with us at ESPN Houston. And the Droid app is this coming Friday,
Yes,
correct?
Android next Friday. It'll be up. We got all the issues settled. So by next Friday, it'll be up. Even though I'm a Cubs fan, you can catch our Astros podcast at 6 o'clock
Yes,
tonight.
yes, I forgot. That's tonight.
Inside the Icebox at 6 o'clock
6
tonight.
p.m. here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on
Yeah.
ESPN Houston, and on wherever you get your
Yeah.
podcasts.
And more things coming soon.
More things coming soon.
Yes, more things coming soon.
I love that. That is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Oh, my God. Torrential
It is
downpour
pouring
outside. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Be safe if you're on the roads right now. I'm sure it'll be fine in just a couple of moments. Then get your ass out here and hang out with us at Drifts. It's the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Paul Gallant.
Chance to Dance, the Paul Gallant Show, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live at Drift in the Heights. You want to come on out here for another chance to win a pair of tickets to an Astros game. You come in here. As soon as you come in here, they're going to hand you a raffle ticket. We just gave off our raffle ticket winner, and get this, one of the OG listeners of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Day One Donna, is the victor. But guess what? There's another pair coming out. Come on out here. You've got all sorts of fine establishments out here giving out alcohol, which is the best. You got Carbless, which is this drink I'm working on right now. Oh, man. What is this again? This is I don't care. It's really good. It's very tasty. And there's no carbs. That's why it's called Carbless. There is also, and this is going to give me the biggest hangover, perhaps the biggest headache, but it's worth it because all of these drinks are so damn delicious. You've also got the Frio Vodka Astros first place punch. So I'm doing a little double fisting right now. I also haven't finished my Love Street, so I guess I'm triple fisting. And then he was double fisting. So I think I'm going to be here for a while, seeing as it is a torrential downpour outside. But you should come out here, too, and hang out with the Killer Bees. Let's do a little cleanup as far as Ask Gallant Anything goes. What's your favorite bar game? Well, we did talk about darts earlier this week because there was that darts player who has multiple times in the midst of competitions farted on his opposition. This same guy, his name is eluding me. Just look up dart fart player. But darts is probably my favorite. There's something about throwing things that I enjoy. Played a little pool at a bachelor party this past weekend. I'm not very good at it. I did hit the coolest shot of my life. He also asked if I like cornhole or bags. I was always called bags where I was from in the Northeast. But darts is definitely my favorite one. The problem is you generally have to give up your ID to go get the actual darts themselves. And, you have a few. Sometimes you forget that you have that. From the 281, who watches your cat when you go on vacation? I leave my cat by herself. I have people that come in to check in on my cat, and she hisses at them and makes it not worth their while. That might change in the near future, though, with the significant other. We shall see. In fact, I am taking care of her animals, I believe, next week. One texter says I should get in on Bitcoin. I mean, probably. I don't know, though. I don't know. What else do we have on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? Paul, do you enjoy Queen and the Village People? Duh. Come on. What are we talking about here? Who doesn't like those? Seriously. Young men. Also, Queen's good. What? Just because the lead singer or entire band leans a specific way sexually, I'm just going to not like the music? It's not like they're doing any Diddy stuff, allegedly. Seems like he's actually doing all right in that case. Oh, Lord. A Patron margarita in a Patron bottle. Oh, no. All right, well, I guess I think I'm Ubering home. But I will never say no to a margarita. So I was triple fisting. Then I was double fisting. And now I am triple fisting once again. It's time for a little garbage time. Texas State has joined the Pac-12. That's it. Doesn't make any sense. But you know what? That's so on brand for the biggest party school of them all in our great state. I think it's very on brand that they would join a conference that's literally nowhere close to it. I think it's on brand. I think Texas Tech should leave and join the Pac-12 too. For those who are interested in a vacation in the near future, get this. North Korea is opening a beach resort, hoping it'll promote tourism. That sounds fun. A Reddit post in Florida has gone viral because it seems that Ric Flair when he shows up at bars and fine establishments, he poops himself. Woo! That's not great. That is not great. Anything else? I have another story, but I'm going to save it for next week. We'll see what the Astros do in this weekend series against the Chicago Cubs. Welcome back to town, Kyle Tucker. Cheer him in his first at-bat. Try not to shed a tear as he gets his tribute video. And I guess you got to wear your crowns. And go SaberCats tomorrow in the Major League Rugby Championship. It would be awesome to see a Houston sports team bring home a title. Big thanks to Brian McDonald out here at Drift. Big thanks to Sean Napes back at Mission Control. And big thanks to Drift. This has been a lot of fun today. The Killer Bees are going to have a lot of fun as well. Coming up next, you don't want to miss it. They're giving away a pair of tickets again to another Astros game. And they're good tickets, I'm telling you. Appreciate everyone for tuning in, our Twitchers, our callers, our YouTubers, and our texters as well. I am merely Paul Gallant. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. So long. Farewell. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank on Branham, Age behind the glass, Brian on-site engineering, Chewy watching anime at the bar. How about that?
Shocker.
Anime, I forget what it is. But,
Donna won baseball tickets.
She won already?
She won the Astros tickets.
So she won the Paul giveaway?
She won the Paul Astros tickets.
Nice.
Indeed. Yep.
Yeah, we're giving away tickets too. July 11th, Rangers Astros, Section 106. So, those are very, very good. Anybody who walks into the door gets a raffle ticket, and you're entered into the raffle to win tickets to go see Astros Rangers July 11th. Congratulations, Donna. That's awesome. So we'll see who our winner is. A little Silver Glove Series. That's not what they call it, is it? Silver
boot.
Rice Houston's the Silver Glove. Silver boot between the Rangers and the Astros. But Drift Bar, awesome time. Stop in here and escape the rain. It is pouring. There's a lot of rain in the area. That's okay. You come into Drift Bar, escape the rain, have some outstanding drinks. All of their vendors are here, I think. If it's not all, it's most. They're handing out free boots. Great time. Lots of people are here. A lot of people that we want you out here as well. Really, really good time.
I love this place. I mean, the fact that, and I'm sure on the weekends it's even better, but when you come in here and you got the inside-outside vibe, and you've got it's just.
Joe is here. Sorry to interrupt. It looks like he's leaving, and he's wearing Cubs gear.
Because you know where he's going.
He's going to the Astro game?
Yeah, he and Pops are heading to the
going to the Astro game, yeah.
To support the Cub.
All right, sorry to interrupt you, but I just had to. Like, he was leaving.
No, I was just saying, look, and these guys always treat us so well, but Drift Bar is just the place to be. College football season, it's awesome. They're the home of LSU. They've got all the TVs. They got the big TVs outside. Just a clean, really cool environment to hang out at.
Yeah, it is. Astros completed the sweep yesterday against the Phillies, and we talked about that, so no need to rehash Game 3. Lots to get to today. Today right now is the midway point through the 2025 season, at least for the Houston Astros. So we're going to hand out some midseason awards for the Astros a little bit later. Lots to get to. It is a Friday. Jim DeShays will be joining us, former Astro TV commentator, current Cubs TV commentator, and probably a top 7 all-time greatest left-handed starter in Astro history. Another starter for the Astros is doing some really good things. And then the Jeremy Pena discussion is kind of going around, too. We'll get to that a little bit later as well. One thing that caught my attention, though, Blankers, I was just scrolling around on different social media platforms, really this morning, right when I woke up. It's my habit. But I noticed that Philly fans are crashing out, that Philly TV commentators are blasting their offense. This is what the Houston Astros pitching staff does to teams. We understand the pitching machine is awesome that they've been able to establish, and they get these starts from random nobodies, from the Jamie Moyers of the world, from the George Costanzas of the world. Here was the Phillies post-game show yesterday, just crushing their offense.
Brown, someone needed to get a run, or more than one run, certainly.
I mean, more than one run. This was the worst offensive outburst I've seen from the Phillies ever in the 3-game series. This was actually kind of pathetic, and it got worse as a series.
There you go. The worst offensive performance ever, he said. Philadelphia's been playing baseball for a long, long time. Worst ever, he said.
I mean, you and I talked about this yesterday, and we talked about it from an Astros perspective. Tell me you're a casual without telling me you're a casual if you're attacking the offense of the Houston Astros, because we respected the fact that the Phillies have really good pitching. They've been red hot. They came in winners of 9 of 11. And the fact that sometimes you tip your cap and go, hey, good pitching can beat good hitting. But on the flip side, from a Philly perspective, their fan base loves to jump off the cliff the first chance they get, and they do it cussing and screaming the whole way down. Not surprising, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So that one was kind of mild, but it is interesting to know that, this is the worst that we've ever had. So, okay, that's something to pay attention to. Worst ever. But here's this random dude on TikTok that I have no idea why he showed up on my TikTok. I guess it had something to do with the Astros, so my algorithm fed it to me. He goes by the name Tiny Tino.
Oh, okay.
Tiny Tino is his. I don't know his handle. It's
his shortcomings,
but that's his nickname. That's his alias. Is Tiny Tony. Here was Tiny Tony, a Philadelphia Philly fan, crashing out after the Astros pitching staff owned the Phillies.
The cheating Astros just own the Phillies. I'm at the point where I cannot stand watching the Phillies go 3 games and we scored 1 run. Our starters were lights out. They shut down the best offense in baseball. The cheat shows, we shut them down to literally no runs. And guess what? Our offense is not existent. Kyle Schwarber, you want money, but all you do is strike out. You think you deserve more money. We are going to let you walk. Alec Boone, you're going to Taiwan. Hey, Cassie, can we have another World War so you can get a hit? This is pathetic. Yo, we're never going to beat the accusations. We cannot beat the Houston Astros. We just got swept by a poverty franchise. We actually just got swept by a poverty franchise. And now we're tied at first with the Mets. We are now tied at first with the Mets, who we just worked. I can't be a Phillies fan anymore.
This is what the Astros do. They make people outside of Houston question their fandom. The Phillies score 1 run in 3 games. Their TV commentator saying it's the worst offensive output in Philly history. You have Tiny Tony throwing a temper tantrum, and I don't even know where he's going here. He called the Astros one of the best offenses in baseball. Well, that's not exactly accurate. And then he called them a poverty franchise like he forgot the 2022 World Series.
I mean, you're giving up your fandom because of a 3-game series coming off of 9 of 11. Like, slow your roll, big dog. You're not even at the halfway point, and you're willing to throw in the towel and look for a new team. I mean, that's a pretty fair weather pathetic fan. And
Tiny Tony.
Yeah, and Tiny Tony on top of it. I'm not sure Tiny Tony's going to find a lot of takers either with that lack of loyalty to his squad. But hey, it makes for good fodder.
He called the Astros cheaters too. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I caught it right at the start.
Yeah, I called them cheaters. They stopped cheating in 18.
18, yeah.
Early 18 season.
He did actually admit that the Astros own them, though.
He did admit that,
Yeah.
which I love to hear that part of it. So that was just kind of caught my attention. All these Phillies people that are just giving up on the Philadelphia Phillies because the Houston Astros pitching staff, quite frankly, owns them.
I got a lot of friends from Philly. I need to kind of check in with them because the last time I talked to one of my buddies that's a born and raised Philadelphian, he was texting me during the World Series when I thought the Astros were going to win it before the series started and basically telling me I'm an idiot. Real Muto's going to win the MVP, Phillies in 5. Remarkably, after the Astros won the series, I didn't hear from him for quite a while.
Really?
Yeah.
So you haven't heard from him since 2022?
Well, I've heard from him since then. Subsequently, when he finally did check in, I was like, wonder why it took you so long. He's like, yeah, they kind of let me down. I'm like, yeah, they let you down, and in the process, you opened your mouth.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I watched the we were working yesterday when the Astros were playing. So I went back and I didn't watch the whole game, but I watched the condensed game, and then I watched the post-game interviews and stuff like that. This one, so Brian Abreu got the walk-off treatment.
Yep.
You know how Julia interviews like the player of the game or the most important player of the game. Well, yesterday, Brian Abreu faced 4 hitters. He struck out 4 hitters, got the win, slammed the door there in the 9th inning. So Julia interviewed him after the game, and Julia asked him about, like, what is, like, whenever you're asked to get 4 outs, like, what does it mean to you? And here's what Abreu said, talking about picking up his mates.
Whenever he called me for 4 outs, he's just one of my friends. He's in trouble. I just have to come in and try to support him.
Whenever his friend in trouble, he has to come in and support him. Has to pick him up. I love that attitude from back into the bullpen guy. My friend in trouble, got to help him out.
I did not expect. Am I mistaken in that Brian Abreu has used an interpreter in the past?
I thought so. Yeah.
Because I was a little surprised he was doing it one-on-one, but I like the fact that he kind of literally just took the bull by the horns and went with it.
I had the same thought too. I feel like I've heard it once or twice before, but yeah. I mean, it is cool to see him do that. Cebu on YouTube, poverty franchise. Has he seen the banners? No, apparently not. Axe says Philly fans are still waiting for the Yordan Alvarez ball to land. That turned the game upside down there in the 6th inning of that World Series. Alex is already nominating Tiny. I'm going to leave that out. Tiny Tony for the car wreck of the day. So we'll have to remember that a little bit later. Astros do face the lowly Cubs, who are playing they're playing good baseball right now. But we know that they're going to be completely useless by September. The Astros lineup is out today, by the way. Jimmy Moyer on the mound for the Stros. So Yiner and Walker are in the doghouse here. There's a righty pitching, okay?
Yep.
So like we've seen Myers bat cleanup against lefties. We haven't seen him bat cleanup against righties. Espada's lineup today: Pena, Paredes, Altuve. Okay.
Yep.
Normal 3.
Right.
Smith is batting cleanup against a righty. Okay. Myers 5th, Caratini 6th, DHing. The bottom 3, Walker bats 7th, plays first base. Yiner Diaz catches and bats 8th. And then Taylor Trammell is in left field batting 9th. So Yiner down to the 8th spot. He had a big hit yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, and didn't Walker have it? Was it yesterday?
Did
he double?
A double.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
a walk.
Guess it doesn't matter. And I think a little extra maybe, and you always poo-poo this when I say this, but the first game against the Cubs since the trade and Cam in the four spot, maybe a little extra for that.
A little juice for Cam
Yep,
tonight.
Yep, I like it too.
Cam Smith revenge game.
Yeah, I like it a little. I like that kind of. If that's a little bit of the kind of Espada, not even gamesmanship, but that's kind of give the kid a little boost going into his first game against his old squad. I like it.
It could be a revenge game for two players on the Astros and two players on the Cubs.
True.
It could be a revenge game for Cam Smith and Isaac Paredes, and it could be a revenge game for Ryan Stressley and Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, and you know what? And from a Paredes standpoint, when you look at the numbers from what he came from when he was with Tampa to what he did with the Cubs were highly disappointed at the fact that he just didn't produce. So he could have some extra juice too tonight. I mean, there's a lot of I like the other stories that are involved in this series, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it will be a fun series. A lot of storylines for sure. Probably get Lance McCullers back tomorrow. It's not the best 5 pitchers you have. It's Jamie Moyer, it's Lance McCullers, and then it's Framber Valdez Sunday.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I mean, the thought is, one, it could have been worse or it could be worse. And then initially it was TBA, and then when it becomes McCullers, it's like, well, okay, as long as it was truly just a foot injury, a toe injury, whatever it was from the weight room, and he's been throwing and keeping his arm loose, I mean, I feel better about McCullers right now than I would maybe even Walter or Gusto, though I like the way, or even Gordon, but Gordon had a nice start last game. So I could feel worse about it, but at the same time, I've got my question marks about Lance first start back. I love Framber as the anchor on the backside, but I don't have a lot of confidence tonight.
Same. It'll be a fun series nonetheless. We'll see who seeks revenge on the other. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Drift Bar in the Heights. Fun time to be had. Escape the rain. Join us here. Day one, Donna's here. Joe's about to leave to watch his Cubs. Dre's here. My arch nemesis, Dre, is in the building. Good to see his face. All the vendors are out here. Chewy's out here. I didn't even see Big C.
Big C
in
the house.
He can't hear us, though. He's got the AirPods in. What do you think Big C is doing?
He's listening to us.
Oh, he just gave us a thumbs up.
Yeah, he's listening to us.
Okay. All right.
I like it.
But, no, a good time to be had. Join us out here. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Also, later on today, inside a Drip Bar, karaoke with Captain Kevlar. Always fun to have Power Slap on tonight at 8, UFC tomorrow. And anybody who walks into the door, you get a raffle ticket, and we're drawing for a pair of tickets to go watch the Rangers and Astros July 11th between those two teams. That'll be a lot of fun. So get on out here to Drift. Great time on a Friday. Happy hour specials, great drinks. It's going to be fantastic here until 6 o'clock. When we come back, so we mentioned it's the halfway point of the year, right? So who is the Astros MVP halfway through the season? Who is the Astros Cy Young halfway through the season? We already know Rookie of the Year, so that's not even worth discussion. But those awards, who is the halfway MVP, Cy Young, Reliever of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, we'll discuss next. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryant at Sack by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, you need to listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you're going to go pick up that new or pre-owned vehicle. Why? Because they're the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. No hassle pricing. You get your car shopping done quick, fast, and easy. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped generations of families get into new and pre-owned vehicles. And these families keep coming back. Why? Because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. The culture's fantastic. They hire great people, which just feeds right back into that culture. If you're looking for a spot to buy a new or pre-owned vehicle, Monument Chevrolet is the answer. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just go visit them in person. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Drift Bar in the Heights, Power Slap tonight at 8. They're going to have UFC 317 tomorrow, Lightweight Championship of the World on the line tomorrow. There's your spot to watch it. All day today, you walk in, they're going to hand you a raffle ticket. You'll be registered to win the raffle for Rangers Astro tickets on July 11th. They're not putting you up in the nosebleeds either. They're putting you in section 106. But this is your spot any time of the week. Tonight, karaoke with Captain Kevlar. Tomorrow, DJ Bobby Moe. Sunday, fun day. Mimosas are half off. And all their alcohol vendors are out here today. We have a little Patron margarita here. These are called carbless drinks.
Yes.
They're 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and they taste like a juice box.
100
with
calories
vodka
of
in it.
just goodness.
Yeah, it is. It looks. He brought one of each flavor too.
There you
That
go.
was very. I tip my cap. To him.
Yes.
Tip my cap. So this is a spot you need to be, whether it's today, whether it's any time. They are as well the official headquarters of the LSU Tigers.
Yes, they are.
National champion LSU Tigers baseball championship.
Let's point out the fact, too, that they hooked us up with gear like we're on their softball team. The fact that we got jerseys and we got these sweet hats. I love this hat we got the last time we were here.
Good looking hat.
Cowboy Mike, who is all over the place today, that's running this place, takes good care of us, but he keeps it on the ship shape top notch, and it is a fun place to be.
No doubt. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. We'll get to the Astros midseason awards when we get to the Astros midseason awards. But Israel's on the line, and he wants to talk about Philly fan. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
Nah, yeah, I just want to say, man, what's up to you guys? But Philly fans are a little different. And the North Siders are in town. Now, I'm a South Sider. You know what I'm saying? I seen, Harry Carey before he went to the Cubs. My mama, yeah. Hey. You know Harry.
Check out Israel
But look,
with sombrero. Holy cow.
yeah, but then I took a shower. You know what I mean? We used to have a shower in the Sox center field. But welcome to the North Siders. My mother and my grandmother, they love the Cubs, man. So, welcome to the North Siders. Hopefully, man, we can get 2 out of 3, man, from the North Siders. I'm a South Sider, deep South, man. Like, hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I'm a South Sider, like 29th Street, man. Johnny from 29th Street, and the producer, the manager. We be with Paul. He's from the South Side too, man. So shout out to Chicago. We in the building, but I'm still with the Stros. Go Cam, yo.
Little go Cam.
All right,
at the end.
Israel.
You had to mention the go Cam. at the end.
Chi-Town hustler trying to clarify which side of town he's from. Southside's a tougher side from all that I've ever heard.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, if you're going to – and I agree that Chicago, like, they produce some tough hombres. Like, I don't doubt that at all. Like, the history of gangsters in Chicago, Al Capone. Like, I mean, you can go – I mean, there's a lot of dirt in Chicago, I'm sure. But if you're going to talk about, like, how hard you are, you don't mention you're from the same neighborhood as Joe George.
No.
You kind of omit that. You leave that out.
Well, no, but didn't he say that Joe George is a North Sider and he's a South Sider?
Is that what he said?
I think so.
I have a hard time hearing.
Because he knows that Joe is a big Cubs fan, and that's the North Side. And I think he was shoving Joe back to the North Side, stay away from us South Siders.
Now, okay, that makes sense then. Texture, Chicago, nasty city. I actually like Chicago.
I love it, man. I used to love it. It's gotten worse.
I've only been there once, and I really enjoyed my time. I really want to go back to. Like, I have nothing bad to say about Chicago. I thought it was an awesome time. Yeah, the crime's bad there probably, but the crime bit's bad every major city. I thought the food was terrific.
Oh, man, it's awesome.
You can take the train everywhere. Going to Wrigley was awesome. I had a good time in Chicago. I have nothing bad to say about
I
the city.
totally love the city. Even when we were in high school, when we were looking to go out, we would just drive the hour and a half and go out in Chicago sometimes because Chicago is a great party town.
Oh, is that close?
Yeah, and three of the 4 seasons are absolutely phenomenal. The winter, as I tell everybody, whether you're from the suburb of Chicago called Milwaukee or Chicago proper, you don't want to be there in the wintertime. You just don't.
No, it's very, very cold. Rackham Pete says, good old Philly fans. 1, boo Santa. 2, cheered Michael Irvin's neck injury. Trash talked Mattress Mac. I forgot about the trash talking Mattress Mac. They were cussing him out whenever
during the series, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 players left from 17, and they still call the Astros cheaters. Everybody's going to call the Astros cheaters. That just goes with the territory.
It's never going away.
I've gotten to the point where I'm just numb of it, that it literally doesn't affect me. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you just have to go numb to it because you hear about it every turn. No matter what success this team has, no matter how many players have come over that were not anywhere near or a part of the cheating scandal, it's just they're going hand in hand with the blue and the orange for probably the rest of the franchise's history.
Texture, I'm getting confused about the Jamie Moyer. You said it like 3 or 4 times. That's my bad. I should have been a little bit more clear. I call Astro lefty Brandon Walter Jamie Moyer because they're both light throwers. Yes, Walter throws harder than Jamie Moyer, who lived on a mid-80s fastball, but they're both soft-tossing lefties, and I think that their windup and delivery looks identical. I think they look very similar with how they pitch.
Puss ballers.
Yes.
The old schoolers would call them puss ballers. Don't normally bring the heat, but they can get the job done.
Yeah, so that's what the reference is. I call Brandon Walter Jamie Moyer because I think their windup's the same. Texture, I hope that they throw Ryan Presley. Presley's been pretty good this year, except for 2 outings.
Yeah, he blew up early and has dialed it back in to where he's been a lot more effective lately.
Yeah, he's not their closer though. He's pitching late in games, but he's not their closer. So. Texture Brian Brady's been on Shin speaking English for a minute, usually on Bases Loaded. I don't think I've ever watched a Bases Loaded episode.
You know what they did? They did him being a new father. They did a feature on him recently. I saw the promo for it, the commercial that they were going to do a feature on him being a new father.
I got you. All right, let's get to the Astros midseason MVP, Cy Young, all the awards that we need to. Killer Bees broadcasting live, Drift Bar in the Heights. You're looking for something to do today? Get on out here. We'll be here till 6. You can watch Power Slap here tonight, UFC 317 tomorrow, and, of course, Drift Bar is always your weekend spot, your LSU headquarters. And if you come today, you're going to be entered in a raffle to win Ranger Astro tickets on July 11th, Section 106. Killer Bees broadcasting live on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Killer Bees broadcasting live from Drift Bar in the Heights. Awesome place. Rebecca just handed us an old fashioned. I don't know where she went, but thank you, Rebecca.
Rebecca's working the table in the back right now, telling everybody about her new
very, very
whiskey.
Good. Gold Bar whiskey. Mm-hmm. I like they come in a gold bar.
It's very cool.
Miniature ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really cool. We come on out. You can sample it too. You can sample some of that. You can sample some carbless. You had Modelo out here. Patron is out here. Everybody is out here at Drift Bar in the Heights. The sun is coming out too. So get off work early. Come on out here. Enjoy a beverage or two. Also, you'll be automatically entered to win Rangers Astros. They're having a raffle. You walk in the door, you get a raffle ticket, and you could potentially be going to Rangers Astros on the 11th of July. Power Slap tonight here at Drift Bar. UFC 317 tomorrow. A great time always had here. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. So the Astros have played 81 games. As we talk to you today, the Astros have played 81 games. They're 48-33, and they're 15 games above 500. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a surprise is that if I told you that you were 48-33 at the midway point at the start of the year?
Who's your guy?
Before injuries, at the start of the year.
Who's your guy that did a 10? I'm stunned
I
by
forget
how
his name. Varsity Blues, but I forget his name. The big lineman.
Yeah, I am absolutely stunned that they are this good, particularly because of all the injuries to both the pitching staff and the position players. The fact that you've played this entire season without Yordan or without Yordan at his normal best, and then you look at 60% of the pitching staff, you look at the relief pitchers, including now Dubin's down, all the different ways that they've had to kind of quickly just go to plan B and C and D and find a way to now sit with this big of a lead in first place in the division. To me, I don't know how you can't give this team a 10 where they sit currently.
In terms of surprise, though,
yeah, I'm shocked.
I am too. And then if you throw in the injuries, it's even higher, right? Like I wouldn't have guessed this team would be 15 games above 500 at the start of the season. If you told me at the start of the season that every single one of your starters, except for Fromber and Hunter Brown's going to get hurt, Yordan's going to be a negative WAR player, be hurt. Jose Altuve, a negative WAR player. Yiner flirting with a 0 WAR. Christian Walker flirting with a 0 WAR, might even be negative. Yeah, I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's a 500 team.
And keep going from there.
Crazy.
You didn't know what to expect from Cam. You had no idea, right? And we knew how young he was. So the expectations were not high at all because of the fact that he'd never done this before at this level. And then you throw a Paredes in, who I know that they pursued in the past, but he didn't finish the season strong in Chicago last year with the Cubs. So you weren't sure replacing Bregman that he was going to be even worthy of being in that same conversation. And then when you look at Jake and Pena having these breakout years where we've seen in the past, we've had guys that have started off very good but always leveled out and came back down, particularly a Jake. Jake keeps going. Pena keeps going. We're looking at with Pena's WAR and where he sits currently, he's got to be in the top 3 in MVP conversations at the worst. And you go, did you see that coming? Because I certainly didn't.
Billy Bob's the 10.
Oh,
he's a 10.
Got it.
A texture, to be honest, 8.5. I thought we'd fight for 500. How could you say 8.5? Thought you'd fight for 500 and you're 15 games above? Like, that's a 10, I think. Texture, definitely a 10. Wow, can't believe how well they have done. Texture, I'm a season ticket holder for the Astros. I wear my Ryan Sandberg. It's Ryan, not Ryan. I wear my Ryan Sandberg jersey to every game. I'm stoked. The Cubs are in town, but to be honest, I don't care who wins. I'm just excited to see two good teams play each other. I don't care who wins. I just hope they have fun.
That is not going to be said by me. You're a fan of both teams, have at it. But yeah.
All right. So the Killer Bees, we voted on the midseason MVP, midseason Cy Young, midseason best reliever, midseason comeback player of the year, midseason surprise, midseason disappointment. Okay. So let's just go by these one by one. For the MVP, we have Jeremy Pena winning it. Consensus. Jeremy Pena number 1, Hunter Brown number 2, and then there's a tie between Isaac Paredes and Josh Hader for number 3. So I bet we were unanimous on 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. Did we all have Pena Brown 1, 2?
I did.
Yes.
Yes. Well, yes.
What's the hesitation?
Well, we only got one from Joel, but
because we had internet problems earlier. But
I got you. All right. And then, so the tie in third between Isak and Paredes. I guess you had Isak.
Yeah, we flipped them.
And you had?
I had Hader. I had Hader. There's a lot of the nerd stats I look at that Josh Hader is like number one in win probability added. Sorry, I geeked out there, I know. But that's impressive to me.
Yeah, if I had to break the tie because I didn't vote, but I've just been all over the fact that Paredes has been a guy that I didn't expect to see this from. I had hoped it when we were talking about his pull percentage and the fact that, he this park sets up nicely for him. I thought that he might have a season similar to Bregman had last year, but what he's been able to do this year, to me, I expect Hader, even when people thought he was a little off last year, was still really good. I didn't know what to expect of Paredes, and the fact that he's been that good has been fantastic.
All right, so Pena easily the MVP, though. It was unanimous there. For our, and look, these are kind of easy, I think. Our Cy Young voting, Hunter Brown finished first, Framber Valdez finished second, Josh Hader finished third. Was this unanimous as well?
That it should, mine was the only one missing.
Hunter, Hunter, it went Hunter, Framber, and then Hader.
Yep.
You and I both had the exact same.
So we didn't have any
no
conflicts here?
there.
I don't either, no.
Okay, all right, so that one's easy. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Josh Hader, number 3. Who would be fourth? If you had to vote on a fourth guy. Abreu would be ahead of any other starter, you
I think so.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I was kind of thinking Colton Gordon.
Aside from the saves, when you look at what Abreu has done with Hader, their earn run averages when they started this homestand were both at like a 1.83. I mean, he has basically mirrored and done everything as a setup guy that Hader has done to close the door in the 9th. I can't take that away from him. I'd put him fourth.
Yeah, Colton Gordon's been really stinking good, too. Like, it's interesting because we didn't do Rookie of the Year, but Colton Gordon's probably second there.
Oh, I mean, who else? Who's in the conversation?
I mean, Melton was only here for a flash in the pan. Gusto would be in the mix.
Cam, obviously.
Cam would be 1.
Yeah.
So who's number 2, though?
I think it's Colton Gordon.
I think it's Gordon in a runaway.
Yeah.
Because
Gusto would be 3rd, I think.
Jason Alexander only pitched 1 game.
Yeah, I'm not sure I don't know if
he qualify as a rookie.
I'm not sure because he hasn't logged many innings in the bigs.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not real sure. I have to go back and see how many innings he's logged. He's like 80 years old, though. All right, so.
And Whitcomb, he got hurt, but Whitcomb had already played enough, right? I don't know how many games.
No, I don't think he's played enough.
Okay.
But he hadn't done anything.
No, yeah.
So, like, he would be in the pool, but wouldn't be in the conversation, per se. All right, best reliever. The consensus was Hader 1, Abreu 2, and Okert 3. There's no doubt about 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are easy. I think that the first time you have, like, an actual question here is who should be third. Because there are some guys that I think that are in the mix for number 3. Like, I struggle between Okert and King.
I was going to say King's in the mix. He's had a couple of hiccups lately, but King would be in the mix for sure with Okert. Souza's been really good lately, too. He's picked it up. But I think the conversation for 3 is a 2-man race between those two guys.
Yeah, I think if we'd had this vote, 3 weeks ago, King's the 3rd, right?
Probably.
But he's had a few blow-ups, and I mean, I think it's about close to a run differential right now in ERA between the two, isn't it?
Okert's also got touched a little bit more recently, too. Like, a month ago, Okert was, like, the leader in reliever whip, But, like, he's gotten hit a little bit since then. So I think it's close between Okert and King, but I still gave the nod to Okert.
And the thing is, too, you could say, if you want to nitpick it and go, well, for most of the year, King was your 7th inning guy. So normally your best relievers are 7, 8, 9. So you could put King in the mix. But then I think that it was probably because they didn't know what to expect from Okert at the start of the season. And every time they threw him out there, he was dealing.
713-780-ESPN. So Okert is there. Comeback player of the year. Was this unanimous with McCullers? We have McCullers number 1.
Yeah, you and I both had a number 1.
And then Pena and Myers were tied for 2nd. I think I went Myers too, didn't I? Yeah, I went Myers too, so you went Pena too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's hard to argue.
Yeah, I would put Jake simply because I expected less of Jake than I did of Pena. But you can't go wrong with either guy because I didn't expect either one of these guys at this point in the season at the midway mark to be as good as they are and consistently still staying there.
Yeah, I can see the argument both ways. I went Myers. But I could also say, well, yeah, it was a bigger shock that Myers is where he's at, but the gap between Pena and Myers is large, Yeah. Like Pena's top 3 WAR. Jake Myers is in top 10 WAR. So that would be a good argument.
Yeah,
there.
it's based on individual performance as opposed to league-wide. Because league-wide, like you said, it's a landslide. Pena's year is just competing with the best in the American League. Jake, it's just from what he's shown you in his entire Astros career, this has been an unbelievable season.
Surprise player of the year, we had Myers 1, McCullers 2, and Pena 3. So I think that was unanimous too with the surprise.
Yeah, I had Lance first
instead of Myers.
Yeah. And then you and both had Jake Myers.
And then disappointment of the year.
I mean, that's
Jordan 1, Walker 2, Yiner 3.
It was unanimous.
That was unanimous in that order too.
Yeah. I struggled. I wanted to put Christian Walker first, just because of the fact that, again, much like Paredes, no matter what they've done from Paredes' standpoint, it didn't matter what he'd done in the past. I felt like he was going to fit here. From a Walker standpoint, I'm like, if he's just the guy he was in Arizona, and maybe he's got a little bit more friendly confines, if you will, to be able to hit even better, I expected big things from him. So that's why the disappointment has been almost greater for me with Walker, because of the fact that injuries are going to happen. I thought Walker as a baseball player was going to excel here, and he just hasn't.
Yeah, that's a pretty big 3 list too. Those are all major disappointments. They've all been major disappointments. Yiner might not be major. Maybe he's a little bit more mild disappointment. But Jordan has been a major disappointment. Injury, so a lot of it is out of his own control. Walker's 100% in his own control because he hasn't missed games. Maybe rushed back too soon from the oblique. But it's amazing that they're where they're at and had this lead into the second best team in the American League. And they've had disappointments from Jordan, Walker, and Yiner. That's where the optimism comes into play, actually.
No
because
doubt.
If those 3 guys are just not even playing towards their ceiling, if those 3 guys just aren't disappointments in the second half, it can really take the offense to another level.
That's why I've said even if they don't make a move, and I anticipate that they'll make at least 1 or 2, but even if they don't make a move at the trade deadline, you believe that the guys you're getting back, both offensively and from a pitching perspective, put you in an unbelievably good position if the rest of your guys continue to perform. But to the point you made earlier in the year when we were having this discussion about the guys that are excelling like Jake and Pena, and then losing a guy like Tucker, and Pena's numbers kind of cancels out Tucker, and then you go from there. Like Paredes' numbers were really good at third to cancel out what Bregman did last year, and then you go from there. I think the yin and the yang of this is you take the guys that have underachieved, like Walker and Yiner and Jordan, and say that the guys that have overachieved is Cam Smith, who I don't know what you expected, but I think now he's looking like a guy that maybe he's overachieving from what you might have thought his first year would be. And then with Jake and Pena, you're like, that's where the counterbalance comes into why this team has been able to maintain where they're at.
Cam's kind of been who I thought.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he would get there. I just didn't know if it would be until this. Honestly, I didn't know if it was going to be this season, because I expected him to struggle early. I thought they might come to a point where they would send him down to kind of settle down.
Oh, I never thought that.
And then he picked it up, and once he picked it up, he started running with it.
I would say the defense has been better than I would have thought. I would say I expected more power, but less average.
That's
so,
fair.
in the whole, I kind of expected this type of production, maybe a little bit different, like I said, a little less average, a little more power. But no, I expected Cam to have this type of impact. I didn't expect him to be hitting in the middle of the order because I expected, Jordan, Walker, and Yiner to be better, and they haven't been. But no, it's about what I'm expecting.
Yeah, a kid that basically hadn't scratched the surface in minor league baseball yet, coming out of Florida State, and just thrust into this position because of the fact that they were, desperately looking for outfield help, got thrown into the position he was thrown into. I honestly did not expect this from him this year. I thought he would struggle early. I thought he'd settle down a little bit, but I did not expect this kind of production and the way he's picked it up and carried it once he got going.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Josh, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Josh?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, obviously from Philadelphia, but there's a couple things I just want to,
We lose him?
Oh,
We
it's
lose
a
Josh?
shame. Josh from Philly.
But
there he goes.
yeah, after listening, I've listened to, I listen to you guys all the way from John all the way to Dale, all in you. Anyway, where I'm getting at with this is that I know that when we were talking about Altuve and left field and all that prior in spring training, we were talking about the Bregman talking this and that. No one had high hopes for the Astros. We thought we were all going to be a sub 500 or maybe 500 team. Then we're a 500 team, and we're talking maybe 2 months ago about how winning games where our offense is terrible, but we're still skating weighted. We're winning games, and now we're 15 games ahead in the division right now. My question is where would you guys pinpoint the success that the Astros are having right now? Because I do love me some Espada, and I know Jeremy Pena is playing so great right now, but with baseball being the sport it is, there's not just
All right,
all
Josh
that.
breaking up a little bit, but I think we get the gist of the call. Appreciate the call, Josh. Thanks for listening. You're breaking up there a little bit, so just couldn't keep the connection.
So essentially,
what is the biggest reason why? I think is what he was saying.
So if just to use kind of just a team analogy, I think it's the role players. I think it's the guys that aren't supposed to be your stars that have kind of picked it up and carried it for you. From the guys that came up from Sugar Land that you expected nothing from, that have been able to deliver, particularly with the pitching staff. From the guys that you knew nothing about, like Cam Smith that we mentioned, and then the guys that have done something that they hadn't done yet as an Astro. When you look at what Pena and Jake have been able to do, that I think that's the reason why. Every button that, whether it's Espada or Dana has pushed, every guy that they've called on, whether it be in a small dose or in a larger sample size, they have stepped up in a big, big way when guys like Jordan and Yiner, through injury and lack of production early, were struggling. You had guys that picked up the slack, and I think that's why.
I think it's the pitching and the defense. And, like, some of the pitching, there have been role players there, so, like, it kind of maybe meshes the reasoning why. But, like, Fromber and Hunter have carried you, and then the back end with Hader and Abreu have closed what they carried, like how they've carried you. And then the defense has been a lot better. Like, that's the whole, like, thing that people are losing their minds. What are they doing moving Altuve to left field? If you watch 5 games that Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez pitch and you see the middle infield defense between Pena and Dubon, you should no longer have that question. Mauricio Dubon is an elite defensive second baseman, and you put that behind a ground ball pitcher and then a solid to good defender at shortstop, that's why their team defense has gone up so much and their infield defense has gone up so much. I think it's been a lot of fun to watch. I would also push back on Josh saying everybody thought this would be a 500 team.
We didn't.
I think you did too. We had them winning the American League West.
I think all three of us. I don't remember for sure, Brian.
Brian usually hates the Astros.
But I thought for sure you and I said that they were going to win the division. Didn't know by how much. I didn't think it was going to be a runaway, but I definitely had them winning the division, not a 500 team by any stretch of the imagination. And the other thing, I caught part of the morning show this morning talking about the fact that either John or Lance said Dubon was their best defender. I mean, if you're sleeping on Jeremy Pena, in my mind, then that's okay. Then that's on you, because you can go to the plays that make SportsCenter, but overall, just Jeremy Pena's play at shortstop has been really, really good for this team.
I think they're talking about stats because Dubon's like defensive metrics are the best on the team. I'm not sure where he stacks up with Myers, but it's the best infielder on the team. Like Dubon, the last I looked, Dubon was like 9 outs above average, and Pena was 3, I think it was. Dubon earlier this week, and this was like 2 days ago, so I'm sure it's still very high. Dubon was number 1 in baseball at second base and outs above average.
But how long? I mean, how many games has he played at second base too?
About half, but it's a counting stat, so it's even more impressive.
Yeah. I just think that I get very frustrated with how many people, and we've gotten in it with people that listen, that use social media, that sleep on how good Jeremy Pena's defense is. And last night, I think it was yesterday, the play that he made, he dove, was a Trey Turner that he dove behind second base in the late innings and made another play. The Jeter jump was phenomenal that he did last week, but just so many, from his arm to his glove to his speed and his range. I get frustrated how many people don't give him enough credit as a really good defender.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's a really good defender.
In my mind, I think he's the best. I think he's the best defender on the team. And Jake would be in that conversation too.
Jake would be ahead of Pena for me. It's hard to compare a second baseman to a shortstop, right? Because outs above average for a second baseman, I think are a little bit easier than outs above average for a shortstop, because usually better defenders play shortstop. Sometimes you can hide an average middle infielder at second base. So like Dubon, Pena, who's the greater defender? I think if you put both of them at shortstop, I'd rather have Pena than Dubon. But Dubon's defense at second base cannot be ignored. So like I back up what you're saying about Pena, but I'm not going to put down Dubon. I think they're accurate about Dubon's.
Well, you brought it up the other day as a duo.
Yeah, I love it.
And you go back and take it to the start of the season when people were questioning moving Altuve and wondering how big of a difference this could make. When you see both of those guys together on the field, outs against,
it's fun.
It's because Dubon's got an arm. It's not just his range and his glove, but his arm. A couple of times in the last week or so where he's had to charge one way or far to his right and then be able to pirouette spin and still make a solid throw to first base, and he does it with ease.
Yeah, how could you watch? Like, if you watch 3 starts combined of either Fromber or Hunter Brown, just watch 3 of their starts any point of the season with Dubon playing second base, and then clamor that you want Altuve at second base again. How could you do that? Like anybody who that's why I think some people are casuals. Like if you legitimately watch 3 games where Hunter Brown or Framber Valdez pitched from start to finish with Dubon playing second base, and you're still saying after that game you want Altuve defensively at second base, I know you did not watch the game. You didn't watch the game.
What I didn't expect, but I expect weak throws. But the throwing error last week, the fact that his range is severely limited, you just look at Altuve, he's not the player that he once was. But even when he was the player he once was defensively, I don't think he was ever an above-average second baseman like you're seeing right now when these two guys are on the field together.
Yeah, the middle infield's fun to watch. It's like old school baseball. Like you get a ground ball pitcher, that defense behind him. I think that's the biggest reason for their success. Texts are crazy to think the Astros will have a should-be Cy Young winner, should-be Manager of the Year, top 3 Rookie of the Year finisher, and top 3 MVP candidate. If Hunter Brown wins, actually, if Hunter Brown finishes top 3 in Cy Young, the Astros get an extra draft pick.
That's
because
beautiful.
of the whole incentive to call players up early. Cam Smith has to win Rookie of the Year. It's different for MVP Cy Young than it is Rookie of the Year. If you finish top 3, you get a compensation pick, and MVP Cy Young, you get a pick if you win Rookie of the Year. Outright, but maybe Cam Smith will make a run at that as well. I also think it's a fair take to call Espada the Manager of the Year in the American League.
Agree.
Because from what he's had to endure with the injuries and all that stuff, like I think Hinch has done a great job too. And I don't watch Detroit as closely as I watch the Astros. I have a hard time imagining the Tigers have had the injuries, especially to critical players that the Astros have had. I believe Espada at the midway point is the Manager of the Year in the American League.
See, to me, it's taking what happened last year and then taking this year, the Tigers sweeping the Astros, the Tigers making the run. Everybody's anticipation was you added Flaherty, you added some guys to a very good young team with AJ, and the expectation was they would continue to rise. The fact that the Astros, if it's one thing to say, hey, the Astros made it last year, and then to expect what they did this year, but because of the injury factor, both with the pitching staff and with all the guys in the lineup, and the guys that are underachieving that have been there in the lineup, I think Espada to me is right there with A.J. Hinch. And I think if you told me that Joe Espada would win it, I would have no problem with it.
I think Hinch is a better manager. I think Espada has done a better job.
That's fair.
This year. Texture, doesn't Altuve have a gold glove? Yes, in 2015. Like, because you won a gold glove 10 years ago doesn't mean you're a good defender now. Like,
right.
What is Yadier Molina up to? Like, can he still hose some guys from behind the dish?
The World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, I think that is right. He is doing that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because you won a gold glove 10 years ago doesn't mean you're still a good defender. You know who else won a gold glove more recently than Altuve and I think has dropped off defensively? Brendan Rodgers.
Yep.
Like, he's still fine defensively, but he's not an elite defender.
That's right.
Pena doesn't get the credit because he doesn't have Correa's cannon, which almost no one has, so not necessarily fair, says Saints Patrick. His arm does grade out to below average relative to the rest of Major League Baseball. No, Pena.
Pena?
Pena's like in the 25th percentile in arm value.
I'll tell you what, I didn't think he had the arm strength by any means that Correa had, but again, that deep Jeter jump deep in the hole, the minute it happened, I thought his arm strength is not going to get that ball there. And the fact that he was able to get that ball there, it may be rated as such, but I think when he needs to, he can get it there with plenty of zip on it.
I think there's times when he makes missed throws too. So like it brings down his arm value. Like he'll make some throwing errors. I don't know the separation of throwing errors, fielding errors, but I feel like when Pena makes errors, they're more with the arm or pulling like Walker off the bag or even like relays. Like I don't think he's the most accurate. Pena sometimes makes mistakes, but he's an elite talented shortstop, as good as anyone else in the league. I wouldn't go elite. I think he's more second tier. I don't think he's as rangy as the elite defensive shortstops. I think he's in that second tier, still really good, but I wouldn't give him elite range. And he doesn't have an elite arm.
Is Bobby Witt Jr. at the top of that list?
Bobby Witt's really good.
Yeah.
He's really
arm
good.
And range and glove. Bobby Witt Jr.'s top of my list.
And it's not like picking on Pena. Again, I'm calling Pena a really good to great defender. I'm just not calling him elite.
No, and you know what? From a range perspective, the kid from here that plays shortstop for St. Louis is Wynn.
Oh yeah, Mason Wynn.
Wynn is really good.
Mason Wynn.
Yep.
He's from Kingwood.
Yeah,
the livable forest. That's where Brian livables in that forest. 713-780-ESPN. We mentioned Hunter Brown as the Astros Cy Young to this point of the year. I would go further than that. I believe that Hunter Brown is the best pitcher in baseball over the first half of the year. And I got some evidence to back it up. 713-780-ESPN. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job? Of course you are. You want to get away from stress. You want to get away from the anxiety that's plaguing your life. Well, I have the best idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You can escape the city. You don't have to travel too far to get there as well. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors and book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From the open green spaces to beautiful wildlife to the majestic trees that you don't find in the Houston area. There's also some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it, whether you're fishing in the Two Creeks or whether you're fishing in the catch and release pond for the kiddos. It's also just 90 minutes from Houston. You can get there like that. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're not loading up the car for a 5-hour trek. You're not worrying about airports and TSA and kids on airplane seats. That's annoying. You don't have to do that. Hike on the 92 acres of property they have out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Kayak the water. Play pickleball on their pickleball courts. They'll have a pool for you as well. They have a bar there that you can get a drink as well. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also takes care of their customers and always looking of ways to do it. In fact, the 2 nights that we were there, they had a food truck on both nights. They had some live music on a Saturday night. Branham family really enjoyed our time at Two Creeks Crossing, and we're looking forward to going back very soon. From the glamping to the cabins, pull up the RV. We stayed in the treehouse. Perfect stay for everybody. And right now, incredible savings going on. June and July, booked 5 nights, and you save 35%. So make sure you book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oh, great time at Drift Bar in the Heights. All the vendors are out today. We had 3 people come over during the break. Clint from Socorro Tequila brought us over these delicious margaritas. These are very good. Patron is out here. They brought over some tequila shots, which got to be careful.
Yeah.
Got to be careful. Deep Eddy is here with their pineapple vodka. Deep Eddy made in Austin and they use real fruit. They use real fruit in the Deep Eddy vodka too. You can actually
get good for you.
You can get this drink, Topo Chico, and the Deep Eddy pineapple vodka here inside of Drift as well. So you're looking for great cocktails, great drinks. Drift is the spot to do it. They're gonna have Power Slap on tonight. We're gonna be here till 6. Power Slap is tonight at 8 p.m. UFC 317 tomorrow at 9. The UFC Lightweight Championship of the World. Tomorrow you can watch it here at Drift. And then also anybody who walks in the doors today, they're going to hand you a raffle ticket, and they're going to have a raffle at some point during our show. And the winner is going to win Rangers Astro tickets for July 11th. And again, not the nosebleeds, not the cheap seat. These are Section 106. These are big boy tickets.
No doubt.
Big
Lower
boy
level,
tickets.
that's close to behind the dish, I think.
I haven't
106.
I haven't memorized the sections.
I think it's close in that wheelhouse.
I know
so
it's
to speak.
lower bowl.
Yes, indeed.
No longer with us. 713-780
The bowl or
ESPN.
the house?
The wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wheelhouse. No longer with us. But anyway, 713-780 ESPN. We'll get to the Hunter Brown. I really think you can make a case for Hunter Brown being the best pitcher in baseball today, right now. Before we get that, though, let's go out to the HRMP listener line. John Willie. What's up, John Willie? You're in the Hive. What's going on?
Yeah, this is Willie, Blind Willie. Yeah,
Hey, Willie. Hey, Willie.
Yeah, I heard the talk about Jeremy Pena. You know, I'm one of the biggest detractors when it comes to his defense, mainly because of his arms and those 24 errors he made last year. I never heard of a above average shortstop that made 24 errors. But I like to say he's doing real good this year, and I hope he keep it up. But compared to Duvon's arm, it's not even close. He can't hold. Well, Duvon just way better to me. That's just to me. Well, Jeremy has more range, but his arm is nowhere close to Duvon. And that's all I got.
Appreciate it, Willie.
Good to hear from you, Willie. Don't be a stranger. You do all the numbers behind it. I just look at it, and I understand that there are guys that have cannons in this league, but I don't mind Jeremy Pena's arm. And I think that, again, Dubon on the infield has a really, really good arm. It's different when he's in the outfield, but it's better than what you have as options, but that doesn't mean it's where it ranks in the league from a league perspective. I just think between the two, if you're just thankfully not having to do this, but put them both at shortstop, I'll take Pena over Dubon. But I'm happy they're both on the Astros.
What? How many errors did he say?
He had 24 last year.
He had, 19. I guess it's in the ballpark. Not enough to really nitpick at, I guess. Pena does grade out to have a below average arm. Like that is a fact. Pena's in the 93rd percentile in range. He's in the 38th percentile in arm strength. He's in the 82nd percentile in fielding run value. Mauricio Dubon, nerded out, 98th percentile in range. That's elite. 39th percentile in arm, so a little stronger arm. And then he's a 97 fielding run value. Like they're both high-level defenders. Yeah. I wouldn't call Pena elite for defensive shortstops. I call him really good. I would call Dubon elite at second base.
I think the big thing for me, I was not aware of how good the numbers are for Dubon, but to me, the fact that you throw all that in and then throw in the versatility of him playing multiple positions for you and you don't skip a beat, whether it's injury or a day off for guys, and the fact that no matter where you seem to put him, he does do his job at a very high level. Outfield is where, you can nitpick a little bit more, but especially on the infield where wherever you need to put him for a game, he's not going to embarrass himself or the team.
No, he's they're both very good. Texter Altuve was elite defensively for years. Team was horrible, so nobody cared. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't mean he's good now, though.
No.
Like, he's not a good defender, and he hadn't been a good defender in a while. Was he a good defender early in his career? Yes. Was he a great defender early in his career? Maybe not great, but really, really good. But that was 10 years ago.
I think the other thing with Altuve is that his bat covers up a lot of his other woes. When you look at it, he's still hitting the baseball. But I said this the other day coming off the road trip, from his base running to his fielding, you just got to be thankful that he still gets in the batter's box and is one of your better hitters because of the fact that whether you say, well, he used to be or he never was a good base runner, he just isn't great at certain aspects of playing baseball.
You know, Jose Altuve's negative WAR right now?
No.
He's negative WAR. He's negative 0.4 WAR. Ooh. Now, most of it's defensively. He's a positive offensive player. He's a negative defensive player. He's more of a negative defensively than he is a positive offensively. That's why they try to hide him. That's why they try to limit his exposure. Todd Cowles will be joining us at 4:30. Jim DeShays will be joining us at 5 o'clock. So Hunter Brown pitched to Jim yesterday, 7 shutout innings. His ERA, it was going into the game yesterday. He had the top ERA in baseball, but it is still the top ERA in baseball. He's got a 1.74 ERA. It is the best ERA in the entire sport. Max Fried is second at 1.92. 2 guys in baseball have a sub-2 ERA. If you go by WAR, Hunter Brown's second, 3.9. Paul Skeens is first at 4.0. So that's marginal, right? That's very, very slim. You go look at some of the other numbers. Hunter Brown leads hits per 9. He leads adjusted ERA. He leads adjusted pitching runs. He leads adjusted pitching wins. I truly believe that right now Hunter Brown has had the best pitching season in baseball.
I mean, you think about his last 2 starts, too, where he definitely deserved to win both of those games and got no decisions because of a run here and a run there late that cost him. But the way that he has gone out in every single start and just shoved, and I did not realize some of the deeper metrics on some of the things that you said, but to me, at first glance, looking at this on the rundown, I thought, well, I think it's a 2-horse race between Hunter Brown and Skubal of the Tigers. Skubal's team has the best record in all of baseball as well, and you know that he's got one of those just freakishly good arms where he gets stronger and throws harder as the game goes on, and he's been dominant. But if he doesn't have as good of an earned run average and some of those stats go his way, I think that when it comes down to voters, Skubal will get a lot because of the fact that they have the best record in baseball right now too. But you just can't sleep on what Hunter Brown has been doing consistently for this team all season long. And then when you throw in where you saw him at the first part of last year, when he struggled with that Kansas City game and some of the games early on before he added the extra pitch, man, he has been unreal for this franchise.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade Hunter Brown for another pitcher. I wouldn't trade him for Skubal.
Or Skeens?
No.
Really?
Skeens is tough.
He's really, really good.
Skeens
and he's on
tough.
a really bad team.
But Hunter Brown is better statistically in every number except for WAR.
Man, I mean, look, I love Hunter Brown, and I'm glad he's on the Astros. There are a few pitchers in baseball that I don't know that I could make that decision.
That one's tough.
One for one, I think I'd rather have Skeens.
The thing with Skeens is you would have more club control.
Right. The years. I think the years makes the difference. I think they're kind of even as a pitcher, maybe slightly for Hunter Brown, but the years makes a difference.
1 for 1. Skeens might be the only pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's just in a tough spot because Pittsburgh drafted him and he gets no support there. But he is so flippin' dominant, and it's not just a fastball either. He's fun to watch.
I wonder how quick Pittsburgh trades him. I think they should.
Now, they've been put on the spot because of the fact that that's already come up and because how poorly run that franchise is, that I feel like they almost feel guilty in the fact that they don't want to and they're going to try not to do that. It's just they're the Pirates, and Pirates are going to do those kind of things.
The other thing is, though, like one player isn't going to change an organization in baseball.
Right.
You can do it in basketball. You might even be able to do it in football if it's a quarterback. You can't do it in baseball. You can have the best player in the world, and if the rest of around you is awful, you're not going to be any good. Yeah. So, like, one player isn't going to change the franchise, but a player like him in a trade potentially could. You get 4 players back that are all of a sudden really, really good, and you stockpile with a bunch of early draft picks that you have. Like, I think that it makes sense for them to trade him earlier than later, actually.
Plus, he only pitches every 5th day, right? So the impact that he has that you feel as a team is only every 5th day. He's not even a position player where if you have one really, really, really good player, that's a position player. Yeah, it's tough because teams are going to try and pitch around him, but he's out there every single day with a chance on one swing to make a difference. It's tough when you're a starter and you're only there every 5th day.
One of the, I think I would lean on, because you're going to get every day that goes by, the less of a return that you get. Because what is really attractive about Skeens, other than his pitching prowess, is that he has a lot of years of club control. And if you make a trade in a year as opposed to now, you're losing some value. And plus the injury risk too, you know?
Yeah, I think in terms of what they could get, I think it's even far greater than just, 3 or 4 prospects. I think they could load up for him because I think there are teams that realize, hey, we have the means to be able to pay him.
Yep.
And if we lock him down with what we have and our baseball system, we could be, leaps and bounds better than even where we are right now, or take us to the finish line. Yeah, I think he has a tremendous value. I just don't think the Pirates will do it.
Like, what if you can get 3 of those Boston prospects? Roman Anthony, Mayer.
Maybe
Campbell,
they throw in a Abreu.
Campbell signed.
They'll keep one and throw Abreu in there.
Abreu's an above-average starter.
Yeah, and he might be the odd man out because of all the young players they're bringing up. You could get those 3 and maybe a couple sweeteners and be like, that's a massive difference maker for a team like Pittsburgh.
I think it helps Pittsburgh more than Skeens helps Pittsburgh, just because of where they are. 713-780-ESPN. One of the conversations we heard of a lot early this year, especially when they traded Tucker and then like earlier in the season, that they should have traded Fromber too. The deadline's about a month away. We're past that conversation, right? Any idea of trading Fromber? Because every now and then somebody will still float that out there. Still float it out there.
I've seen it recently, and it's like, you know what? At a certain point, this is one where, as much as I applauded the Tucker move, because you sit where you currently sit and you legitimately are a top 2 team in the American League with a real chance to return to the World Series, whether you win it or not, you cannot turn your back on another proposition like that at this late stage in the game and say, with how much Brown and Fromber have carried you from a pitching perspective, from a starting perspective, that you could trade him to try and get something for him and not factor in terms of the overall return on investment on the fact that it severely diminishes what you could do the rest of the year.
Yeah, I don't think to me you can't do it in the middle of the year with a World Series contender.
Nope.
I still believe Dana Brown was shipping them, not shipping them. I believe he was shopping them.
Yep.
At the winter meetings. He flat out said he was. He's like, we'll listen to anybody. We'll listen on everybody. And then they traded Tucker. I just don't think they liked the return that they were hearing back on Fromber. Plus, they value pitching. Like they tell you, our culture's pitching and defense. And then Fromber, like, where else are you replacing 195 innings? Like,
yeah, and again, no matter what you thought of him, and I think that he is someone that really likes being here. I just don't think that they're going to be able to find a happy medium in the middle in which the Astros, who don't want to give long-term big money deals out, and a guy that might settle for a little less, but I think that this is his last chance to get paid. I just don't think that there's a way that this works itself out where he stays here after this season.
Is Jeremy Pena a superstar? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. Killer Bees broadcasting live at Drift Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I was giving Dre a peace offering. Dre rejected my peace offering, Blankers. Dre, it was my peace offering, Dre. He's ignoring me. Tell Big C that was my peace offering. Big C, tell Dre that was my peace offering. He won't, we're on the air, buddy. He won't,
I can hear you. Believe me, I can hear you.
My bad. Dre won't take my peace offering.
Hey, Dre.
Dre, take my peace offering.
He's trying to give you some peace.
Peace offering. Peace offering.
You come across as the kind of guy that would like a piece when it's given to you. You should take one, Dre.
Yeah, that's right.
Jeez.
It's all right.
Boy. And then, of course, Donna, our assistant to the assistant programming director, who tries to run everything. She's coming over mid-segment because she needs us to do something her way.
Yeah. It's a great time out here at Drift, though. We're having a fantastic time. You come on out, you get a raffle ticket. You get enter a chance to win tickets to the Rangers-Astros. July 11th, Section 106. Todd Cowles will be joining us in 10 minutes. Jim DeShays will be joining us at the top of the hour. Brian's a purist. He didn't like that.
No, he didn't like it at all.
Brian was not a fan.
No, I don't.
He scoffed. Scoffed at the idea. They're on the air. Get away from talent. I appreciate that.
I wouldn't have said talent.
You gotta take care of your talent when you're a lowly on-site engineer.
Man, talk about
at least the lonely on-site engineers get drinks today.
Really specifically get into the.
That was an interesting way of thanking me, wasn't it, Joel?
Yeah, the spectrum has been clearly defined.
I got peace with Dre. I got to take up some beef with somebody else.
You got to even it out.
I have to have beef in my life. Is it time to send Christian Walker to Florida to join Abreu? No. I've seen a lot of people like DFA Walker, and I understand frustration. He's been a disappointment. What is the option? Like, what is the plan? Like, okay, let's play out the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay, well then who's catching? The other guy?
Other one.
All right, so now Salazar's your backup.
Salazar.
Like, and your bench is even worse.
You'd be replacing Walker with Salazar. That's what you'd be doing.
And you know what? He hasn't been what you expected him to be, but he's had some timely hits. We keep talking about the fact that he doesn't have the slow bat speed Abreu had. He's barreled up baseballs. I hate that because they don't result in hits in a lot. But you just see too much there to say that it's time to just shut the door and pull the plug on him.
Yeah, I just don't like the alternate scenario.
Right.
Next year, maybe.
Plus
that's the Abreu conversation.
To reach your potential, you need Walker to be the best version of Walker. Now, in alternate reality, you never sign Walker. Yiner's your first baseman. Caratini's your catcher. You sign a real backup, and then you have $20 million to spend elsewhere. That's a revisionist history conversation.
Seems appealing.
That's something that, you can't do anything about it now. Texture, can we move on from baseball? LOL, thank you, and good night. Yeah, we'll be right on that. 713-780-ESPN. You take Skeens also because of body type, being able to hold up physically for the long haul. See, I think that stuff's a myth. You remember the pitcher that they thought had the perfect body that would never break down? Mark Pryor.
Oh, yeah.
They thought Mark Pryor had like the perfect delivery, the perfect body. They thought he was going to be a thoroughbred and he would never break down. Career ruined.
The one that everybody thought was not capable of doing having the body to even come close to like surviving in Major League Baseball for a period of time. And yes, I think at the end of his career, he did break down a little bit. Tim Lincecum was that little wiry guy that just kind of contorted himself into throwing just juice.
Yep.
He was fantastic.
I thought you were going to say Roy Oswalt, because Roy Oswalt was a little guy, but he was able to generate, velocity with his fastball, but he held up
pretty good.
10
years. His thigh, his upper legs were very, very powerful.
You looked at those a lot, or?
Yeah. No, I'm just telling you that you could tell that he got a lot of his speed from his lower half.
You don't go look at the power. You don't go look at the pop of the mitt. You like to look at the lower half.
Yes.
The other day, look at those short shorts.
You know who was ogling over Spencer Strider's legs the other night was Keith Hernandez. He went off on this 4 minute, just completely in awe of Spencer Strider's legs.
He does have big legs. His upper lower is pretty strong. You know who else held up a lot that was pretty wiry and thin was Pedro Martinez.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
he had a pretty
sure.
I mean, Randy Johnson held up nicely.
He was wiry, yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't have muscle. Maybe anti-muscle.
You talk about elasticity in your arm and your wrist and everything. That Pedro was just a freak.
Greg Maddux was an Adonis. No, he really wasn't.
Not at all.
No.
I mean, he was
he had a dad bod.
Yeah.
He looked like he should be a puss baller.
Yeah.
And he was just like they said, he's the
And
mad scientist.
He was for better half of his career.
But he also, from a thinking pitcher's perspective, was on a different level.
He can locate. He never had great velocity, though.
If you can, early in his career,
I'm talking second half. I'm talking second half.
If you can get a solid left fielder, do you bench Altuve or DH him? No, you don't. You don't bench him. You DH him whenever you can.
But Yordan's your DH.
Yeah, like you can get away with it right now. You can't do it most days whenever you have Yordan. So the answer to that would be no. You're not benching Altuve. This team's going to let Altuve chase 3,000 hits. For
sure.
better or worse.
Yeah.
And look, he's still a good offensive player. Like, there's no denying that. We're not denying him being a good offensive player. He's just not a good defender. How can you hide him? The Astros have 2 DHs on their roster right now with Yordan and with Jose Altuve. Texter's asking about Singleton. Was Singleton signed because of Walker? No, I really think that Singleton actually in AAA did not perform that well this year. He was hitting like 220 in Syracuse in AAA. I think that Singleton is an option of being a left-handed bat off the bench and then maybe start some games. But in my mind, he was not signed as a potential Christian Walker replacement.
If you can't get anybody else and or it's getting late, you have a guy that's been at least has some playoff experience, has been in the major leagues that you can bring off the bench as a bat. I mean, he feasts on the PCL. I mean, he's already – I forget where they were the other night, and he already hit a bomb from the time that they got him back. And he hits really well in Sugar Land. It's just, I think that was a comfort zone move, that it doesn't cost us anything, and we got a chance if we really desperately need somebody that we can throw in there that we believe won't embarrass us.
Yeah, that wasn't a Walker replacement. So a conversation that I've been having, it's actually ironic too, because Altuve said in the offseason, I think, that Jeremy Pena is going to be a superstar. I actually might have said it a couple off seasons ago, and I kind of scoffed at that.
This offseason.
Was it this offseason?
Because you scoffed at it. I think someone here at the station crushed you for it.
No, I scoffed at him talking about Cam Smith.
That's what it was.
I think he said what he said about Pena more in a distant past.
Yeah, you might have used the Pena reference in your support of the Cam Smith argument.
But we definitely laughed before the season at Jose Altuve calling Jeremy Pena a star.
Right.
And it kind of turned out, Jeremy Pena it might actually be a star. And that's been a conversation on the internet lately. Is Jeremy Pena a star?
And I've been more critical of him and Jake. I think Jeremy Pena is really good. I just don't see Jeremy Pena as a star. Now, this year, is he a star? Yes, because of the fact that he has had this breakout season, because of where he sits and how he's looked at in terms of the MVP and the WAR and everything that we talk about. But for me, do I look at a guy that, we talk about franchise-type players? I don't look at him the same way as I look at the franchise players on different teams across this league. He's certainly not like in Ohtani and Judge's range. But when you look at even like an Acuna Jr. or some of the younger guys that get it done as the go-to type guy for a team here or there, I don't look at him as a star. I think he's an above-average player, a really, really good player on a really good baseball team.
See, I think it's close. I think he's like a budding star. I think he's emerging into a star. He might be a star. The accolades are star-ish, right? Like he has a World Series MVP. He has an ALCS MVP. He has a Gold Glove. He's going to make the All-Star team in a few weeks. So he has some accolades that are definitely star-worthy. He's also good looking, and you might not love this, but hey, go look at these superstars and the TV stars and the movie stars in Hollywood. A lot of them are good looking. It helps to be good looking in terms of stardom. What else factors into stardom is popularity. He's a very popular player, especially locally. He's on 2 different TV commercials. He's a face of a Tex-Mex restaurant, taqueria or taquerias, Arandas, depending on who you ask. I think that Pena's, I don't know if I want to give it to him yet, but he's very, very dang close. As soon as he gets that all-star nod, it's hard to say that he's not.
To me, you touched on the fact that coming off the World Series in the ALCS, everybody was talking about his looks, his arms. All the young females of Houston were swooning for him, and that adds to the overall appeal of a guy that plays a primary position at shortstop. You just look at it and you say, at least I personally look at it and I say, I need to see more before I start believing that he is a star for the future. But like I said, for this year, he's been a huge star for this team. I just don't want to throw big time money at him, like star money.
It's a different conversation now, though.
It is, but I'm just saying, a lot of times your stars are the guys you got to pay the most. And I don't see him as that specifically because of the team he's on.
I mean, they offered a 105 for 5.
That's not star money, though. I mean, that's not in my mind. That's not star money.
Jordan's making less
because that was his decision. He could have cashed in for a whole hell of a lot more.
Peña signing for would have been his decision too.
Yeah, I mean, again, what we saw from Jordan from the time he got to the big leagues was star. I think Peña, yes, what he did in the playoffs the first year, unbelievable. But even coming off of that, I didn't expect that to continue. I thought it was unfair, the people that did. But when I look at it, do I think that he's a star in Major League Baseball for the long haul? I do not.
See, if it's like a scale of 1 to 10 and like you have to be an 8 to be a star, I think he's like at a 7.8. Like I think he's right there.
If he continues like for the rest of his career like this.
Why? His whole career?
I mean,
that's a high bar.
Obviously, until he like fall from an age perspective starts to fall off. But I think he's got to have a couple more years doing what he's doing this year for basically the first time.
So let's say he finishes top 5 in MVP voting. He's an all-star. He has a gold glove. He has a World Series MVP on his mantle. He has an LCS MVP on his mantle. He has all of those accolades, and he's not a star at the end of the year?
He's an ascending star. I think he's got to do it. I got to see it for more than a year.
Okay. Cody says that he's a possible rising star, and he's a local star for sure. Wonder what TK thinks about this. Let's ask him whenever we come back. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, joins us next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now we know that the 4th of July is right around the corner, and I know that sometimes you lose sight of these things and then all of a sudden go, oh, man, I need to get my fireworks. I need to prepare so that aside from going to see the fireworks shows, we can have some fun, whether you put on a display for the neighborhood kids or you and the neighbors compete and have some fun and like to get some fireworks in your neighborhood as well. Go to TopDogFireworks.com right now because they have 14 locations across the greater Houston area, and they are ready, willing, and able to serve you. But you got to get there early to get the best selection at the best prices and catch all the great deals. They got plenty of deals going on right now. They got a wall of buy one, get one free products. All the BOGOs, over 100 of them to choose from, are only while supplies last. You can get their daily in-store promotions as well. Great selection, great prices. All you got to do is check TopDogFireworks.com. Spend $250 right now. You get a special reward, but it's while supplies last. That's why I'm telling you, if you don't get the hint, I'll tell you flat out. Get there before things start running out. Get there so that you can have the best fireworks display you can possibly have. Right now, a portion of all sales and every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. Each store location is going to have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. Everybody who enters has the opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast Assortment, valued at $1,100. All you got to do to enter, visit TopDogFireworks.com or go to your Top Dog Fireworks location nearest you. TopDogFireworks.com, the only place you should stock up for fireworks this holiday season.
Welcome back into Drift Bar in the Heights. Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. TK, thank you for taking a few minutes ahead of the series opener between the Astros and the Cubs. Midway point of the year. If I asked you, you have to be truthful with us. You have to be honest with us, as you always are. If I told you the Astros are where they are today at the beginning of the season, how crazy would you think I was?
Based on injuries, very crazy. Yeah, if you say 3/5 of the rotation's not healthy and Jordan's out and doesn't have a hit since April, yeah, there's no chance, 0 chance. I don't know how to explain it other than this team continues to figure out a way. But if you gave me those parameters going into the season, I would say, yeah, there's no way.
Kind of spinning off of that, TK, the guy that I don't think ever gets enough credit, but a guy we just had another conversation about is Joe Espada. Because he was coming in off the heels of a World Series and Dusty Baker and all those things of Dusty's legendary career, it was a tough situation. And then, of course, the way they started, yes, they finished strong, but everybody was like, oh, wait and see. Oh, he could be on the hot seat. The fact that he's been able to do what he's been able to do with the basic MASH report that we get of all the guys that have been hurt throughout the year, I don't think he's getting enough love as a guy that not only should be in the conversation, but I think there's an argument to be made that he could be manager of the year in the American League.
Yeah, halfway point, he's definitely one of the front runners, and absolutely. You can say the same thing about Dana Brown. I mean, coming off the success that Jeff Luhnow had, and then even James Blick in a short term ended up winning a World Series. Dana had a lot of pressure on him. Same thing with Joe. I mean, you go from A.J. Hinch to Dusty Baker, and you don't miss a league championship series in 8 straight years. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, yeah, there was a lot of pressure on Joe to keep that train rolling with a lot of the superstars gone. Obviously, we'll see one of them going against the Astros this weekend in Kyle Tucker. But here they are, second best record in the American League, tied for the third best record overall. So, yeah, I would say Joe right now, if you had to take the midway point of the season, would definitely garner serious consideration for manager of the year.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. We were kicking around the conversation just a few minutes ago. It's been a conversation that's existed on the internet for a few weeks now. Where do you land on the is Jeremy Pena a star conversation?
Oh, yeah. I definitely think so. I mean, he's one of the best players in baseball this year. If you look at the WAR, Baseball Reference WAR, he's second to Aaron Judge in all of baseball. So if that's not a star, I don't know what is. Obviously, some people who've seen what he did the first 3 years want to see what he's doing now for a complete season. But there's, will he end up hitting 324 on the year with an 871 OPS? That would be great. But if he doesn't, he's still a star because what he brings defensively, what he brings as a catalyst at the top of the lineup. He's an all-star. He's a star. He's everything you want in a leadoff hitter and a shortstop on your team.
We talk about and we were talking about our midseason awards and the biggest surprise. For me, one of the biggest surprises, if not the biggest surprise, was Jake Myers, because Jake Myers has been a guy that even when he starts hot, he kind of comes back to the means, and he is who he is, but we know he's an above-average defensive center fielder. What he's been able to do offensively, and I think it would obviously get a lot more run if Pena wasn't also a guy having the kind of season he's been having. But I would think from your perspective as well, just you can't say enough good things about where this offense would be without Jake Myers and what he's been able to do consistently this whole year.
Yeah, there were signs for both Pena and Jake Myers in spring training that this could be kind of a breakout season for both of them. I really felt like their bats were way better this spring than we have seen in previous years. Jake carried it over the regular season just like Jeremy. Is there going to be a regression from 306? Again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to stay above 300 for a full season. But whatever Jake ends up with this year will definitely be his best offensive year. And then you combine that with elite defense, and you've got one of the reasons why the Astros are sitting 15 games over 500 and 6.5 games in front. So, yes, I would say those two guys have been a surprise. And you kind of saw in spring training, if you watched our telecast or heard us talking about those two guys in particular, that Blummer and I really saw some signs that these could be two players that took a big step in 2025.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. So June 27th, DJ Screw Day in Houston. The Astros came out with some new merch, TK. I'm looking at it now, a bunch of good stuff. How much of this are you going to buy?
I got to get a look at it. So you've already seen it before me. So let's just say I'm going to buy a decent amount, but when I get a look at it, I'll give you a better answer. I haven't seen it. They just released it, huh?
Yeah, they tweeted it out a couple hours ago. Chopped and screwed, kind of an old school look. Yeah, I think you can pull it off. I think you look great hitting this.
I'm in.
DJ Screw T-shirt with the old blue and gold logo, like the last few years of the Dome. Yeah, I like the shirt a lot. The DJ Screw shirt.
The fact that Blummer pulled off that Sherpa, like super warm-looking beach hat the other day was credit to him to be able to pull that one off in summer in Houston.
Yeah, Blummer pulls off a lot of stuff.
Yes, he does. Hey, TK, how satisfying was that series against the Phillies? I mean, just simply from the fact that when you look at it from the perspective of this is a team that came in winners of 9 of 11. This is a team that came in first place. This is a team that was one of the teams that you've always gone against that said, hey, they're a really, really good team. And the fact that they not only got the series, but they swept them. And if you look at playoff type atmosphere, we talked about this. It might not have been the playoffs. It might be a little too early to say a playoff feel. But when you get two teams that are going to be in the playoffs, it looks like, and the pitching's that good, a series like that seems to be with a little more value when it comes to something like that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was the best series of the year. I mean, even though they only scored 5 runs, to get that kind of pitching against the hot Phillies team, like you mentioned. I think on Monday I was playing in a golf tournament over at Memorial Park, and I talked to the group that I was with, and I basically said, hey, this is going to be a tough stretch with the Phillies, the Cubs, and you get the worst team in baseball, the Rockies, and you hope to sweep them, if not take 2 out of 3, and then the Dodgers. And I really thought at that point, 6-6 wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Anything beyond that, it's kind of a nice stretch of 12 games for the Astros, and here they are already 3-0. So I might have been underselling the 6-6 mark during those 12 games. We'll see what happens to the Cubs. Cubs are a little bit better offense, not as good as good a pitching staff as the Phillies. But it's going to be another really tough series for the Astros coming up beginning tonight. They don't have Hunter in this next series. Obviously, they'll have Fromber at the back end as he started the homestand, and now they'll finish it. But another good test coming up because the Cubs are right there with the Phillies as one of the better teams along with the Dodgers in the NL.
Don't bury the lead. What did you shoot?
I was a scramble. We were 8 under, I think. We were either 8 or 9 under. I think 12 or 13 won it. So we did okay. I was pretty happy with our group.
There you go.
That's great.
Yeah, last scramble I played in TK, I won a long drive contest.
Oh, here we go.
I won closest to the pin in this tournament the year before, and then they took the closest to the pin on the hole I won it away. So I was really bummed out about that. But, yeah, it was a fun tournament.
That's the worst. Whenever you're the leader in the clubhouse, then somebody posts behind you. That's the worst.
That's when you get you don't get pencil whipped. You get, what do you call it, marker whipped.
Yeah.
Where some guys had a few too many cocktails and goes, I deserve this one.
Well, TK, we always appreciate the time. Have a great call tonight and enjoy what should be a very fun series.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you next week from LA.
Look forward to it. Todd Callis flexing. He's going to be in LA next week. That's going to be a fun series, too.
No doubt.
Back-to-back weekend series, the Cubs and then the Dodgers. That's going to be a fantastic time. Plus, the Dodgers series happens on July 4th weekend.
Yep.
I mean, that'd be a heck of a time. Today's interview with Todd Callis brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Killer Bees broadcasting live at Drift Bar in the Heights. Coming up tonight, Power Slap. Power Slap 13. They're going to have it live here inside of Drift. And then tomorrow, the main event, UFC 317 Lightweight Championship of the World on the line tomorrow night. This is your spot to watch it. Plus, if you walk in the doors today, they're going to give you a raffle ticket. They're going to have a raffle a little bit later to win a pair of tickets to go watch Rangers Astros on July 11th in Section 106, too. So not the cheap seats. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Jim DeShays will join us at 5. I wonder if they're going to share the same phone. Jim DeShays and Todd Callis. But Jim DeShays will join us at 5 o'clock. Coming up next, let's talk about the 2 players that are coming into town today that the Astros will honor. Kyle Tucker, Ryan Presley. One, obviously the greatest right fielder and relief pitcher in the Astros golden era, right? Like, any argument there? Also, is there any reason for those 2 to get any hate tonight at Dyken Park? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Drift Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Drift Bar in the Heights, place to be. Right now, tonight, Power Slap. Tomorrow, UFC 317, LSU headquarters. Giving away some Astro tickets. They're all part of the Astro Social Club. But a pair of tickets, July 11th, Rangers Astros. You walk in the door, you get a raffle ticket. Raffle will be held a little bit later. I also want to give a shout out to Mike's from Rio Tequila, giving these nice little button-up shirts and this fantastic margarita. Henry from MVP and Primetime Design and Printing.
Henry,
sweet Killer Bee shirts.
Henry went out of his way on short notice and just decided to create Killer Bee shirts.
Look at that.
That was awesome.
People on the Twitch and the YouTube.
It's a really cool logo.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. 713-780-ESPN. Todd Callis says Pena's a star. Kind of has to.
He does.
I mean, he's on my side of the argument, but
I mean, when you asked what I wanted, when you teased it, I was like, you kind of know which way he's leaning.
Yeah, I'll concede that, no doubt. Texter stars maintain their numbers for multiple years. That's to your point. Pena is not seen as a star because he doesn't have the pizzazz like Derek Jeter. He walks quietly. See, I think if you put him in New York, though, he'd be a megastar. Like if you put him, like say you put him in New York and nothing else is different. Nothing else is different. He's in his fourth year. His fourth year is his breakout year. He's going to be an all-star. His first 3 years were average offensively, above average defensively, but he had the World Series MVP. He had the LCS MVP. If you take his career the way it's been identically in Houston and you drop it into New York, he'd be a megastar.
No doubt. Because of the fact that he'd already be a household name across the country because he's in New York. Because every business, the minute he had the initial success in the playoffs, he's in New York. He's a good-looking kid, and he's replacing a legend who basically did the same thing with better numbers.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, my God, Jeremy Payne is the next Derek Jeter, and boom, he's all over the place.
They've tried to make Volpe into a star. That guy's a bum.
They had several guys like that, the young guys coming up in the infield that they tried to make stars that are elsewhere now.
They're trying to make him a superstar, and Volpe's he's a bum. He's a bum. There's a Twitter account that just like tweets all his mistakes.
Is that
It's
right?
hilarious. I love Twitter accounts like that. The internet is great. So Ryan Presley, Kyle Tucker make their return to Houston today. Ryan Stressley was traded for a flyer prospect. It was really a salary dump. Kyle Tucker traded obviously for Isaac Paredes, Hayden Wisniewski, and then Cam Smith. Kyle Tucker's the best right fielder ever in the Golden Era, right?
Yep.
The only argument I saw, which I think is a fair argument, would be Springer.
But he
How
played
much
a lot
did
of
he-
center too, right?
Yeah, how much did he play right versus
It's pretty
left?
even. In fact, I went and looked at it. It was tough to tell because they didn't do the games played by team. But based on just my eye test, and I didn't want to do the math on it that quickly, I want to say he played more games than right.
Really?
But it's pretty
Really?
split. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I would
pretty
have guessed
split.
it was slightly center.
I would have as well because younger, more
Yeah.
athletic, more range at that time in his career than what he does now because he's basically a right fielder and a DH now, right?
Yeah, they've moved. I think he gets like a spot start every now and then at center, but he's primarily a right fielder DH. My thought on that though, like, is if I'm putting together an all Golden Era team, Springer's my center fielder.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So like that's why Tucker, in my mind, there's no doubt that he's the best right fielder in the Golden Era. JJ Redick, Josh Reddick, no, love you, but no. That's really it.
Yeah,
Are there any other right fielders that would even be worth mentioning? Like Cam maybe eventually could pass him up if he's here for a long time, but that would even take a lot of doing.
Yeah, no, I don't see.
Trying to think of who else played right.
Cam could if he's here for a long time because Kyle Tucker was 5 seasons, So like if Tucker's here if Smith's here for 10 years and he becomes the player that they hope he becomes, he could pass him.
Sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like you don't think about it at the time, like Justin Verlander at that time in his career coming into Houston and thinking that he could be a franchise, like generational talent for a franchise because he spent so many years in Detroit.
Yep.
But he spent enough time here in Houston with success to where by the end of the time he left, he's in the conversation for sure. And I know you are one that believe he might be the one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitchers that they've seen.
Yeah, I think I do still have him number one. The way he ended last year might have docked him points. It still hasn't docked him enough for me to move down the list. Now, Ryan Presley, best reliever in the Golden Era. Now, it wasn't always the closer, but was a closer. Obviously, he had his best time was the 2022 postseason where he didn't allow an earned run.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I just think that a lot of people, because again, kind of what you mentioned with Verlander, but like on a grander scale, people look at like how he struggled his last year here and they want to forget how good for how long he was. And when they needed him most, he was huge. And I think that you can't sleep on the fact that Ryan Presley was the man, no matter who else was Osuna for the year or whatever, and some of the other guys they rotated through. He was dominant.
I think he's easily the best reliever in the Astros golden era. I don't think there's anybody second.
You could make an argument for Brian Abreu.
Not really.
Not yet.
I know Brian Abreu had the 8th inning role versus the 9th inning role. It's different, but I mean, Brian Abreu was equally as dominant in 2022, and then he surpassed him in 23 and 24. So, I mean, obviously Presley goes back longer, and Abreu is continue now to 2025. But I don't know. There might be, in my opinion, unless you're just only making the argument based upon saves because one guy had the closer role and one did not. I might make an argument for Brian Abreu.
Abreu's been here. This is his 7th year. He has a WAR in those 7 years of 6.3. Right now, so this is eliminating saves. This is eliminating saves. This is eliminating leverage, which I think is unfair to do. But just for the sake of the conversation, Abreu 7th year. He has a WAR of 6.3. Currently in his 7th year. Ryan Presley was here for 7 years and has a WAR of 6.4.
Pretty close.
But Presley's is better, and that's before you even add in the leverage, the saves, and the postseason heroics.
Yep. I just think that, look.
And Presley wasn't always a closer. Remember whenever they traded for him, he was the 8th inning guy.
True.
Now, it wouldn't impact his WAR, to your point.
And that's essentially Abreu's never been the closer either, right?
No.
I think
not full-time now.
Yeah, I just think that when you look across the board at what Presley did at the time that he did it and what he's got in his resume category in terms of the overall team achievements that came with it, and that one particular postseason where he was just unhittable. I put him above Abreu.
See, I think you make a really compelling case for Abreu being second and potentially to pass Presley soon-ish. I think Hader has a chance to pass him soon-ish if they continue to win. But I would have Presley in the golden era number 1. A texture says, what about Pence? Pence not golden era.
No.
That predates the golden era. Texture, if Paredes leaves in a few years, do you think Cam goes back to third? I don't. I think Cam Smith's your full-time right fielder for the foreseeable future.
We talked about it even before he actually got to the big leagues. I just never saw him as an everyday third baseman in Major League Baseball. I also didn't expect him to play right field this good this soon, and I think that because he has and because of kind of what I said about a very big-bodied, strong kid trying to play third, I think he's at his home in right field.
Is there any reason for Astro fans to hate on Tucker and or Presley when they come into town tonight?
See, I think especially from a Presley perspective, the way it ended, that there's a lot of people that want to kind of crap on him a little bit. And it's not as bad as like when Matt Schaub was good for a couple of years and then it went to the pick sixes and then he was kind of unceremoniously out of town. I think from a Presley perspective, I think he catches a lot of heat, but people really kind of with recency bias forget how good he was, what we just talked about, to where I would think that there's some people that might scatter some boos for him more so than Tucker, because I think that they just had to face the reality with Tucker that they weren't going to re-sign him. Everybody knew it, and they did what they weren't willing to do previously, but they got guys for him. So I don't think there's as much or any animosity. I think there's a little for Presley, but then again, the other thing that people forget at the end of the day is he had a no trade. He didn't have to accept a trade anywhere. And he did that, and that helped you out too.
No, for a guy who wants Alex Bregman to be booed when he comes back into Houston, yeah. I want the Astro fans to let him have it. Boo Bregman.
I thought you were saying boo Presley.
Boo Bregman. No, Ryan Presley and Kyle Tucker should not be booed. They were traded. They didn't bolt you. The Astros had a standing offer for Bregman, and Bregman said no. And fair, that's fair for Bregman, but also you make that decision, I could boo you. If you get traded and you're not demanding a trade, no, I'm not booing you. I'm going to appreciate what Kyle Tucker did. I'm going to appreciate what Ryan Presley did. And in fact, I believe in this stance and take so much, I might even get off my couch tonight. I might even stand up and give Presley and Kyle Tucker, whenever they grace my television, give them a round of applause. Bregman, though, I'm booing him from my couch. I won't even stand up for him.
Okay. Look, I tip my cap to all three of them. You know what? And I don't mess with another man's money or the way he wants to handle his career. And I think that as much as fans expect just the utmost loyalty from players, they got to get theirs and they got to make their own decisions based on what they're dealing with. I commend all three of them. I think that they all were phenomenal and big-time pieces in terms of this golden era of Astros baseball. And everybody's got to do what they got to do.
Sure, but I can boo them for it.
I'm not saying
I can boo them for a decision that breaks up with Houston.
I would salute all three of them. I obviously hope the Astros beat the hell out of their teams. I don't want them to do well when they play the Astros, but I don't wish them ill will when they're playing everybody but the Astros.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker and Presley didn't break up with Houston. Bregman broke up with Houston.
Yeah.
So Bregman can get it. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Jim Deshaies, former Astro color commentator on television, also a great, pretty good, Astro left-handed starter. Jim Deshaies joins us when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Having a great time out at Drift Bar in the Heights. Get on out here tonight. Power Slap 13. They'll be showing that. Also, DJ Captain Kevlar. Karaoke with him. Also giving away Astro tickets. You walk in the door, hand you a raffle ticket, raffling off a pair of tickets, Rangers, Astros, July 11th. Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by Astro icon. Jim Deshaies used to do TV for the Astros, obviously pitched for the Astros for a long time, now is the color commentator on Cubs TV. Jim Deshaies joining us. Jim, thank you so much for making time for us, joining us for a few minutes ahead of Game 1 of the Astros and Cubs tonight. Watching it as an outsider, keeping track of Houston, because you keep track of baseball, obviously, with your job. What's been your impression of what the Astros have done in 2025?
Well, to be honest, I haven't been paying close attention, but I'll start with pitching, right? I mean, I think that's what has made this club a first-place club, and especially that bullpen. So I think that's the priority, or maybe the area of most concern for Craig Counsell coming in here is dealing with all the strikeouts that the Astros bullpen runs up there. I know they've had injury problems. I know Alvarez is out, and they're not scoring a ton of runs, but the pitching is outstanding.
Jim, looking at it from a Cubs perspective, for some of the people here that haven't maybe kept as close to tabs on the Cubs, this seems like you lost Bellinger. People didn't know what they were going to do, and then the big trade happens. And for all that Houston is loving the fact that they got a return on a guy that was probably going to leave town anyway, Kyle Tucker, Ryan Presley, the additions that the Cubs have made, as well as the development of the players that they've had, seems like this is where the Cubs have really turned it around.
Yeah, when you look at the Cubs season, I think it's been fueled by a couple of things. One, Tucker's been everything, that we expected him to be. He's an elite hitter. He's a top 10 hitter in baseball. And he's just so consistent. He's been really fun to watch play. And then the development of Pete Crow Armstrong, who has just turned into a star player. Nobody saw it coming. I've talked to people within our organization and, wondering whether they had he had that kind of power, and to man, everybody says no. We had no idea. We thought maybe this would be a kid who would hit 15 to 20 home runs over the course of a full season, and now he's on pace to hit 40 plus home runs, and he steals a bunch of bags, and he's a great defender. So, that's been a big part of the story, as well as kind of a remade bullpen out of a bunch of guys who were, Drew Pomerantz hadn't pitched in the big leagues 2021. Chris Flexen started the year in the minor leagues. Our closer, Daniel Palencia, was in AAA at the start of the year. So it's been kind of a fun thing to watch develop.
What are the odds, Jim, that Kyle Tucker gets re-signed by Chicago?
I have no idea. As you might imagine, it's a daily conversation in the media in Chicago, talk radio. I honestly don't know. I could say 50-50 because that's the easy answer, because he either is or he isn't. But I have no. The ownership Converkis has not signed. They did the Swanson deal a couple of years ago, but this is going to be, we're talking $500 million here for Kyle Tucker. I'm guessing. So that's a lot of. That's a big check to write. So yeah, who knows? And I think my hunch is he's going to take it to free agency. They may talk during the course of the season, but if I'm him, I'm waiting till the end of the year. I'm filing free agency, and I'm letting these offers pour in before I decide. So that's the bottom line. What other offers? Who you're competing against? What other offers are on the table? And that will likely determine whether he ends up back with the Cubs or not.
Jim, I'm curious, just from the standpoint of what you saw in the guys that left in the Tucker trade. Wisniewski, whether he was someone that factored in a lot in a lot of people's minds or not, but the two key pieces, Paredes really didn't play that well for the Cubs once the trade was made. And then Cam Smith was the centerpiece that everybody was kind of watching. What had you seen of those guys, and your thoughts on how they have kind of fit in Houston, aside from Wisniewski getting hurt?
Yeah, I really hadn't seen Cam Smith. I knew he was a first-round draft pick, and he had a real high ceiling, and I think everybody's surprised that he's in the big leagues as quickly as he is. But I didn't know much about him at all. Wisniewski, I really liked. I liked his arm. Good kid. I like the way he competes. Unfortunate that he got hurt. And Paredes, it feels to me like this was a good landing spot for him. He had some tough luck with us last year. He's the guy who pulls the ball in the air, and the Crawford boxes are a real good fit for him. Solid down there at third base. And he had a track record of success with Tampa before we got him. So I don't think anybody's surprised that he's putting together a pretty solid season.
Jim Deshaies is joining us on the HRNP guest line, former Astro TV broadcaster. I thought of you actually a little bit the other day, Jim Deshaies, because I remember you used to always use the Seinfeld references, and the Astros had a spot starter by the name of Jason Alexander. I was like, man, Jim Deshaies would have had a field day with Costanza from Seinfeld. I had a take the other day, Jim. Curious your thoughts on this. I made the case, no offense, that Framber Valdez is the greatest Astro left-handed starter in the history, in franchise history. There's been some good ones. You, Mike Cuellar, Bob Knepper, Wandy, Hampton, Pettit, Keuchel. Where would your mind be at? And I know that I'm kind of putting you on the spot. You don't have the numbers in front of you. But is that outlandish to think that Framber could be the best left-handed starter in Astro franchise history?
No, I don't think it's outlandish at all. I mean, I don't know what the short list would be. I mean, I immediately went to Knepp, to Keuchel, and to Hampton.
That's probably
with what he's done. How old is Framber? I mean, how much he's?
Well, he's in the final year of his contract, so it could be the last year of him in Houston.
Yeah. He's certainly he's on the podium. You know, if he doesn't have the gold around his neck, he's probably at least a silver. But I'd have to do a deeper dive into that. But he's been really, really good, and we get to see him on Sunday.
Jim, I'm curious, just your own personal thoughts on something that I'm not sure a lot of people kept tabs on, but there was that falling out between Sammy Sosa after how great he was in a Cubs uniform, and then the organization, and to see him come back to Wrigley this year and to see how he was received, to me, it felt like a really good moment for the entire Cubs franchise.
Yeah, it was a long time coming. You know, obviously there's baggage there, and there was times in the past where it was close to happening, this reunion between Sammy and the Cubs, and it didn't happen. And finally this year at the Cubs convention, they brought him back in. They're going to put him in the Team Hall of Fame later on this summer. And I think it was just, everybody just decided it was time. Sammy admitted to making mistakes in the past. He wasn't very specific, but I think that's all the people were looking for, some kind of a mea culpa, and then let's welcome him back in. And the fans love him. The response when he came back to Wrigley was off the charts, and I was happy for him. And we had him on for half an inning, and you could tell he was very excited to be back.
Pitching matchup, at least the probables, Horton tonight, Ray tomorrow, Tyon, who's actually a Houston kid from the Woodlands. What should the Astros fans expect from the pitchers they're going to face from the Cubbies?
Yeah, well, Horton's a kid. He's our top pitching prospect. He's only made a handful of starts so far, but he kind of has this bulldog mentality. He's got a mid-90s fastball. He's a good competitor. He'll get swing and miss on his changeup and his slider. So I suspect he'll go out there and put up a pretty decent start. It's a right-handed heavy lineup that the Astros feature, so he should compete well against them. Colin Ray's a veteran guy who's got off to a real good start. He was in the bullpen initially. Justin Steele went down, Shota Imanaga went down, so we had to make some changes, and Colin joined the rotation and pitched really well for a while. The last couple have been a little sketchy, but overall he's been solid. And the one I'm anxious to watch, Tyon, because he is from here, from the Woodlands, and grew up an Astro fan. He was a huge Bagwell Biggio guy as a kid. And he's been around the league a long time, and people probably know what he's all about. He's just a really good human, and he knows how to pitch. He's not going to blow you away with velocity. Probably threw harder in high school than he does now, but he knows how to pitch. He's got a real nice curveball, and he's really smart and a real good competitor as well.
Jim, I love the guys we have now. When I moved here, I really thoroughly enjoyed everything that you did on the broadcast. I'm curious because you do phenomenal work now with Boog and everything that you do with Chicago. But if you could just say, from all your time and experiences here in Houston, a couple of your best memories of being in this city, whether it be broadcaster and or player.
Well, yeah, there's a billion of them. From the '86 season, winning the division with that club, that was not expected to be that good. That was obviously a highlight. Through my end of my time here as a player, and then to be able to come back as a broadcaster, I'm forever grateful that they gave me an opportunity, because I had no experience doing it. I had no history doing it. I had no ability doing it when I first started. I was a train wreck, but they stuck with me and they let me grow into the job. And then I was able to form what I thought was a really good partnership with Bill Brown. And Brownie and I had a lot of fun over the years. And Brownie was so good because I'd crack some lame joke and he'd just crack up. He was always. I knew he'd be there for me, whether it was, because he was so prepared. He was the ultimate prepared guy. And I would, I'd say, hey, Brownie, I don't know this kid. What are you doing? Brownie, well, down at AA last year. He had 274 with 19 home runs. I mean, he was all over everything. But it's like everybody always says, it's the people. It's all the people I worked with on the baseball side and on the broadcasting. And too many to mention all the names. But that's what sticks out, and it'll stick with me forever. This, in many ways, this will always be my baseball home.
Will you get a chance to catch up with Brownie this weekend?
Brownie's out of town. He texted me a while back, said he wasn't going to be here. He's out of town. He's hanging out with grandkids.
Oh, yeah. No offense, but grandkids,
Yeah, they trump old broadcast partners.
Well, welcome back to Houston, Jim. Hope you have a good stay while you're back, and have a good call this weekend.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
You got it. Jim DeShace, TV voice of the
Class
Chicago
act,
Cubs. That's a good duo they have there, too, with Boog Shambi.
I like Shambi a lot.
Shambi does a lot of Big 12 basketball, so I've gotten to know Boog a decent amount. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's a big dude.
It's good to know because he's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
It's good to know because, obviously we've talked about it with other broadcasters. Their public persona is one thing, but how they really are as people is different. But he comes across as such a likable guy, and he's really good at what he does.
He's more laid back in person.
Is that right?
He doesn't have the bubbly personality in person that he does on the air. He's more like chill and like laid back, which that's more my speed. So kind of like it.
Did I ever tell you that the one guy like that I never saw coming, that was exactly what you just described, was Bill Murray?
Oh, really?
Bill Murray came here to film Rushmore.
Huh.
They filmed it over at St. Thomas High School, I believe it was.
Okay.
And he was coming to Rockets games whenever he could in between filming. And so he called our ticket director and said, I'd like to go to the game. I want you and whoever you want to come over and have lunch with me and bring the tickets. And our ticket director invited me to go over there. And I'm expecting this guy that's going to be, who we see on the movies and everything like that. And he was like a librarian.
Really?
He was quiet.
Yeah.
He was so laid back. And I was like, wow, not what I was expecting. Good dude.
So like
but
when
not
the
what I
red
was
light
expecting.
turned on?
Yeah. No.
I like to think I'm a little bit like that, quiet, laid back.
Not just
don't
a
say
little
much.
bit, yeah.
The I picked up Jim DeShace's golf bag once. Whenever I used to work at Deerwood, whenever I was in high school, he came out to play, and I knew who he was because I was a baseball fan. I watched the Astros, so I went and picked up his bag and his partner's bag from their car. And whenever I saw Jim DeShace, I was like, "Hey, Jim, I'm a big fan." And then I saw his playing partner look at me because I didn't say anything to him. I was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan of yours too." Some random guy plays golf with
Good ad lib in a quick pitch.
I have no idea what you do. You could be a terrible human being, but because I feel like I didn't give you any praise, I feel like I need to now. All right, that was a fun conversation with old Jim DeShace. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees are broadcasted live at Drift Bar in the Heights. Power slap tonight. If that's your maybe Blankers and I will get a little power slap. Whenever I annoy him, give him a right hand to the face. Don't. Why do you enjoy that so much?
Oh, that would be fun.
That fired you up there.
It would. That would be a lot of fun.
UFC 317 tomorrow. A raffle to be had a little bit later as well for everybody that was here. Chance to win Rangers Astro tickets. Also coming up tonight, karaoke with Captain Kevlar, DJ Bobby Mo tomorrow. Sunday Fun Day Mimosas. Mimosas half off on Sundays here at Drift Bar. 713-780-ESPN. As promised yesterday, the people, the Hive, the listeners, they wanted us to give you the worst head coaches in the NFL. So who are the worst head coaches in the NFL? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. But first, I want to tell you about the greatness that is Pro Dunk Hoops. Pro Dunk's fantastic. Highest quality basketball goal on the market. You're not going to waste your time and mess around with these goals from the big box stores. You're going to get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They have tempered glass backboard, gives you the true, authentic feel that you see in these big gyms, the pro arenas, the college arenas. Stainless steel hardware as well. Plus, it's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston, especially a day like today, huh? A breakaway rim, and it's height adjustable because you're going to be throwing down some jams. Anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet, you can lower, heighten the goals too. You get that breakaway rim, keep you safe. They also have an extended overhang. That way, those weak-ankled people don't have to worry about rolling their ankle on that basketball stanchion. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories are next level as well. LED light kits for night play. It's hot during the day. You're at work. Kids might not be in school, but it's hot during the day. It's an LED light kit so you can play at night. Backstop nets, so you don't have to chase the basketball around. And pole pad lettering, that way you can customize the goal exactly how you want. You can order all of this online at produnk.com. You can also order professional installation online at produnk.com. The pros from ProDunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a finger. Let the pros at ProDunk do the hard work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We have royalty, Hive royalty inside a Drift Bar. Not Dre, not Big C, not Lone Ranger, not Day One Done, although they are royalty as well. It's Rackham Pete. That is Rackham Pete.
He went right to you. So I'm like, hey, Pete, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate your support.
Yeah. Misses at Cactus Jack's. Bang, bang. So Rackham Pete. This is a great crowd out here at Drift Bar.
Yeah, man. And the vendors were fantastic.
Yeah,
everybody's been friendly. It's been really a good day.
A lot of swag.
Oh,
a lot of drinks.
So much swag.
Thanks to Drift Bar and Mike, who goes by Cowboy Mike on the back of his jersey. But Mike making sure that he took care of everything today and did a heck of a job.
Does he go by Cowboy Mike because he's a Cowboy fan?
That's my question.
That's a concern.
It is for the segment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cowboy Mike, are you a Cowboy fan or are you just a cowboy? Are you a Cowboy fan or are you just a cowboy? Okay, it's a DJ name. Do you like the Dallas Cowboys, yes or no? He said,
that's the right answer, Mike. Thank you very much.
It's his DJ name. It's not because he likes the Dallas Cowboys. That's a smart man.
We would never have someone who likes the Cowboys on this show.
No, never.
Okay.
Shout out to AJ
And shout out to Chelsea, by the way, from our staff, because without her doing all this with them to get this day for us, it wouldn't happen. We appreciate her.
Yeah, thank you, Chelsea. Tip my cap to Chelsea. Texture, I would call Jim Deshaies a crafty lefty. That's fair. Yeah, I think you're still a crafty lefty.
I think if you're I think the thing is, if you're a crafty lefty but you get guys out, you're fine.
Texture says
not a puss baller.
No.
Texture says Bill Murray, Blankers stays flexing. Was that a flex? was more of a name drop than a flex.
I was supposed to play golf with him too.
Oh, really?
In California.
He can golf a little bit, can he?
Yeah. And I was so excited to play golf with him, and he stiffed us.
The only times I have
he
flex.
just no-showed you?
He did. Hey, how about a little something for the effort kind of thing from Caddyshack?
Oh,
it's like,
man.
are you serious? You're not going to show up at all? And it was his course, and we drove to his course, and last minute he said something came up. We were all sitting on the first tee going, I guess we might as well play anyway.
What do you mean his course?
In California.
Okay.
He was membership there, and he lived there. And
which one was it? Do you remember?
I can get it from a buddy of mine. My buddies at TaylorMade had worked with him before, and they'd become friends. And he's like, I got a special treat for you. You're going to play golf with Bill Murray. I'm like, no way. He just showed up, and then he didn't show up.
Dang.
That kind of sucked.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. All of my experiences with celebrities come in elevators.
Joe Burrow.
They do.
Joe
or
Burrow,
TJ Friday.
No, yeah, I'm
Or
about to say, yeah. Was that Allen Iverson?
Yeah.
TJ Friday.
Yeah, TJ Friday.
TGI Friday.
Which is like closing down now, so you can't even repeat it.
In downtown Philadelphia, though. It was miles away from the Rocky
It kind of
statue.
makes me sad for Allen Iverson.
Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
Honestly, me too. Like, he was the big fish in a very small TGI Friday pond.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually a little disappointed for him.
Like, I can't see Allen Iverson eat potato skins. I can't see that.
Oh, he wasn't doing that.
Okay. All right.
He was going to his car every 30 minutes, too. I can't imagine why. Texter Uber Chaz McCormick during COVID. Okay. All right. What are your strange encounters?
What do they call those?
With athletes or celebrities?
Random encounters with
780-377-76.
Saw Roger Clemens on the sideline of a Texas A&M game once.
Oh,
you should have some of those.
I did pee next to Roger Clemens once at Cougar Field.
This was before the Aggies built up that one end zone where it was just metal stands at the time. This was Vince Young was there, so it's a long time ago. But Roger was just on the sidelines, but that part of the stadium, you could just get straight down to the field. So me and my buddies just basically ran up. Hey, Roger Clemens shook his hand and then ran back up, and he looked confused. But
yeah, I peed next to him at Cougar Field. I think it was a high school playoff game that his son was playing in. I didn't realize.
I hope in the bathroom.
I was first, and then he followed up, and I looked over. I was like, "Oh, that's the Rocket." Neck up.
You know what? That reminds me of one real quick.
He saw his fastball.
But one of my best friends who got to be friends with Charles too. Charles took him to one of the big matches, right, in Vegas, and he goes, I peed next to Marky Mark in the bathroom. He's a little guy. And we all looked like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
It's like, is he a little guy or is he a little guy?
At least he didn't talk about his funky bunch.
Yeah, but we didn't need him looking at his funky bunch because that's where we kind of thought he was looking.
I heard he's short.
He is very short.
I think all those Hollywood actors are pretty short.
Tom Cruise is
5'6", 5'7". We looked it up the other day. Marky Mark is, I think, right in that same ballpark, but he is a workout fiend.
I peed next to Biggio once, too, in the Minute Maid press box. Again, I was first, he was second, and whenever I looked over, see who was, stood next to me, and the Astros were getting shelled. I remember it was third, fourth inning, and the Astros were getting shelled, and I looked over, and we locked eyes, Biggio and I, and Biggio goes, I thought batting practice was at 5. I was like, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, you're a killer bee. I'm going to be a killer bee. Texter Matt Bullard at his kid's basketball practice. I'm sure you ran into Bullard a lot.
God. I mean, he worked for me.
Yeah, that's right. I met Bullard this year at a U of H basketball game. He came over say a lot of people come over to say hi to Elvin. They feel bad for me and they'll shake my hand. So
like you with Jim DeShays in the Kingwood parking lot.
Yeah, that happened with Dusty a few years ago. Dusty came over really wanted to meet Elvin, and then I'm there, and he's like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, hey, Dusty. Oh, can you take our picture? Yeah, sure, no problem, Skip. But Bullard did that. And I always introduce myself, and Bullard goes, oh, I know who you are. And I was like, uh-oh, that might not be good.
You start trying to think about what you might have said about him.
Usually when people are like, oh, I know who you are, it's not a good. I usually don't have a great response because usually, oh, what did I do? What did I do to irritate Bullard? No. I think he was just familiar with the media game. I don't think it was anything.
I think at least early on he listened to our show.
Okay, that's probably what it was. I mean, maybe I insult everybody. And whenever I actually meet people, I'm always apologetic. Sorry if I've insulted you.
Bully still works for the Rockets.
Yeah, he's a scout, right?
Yeah, well, kind of in basketball operations and does some scouting as part of that. But yeah, he's still in the organization.
When I was 12, ran into and hung out with Chris Dishman at Astroworld for 2 hours, road rides and everything. That's pretty cool. Texture says Pete next to Jake the Snake Roberts from WWF. What was the snake's name?
Damien.
Damien.
I was just about to say, was Damien with him around his neck?
I wonder if he met Damien. My company owned a condo on Front Street. We got into the elevator and there was Emerald. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh,
Emeril Lagasse,
I think
the chef.
It has to be. Has to be, right?
Ran into Adrian Peterson with some old white guy at a bar in the
Did you shake
Gallery
hands with him?
area.
If you shook hands with him, your hand might never be the same.
Hopefully not at a poker room.
Saw the great Khali at Best
recently.
Buy upgrading his phone. I remember the great Khali, I think, lived in the Humble Atascocita area.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
not sure that he still does, but this was like 10, 15 years
Who
ago.
did?
The great Khali, he's a wrestler.
He was like a 7'2", huge guy, yeah.
When was working drive-through McDonald's in Humble when Clyde Drexler came through the drive-through right after he was traded to the Rockets. I wonder if that was maybe off the plane.
Yeah, because he came right from the
close.
plane to the arena because they had me go bring him in from the loading dock as if like we had this great relationship in Portland when I was like an intern and just in the organization and he was the star, but he remembered.
Andy Pettit said in my radio booth at a U of H baseball game when his son played, but never said a word to me.
He's a very quiet guy.
Never said a word. You said
He was
back there.
in the same radio
It's a
booth.
double deck booth, and he
Okay.
said on the upper part of it, and I was on the lower part of it. And I didn't know he was in there at the time. I found out later. Somebody told me. A texter had Pabst Blue Ribbon with Colby Rasmus. That tracks.
Yeah.
Like Pabst Blue, a little PBR with Colby Rasmus.
totally tracks.
Like I think that Colby Rasmus and Josh Reddick would be the two PBR
Same
guys
guys.
in
Good
Houston
call.
Astros
Good call.
history.
Yep.
Standing in the back door of the Summit and meeting Otis Thorpe for his autograph was awesome. I've shaken hands with Otis Thorpe. He tickled my elbow.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he probably reached past your elbow.
That
He's
dude,
got some mitts.
He had the biggest hands I've ever shaken hands with.
I know
Like,
Kevin
legitimately.
Love gets credit for like the best outlet passer of all time.
Oh,
Kevin Love
yeah.
did a lot
Otis
of it
Thorpe was
with two
great.
hands. Otis Thorpe did it like a Major League Baseball pitcher.
He was insane.
He was so good
He
at
would
that.
throw 94-foot passes. Like it would rebound, chunk, and go. He's like a shortstop turning two. Like turning a double
Intimidating,
play.
man.
Yeah,
that
he
dude was intimidating.
He was really nice to me. A really nice man. All right, who are your worst 5 coaches in the NFL? We had a texter asking us to do this yesterday. So who are your worst 5 coaches? You want to go 32 through 28?
Sure.
Go dead last to 5th from last or 4th, whatever.
Okay, hang on. I'm bringing mine up. Brian, you want to go yours
Sure.
first?
My worst in the league is Raheem Morris.
Oh, wow.
He's now had obviously multiple stops, but in neither place has he actually really won anything. Trying to find his.
I had him 26.
You had him 20. Okay. Yeah. Overall record in the league 29-47. I don't see it with him. I know he's getting a second chance with the Falcons. A lot of people thought that was going to be Bill Belichick, and didn't happen for whatever reason. But I just don't think he's a very good coach.
Yeah, I think that. I'm not a big fan. I think Atlanta might be incompetent.
Yeah, I think when he loses the Falcons job eventually, it'll be his last head coaching
So
job.
you have him dead last.
He's dead last, yeah.
31?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 31. Brian Schottenheimer. I know he hasn't coached yet. I just don't have any faith in him. His offenses and wherever he's been, especially Seattle, he had a couple times where he's top 10, but mostly he was middle of the pack to back half of the league. So I've never really found much of him. And then Zach Taylor was my next one. I just think if you're the coach of Burrow, Chase, Higgins, until last year also Mixon, like you can't miss the playoffs 2 years in a row with Burrow, Chase, Higgins. I put Zach Taylor as my third worst coach. And then my last two, Jonathan Gannon and Brian Callahan with the Cardinals and the Titans. Neither guys won much. I think Gannon's obviously closer to losing his job. Maybe you blame that on Kyler, and that's fair. But he hasn't really proven much in the league to me. Callahan might be saved because now he's got a quarterback with Cam Ward, but he obviously didn't do much so far in his early tenure with the Titans.
I had Zach Taylor 16th. So
16th.
Yeah,
Wow.
way
That's
off
a big
on that one.
difference.
I think he got screwed by injuries a lot too. I mean,
It's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I couldn't put him as low as a lot of people.
Sirianni won a Super Bowl. You didn't like him.
But none of us have Sirianni as the bottom 5. That's moving the goalpost, Brian.
Try to move it for my benefit.
It was a straw man is what that was.
No, but I just think if you have Burrow, Chase, Higgins, you can't miss the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but bottom 5?
Bottom 5, yeah. I mean, how many other coaches with that talent are missing the playoffs back-to-back years?
Fair enough. Who's your bottom 5?
Did you send out a graphic for this?
No, because I didn't get Jeremy's list.
Good,
and
then I
anyway.
can make the proper adjustment when I didn't have
All
anything.
right.
My last guy on the list is Brian Schottenheimer.
Okay.
My absolute last, because at this point in his career, for as long as he's been in the league, I think he already would have been a head coach if he could have been a head coach, and he would have been a good head coach no matter what. And I think even as an offensive coordinator, he's been okay, but I don't think he's the right fit in Dallas, and I think that's going to be a lot of problems. I had Schottenheimer last. I had Callahan on my list next to last. I had Morris after that. Then I had Gannon, and then I had Todd Bowles. I just think Todd Bowles could be one thing as a defensive coordinator, I think as a head coach, he has a lot to be desired.
Back-to-back playoff trips.
Yeah, but I just look. I think that because thankfully for him, he gets out of the way of his offense, and Baker's played really well. But even when you do interviews and things, he's just not impressive as anything other than a defensive mind to me. I've never been impressed with him, and I had him low.
3 straight division titles.
Okay, great.
Just got extended.
3. I knew it was at least 2, but
I had Bulls 20th. We had Texas yesterday wanting Bulls in the top 5.
Yeah, we did.
I think top 5 was too high. I wouldn't have him in the bottom 5. My bottom 5, dead last, Brian Schottenheimer. Dead last. I don't have any faith in him. Don't think he's going to be good.
That's the consensus thing because I had him second to last.
I
had him second to last, and you guys had him last.
Second to last, I have Kellen Moore. Just don't have faith in him. And plus, it's a bad situation. Like I
feel like that's penalizing him for the situation.
Yeah, I just don't know what I don't know about him and Aaron Glenn.
Because he's got no quarterback.
Probably, I don't think he's going to be good. I have Brian Callahan third to last, Jonathan Gannon fourth to last, and Dave Canales fifth to last. Then Shane Steichen sixth to last.
Canales was right outside my top.
Steichen, I had 6th to last. Yeah, so
he's just been very disappointing.
500 as a coach so far.
Texter Jayway tweeting was sitting next to Marcus Camby at the school choir concert. I think he lives in Pearland.
He was a Pearland guy. Yep.
I heard people running into him in the store at HEB at the one in Pearland. I don't know how I heard that, but I remember people saying that. Met Federer in a Circuit City over 20 years ago. During a tourney at Westside Tennis Club.
Yeah, that was the clay court, the U.S. clay courts, when they used to have the big clay court out at Westside.
I parked next to the wrestler Big Khali off Wilson Road in Beltway. He owned a liquor store. That's right, he did.
He owned a liquor store?
I remember. I know exactly where it's at. I've been in the liquor store. I forgot about it, but the moment that he texted that, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I've been in it.
Does he still own it?
It's over there by a golf club of Houston. I don't know.
All right, tell me later.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
No, I don't know. It's by golf club of Houston, but I don't know if he owns it anymore. Texture met Booker T and RVD at Fox and the Hound off Fuquay back in the day. Fox and the Hound, Booker T and RVD?
I haven't heard of that place in a long time.
Yeah, a long time ago. I used to hear about it every now and then.
I played a poker tournament there once, but is that place still around?
How quickly did you bust?
First hour.
Met Michael Jordan on the dance floor at a club in Houston and totally forgot about the girl I was dancing with. Met Doug Flutie in San Diego. Super nice dude. Okay, that makes some sense. We followed my nephew to an AAU tournament in Houston. Mark Calloway, 2 rows behind us.
Undertaker.
It's funny he said Mark Calloway, not Undertaker.
Not the Undertaker,
I was going to say Mark Calloway. I have no idea who that is.
That's the Undertaker. Yeah, you don't really hear people refer to being starstruck by Mark Calloway.
I think only his wife refers to him as Mark Calloway.
Yeah.
Everyone else refers to him as Taker.
Taker. Let Antonio Brown hold my baby years ago at a restaurant. Would rethink that now. I'm calling BS on that.
That's a bad decision.
Antonio Brown went to a basketball game I was at once upon a time. So did W. No, it was actually at UCF. Antonio Brown went to Houston at UCF. I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago. George W. Bush would go to SMU games all the time.
The senior would go to Texan and Rockets games, and
Astros games too.
Yeah, and I turned around real quickly one night in one of the vomitories and almost ran into him. And he's like, "Don't worry, don't be in a hurry. You're fine." I was like, "Wow, that's the president." The Secret Service was like all over it. I was like, didn't mean to do anything, but he's super nice guy.
Fox and the Hound turned into Twin Crab. I didn't know that. I prefer the food at Twin Crab. I think though.
I don't know what it's.
Never heard of Twin Crab. Yeah, I've never heard of that.
The Fox and the Hound got shut down for serving minors.
Where is it?
Ooh. The one I went to
was
The one I went to was in like Fuquay, 45 Beltway area.
You said Booker and RVD seemed mellow. Hint, hint. I see what you're putting down there, especially with RVD.
Yeah.
Brian Cushing at my kid's baseball tournament. He throws in a word about Brian Cushing. I heard that Brian Cushing he coaches. He coaches one of the teams out there. I've heard.
Yep.
Randomly sat next to Ted Cruz on a flight to DC last November. In true Cruz curse fashion, the flight was delayed.
I was going to say, hopefully he wasn't on his way to another Houston sporting event where they would lose because he was there.
Mario Williams used to come visit his mom at a place I worked at almost 2 or 3 times a week. Pretty tall dude. He had to tug down to get through the elevator. I was on a flight one time with Mario Williams. Randomly. Bregman used to come to my buddy's club, Bricks, on Washington Street on occasion.
I could see that, especially before he got married.
Bregman gave me a bro hug one time, and he was sauced.
Was that right?
Sauced. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why he bro hugged me either. It's kind of weird. I have no idea who he is. Rackham Pete, how about Brian Dable of the Giants? See, Dable did pretty good his first year there. I had Dable 22nd on my list.
Yeah, I think
he's about average, maybe a little below average. What do you have of Rackham Pete? Somewhere in the middle, somewhere at the bottom? 30? Dang.
Yeah, he's around NFL circles. The luster has truly fallen off because of all this, whether it's Daniel Jones or not. Everything that he hasn't done and hasn't achieved in the Giants is what's at the forefront. People forget that he was really good offensively and a great offensive mind in Buffalo. But, yeah, I can see it.
All right, let's get to everybody's least favorite game. Who said it? We're playing it next. Brian reads his quotes. We guess who said it, and we all have so much fun. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Drift Bar on the Heights on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. All right, anybody really like this game? Killer Bees Drift Bar in the Heights.
Millions.
We're going to be giving away some Astro tickets here in a little bit. We have to go, what is the thing whenever you see an image and then you say what it is?
Rorschach test?
Is that what it's called?
Something.
We have to do
I might
that.
mispronouncing it.
We have to do that here because we got to rush through who said it.
All right. Quote number one. This is about Stroud and Eli Manning interacting at the Fanatics Fest. He knows he's a pocket passer. He's trying to be a great pocket passer. I don't love that he talked to Eli. To me, I would ignore Eli and try to walk the other way if I saw Eli coming. But I would talk to Peyton, though. Peyton, Tom Brady. I'm not talking to Eli. What's he going to tell you? How to throw interceptions? No thanks.
So it's not Paul because Paul would probably put Peyton in there with Eli because Paul hates Peyton that much too. So to say that I'd talk to Peyton and Brady, I wouldn't think it's Paul. Not that it
sounds good.
Done a lot, but
Dell
now,
maybe. Lance
yeah.
maybe. You want to go Dell?
I could see Dell. I could see Lance. I could see John saying that.
I don't have a good feel. What do you?
I mean, we got to go. Yeah, we just got to go fast. So I'll go. I think we could try Dell.
He knows he's a pocket passer. He's trying to be a great pocket passer. I don't love that he talked to Eli. To me, I would ignore Eli and try to walk the other way if I saw Eli coming.
All right, 0 for 1. Next one.
All right, 0 for 1. Gary, Indiana might have produced some good things, but if you've seen pictures of it, it looks like, I don't know, Chernobyl minus the radioactive meltdown.
I kind of get
Who are they talking about with Gary, Indiana?
I know who the most famous people from Gary, Indiana are.
The Jacksons, yeah.
That doesn't matter.
No, I'm trying to say for how it could matter.
Well,
if the came up in a conversation.
If the clip was extended, this person mentions the Jacksons.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I stand corrected. Paul or Dell?
I guess it's on you, Joel.
Dell.
Gary, Indiana might have produced some good things. But
what did you say?
If you've seen pictures of it, it looks like, I don't know.
We narrowed it down twice and got the wrong end both times.
Yeah. All right. Quote number 3. Enjoy it this year, next year, and the year after. That's 2+ seasons of what could be really great baseball from them. Think of it as you got the best of Jeremy Pena the last 4 years. You're going to be laughing at the team who signed him, no matter what he does in year 1 through 3 of his new deal. So take heart.
Sounds like a Pauly one to me. Maybe Lance. I think John's super optimistic. I don't think Dell would think. Maybe Dell. Could be Dell. I'll go Dell or Lance.
Well, you call it because I called. We narrowed it down to 2.
Let's go Lance. Lance or Lance.
Enjoy it this year, next year, the year after.
That's right on
2+.
All right, quote number 4. Let's see if you guys can salvage some.
Shut up, Brian.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move on.
Yeah.
You get why at some point wives or girlfriends are like sick of their significant others. Of course, it flips the other way too sometimes, but for much different reasons. Like, I don't know how many guys who are sick of their significant other who's a woman because she's a slob. It's generally the other way by a wide margin.
Paul.
You think? He really wouldn't know this life.
Oh, but he'd have an opinion. I think he'd know, like, if a single woman would move on from someone. Not saying anyone like Pete. What I'm saying is if you knew someone that had some tendencies that at a certain point, if you're not locked into them with marriage and a commitment, you might move on.
I think it's. I missed the last one. I think it's Lance, but go with your. Go with Paul. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter if you feel
Paul.
strong.
You get why at some point wives and girlfriends are like.
All right, last one.
All right, quote number 4 or 5. 5. Yeah, I had a few margaritas. All right, quote number 5. Oklahoma City, is a black hole. Like, would anyone voluntarily want to go there? Who would ever want to go to Oklahoma? Ever? Like Tulsa King? Do you think Sly Stallone wanted to go to Tulsa in the TV show Tulsa King? No one wanted to stay up he wanted to stay up in the Northeast. No one wants to go to Oklahoma. No one.
I'm going to go, I think it's John.
I have no fear. My first thought was Paul. If you think it's John, go with it.
John.
Oklahoma City, is a black hole. Would anyone voluntarily?
And it was Paul. We were in the ballpark for all 5 of them.
You want to do is he a Cub or car wreck?
This is car wreck.
Car wreck of the day.
It's up to you.
713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? Killer Bees live from Drift Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Not a car wreck here. In fact, it's where you need to buy a car. Monument Chevrolet, the place to buy your next vehicle, whether it's new, whether it's pre-owned. If you're in the market, Monument Chevrolet is the place to go. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done quick, fast, easy, and you're going to love everything about it. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, so the culture is fantastic. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating, stressful negotiations. Also, if you're in the market for a vehicle for your business, Monument Chevrolet has you covered. They're one of the best dealerships nationwide in commercial vehicle sales, a huge selection of work trucks, vans, SUVs. Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for businesses of any size or inventory. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now is the time to upgrade that ride. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com or visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Thank you so much to Drift for having us out. Great time. All the vendors were out here handing us plenty of stuff. Plenty of stuff. Very thankful for that. If you're looking for a spot to watch some Power Slap, this is the place. Power Slap tonight. UFC 317 tomorrow. Lightweight Championship of the World on the line. Gave away some Astro Ranger tickets to a very lucky fan. So that was a great time had here at Drift. We'll always have great times here at Drift. So we're very thankful to them for having us out. We'll be out here again in no time. Also, your LSU headquarters, great spot to watch the Stros, great spot to watch all your sports, and a great spot, LSU Tigers, national champions too, by the way. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day?
This whole Ace Bailey situation to me is a massive car wreck. The fact that now his agent isn't a certified agent, he's just the guy that's kind of been handling his finances. and the fact that they've said where they didn't want to play, and he tried to fake it at the draft. Now he missed and declined the plane ride to go to Utah to actually have the press conference with the Jazz, and he's holding everyone hostage to find out if he shows up on Monday to do the press conference. You're not John Elway or Phillip Rivers or all these.
Eli. It wasn't Phil.
I thought Phil. Oh, no. Okay.
Rivers was the guy who was traded for him.
Yeah, Eli or, all these guys that said they weren't going to play in certain cities. And it's just a bleep show. And you just need to go where you're drafted and play. You don't have the kind of clout to go ahead and say, trade me after you get drafted.
So are you saying if you're good enough, you can pull it off, though?
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of like goodest.
I just think in the past, when you were generational as the slam dunk #1 overall pick.
So Cooper Flag could do this.
Yes, he could.
But Ace Bailey cannot.
Correct.
So Ace Bailey has to shut up and dribble, but Cooper Flag doesn't.
No, I'm not taking it to that level. I'm saying the way the whole thing's been handled and then saying, oh, no, I didn't say that. But then, oh, by the way, I did say that. And I did say I didn't want to play for Utah or for Charlotte. Then go to do the press conferences to try and fake it. But then kind of come back and say that I'm not going to show up for the press conference or take the plane ride. It's a car wreck. It's a bleep show.
I'm not in favor of anybody doing this. I don't care how good you are. If Cooper Flag tried it, I would be bashing Cooper Flag. I think Eli
Utah,
deserves.
Though. I can't blame him.
No, I still bet. Like you get drafted, go play. I'm with Lakers mostly. You get drafted, go play there, and then whenever your contract's up, go sign wherever. It's the rules of the league. I don't like the power play stuff. Go prove your worth in the NBA, and then when you're a free agent, go play wherever you want. Didn't Steph Curry do something like this too?
No,
I think he did. I was reading something today where Del Curry was telling Golden State and like other teams not to draft him because he wanted to go to the Knicks with the pick after Golden State, and Golden State called his bluff and said, "No, we're drafting anyways. Come play." And it never became a deal because he went and played.
I don't remember that.
I read it today.
Huh. I remember the fact that once he had all the foot problems that he thought could have cost him his career, like he refused to sign with certain shoe companies and do all that kind of stuff. But I don't remember that in terms of on draft day.
Yeah, I read it. I think it was in The Athletic where I read it.
I'll look for it.
Where Del Curry was like, no, don't draft him. He's not coming to play for you. And Golden State's general manager at the time was like, too bad. It's happening. And then he called his bluff and he went and played there. I'm not a fan of the whole power play, trying to pick where you can go. Like, go be a free agent. Your contract's going to run up in 2 years plus 2 options, and then you sign wherever you want to sign. My car wreck of the day is Jake Paul. Jake Paul was on Pierce Morgan. You might want to hit me, turn it up a little bit so I can hear it. The Pierce Morgan owned Jake Paul in this interview. Take a listen.
I'm a killer. I get in the ring with the best people. And you get in the ring with a guy who's 50. He's literally nearly as old as me. The only proper boxer you fought was Tommy Fury, and he beat you.
Fought multiple boxers with professional records, including Mike Tyson himself.
Peak Tyson, you wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds.
And you versus going to the gym, you're still a fat ass. We can make up hypotheticals. You should go to the gym. If you went to the gym,
I've been twice this week.
You don't think I can be Mike Tyson? I don't think you go to the gym.
I think you're a great YouTuber.
You think that your opinion matters.
Well, why are you doing my show if it doesn't?
Oh, I'm just taking your audience to sell pay-per-views. I don't give a fuck about your show. You dumbass. This is a fucking business enterprise.
Dump.
Cheers, Jake. Really enjoyed that.
Pierce owned him.
Hope AJ got that.
He really did.
Pierce owned him. He goes, you don't find proper fighters, and the only one that you did beat you. You're fighting fighters that are my age. My favorite part of this is whenever Jake Paul's straw man, like, you don't go to the gym. Pierce Morgan, I've been twice this week. That was my favorite part of all
and
of
honestly, calling Tyson Fury's brother a proper fighter is pretty. He's
the best fighter he's fought.
I know, but like that's a stretch already, and it's clearly by far the best fighter he's fought, and that is a stretch to call Tyson Fury's brother a proper boxer.
Pierce Morgan said what a whole lot of people have been wanting to say.
It's what we all know.
Yes.
And he's fighting Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. when he's 10 years past his prime.
Pierce Morgan owned him. It was great. All right, what are you nominating, Brian?
I'll nominate quickly me talking during your live read this last break, and then also Phillies fans crashing out from the Astros suite.
Yeah. AV nominated him earlier. What was his name? Like Minor Mike or something?
Something Tim, wasn't it?
Who's that?
Tiny Tim. No, Tiny Timo. No. Tiny Tino.
Tiny Tino. There we go.
Tiny Tino was the Philadelphia Philly fan that was crashing out. All right, what's winning here? Car wreck of the day.
I'm sticking with Ace Bailey. He's annoying.
One more car
That's
wreck of
fine.
the day. My immune system. I've been coughing up so much. Got more hacks than Tiger Woods with the yips. That's a pretty good joke. Yeah, Bailey refusing is pretty weak. I like Pierce Morgan.
I like
a lot,
Pierce.
though.
I like Pierce too. Brian, you can call it.
Ace Bailey.
All right, Ace Bailey's a winner because he's going to Utah. Ace Bailey, our car wreck of the day. Thank you, AJ, for your work. Brian, on-site engineering. He's blank. I'm Brano. We'll talk to you on Monday. Thank you to the Drift Bar for having us out inside the Icebox coming up at 6. Smoking and toasting at 7. So long, everybody. Good night.